Chapter 1. Die. Why do humans feel? Is it because they're too weak? Or is it because they're seeking attention? Humans know for a fact that most of the time, their emotions hinder their success. They call it heart. They call it humanity. But isn't it just an excuse? A way to justify their own limitations? If emotions make them strong, why do they lose because of them? A person gets a once-in-a-lifetime job offer abroad but refuses because they don't want to leave their family. A top student or professional gives up their career path to support their partner's dreams instead. Someone gives their lover a second chance out of sentimentality, leading to another betrayal. These are only a few examples where human emotion holds them back from their potential to actually transcend the world's limits. Such emotions were also the reason why 25-foot was having such a hard time with his current mission. 11:35 p.m. In the cramped, antiseptic-scented white room were 5 figures, one of which was Sanjay Lim, lying on the hospital bed, hooked to a mechanical ventilator. I suggested it is best to let him go, the doctor said to the couple standing beside the young man's body. He has been diagnosed with this disease since birth, and I'm afraid he's not getting any better. In fact, he's getting worse. The old couple began sobbing uncontrollably. Just let me die in peace. 25 thought. He wished he could say it out loud, but there was a tube down his throat. He felt the nurse's hands hover above the tube, and his heart raced at the thought. Yes, yes, yank it out, he excitedly chimed. What does he need, doctor? His father desperately asked. Does he need another operation? I know we don't have a lot of money, but if it's the only way to save him, then we can make ends meet. 25 internally shook his head. He knew they had a negative balance on their bank account, so it was much better to let him go. His mother nodded in agreement. Sanjay is our only son, she cried. We have been fighting his disease for the longest time. We can't just give up now. 25 was slowly losing patience. He wondered if he should just hold his breath so he could finally die. However, the mechanical ventilator was the one doing the breathing for him. The only way for him to die was to actually pull the plug out. He heard the doctor sigh. In the end, it is still your decision, he started off. Because of this statement, 25 wanted to say all the curse words known to man. This doctor wasn't helping his situation at all. However, he continued. He will continue to rely on the machine for an indefinite amount of time. Based on all of his laboratory and imaging results, it would take quite long for him to recover. Now, I'm a believer of miracles, but there will come a time when even miracles seem impossible. His lips twitched. Ah, yes. I've always liked this doctor. I know how much you love your son, he said, his voice softening. I've been a witness of it all since Sanjay was still a child. It is heartbreaking to see him transform from a bright, hard-working young man to now, a vegetable. His parents' sobs filled the room. And with that, I believe this is what Sanjay would prefer, he continued. That's right. You tell them, doctor. There was silence for a few more seconds before Sanjay's mom finally spoke. Okay, she said, her voice filled with resolve. You're right. Sanjay had told me last month, before he was hospitalized again, that he wanted a peaceful death. His father choked a sob as he looked up to the ceiling. He even got me that second-hand truck I've always wanted. He wanted me to use it to start over, but I couldn't keep his promise. I sold it for this hospital confinement. 25 nearly jolted in his bed. What the heck? He worked his ass off to get that truck. He even wrote a novel for 2 whole years just for it. He was on the 500th chapter but couldn't update since he was hospitalized at the beginning of the month. He even ended on a cliffhanger. His readers must be cursing at him now. But hey, they weren't the ones dying on a hospital bed. Sanjay's father let out a deep breath. We will sign the form to terminate the life support, he finally said. The doctor pursed his lips before nodding. Meanwhile, 25 rejoiced. Finally, 11:50 p.m. Any moment now, he thought. Just then, he felt it. The doctor pulled the plug, and he found it extremely hard to breathe. Dang, the machine was helping him that much. He could still hear his parents crying, but he was more focused on making this death as quick as possible. Slowly, he began losing oxygen. But just when he thought he would see black, his memories of this life flashed in his mind. The day he was born, his first word, his first steps, his first day of school. It was quite a bummer, really. His parents were good people, one who gave him a great life despite his chronic illness. For some reason, his chest began to hurt, and he knew it wasn't because of his illness. He had become numb from physical pain already. Weird, he thought. That was the first time he had felt such a way. He never even got to celebrate his 25th birthday. Time of death, 11:59 p.m. Those were the last words he heard before everything turned black. Death meter, 100%. Congratulations. You have completed the mission, Die. Chapter 2. Earth, the inferior planet. 25 is back. The residents of Avalis ran to the spawning area as one of their best employees finally appeared. They cheered like there was no tomorrow as 25 stepped out of the capsule. Make way, he said, and they parted like the Red Sea. 25 massaged the bridge of his nose as he walked past the crowd. Amidst that, they continued to murmur about his arrival. It's my first time seeing him. They were right. He is handsome. He doesn't talk to anyone here, though. That doesn't change the fact that he's one of the best employees on this planet. That's why we rarely see him. He is given the most missions. Isn't he pitiful, though? Considering he has the shortest time limit among all of us. Whatever. I'm not idolizing a friendless Rennies. 25 paused as he heard those words. He turned to the side and saw a new face. Then, he glanced at his badge 47. He scoffed and walked away, not bothering to spare him a glance after that. He wasn't friendless. The people he considered his friends just disappeared after non-compliance to their missions. Since then, he has never bothered to make any new ones. Avalis, a planet dedicated to completing the unfulfilled desires of humans. Each employee, collectively termed Rennies, had a wish-granting system designed solely for Earth, the most inferior planet of them all. Humans, weak and foolish, constantly found themselves in miserable situations, often by their own doing. And yet, despite their flaws, they were the galaxy's favorites. The gods, for reasons beyond comprehension, wanted the best for them. Why else would Avalis exist? Through Avalis, those who had given up and surrendered their fates were given a second chance. Some missions were easier than others. Lose weight or maybe open a small business. While others were bordering on impossible. This was the reason why 25 found himself all alone. He was one of the first ones on the planet, and among those he spawned with, he was the last one left. Most of the time, Rennies were dispatched in the bodies of newborns, gifted with a clean slate. Other times, the ascendants, or the rulers of Avalis, made them spawn in the most ridiculous situations. 25 could still remember the time he spawned as an eunuch in the middle of castration. He cursed the ascendants then. However, he quickly realized that going against them, even through words, wasn't a good idea. Let's just say he was sore for a good few months after that. He looked around, observing the land he had grown to memorize. Each of them had a code, a number that corresponded to the age they had to accomplish a mission. 47 had 47 years. 72 had 72 years. And yes, you guessed it, 25 had only until 25 years. He had the shortest time limit out of everyone in Avalis, which meant he got a lot of praise and pity at the same time. The next employees with the shortest time limit were the 35s, and there were approximately 15 of them. 25 was all alone through and through. Once a Rennies finished their mission, they were sent back to Avalis. And if they didn't, well, no one truly knew what would happen if they didn't finish their mission. They just disappear. He finally arrived in front of the Ascendant's headquarters and waited for the gates to open. Rennies 25, you may now enter, the robotic female voice said. 25 sighed and made his way inside. He was greeted by the sight of the clouds and nothing else. Of course, it has always been like this. The Ascendants made their presence known, but never truly discovered. 25. The voice of the greatest Ascendant, otherwise known as Apex, said. 25 bowed. I am back. 25. One of our greatest employees. It is great to see you back. Your last mission was a close call. A minute more, and you wouldn't have made it. 25 pursed his lips and didn't respond. You have been here for such a long time, and you have been working nonstop. It took you centuries to realize that. 25 spat in his mind, which is why the Ascendants have decided to give you a reward. 25's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Retirement? Could he finally be free from his missions and just lounge in their 24-hour buffet all day and night? After your 25th mission, we shall grant you a long break of 10 years. It wasn't a retirement, but it was good enough. The longest break he had was 3 years, which was after his very first mission. 25th mission, he muttered. Not even a second after he said those words, A holographic display appeared before him. Next mission, found. You've got to be kidding me. 25 exclaimed. Subject name, Zeno Han. Mission, live an ordinary life. And with that, he was automatically transported to a capsule and onto his next mission. Chapter 3 You. Act. Goo-ga-gaga. Zeno uttered those words as soon as he opened his eyes. From experience, he came to the conclusion that acting cute made his parents love him more. That is if he had any parents in this life. Somehow, the ascendants loved making him an orphan. However, instead of being doted on, he felt a hard slap on the cheek. His brows furrowed. Right off the bat, he was an abused baby? Should he call child services? The couple, who looked deathly afraid of him, stepped back. I told you, the man said. Don't give money to strangers. This guy must have a weird kink or something. But he looks so pitiful, the woman said. The man glared at Zeno one last time before dragging the woman away. Let's go. Zeno frowned and took in his surroundings. Instead of the usual crib, he was in the middle of the streets. He raised his hands and saw they were that of a grown man. He hummed. So that's why they ran away. It had been a while since he had spawned in the middle of someone's life, so he just grew accustomed to the practice. Still, he was thankful he didn't have to act as a baby this time around. However, there was a clear disadvantage to this type of spawning, too. He had no idea what his subject was like except for the basics. His name, his mission, and, well, that was it. Zeno rummaged through his pockets to look for his phone, frowning when he didn't feel the familiar object. He also looked for his wallet for any kind of identification, but it was nowhere to be found. Money, he muttered. The one thing humans loved more than protecting their emotions. He didn't even have any of that. Perhaps, he muttered, remembering how that woman tried to give him money. Am I a beggar? In the middle of his search, the sound of an angry man's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. What do you mean the extra backed out at the last minute? He turned to the source and saw what seemed to be a film set just a few feet away from where he was sitting. We've spent the whole day filming other scenes, and you only bothered to tell me now? He continued. Zeno clicked his tongue and shook his head. They were so noisy that he couldn't concentrate. We can shoot it tomorrow, director, the male assistant said, closing his eyes in preparation for the director's response. It was only then that Zeno recognized who he was. It was Manshik Kim, a director known for his action films and dramas. Due to the realistic nature of these action movies, he was nicknamed the Man by the industry. How did Zeno know all of these? Well, being sick and bedridden for most of his past life made him more acquainted with the entertainment industry. They must be filming a new drama, he muttered to himself. Are you stupid? Manshik exclaimed, causing the assistant director to flinch. We are filming an insert scene. The pilot episode is going to air tomorrow night, and this is a scene that has been added by the writer recently. The assistant gazed at the ground, unable to respond. Enraged, Manshik looked around, muttering under his breath. Are all staff members useless these days? I swear, the entertainment industry is going to die with others' incompetence. Zeno exclaimed as he pulled out something from his pocket. A quarter. He let out a deep sigh and shook his head. This can't even buy me a piece of gum. Meanwhile, on the set, everybody was on their toes. They didn't know what to do as there were no other extras they could contact. The staff started asking around. It's going to be an easy scene. We will provide the script. I am sorry. I cannot act like that. Most of the civilians answered. In fact, some of them were interested. However, once they saw what kind of role it was, they quickly declined. Director Manshik's expression quickly turned even more sour as the staff members couldn't recruit an extra. They couldn't delay this production at all costs, so he decided to take matters into his own hands. The role of the extra was lowly, so he had to look for someone who suited the role. Just then, his eyes strayed toward a man sitting on the flower beds, his hair in different places, all while talking to himself. Without saying a word, he walked over to the strange man. What did I do back then when I didn't know anything about my subject? Zeno muttered, trying to recall his past experiences. Right, the police station. However, before he could stand, someone blocked his path. His brows furrowed as he stared at the man before him. Manshik PD, he muttered. The director smirked. Ah, good. So, it seems that you know who I am. Is there anything you need? Zeno asked, finally standing. You, he said, pointing directly at Zeno. We need an extra for this drama. You're decent enough to look at, but not so outstanding. Plus, you look a little crazy, he said, inspecting Zeno from head to toe. Based on your looks and demeanor, you'd be perfect for this role. Zeno pursed his lips. He encountered an obstacle not even an hour into his new mission. I'm not interested, he declined, about to move past him. I'll pay you right after, the director said, capturing Zeno's attention once more. So here, he continued, shoving a page of the script into Zeno's hand. You don't need to clean up. The dirtier, the better. Chapter 4. An utterly useless scumbag. Seriously a beggar? What is Manshik PD thinking? Why'd he got charcoal all over his face? As the staff members gazed at Director Manshik's chosen extra, Zeno read through the script. Broken Chains of Justice, he read the title. His eyes scanned through the text. Then, after a minute of reading it, he gave it back to the director. Manshik frowned. Well, can you do it, he asked. It depends. How much money are we talking about? Zeno asked, crossing his arms in front of his chest. The director wanted to laugh. It was the first time he had encountered someone asking the question so blatantly. Since the role has a few lines, what about 200,000 KRW, huh? He smirked. Zeno placed his hand under his chin. 200,000 KRW could get him by for a couple of days until he figured out the original subject's living situation. Deal? Zeno said, offering his hand. Manshik PD stared at his dirty hand and couldn't help but chuckle. Well then, go and study the script. Zeno retracted his hand back. The director didn't bother to shake it. I'm done, he said. The director was once again surprised. You've read it for only a minute. It's only one page, Zeno said. Do I need to get changed? For once, the renowned director was speechless. He pointed to the tent, so Zeno went ahead, wanting to get this over with. As he walked, the staff members continued to talk. The male assistant director shakily walked to Manshik. Is this really all right, director? He stammered. Director Manshik glared at him. Get everyone ready, he merely dismissed. Meanwhile, inside the tent, the main star of the drama, Daniel Bayan, nearly stood from his seat after he heard the news. A beggar, he exclaimed, looking at the team of hair and makeup artists with surprise. Yes, one of them said. Manshik PD must have gone crazy from all of the exhaustion. He's letting anyone on the set. Poor Daniel, the hairstylist said, caressing his hair. Daniel subtly made his eyes wider, making the staff members swoon at him. So precious and handsome. Oh, I already feel so tired, he said, even closing his eyes in the process and showing off his long eyelashes. I thought we could go home early, but we still have to film an insert scene. And now, I'm going to be acting with a beggar. I can already imagine the number of takes we would be making. You're right, the other said, kissing up his ass. He better not give you a hard time. So true. Daniel has been working all morning. Meanwhile, Zeno stood in the entryway of the tent. He heard everything. Where do I get changed? He asked, interrupting them. They all turned to the entryway, shocked to find the main subject of their conversation. Daniel's face became slightly red. Since how long had he been standing there? One of the makeup artists merely pointed to the dressing area, and Zeno walked nonchalantly. As soon as he was inside, he shook his head in amusement. Daniel Bayan. One look and Zeno already had a hunch about his personality. He had come to know of him in his last year as Sunjae Lim. Daniel wasn't the greatest actor. However, his first work, Born to Conquer You, was a romance drama between two soldiers of opposing camps. It had a really intriguing plot, and Zeno actually enjoyed most of it. Daniel was awkward in some scenes, but his face somehow made up for it. Still, it seemed like fame had gotten into his head. Since he got lucky with his first project, he must think he was invincible. He was playing the lead role in this drama, too. Byum Kong, a notorious criminal who had just been released from prison. In this particular scene, he was determined to have a change of heart, but on his way back to surprise his family, he was provoked by a drunk guy. Determined to push through with this change, Byum does not retaliate, and merely accepts the beating, wanting to prove to himself that he has become a good man. That drunk guy was Zeno. In short, he was an utterly useless scumbag whose only objective was to make the main character shine even brighter. After he got dressed in a set of oversized black clothes, he finally went outside. Much to his surprise, Daniel was waiting for him with a bright smile. Nice to meet you, he said, appearing genuine. However, Zeno had met too many people like Daniel in all his past lives. The guy who craved attention, Daniel is so kind to be interacting with a beggar. He really deserves his fame. He's even going to shake his hand. Nice to meet you too, Zeno curtly said, not bothering to respond to his handshake. Let's do well and finish this in one take, all right? Daniel's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. What? He muttered, not believing his ears. Why was this nameless beggar talking to him like he was a newbie? Well, there are still lots of things to do after this. So please, avoid making any mistakes. Daniel's mouth opened, but no words came out. I'll be waiting outside. See ya, Zeno said, turning on his heel and leaving the big star behind. Daniel's face went red, and he was about to shout after the nameless guy. However, he realized he had a reputation to keep, so he pursed his lips and fanned himself with his hands instead. Who did that guy think he was? Zeno went outside, surveying the area where they would be filming. In all of his 24 past missions, this was something he had never done before, act. However, he believed he could finish this scene in one take. He had experienced this before, not merely as a scene, but in real life. Mission 19. Munich, Germany. Transform a drunkard's life. Change your ways and build a house for your family. Chapter 5. Star Quality. Where's Daniel? Manshik PD exclaimed, looking around the set. He should be here now, so we could get this over with. It seemed like he wanted to go home, too. All the more reasons to get this over with in one take. Daniel finally went out of the tent, still appearing flustered. However, as soon as he stood in front of the cameras, his persona changed. He looked extremely focused. I'm going to say this once, Manshik PD exclaimed, his voice already hoarse. So, everybody listen. While Daniel is walking through the dark streets, you would come out of the alleyway with a beer bottle in your hand, he said, pointing at Zeno. You provoke him based on the script and hit him on the shoulder. The two of you have a scuffle, but Daniel does not retaliate, staying true to his changed nature. Daniel falls to the ground, clutching the teddy bear he bought for his sister, so you grab his watch instead. Got it, director, Daniel said with a professional smile. Zeno merely nodded. Just make it as realistic as possible, he said for the last time before going behind the cameras. At this point, the set had settled down. It was clear that most, if not all, were tired from the long day of shooting. From his peripheral vision, he could see a couple of bystanders, along with Daniel's fans, watching the scene. Sounds. The soundman gave Manshik PD a thumbs up. Cameras ready? He asked. Rolling. Slate. The assistant director walked toward the frame with the slate. Insert scene 1 shot 1 take 1. Then he snapped it close. Action. Director Manshik screamed, and the act finally began. In the dimly lit streets of Yongsan District, a tall, lean man wearing a suit walked with a teddy bear in one hand. Finally, Biam muttered. After 6 long years. His eyes were fixed on the pink teddy bear. Would Haeun still like this one? He asked, referring to his sister. She was 6 years old when he was arrested, so she was much older now. He looked up at the sky, the cameras zooming in on his sentimental eyes. The hurt and longing in them were highlighted very well on the small screen. Good, Manshik muttered. He's improved a lot. The hair and makeup artists held in their squeals as they watched Daniel do his magic. Zeno watched the scene and recalled the time he had to fulfill the mission of a drunkard. He had seen plenty of times on television how actors portrayed the addiction. They had slurred, nearly incomprehensible speech, and their gait was too unstable. They also portrayed them to be addicted to the act of drinking and, consequently, doing something reckless. However, in Zeno's perspective, it wasn't the drink they were addicted to. It was the emotional liberation that came with it. It meant shedding the layers of inhibition, fear, and self-doubt that were caged in their sober lives. Drunkenness, in this sense, became a metaphor for raw, unfiltered humanity. In fact, he nearly got hooked on the feeling. However, he was more dedicated to the mission, and in the process, he had learned a lot. When embodying this state, the key was to channel that fearlessness. A drunk person doesn't overthink. They act on impulse, driven by desires and emotions that were often buried under societal expectations. With that, he stumbled out of the alleyway, a beer bottle in his hand. Biam does not stop walking, still looking at the precious teddy bear for his sister. Without any warning, the drunk man slammed the beer bottle on the brick wall, causing some of the staff members to shriek. Manshik PD watched with narrowed eyes before raising a finger high in the air, telling them to keep silent. Daniel, 2, was shocked by the sudden noise. That wasn't on the script. However, the director hadn't called cut yet, so he kept his composure. It's my lucky day. This fuckus world actually has something good in store for me, Zeno said, sounding drunk but still understandable. The assistant director frowned as he gazed at Zeno. Did this guy drink anything beforehand? He actually appeared drunk. BM pursed his lips. Have a good day, sir, he said, sticking to the script. He bowed before continuing to walk. However, the drunk man was having none of it. He swiftly walked to BM and held onto his shoulder, forcing the suited man to face him. Daniel was shocked once again. Why was this guy so strong? He tried his best to push the drunk man away. I'm not looking for any trouble, BM said. There was an edge to his tone that indicated he was holding back. Give me your money, the drunkard said with a small smirk. Daniel's breath got caught. For a second, it felt like he was in real danger. Oh, and that pink teddy bear, too, he chimed. My daughter would like it. Maybe then, she could forgive me. The latter statement should have been said sleazily, but there was a softness to Zeno's tone that made Manshik PD raise his eyebrows. Is this all right, director? The assistant asked. Keep rolling, Manshik said, his eyes still focused on the scene. What do you say, huh? So we can both go on our ways, the drunkard suggested, his grip tightening, making BM wince. Why is he taking this so seriously? Daniel thought. Is he really just a beggar? I can't do that, sir, BM said, sounding restrained. You're drunk. You should head home to your family. With the mention of his family, the drunk man's eyes changed. Manshik PD nearly stood from his seat. He gestured to one of the cameramen to get a closer shot of his expression. Then, he stared at the small window of that particular camera and gasped. His gaze wasn't that of pure anger. It had a vulnerability. This was also another lesson Zeno had learned from his 19th mission. The fearlessness of drunkenness was often a mask for deeper insecurities. Without any warning, he punched Daniel's shoulder. However, the sound was too loud. Those watching from the sidelines were surprised. Did he just hit him for real? Chapter 6, An Actor's Asset. Daniel's fans began to protest on the side. That was real, wasn't it? What is he doing with our precious boy? This guy is a pretty good actor, though, no? Fake fan. You should only be looking at Daniel. The staff members were also apprehensive, but they knew that the scene was too good to stop now. Daniel thought that Manshik PD was going to stop the scene right then and there. However, Zeno continued with his act. You think I'm useless too, huh? He said in such a loud voice that some of the people watching flinched. Daniel felt like he was getting eaten alive. Not literally, of course, but through this guy's acting. How could someone like him intimidate a real actor like Daniel? BM cleared his throat, clenching his fist and raising it in the air. The conflict was seen in his eyes before he shook his head. He was about to walk away when Zeno kicked him again. Like his punch, this one was real, too. Fucking coward, he chuckled, showing his teeth. Daniel felt a shiver run down his spine as he looked at his face. His eyes appeared bloodshot-like. He hadn't slept in days. Without any warning, the drunk man punched him again. This time, it was in the abdomen, causing BM to hover in pain. He dropped to the ground, his eyes looking at the drunk man in disbelief. Manshik PD watched the scene intently. Because Daniel was a relatively new actor, he was undeniably stiff in some of the scenes, especially the ones they had filmed earlier. However, paired with this non-actor, it felt as if his acting had improved. In reality, though, Daniel just couldn't believe that someone like Zeno would hit him for real. The drunkard grabbed the teddy bear, but BM held on to it for dear life. You're not taking this away from me, you fucker, Daniel thought, not wanting to lose to this beggar anymore. Yes, this is the desperation I need, Manshik said, a smile finally lighting his face. The assistant looked at him with relief. The director seemed to be in a good mood now. After a few more tugging, the drunk man finally let go of the teddy bear, causing BM to hit the ground. He looked pathetic yet courageous at the same time. It's over, Zeno thought, internally sighing in relief. He grabbed BM's watch instead, grumbling incomprehensible words under his breath. He stopped for a moment, feeling like something was missing. So, he gave another blow to BM's head, a kick this time. With that, he walked out of frame, signaling the end of the scene. Once he was out of frame, Zeno went back to his usual expression. Manshik PD was yet to call cut, so the assistant director nudged his side. Oh, he muttered. Cut. The cameras stopped rolling, and the people watching began to discuss what they had seen. What was that? Why did I feel so immersed? Do we have the take? Or do we have to shoot another one? Zeno overheard the last statement and shook his head. It was done. He had memorized the script and followed everything in it except for breaking the bottle and kicking Daniel's head. Now, he needed to be compensated. Since the cameras weren't rolling anymore, he walked closer to Manshik PD, who was reviewing the scene with bright eyes. However, before he could even reach him, Daniel called for his attention. Hey, beggar. Zeno stopped in his tracks and pointed to himself. The others also stopped what they were doing. Why did you hit me for real? Daniel asked, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Do you know that an actor's asset is his face and body? Zeno raised his eyebrows. Is it not their skill to act? He asked. Daniel's eyes narrowed. A doctor's asset is his expertise to heal. A construction worker's merit is his ability to build. An idol's strength lies in his talent to entertain. But I guess an actor's asset is his face and body, Zeno said, repeating what Daniel had told him a while ago. Daniel's face became red. What are you talking about? If those are your only assets, you should think twice about the field you are in, Zeno said, looking him straight in the eyes. Trust me, I've seen a lot of people regret the path they took because it didn't match well with them. Ah, Zeno thought. I am so kind to be giving him this type of advice. In reality, though, Zeno just didn't want Daniel to end up like all the other people who had sought help from Avalis. They had way too many missions these days, hence his lack of rest. The people around them began whispering. Daniel felt their judging stares and was about to explode. However, before Daniel could retaliate, Zeno had already walked away and stood in front of Manshik PD. With a blank expression, he held out his hand to him. My money. Chapter 7. No experience. Manshik PD stared at the young man in front of him. He seemed more handsome than his initial impression. He was still not the type that would capture your attention on the street. However, after seeing him act like such a realistic drunk guy, the director felt that the young man's attractiveness had increased. You're not going to rip me off for my labor, are you? The assistant director watched the scene on his toes. How could this beggar speak to Manshik PD in such a way? He was expecting him to get scolded, but a chuckle escaped Manshik's lips instead. Then, he pulled out his wallet and brought out the 200,000 KRW he had promised. Zeno counted the money as the director brought it out. Manshik PD was about to place the money on Zeno's palm, but he retracted his hand at the very last second. Zeno frowned, making the older man chuckle once more. He seems awfully happy, Daniel muttered to himself, still embarrassed about his conversation with the beggar. I thought you wouldn't do a good job because you barely read the script, Manshik said. However, you did much better than I expected. Do you have any background in acting? Zeno shook his head. No. Now, please, could you give me the money? Those listening to their conversation began speculating. Daniel, too, couldn't believe it was his first time acting. If that was the case, then he would have lost for the third time. How could he be flustered by a first-time actor? However, the strange guy's next words made him smirk. I have experience with the role given, Zeno vaguely said. Manshik's eyebrows raised in surprise. Meanwhile, the staff members began chuckling among themselves. So that's what it is. He was a drunkard before. I almost believed he was a good actor. I thought he was cool when he told Daniel off. It turns out he's just familiar with drunkenness. Well, at least we were lucky with the casting. Now we can all go home. Amidst their suppositions, Manshik PD was a little bit skeptical. Is that so? He muttered. He had a feeling there was something more to what this young man said. Even if he had experienced being a drunkard before, that doesn't explain how comfortable he felt in front of the cameras. Zeno held out his hand once more. The money. Please. Ah, right, Manshik muttered, handing him the bills. With a straight face, Zeno bowed his head. He was about to walk away, but Manshik called for him again. Wait, he said. Zeno turned around to see what the director needed now. However, another person interrupted their conversation. There you are. Just then, Zeno felt someone's arm wrap around his shoulder. It was a buff man wearing a singlet and a cotton headband. Zeno assumed a fighting stance and pushed the guy away. I only turned away to buy some new gear, and you disappeared, he said, shaking his head. Then, the buff guy looked around the set before letting out an exaggerated gasp. Omo, did my friend interrupt your filming? I'm so sorry, he said, bowing multiple times. He's not right in the head these days after being discharged from the military. I'll take him away now. What the? Zeno began, but he was quickly dragged away by the buff stranger. He tried to pull himself back, but this guy was even stronger than he looked. However, after a couple of meters, just as they were out of the vicinity of the filming set, Zeno managed to break away from his hold. "Who are you?" he demanded. The buff guy suddenly pouted, and he made his eyes so wide that Zeno looked at him with horror. "You forgot again," he said, twisting his body like a snake. "I've already introduced myself this morning. I knew the army doctor said you've been having some issues, but I didn't think it was this serious. Well, since you are my dearest friend, I shall introduce myself to you again. My name is Do Ha," he said, his deep voice somehow resembling Sailor Moon. "Do as in do-re-mi, and ha as in ha-ha," he chuckled. "Oh goodness," Zeno muttered, taking a step back. This lunatic was his friend? "Now let's go," Do Ha exclaimed, holding onto Zeno's wrist. "Where are you taking me?" Zeno demanded. "Where else?" Do Ha giggled. "To our place, of course." "Our place?" Zeno asked, not believing his ears. Do Ha smirked, even winking at Zeno in the process. "Our place," he repeated. Chapter 8, Talentless. Zeno stared at the frolicking man before him. It seemed like he couldn't do any harm, but Zeno still felt apprehensive. As they boarded the bus, he couldn't help but ask Do Ha some questions. "So, we're friends," he said. Do Ha excitedly nodded. "Yup, all four of us. Minji, Eli, you, and me," he boisterously said. "We've known each other since we were kids." Zeno nodded to himself. It seemed like this guy wasn't lying. "And what is this head injury you were talking about?" Zeno asked. "Oh," Do Ha said. "Well, it was your last day in the military yesterday. We haven't heard much about you in the past year, so we were worried when they suddenly called for us to fetch you. It seemed that you hit your head pretty hard on your last day on duty," Do Ha said. "However, the doctor said it was just a minor injury and that you would be more forgetful than usual." He didn't say it. "Was to this extent, though? I can't believe you don't remember my name again." Zeno hummed, placing his hand under his chin. Well, at least he now had a good excuse for not knowing everything about his life. "We're really friends, right?" Zeno asked, still speculating. "Yes." Do Ha chuckled. "Best of friends." Even though this guy looked suspicious as hell, he decided to place his trust in him for now. Meanwhile, back in the set of Broken Chains of Justice, the team was already packing up. After filming the insert scene for tomorrow's pilot episode, the clip was quickly sent to the editing team. They still had a week's worth of filming left for the latter episodes, so they were in a rush. Manshik PD entered his car, but didn't drive off straight away. Instead, he decided to contact Ari Bay, the talented writer of the drama and multiple other award-winning ones. Ari answered the call with a yawn. "Manshik?" she asked in disbelief. "Ari," Manshik greeted with a small smile. "Why do you sound so surprised that I've called?" "Well, the assistant director texted me saying that the extra backed out at the last minute. He asked me to take the scene off because you were already in a bad mood. I'm surprised you sound so cheery." Manshik chuckled. "We've already finished filming the scene." "Oh, that's fast," Ari said. "I thought you would finish later on in the night. Did you find a new actor?" "Not necessarily," Manshik responded. "It was a guy?" "Nearby." Ari's eyes narrowed. "And that guy is an actor, right?" "No, he was a beggar," Manshik chimed. "What?" Ari exclaimed. "Director, why did you let a non-actor, much less a beggar, on the scene that I crafted for Daniel's character development? I told you this scene is essential, right?" I know, Manshik said in a dismissive tone. "But we've found a hidden gem. The construction guy was quite the actor. You will see tomorrow." Ari pursed her lips. She wanted to argue further. However, she also knew that Manshik PD was a genius in this field. With that, she settled with a question instead. "So what was his name?" Manshik was silent for a moment. Then, his smile quickly dropped. "He never told me his name. Live an ordinary life," Zeno muttered. They were still on the bus, with Do Ha passed out by his side. So, Zeno took the time to study his system for this particular mission. The Rennies of Avalis shared a collective goal: complete the mission, no matter the cost. However, they had tailored metric systems based on the given objective. For example, in 25's last mission, his system had been a death meter. Once it reached 100%, it meant his mission was complete. Under this were key metrics that helped him reach the 100%. 1. Health deterioration speed. How quickly is his body breaking down? Plus, equals severe health decline. Equals peak health, could live to 100. 2. Disease vulnerability. Is he making himself prone to fatal illnesses? Plus, equals compromised immune system, ignores symptoms. Equals takes vitamins, goes for checkups. Something like that. His last mission should have been quick. He tried avoiding doctors, thriving under stress, and living off of chips and soda, but his parents tried their best to make him stay. The longer they clung to his life, the longer his mission dragged on. And if you ask him if he could have just killed himself, the answer was no. There was a singular instruction from his system that death should be from natural causes. Another example was his aforementioned drunkard mission. His success depended on his sober meter and house meter. It sounded simple enough, right? Except the system had a twisted sense of logic. Buying a house wasn't enough. He had to build one from scratch. And now this, live an ordinary life. 25 wasn't a stranger to vague missions, but this one took the cake. What does it mean to be ordinary? Unawakened meter. Needs self-discovery. Zeno shook his head. It seemed that he had yet to find out what it truly meant. This was another disadvantage of spawning in the middle of someone's life. The ascendants made you work harder since you would not have to suffer the life of a sentient baby. However, there was something new to his system, a talent window. Well, a lack thereof. Talents. None. Former, sniping. Chapter 9, a non-helper system. Dang, he doesn't have a single talent, he muttered, shaking his head. He expected mediocrity, but this was just cruel. Aside from this, though, his system had a dreaded, everlasting feature. The ascendants enforced another strict rule. Every action has consequences. Stray too far from the mission, and the system shall answer. If he regressed, he got a penalty quest, one that would make his mission even harder. In his last mission, when he started training for a running competition in school, his health improved. The system punished him with penalty quest. Eat 3 balanced meals every day for 1 week. Or sometimes, he'd receive a set of healing potions that prolonged his life even more. In short, it was a non-helper system to the core. And now, with a mission as unclear as live an ordinary life, he had no idea what landmine he'd step on next. Zeno, Doha exclaimed, making him snap out of his thoughts. Yeah, he absent-mindedly said. Doha sighed and shook his head. We're here. Oh, he muttered. Zeno followed Doha out of the bus, his jaw nearly dropping as they stood in front of a large mansion. They lived in this place. Is that the reason for his mission? Did he need to downgrade this guy's life? Mommy, there's a weirdo staring from outside, a child suddenly shouted. Doha held onto the back of Zeno's shirt and dragged him away. What are you doing? Our apartment is this way, he said. Zeno hummed. In this neighborhood? You could say that, Doha muttered. We live on the highest level. Zeno's eyebrows raised. In surprise, a penthouse. However, as they walked a few meters more, Zeno realized that within their neighborhood were 2 drastically different social classes. In front of him appeared to be 1,000 flights of stairs. On both sides were rental units that were barely large enough for a single person. Hurry up, little Zeno, Doha exclaimed, appearing energetic even amidst the monstrous stairs. Zeno, on the other hand, was out of breath. Didn't he just get discharged from the military? Why was he so out of shape? Finally, Doha exclaimed as they reached the top. Standing before him now were 4 rental units similar to the ones perched on the stairs. We've arrived at our penthouse. Zeno was still catching his breath. However, his eyes slightly widened when he took in the scene before him. Behind the 4 small units was a view of the entire city. Just then, a loud sound was heard. Along with that, hundreds of different colored paper fell to the ground. Happy birthday, 3 voices exclaimed. Zeno turned around and saw Doha holding a cake, along with 2 unfamiliar faces with confetti poppers. This must be Minji and Eli, based on Doha's stories. Then, he gazed at the cake, making him forget everything else. 24, he muttered. That's right, Doha exclaimed, wrapping one arm around Zeno's shoulder while using his other hand to hold onto the cake. You're already 24. Can you believe it? 1 more year, and your frontal lobe will finally develop, he added. 24, he repeated, a smile of disbelief appearing on his lips. Then, he let out an empty chuckle. The ascendants had a way of surprising him every time. If he was 24 now, then he had 1 more year to accomplish his mission. Stop talking to yourself, and let's eat, Minji said, dragging the absent-minded Zeno to the outdoor bed just right outside the units. The bed was filled with various dishes. Meat on sticks, fruit on sticks, hot dog on sticks, just a whole lot of food on sticks. Still, Zeno didn't quite register them. I thought you lost him, Eli said to Doha. I did, Doha said. We were in the park. Then he suddenly sprinted. Fortunately, I found him in the streets when you texted you've already set everything up. Eli glanced at Zeno and shook his head. It's still surprising to me that he has lost his memories. He was already stupid enough to begin with, he said, earning a slap on the back of the head from Minji. Don't say that, she whisper-shouted. His doctor said not to use terms like crazy and stupid when he's around. He's not even listening, Eli said, pointing at Zeno. Let him be, Doha said. I'm just glad he's still alive. Let's just watch some TV, he suggested. With that, he turned on the television. Zeno finally snapped out of his daze and stared at the screen. Oh, it's finally here, Minji exclaimed. It's the teaser for Broken Chains of Justice. Chapter 10, Foursome. In a world where justice is dictated by power, the screen faded in from black. The sound of heavy rain poured over a dark alleyway. Then, the sound of chains breaking loose cracked through the relative silence. Be calm, you're a free man, the police officer said. The camera was focused on a man's legs, following his journey out of the prison cell, and where goodness is nothing more than an illusion. Then, it all turned black once again, followed by Daniel's low and chilling voice. I thought prison was my punishment. I was wrong. Quick cuts flashed across the screen. A bloodstained knife, a shattered family photo, and a pair of handcuffs clicking shut. After that, the sound of a little girl's scream echoed through the night. Bound by a shared pursuit of justice and a past neither can escape. Then, another character whom Zeno recognized as Hyunbin Lee, a veteran actor who had been in the industry since he was a child, was shown on the screen. He was wearing a detective's uniform, standing in front of Daniel and slamming his hands on the table. You're a criminal, Biam. You're the last person I'd trust with anything. The camera panned to Daniel, his face half hidden in the shadows and his eyes burning with rage and grief. The scene changed to a crime scene, a body covered by a tarp with police lights flashing in the rain. Daniel whispered to himself, They took everything from me. Now, I'll take the truth. A fast-paced montage was now shown. Daniel flipped through old cases while Hyunbin's detective character watched him suspiciously. Amidst that was someone's shadowy figure lurking in the background. The tension continued to build with each cut. Why do I feel like you're the only one who can see what I can't? Hyunbin asked, appearing amazed. The screen flashed to a close-up of Daniel's hands gripping a photograph of his family. The music became louder, creating an ominous feeling. If the justice system is broken, then the only way to fix it is to break it even more, Daniel said, his face coming into view with a cunning smirk. The screen cut to black. The sound of a heartbeat grew louder and faster. Then, a single line of text appeared. Broken Chains of Justice. That was so freaking cool, Minji exclaimed, her hands clasped in front of her chest. It's all right, Eli shrugged, leaning against the bedpost. All right, Minji said in disbelief. It's the most anticipated drama of the first half of the year. Dohan nodded in agreement. With the combination of Daniel Bayan, the rising actor, Hyunbin Lee, the actor of all generations, director Manshik, the man of action dramas, and Ari Bay, the beautiful, talented writer, it could not go wrong. Minji nodded. It's the dream cast. Wouldn't it be funny if one of us was there? She asked. Eli scoffed. Stop joking. Why would we be there? None of us aspire to be actors. Minji chuckled. You're right. Doha hummed, too, going back to his meal. Zeno, on the other hand, observed there. Dynamic. Minji appeared bright, but a little bit stupid. Eli was grumpy, but had a soft heart. And Doha was the real-life male version of Dora, that explorer girl who could never find anything. He stared at his system and saw it was still unawakened. If he only had 1 year left for this mission, then he needed to act fast. The way to arouse his meter was to find out more information about his host. And Zeno already had an idea. This guy must be pathetic, and he needed to upgrade his lifestyle. Usually, for such a vague mission, the host actually wanted something specific to fulfill his deepest desires. So, we're all friends? He started off. Minji was the first to turn to him. Yup, she said. Surprising. He wasn't a loner. Time to move on to the other character cliches. Then, I must not have a mother, Zeno continued. Oh, you have one, Doha said. She sends us kimchi every month. I'm adopted. That's why my name is weirdly Greek, he said. Maybe. He had to find his real parents. No, your mom just likes Greek mythology, Eli said. Zeno hummed, placing his hand under his chin. Then, I don't have a father. They looked at each other with pursed lips, making Zeno smirk. He needed to find his father to feel ordinary. Your original father left you when you were young, Doha explained. He's dead now. Zeno frowned. And you have a stepfather, Eli added. That I am not on good terms with, Zeno assumed. No, Doha chimed. He's a good man. A bit stupid at times. Just call him a simp. Eli said. Yeah, he's a simp for your mom, Doha chuckled. You have 3 siblings, too. Who hate me, Zeno completed. Minji laughed out loud and shook her head. No, I mean, you're the only one with a different father, but they still treat you like a real brother. This was getting even weirder. With that many people in the family, we must be struggling financially, Zeno continued, determined to get to the bottom of this. You're not rich, Eli said, but your family is probably the richest out of all of us. However, you're right when you said it's hard to raise 4 kids in this economy, so you moved out and started becoming independent. Damn it, Zeno said. What did he need to fulfill? You guys are my fake friends, he deadpanned. Doha's eyes immediately watered. How could you say that, he exclaimed. We've been friends for more than 18 years. We grew up together in the seas of Busan. All right. I believe you, Zeno said just to stop him from crying. I can't get a girlfriend, he tried. Never even talked to one, huh? You've had a few girlfriends, Minji said, turning to the side. Most of them broke up with you because you were too plain, apparently. Plain? Zeno asked. So, I'm just an ordinary man. No great qualities, but no significant problems either. Yup, the 3 of them said at the same time. Meter awakened. Mediocre meter, 86%, plus 14% left for success. Zeno stood from the bed, staring at the system to see if it was real. Then, a small smile appeared on his lips. Chapter 11, Mediocre meter. Mediocre meter, 86%. Mission, achieve the most ordinary and unremarkable life possible. Key metrics. 1. Job and income. Is he making just enough to survive? Plus, equals secures reliable employment, manages expenses without much excess, and pays bills on time. Equals struggles with job instability, falls into financial hardship, relies on external support. 2. Public perception. How do others see him? Plus, equals gains better reputation. Equals loses reputation. 3. Talent and skills. Does he have talents, but none good enough to be impressive? Plus, equals gaining/improving a talent. Equals losing/demoting a talent. So that was why he had a talent window. He nodded to himself. Well, it seemed like the Ascendants had actually given him a simple mission. This was one of the easiest ones he had done in centuries. It almost made him want to question why this subject gave up when he was already so close to his ultimate goal. Almost. Of course, he liked how he only had to fill in a small fraction. He clenched his fists, looking forward to finishing it. Wait for me, my 10-year-long rest. Wait a minute, Eli suddenly said. Didn't we explain all of these to you yesterday already? He asked, making Zeno turn to him. Minji's eyebrows furrowed. Yeah, she muttered. The doctor said we should ease you. And on things you don't remember. It seemed like you still knew a lot the moment you went back, though. You apparently have mild retrograde amnesia, Eli continued. As a med student, I know you should not be feeling this way. You're only in your first year, though, Minji teased. I still know more than you, Eli retorted. Anyway, Eli continued, crossing his arms in front of his chest. You have retrograde amnesia caused by unknown trauma, not the anterograde one. That means... Zeno cut him off. Retrograde amnesia. The inability to recall past memories, usually due to neurological damage. It affects stored information but does not prevent new memories from forming. Anterograde amnesia. The inability to create new memories after the event caused amnesia. Damage to the hippocampus, usually. Trauma-induced amnesia. This can be caused by either a physical head injury or severe emotional shock. If it's the latter, It may be linked to dissociative amnesia, a condition where the mind blocks out distressing memories as a defense mechanism. No brain damage, just the psyche refusing to remember. The three of them became silent, merely staring at their friend like he had grown another head. Zeno cleared his throat. However, in the medical world, nothing is truly certain. Even if it has been published in numerous approved articles, there's always an outlier. I can be that outlier. Rest assured that I will not be repeating the same questions, but I might ask more. When I need such information, he said. Eli's mouth was still open in shock. How the heck do you know all of that? Were you a doctor in your past life, or something? Yes. Doha clasped his hands and fluttered his eyelashes like a fool. Zeno was so cool just now. Kaya, he exclaimed. +1 public perception. Remarkable, but forgettable. Mediocre meter, 87%. Zeno resisted the urge to chuckle like a madman. Only 13% more, and he was out of this place. Well, if you excuse me, Zeno said, clearing his throat. I shall go to bed now. I need to establish a consistent sleeping routine. It's just 10 p.m. Minji exclaimed. Exactly, Zeno said before heading to his unit. However, he wasn't sure where it was. Fortunately, Minji followed after him and handed him a key. Here, you're on the first one, she said. I held onto the key while you were out with Doha. Zeno nodded in acknowledgement. He unlocked the door and was about to go in when Minji suddenly called his name. Zeno, she said. He paused for a while before turning around, raising one eyebrow. Minji's gaze went to the ground, so he couldn't see her face fully. Happy birthday, she said once again. We've already established that, Zeno pointed out. Minji finally lifted her face, and Zeno saw how red her cheeks were. He clicked his tongue. Was she having a mild allergic reaction to the food on sticks? I just wanted to say it again, she said with a small smile. We rarely heard from you in the military. And when you came back, you didn't talk that much. I'm glad you're asking us questions. If you have more, you can just approach me. Oh, what a good friend. I'll make sure to do that, he said. Minji still stood there, and Zeno didn't know what to do. So he turned around once more and opened his door. However, what greeted him next was something he didn't expect. What the fuck is this? Chapter 12. Money, money, money. What happened? Doha asked, running to Zeno's unit with Eli. Oh, it's just Maxie, he said when he saw the source of Zeno's demise. Zeno was on the bed, standing on the very corner as the brown creature continued barking at him. However, with Eli's arrival, the creature started wagging its tail and sticking out its tongue. Doha and Minji cooed at it, too, and it seemed to be enjoying the attention. Remove it, Zeno said, causing the three to look at him. It's a her, Minji exclaimed. And she's Maxie, your dog. That's not a damn dog, Zeno said. That's a demon. Hey, Minji said, cradling the she-demon. She's just a little old. Zeno narrowed his eyes. How old exactly? 14, Doha responded. Zeno shook his head. Exactly, he said. No dog lives that long. It must be a demon. Eli clicked his tongue. Somehow, I already missed the silent Zeno. Doha chuckled as he continued petting the creature. Don't say that about Maxie. She's been your dog since we were teens. Although, she really loved you back then. I don't know why. She's acting hostile now. It must be because she hasn't seen Zeno in a long time, Minji chimed. Zeno cleared his throat. Well, take her away. I'm going to sleep. She sleeps here, Doha chuckled. We're all heading to bed since tomorrow is Monday, so see you. With that, the three of them said their goodbyes to the demon dog and left Zeno all alone. Wait, Zeno exclaimed, but they ignored his call. When they were gone, Maxie turned to Zeno and began growling once again. Zeno sighed and shook his head. Ah, whatever, he said. It's not like I'll be seeing you for a long time. Enjoy your time with me, demon. I'll be having a long rest soon. With Maxie still growling, Zeno finally went to sleep, already thinking about his 10-year-long rest. Zeno woke up to the sound of soft snoring. He snuggled closer to the warm object next to him. However, his eyes quickly widened when he felt a wet lick on his cheek. He immediately sat up and saw Maxie on his bed. What the heck, he exclaimed. As soon as those words left his mouth, Maxie jumped out of bed and narrowed his eyes at him. Don't look at me like that, Zeno deadpanned. You were the one who jumped on my bed. Maxie went back to her own bed and didn't bother looking at Zeno. He shook his head. Even dogs on Earth are strange, he muttered before going to the bathroom to freshen up. He removed his clothes, and only then did he notice how his body truly looked. Not bad, he said. Well, this guy had just been discharged from the military, so some muscle definition was expected. His face, on the other hand, was exactly as Manshik PD had described it. He would not stand out on the streets, but he wasn't considered ugly either. Just ordinary. Perfect. After taking a shower, he quickly changed. As he opened the closet, he quickly realized that this guy thrived on nothing but white shirts and sweatpants. He shrugged and put on the one that looked the newest. Then, he went outside and saw Minji coming out of her unit. "Oh, there you are," she exclaimed as soon as she saw Zeno. "We're all eating breakfast. I was just about to call you." Zeno nodded and followed after her. As he went inside, he saw the three of them wearing drastically different outfits. Doha had a full 90s workout gear on, a bright orange tank top and a matching headband along with cyan leggings and a dark blue Speedo over it. On the other hand, Eli was wearing a smart casual outfit with a lab gown and a nameplate. Then, Minji had a white blouse and a gray pencil skirt. "How's your Zumba classes going, Doha?" Minji asked as she prepared a plate for Zeno. "Well, it's slow. Most of the people who come are the old people in the neighborhood. However, I just love to see them all dance, so it's worth it," he exclaimed. "Do you even earn enough to rent out that gym?" Eli asked. "Money should never be talked about on the dining table," Doha merely said. "And you?" Minji asked Eli. "Has your tuition fee been paid this semester?" Eli pursed his lips. "Money should never be talked about on the dining table," he repeated. Just then, Minji received a text. She brought out her phone and read it, her face dropping instantly. Doha looked at her with wide eyes. "Is that your mom asking for money again?" Minji cleared her throat and sat on the table. "Money should never be talked about on the dining table," she repeated the third time. With that, they all turned to Zeno, who was eating his breakfast like a disciplined military man. "What about you, Zeno?" Minji asked. "Where are you off to today?" "The doctor said you should get some rest." Zeno placed his utensils down and grabbed a napkin, dabbing his lips like the real gentleman that he was. "Me? I'm going to look for a job. A very normal, mundane job that would let him finish his mission faster." Chapter 13. A Jacked-Up Economy. In a pawn shop. "I'm sorry. We're not hiring right now," the manager said. "But there's a sign in front of your store. It says hiring." In a grocery store, all of the spots had been filled up. Then remove the sign. In a pet merchandise shop, "We only accept part-time workers aged 15 to 17 years old." Is the owner a pedophile? In a pizza parlor, "This establishment only hires those with a college degree or up," the manager, wearing a red polo with a matching red hat, said. Zeno pursed his lips. "This is a pizza parlor," he deadpanned. "The best pizza parlor in town," the manager said in an exaggerated Italian accent. "Why do you need a college graduate to make pizza?" The manager didn't respond and merely pointed to the door. "Out." Zeno went out of the seventh establishment he had tried to apply to for the entire day. At first, he thought, how hard is it to find a minimum wage job? Extremely difficult. How are people so choosy in this freaking economy? Zeno exclaimed. "Preach it," someone said, capturing Zeno's attention. He saw a man with a shoe on his head and gloves on his feet. He pursed his lips. Well, it seemed like the most insane people were actually the most rational. Zeno shook his head and glanced at his watch, seeing it was already 6 p.m. He had been out job hunting for the entire day. He saw a small tent bar nearby and heard his stomach grumble. He was so focused on his objective that he had forgotten to eat. He still had the 200,000 KRW given to him by Manshik PD, so he started walking to the tent bar. Zeno took a seat at the far end. "One serving of tteokbokki and blood sausage," he said to the old woman. She smiled at him, the kindest one he had seen all day. "Young man, you look really tired. You should have eaten at a restaurant instead." "This is fine," Zeno mumbled. She smiled once more, placing the food in front of him before tending to the other customers. He ate, wondering where else he could look for a job. Meanwhile, a group of teenagers arrived at the tent bar, creating a rowdy atmosphere. There were 5 of them in total, and it seemed like they had come from the university nearby. I'm so tired," one of the girls exclaimed. "It's so hard to earn a degree. It's only our first year, but I already feel like I've been there for 4 years." Zeno ignored them and focused on his food. "Tell me about it," another said. "Hey, what time is it?" 6:30. Why? Oh crap. It's almost time for the pilot episode. That was today? I nearly forgot because of all our requirements. Zeno clicked his tongue and covered one ear, trying to tune them out. Old lady. One of the young men said to the seller. Can you turn on the TV and put it on the TGN channel? This TV is old, like this lady, the seller said. That's all right, the first girl exclaimed. We can't miss the first episode of Broken Chains of Justice. We'll take anything. Sarah, calm down. Your voice is too loud, one of them said, silently apologizing to the other customers. Meanwhile, Zeno perked up at the mention of the Broken Chains of Justice. That again, the old woman asked. Everybody has been talking about it since I opened the shop. All right, I'll put it on. The old woman turned on the TV, and just in time, the opening sequence came out. The song sounded great, capturing the attention of those in the tent. This is a masterpiece, Sarah exclaimed. The show hasn't started yet. I don't care. I already know it's a masterpiece, she smiled. Indeed, people all around the country had already been convinced. The combination of the actor, director, and writer was bound to be great. Sigmoid, a popular microblogging platform, was filled with posts from people anticipating the drama. Anybody else left work early to watch the first episode? This drama has been teased since last year. Manshik PD's most recent work was too good. I can't resist this one. What a bunch of losers. Missing work just for an episode? Upstairs commenter. That's easy for you to say because you don't have a job. The opening sequence has finally ended. Entering the first scene. Seoul, March 2023. BM Kong had just been released from prison. There was a look of relief in his eyes as the prison guard gave him a pat on the back. BM Kong, you are a free man. I don't want you coming back here, all right? BM nodded. I don't plan on coming back. With that, he walked out of the prison gates, his head held high. Unlike the other prisoners who had been released at the same time as him, his family wasn't there to greet him. The sad look in his eyes made the audience resonate with him. Daniel, I'll be there to fetch you. Come to me, mommy. I'll even let you breastfeed. It's not that great, though. His handsome face makes up for it. Zeno tilted his head to the side as he watched the scene. Daniel looked too heartbroken for a man who was supposedly a notorious criminal. He shook his head. Well, then again, who was he to scrutinize human emotion? He was an alien. Just then, the scene shifted to him going out of a store, an ice cream in one hand and a pink teddy bear in the other. Wait for me, BM said with a small smile and began his journey home. Just in time, Zeno took the last bite of the blood sausage and stood from his seat, the chair scraping on the ground and making a loud sound. Nearly everyone was already engrossed in the scene, so they turned to Zeno with a glare. Quiet down, loner, the overly enthusiastic fangirl Sarah exclaimed. Zeno raised his hands in surrender before giving the payment to the old lady. He left the small tent with a sigh. Time to go home, he muttered. And at that moment, his cameo was finally shown. Chapter 14. The Thief Who Stole Their Hearts. Ari plopped on her couch and turned on the television. Let's see, she muttered. The 29-year-old writer, who had won multiple awards since she wrote her first hit screenplay, Make It Out Alive, and had been one of the most sought-out writers of the era, appeared like a typical homebody as she lounged in her living room. She was originally a brain-rot online novel writer, one who wrote about idols with systems and mages with cheat codes. However, it wasn't the greatest source of income, nor did it make it out onto the big screen. So, in the end, she decided to channel her talent of writing fantastical fight scenes into action movies and dramas. She honestly wasn't the most thrilled about writing the genre, so when her first drama screenplay became a hit, she felt ambiguous. And now, as a 29-year-old who probably had way too much money for her interests, she found herself writing the same thing over and over again. In fact, she wasn't too satisfied with this screenplay. She found herself adding scenes at the last minute, hence the inserted scene for the pilot episode. The filming was even delayed because of her last-minute changes. And since this screenplay was signed before it was even finished, she had no idea what to write for the ending. So, she did a half-assed ending where BM Kang's character finds his family's killer and saves the town. Ah, whatever, she said. Let's watch for now. As the episode progressed, she monitored the response, too. Since the story wasn't clear just yet, they were all raving about Daniel's looks. I've seen better, she muttered. Working with so many hot actors throughout the years, she had become immune to such good looks. Ari placed her phone down and focused on the screen. She knew what was coming next. The insert scene was close, and she was curious about the beggar Manshik PD had been talking about. "It's here," she said, leaning her elbows against her knees. Biam was walking through the dark streets, whistling a happy tune as he held the pink teddy bear. However, despite the bright stuffed toy and the light music, there was an ominous feeling. "The editing team did a great job building the tension," she murmured. Then it happened. The sound of glass breaking made her jolt. She placed her hand over her chest. She was sure she wouldn't be surprised because she had written this exact scene very recently. But this wasn't part of the script. The nameless drunkard came out of the alleyway, dressed in a black shirt with a stretched-out collar. His face was partially obscured by the dark, but his bloodshot eyes were clear. Ari frowned, leaning even closer to her television. "It's my lucky day. This fuckus world actually has something good in store for me," he slurred, yet somehow it sounded crystal clear. Ari felt a shiver run down her spine. Biam pursed his lips. "Have a good day, sir," he said, and continued to walk. The drunkard followed him, appearing menacing in the shadows. Ari couldn't look away, and she found herself being transported to the distant past. She finally knew what this feeling was. Fear. "My daughter would like it. Maybe then, she could forgive me," he uttered, and for a moment, his tone softened. Did they get a real drunk beggar on the set? Ari muttered. She was fearful because this guy didn't feel like someone playing a drunk guy. Instead, he appeared like a really drunk guy on the streets. Paired with his nameless and almost faceless facade, she was sure it would bring fear to the audience, too. The fight scene was even better. She wasn't a big fan of Daniel because she believed he was a product of pretty privilege. Well, a lot of new actors were. He wasn't. Talentless, of course. However, in the sea of actors who were yet to have a big break, he wasn't that great. In this scene, though, Ari found his acting quite impressive. He seemed to be immersed in his role. When the drunk guy finally walked away, Ari felt her heart lighten. However, along with that, it began beating faster. She had never been a big fan of her own works due to her lack of interest in the genre. However, at that moment, she looked forward to watching the next scene. And absent-mindedly, she grabbed her laptop and began typing furiously. Meanwhile, Eli, Doha, and Minji were on the rooftop bed in Yongsan District. "I told you," Eli exclaimed. "I have a lot of backlogs on my readings." "It's just a little over an hour," Minji said, forcing him to sit. "Your readings can wait." Eli groaned, but didn't argue further. "I'm so excited," Doha exclaimed as Minji turned on the television. "See," she exclaimed. "Because of your whiny ass, we missed the first part of the episode." She clicked her tongue and focused her gaze on the screen, already feeling immersed. It was when a drunkard was approaching Daniel's character. "Damn," Eli muttered. "This drunkard is good. It seems they got a legit one." Doha nodded, hiding his face behind his hands. "This is scary." Minji patted his back, but her gaze was still on the TV. "What do you say, huh? So we can both go on our ways," the drunkard said, making Eli frown. "Wait," he said. "Doesn't he sound familiar?" Though, Doha, still with his hands hovering over his face, tilted his head to the side. "Yeah, I felt like I've heard this voice plenty of times." Minji placed her fingers under her chin. "Where have we heard it before?" "I'm back." "That's it," Doha exclaimed. Then, their eyes collectively widened as they turned to the source of the voice. Zeno, after his failed job search, joined them on the outdoor bed. "It's you," Minji exclaimed, pointing straight at him. Chapter 15, Alien. Broken Chains of Justice shatters records. Highest first episode ratings in 2025. Breaking Chains, breaking records. Crime drama hits 18% peak real-time ratings. Sigmoid's #1 trend. Discover the drama everyone's talking about. A new ratings king? Broken Chains of Justice breaks Manshik PD's own record. As the first episode came to an end, Broken Chains of Justice was discussed nearly everywhere. The group chat for the production team was filled with rejoicing, with members saying their hard work had all paid off. Of course, Manshik PD had told him not to celebrate too early. Manshik PD, it's only the first episode. There's still a lot more to do. Daniel, on the other hand, had already saved the episode and replayed his parts over and over again. After being scouted by Megastar Entertainment last year, his career had been nothing but a flower path. He felt like nothing could stop him. He went to Sigmoid to look at the reaction. His smile widened when he saw that. The drama was still on the first trending spot. He looked further down and saw Hyunbin Lee's name on the third spot. Then, he saw his name right under it. He shrugged, not really minding it. Hyunbin had been in the industry before he was even born, so it was only natural that more people would talk about him. On the second spot, though, was a strange trend. My drunk father. He frowned. Daniel had never been in the top 3 trends of all time, so he didn't like how this one trend blocked his goal. He sighed and clicked on the trend. What met him, though, was something he didn't expect. At that moment, he realized he was beaten once again, and it was by that drunkard whose name he still didn't even know of. He read through the comments, his brows furrowing deeper. Really, in that scene, I was reminded of my dad. He died of liver cirrhosis due to his alcoholism. I don't miss him, but I miss what he could have been. I suddenly remembered my drunk mother at that moment. It was quite the trauma. This guy channeled it really well. I swear. I got goosebumps when he came out. Am I the only one who thinks this is hot? You may have some unresolved issues. It's the most realistic drunk portrayal I've seen on TV. I heard it was hard getting cast in this drama. Maybe even their extras went through rigorous auditions. Rigorous auditions, my ass. He just asked me, so I said okay. Zeno nonchalantly said, shrugging as his 3 friends stared at him with wide eyes. A small chuckle escaped Minji's lips. The director Manshik just asked you? Yeah, Zeno nodded. What? Eli said in disbelief. Like on the streets or something? Zeno pursed his lips. Yeah, that's what happened. Doha stood. So, when I found you in their set, you had just acted like this drunkard? Zeno nodded once more. You found him on their set? Minji exclaimed. Why didn't you tell us? I thought he was lost. Doha said. In my defense, I didn't think Zeno was capable of this. Holy crap. Our friend is a superstar. He quickly added before prancing around the rooftop. It's not a big deal, Zeno said, capturing their attention once more. Not a big deal. Eli asked. Are you hearing yourself? This is Manshik PD's work we're talking about. He doesn't cast just anyone, Minji quickly added. The fact that he asked you is a big deal within itself. And you know what's even bigger? Doha started off with a weird smirk. That you are trending, he exclaimed. You are even trending higher than both Hyunbin and Daniel. And they're the main characters. What? Zeno asked with a small frown. He skimmed over his system, but didn't find any change. Then he sighed. His face was barely visible. He couldn't be perceived if he wasn't even known. Minji then shoved her phone to his face. He squinted to get a better look. The trend was people's sentiment towards the drunkard. They claimed it was too realistic, so they were brought back to their childhood. The trend would die soon, he said, still looking at the screen. And frankly, why do humans have the need to associate themselves with every single thing they consume on media? They see something, and suddenly, it relates to them, he muttered, shaking his head. Instead of perceiving it for what it truly is, they insert their personal emotions, making it a bigger deal. Silence greeted him. Humans, Minji muttered. You sounded like an alien just now. Zeno cleared his throat. It doesn't matter, he said. The scene and character would soon be forgotten. Then he sighed. I shall sleep now then. Once again, I will have to find a normal, stable job tomorrow. It's still amazing though, Doha chimed. Manshik PD is even looking for you. Zeno stopped in his tracks. What? He asked, slowly turning around to see Doha typing something on his phone. Yeah, Doha said. He posted on his Sigmoid account that he also doesn't know your identity, and he wants to keep in touch. Zeno pursed his lips. Well, you guys are the only ones who know, so don't tell. There, Doha said, standing from the bed with a dreamy expression. I just told him to message me because I know you. Zeno felt like a vein was about to burst. It's all right, Zeno. In the thousands of comments, Doha's wouldn't be noticed, he thought, reassuring himself. Oh, goody, Doha exclaimed. He did message me. Zeno's eyes slightly widened, and he brisk walked to where Doha was. Don't talk to him. Sent. Zeno froze. Zeno Han, 24 years old. One of my best friends. A very lovely person. He wants to meet you too. That's what I sent. Chapter 16. He's a hidden gem. Are you sure this is the right place, sir? Bong, the assistant director of Broken Chains of Justice, asked as he parked their car in front of a large stairway. That's what the person on Sigmoid told me. Bong pursed his lips. Sir, we cannot just trust anyone these days, especially on the internet. You don't even know that guy's name. Manshik shrugged. That guy sounded really confident. Zeno Han, 24 years old. According to the source, he isn't a beggar. He was just having some issues. Bong gulped. And we're supposed to trust someone like him? Let's go, Manshik said without any hesitation. It was true that Broken Chains of Justice had become a hit in the first episode. The hype centered around the fact that it had achieved the highest first episode ratings for the year. However, a lot of people were saying it didn't live up to expectations. Manshik read through the responses, and many critics had already guessed what would happen in the end. It left a bitter taste in his mouth. Fortunately, Ari sent him a roughly revised script yesterday, and although they were short of time, Manshik believed they needed to implement the changes. And with that, he needed to find the actor for the drunkard that captured the hearts of many. They climbed up the stairs, feeling like they were being punished. Bong huffed and puffed as they arrived at the very top. This place, he muttered, looking around. Manshik PD pursed his lips and looked away. So, this is his living situation? So pitiful. Meanwhile, Zeno had just finished getting ready to look for a job yet again. He went to Minji's place to have some breakfast, but was met with a blasphemous sight. Oh, there he is, Doha exclaimed. Zeno looked at the two men before turning back around. He didn't have any time to waste. He still needed to look for a job. However, before he could open the door, Eli and Minji held onto his arms and forced him to sit on the dining table. We'll leave you to talk, Director, Minji smiled. Oh, but before we leave, Eli said, the landlady wants us to pay the rent by next week. Hand in your share of 350,000 KRW before we get kicked out. Zeno clicked his tongue. Rent had gone up so high, yet salaries had remained stagnant. No wonder the economy was fucked. With that, they left Zeno all alone with Manshik PD and Bong. Bong observed Zeno and clicked his tongue. Even in the morning light, he still looked ordinary. It was true he acted well as a drunkard. However, it was because he had some real experience being an addict beforehand. Bong definitely wasn't in favor of this. What are you doing here? Zeno asked, crossing his arms in front of his chest. I am looking for a job, so I do not have any time to waste. Manshik PD's face brightened up. A job, you say? He muttered. Well, I'm going to cut to the chase. There have been changes in the script for Broken Chains of Justice, and your role has been given another scene. And what does that have to do with me? Zeno asked. Bong clicked his tongue. Didn't you hear what he said? It's your role. For some reason, Ari actually gave such importance to an extra's character, he added softly. Manshik glared at him, causing Bong to purse his lips. He had never seen Manshik PD act this desperate. Why was this nobody generating such a response from him? Zeno sighed and stood from his seat. I am not taking any projects, he said. I need a stable, boring job that would pay the bills on time. Manshik PD's expression softened. Oh, he must be from a poor family. Besides, Zeno added, it is an extra scene. The character doesn't even have a name. You can just ask anyone to play it. We gave him a name, Manshik quickly said. Jinro. Zeno pursed his lips. Ah, really? That's a soju brand. Anyway, he continued. Thank you for the offer, but I shall decline. Is it because of money? Manshik asked. I can give you more. It's not about that. Zeno quickly cut him off. Being an extra wasn't considered stable, and he didn't want to risk a deduction to his meter. Stability is what I aspire to have, Zeno responded. Frankly, I only accepted your offer back then because I had an emergency. Well, the emergency was him not knowing his identity. However, Manshik PD once again misunderstood him. Did someone get sick in his family, so he needed even the smallest amount? What a kind, young man. So, I don't want to rely on gigs like this. I don't need much money. I just need enough to live every day. Live every day until he was finally out of this place. Manshik PD felt like he had truly found a hidden gem. It was rare to find people who weren't greedy in this industry. With that, his heart was set in stone. He needed Zeno to play this role. This is a stable, boring job. Manshik quickly said, if you want, we can give you the minimum wage for the entire month without any bonuses until the episode airs. Zeno stopped at his statement. Manshik caught on to Zeno's interest. Please, Manshik continued, making Bong turn to him with wide eyes. The reputable director was even begging? Broken Chains of Justice has 12 episodes, with 4 episodes airing each week. However, We are yet to finish filming the last 2 episodes due to delays in the script. Your role is important to the story, and I cannot accept anyone else to play it." Zeno hesitated for a while. "I'm not an actor," he finally said, clearing his throat. "I don't have any experience in that field, so even if I do agree, I cannot assure you that I would do a good job." Bong nodded. "That's right. They needed to hire a real actor." Meanwhile, Manshik PD felt touched once again. Zeno was so humble. "That's all right," Manshik PD said, appearing hopeful. "My friend will have an acting workshop for tomorrow. It's for beginners like you. I think this would be a good time to develop your talent in acting." Zeno stopped once again. "Talent. Yes, talent. Even if it's one session, I assure you, the improvement would be noticeable." There was silence as Zeno observed the two, Manshik PD with a hopeful expression and Bong with a sour one. A job and stable income for a month. A talent he could develop. With this offer, he could actually finish his mission in no time. Chapter 17. Acting Workshop for Dummies. +1 job and income. Contract signed for 1 month's worth of work. Mediocre meter, 89%. Zeno couldn't help but chuckle as he stared at his system. 11% more, and he was finally out of this place. He could already imagine lying on one of the clouds in Avalis. And that was why he decided to attend the acting workshop that Manshik PD had recommended. He had just arrived, and the room was already filled with around 15 students. "Welcome, everyone." His thoughts were interrupted when a cheery woman entered the room. Behind her was a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, plenty of tattoos, and a slight limp. "Holy crap, Sam Ong is here. Out of all days, the owner actually came here to watch us. I can't believe it. We're so lucky. I don't think I can act well with him watching. My name is Yura Sim, and beside me is Mr. Sam Ong, former action star and the owner of Metro Acting Workshop," the woman introduced. They began to stand and bow. Zeno looked around and just went with the flow. However, his late action caught Sam's attention. Sam's eyes zeroed in on Zeno. "This must be the actor Manshik was talking about," he muttered. These two had known each other for a long time. Sam was in Manshik's first project, when nobody even knew their names. They continued to make more films together later on. However, in one of the movies, Sam sustained a life-threatening injury, which resulted in permanent damage to his right leg. In the end, although he knew a lot about the theory of acting, he was only ever good with action. However, physicality was indispensable in an action star, and he already lacked it. With that, he decided to retire and build an acting workshop from scratch. Although Manshik had provided a lot of support, he wasn't one to recommend an actor. So, the fact that he was speaking so highly of this new guy was already strange. "That's enough," Yura said, gesturing for all of them to sit. "Since we have a special guest here, why don't you take turns introducing yourselves?" "Hi, I'm Hyojin Kong. I played the class president in my youth, my regret." "Hey, I'm Ryo Takeda. I was the mysterious guy in the alleyway in Shadows of Kyoto." "Hi, I'm Lily Zhang. You might remember me as the bakery cashier in Sweet Days Ahead." "Good morning, everyone. I'm Lee Soyoung. I was one of the girls running late and chasing time." As the guy next to Zeno stood, those around them began whispering. "Why is Minsik here? Shouldn't he be in the intermediate class already? He's on a different level compared to all of us here." "Yeah, and doesn't he have a speaking role in Broken Chains of Justice?" "Hello, everyone," he greeted with a smirk. "I'm Minsik Young. I played the rival team's ace in One Last Shot, a street fighter in Blazing Knuckles, a bodyguard in The Last Heir, and now, I'm one of the cops in Broken Chains of Justice." The room erupted into applause after that. Minsik enjoyed their reactions, of course. Finally, he was envied by multiple people. Meanwhile, Zeno gave him a curt clap before standing. Most of the actors were still engrossed in praising Minsik as Zeno spoke. "I'm Zeno Han," he said before sitting back down. That took everyone's attention. Yura frowned, while Sam merely looked at him with curiosity. "That's it?" Yura asked. "Do you have any works you want to share?" Zeno shrugged. "Not really," he said. Minsik pursed his lips to suppress a chuckle. This was a beginner's class. However, most of them had some kind experience. May that be an extra or a minor role in a local play. What was somebody like him doing here? But then again, this was good. The more people below him, the better. The others also chuckled, happy that someone with less experience than them was there. "All right," Yura muttered. "Since we have only 2 hours for this class, let's Start with the warm-up. Most of you already know the drill. Find your places. The actors began to form a semicircle. Zeno watched them and secured his spot at the far end. Senior Minsik, please sit next to us, Hyacinthe said. However, Minsik merely smiled and sat next to Zeno. One way to make his acting even more impressive was sitting next to someone with no prior experience. Samong sat in the middle of the semicircle. Meanwhile, Yura walked around to shout instructions and monitor them more closely. Let's start with our emotions. Don't exaggerate. Just react how you normally would. You just found out your crush wrote, "I like you" on your assignment sheet, Yura shouted, and the actors got to work. They put on their best happy yet shy expressions. Yura smiled at the result. Most of the actors were still exaggerating, but it appeared they were doing their best. However, as she reached the very end, her smile dropped. This guy, why wasn't he smiling at all? Why would someone write on an assignment sheet? It couldn't be past then, Zeno thought. Besides, all of them were probably in their 20s. Humans really needed to stop hiring older actors for high school productions. Yura shrugged it off. He was a beginner, so maybe he didn't know how to project himself. She cleared her throat and moved on to the next prompt. You dropped your last slice of pizza face down on the floor, and your dog ate it before you could save it. Disappointed expressions filled the room. I don't like pizza all that much. Besides, Maxie would love that. Yura pursed her lips when she saw that Zeno's face hadn't moved an inch. Maybe third time was a charm, so she moved on. You overhear your best friend mocking your biggest insecurity to a group of people. They began to portray hurt and betrayal. Great job, Yura said to Minsik, who couldn't hide his smirk after the compliment. That would never happen, Zeno thought. Fake friends are easy to detect. Yura narrowed her eyes, wanting to give Zeno one last chance. After years of trying, you finally get the call that you've been accepted into your dream program in a very competitive university. My dream is to rest. Yura clicked her tongue. She had enough. She was about to call for his attention. However, someone beat her to it. You, Samong said, pointing at Zeno. Everyone turned silent as he spoke for the first time. Do you think this acting workshop is a joke? Chapter 18, Golden Hour. Everyone's eyes were on Zeno. Oh, he was called by Mr. Sam, but it's not to be complimented. That's embarrassing. His face doesn't move at all. If he was playing a robot, he would have nailed it. The room was filled with snickers, but with one glare from Sam, they all turned silent. Just then, Minsik cleared his throat, wanting to appear like a knight in shining armor. This must be his first time acting, sir, he said. I will teach him as the most experienced person in this room. Zeno cleared his throat. I can answer for myself, he said, surprising Minsik. What the heck? He was trying to save him. The acting instructor told us to react realistically based on the situation given. Zeno started off. Sam nodded, crossing his arms in front of his chest. And yet you didn't change your facial expression one bit. That's how I would react based on those situations, Zeno deadpanned. Yura's eyebrows raised in surprise. Meanwhile, Sam's frown deepened. The others looked at Zeno with disbelief, wondering if he had a death wish for contradicting the very owner of the acting workshop himself. There was no context given behind what character we would portray. Does he have a weak temperament? Or maybe he couldn't hide his emotions well, Zeno continued. Instead, it was just to react as ourselves. Sam was rendered speechless. Even Yura didn't know what to say. This new guy was right, but it still left a bitter taste in their mouths. Sam scoffed, shaking his head. It was becoming more unclear how Manshik PD found this young man interesting. Aside from his ordinary exterior, he seemed to be extremely ungovernable. Well, it seems like actors these days don't need their warm-ups, Sam said, staring right into Zeno's eyes. This was another thing he didn't like about this guy. He didn't know what he was thinking. Meanwhile, in Zeno's mind, when are they going to teach us about acting so I could finally gain it as a talent? Let's head straight to the scenario acting, Sam continued, his eyes narrowing. The other actors glared at Zeno, who sat back down with a neutral expression. Yura let out a soft sigh and grabbed the scripts from the side. She began distributing them, and the others immediately started reading. Usually, they would discuss how the scene could be interpreted. However, that was all scratched because of Zeno. Zeno received his copy last, receiving a small glare from Yura. However, he didn't even feel it and merely read through the script. It was 2 pages long and had 2 other counterparts. Just then, Minsik raised his hand. "Sir, should we group into 3s?" he asked. "There are 3 roles for this scene." "No," Sam immediately said. "Yura and I would be acting with you." With his statement, the actors burst into their respective conversations. "We're going to be acting with Sam Ong himself. We are getting more than what we have bargained for. I can't do this. How could we act with 2 monsters? Isn't this a beginner's class? Why is the script so long?" Sam cleared his throat. "You have half an hour to study the script," he said while Yura set up the timer. "No extensions. Then, you will take turns 1 by 1. Your time starts now." With that, Yura pressed the timer, and it began ticking. The other actors scrambled to study their script, some already forming sweat on their asses. Meanwhile, Minsik read through it confidently, knowing he would be able to execute it perfectly. Zeno, on the other hand, quietly clicked his tongue. He thought this was an acting class. Weren't they supposed to teach them something? He shook his head and decided to continue with the activity. He read the title, Golden Hour. It seemed to be an original script, as Zeno didn't recognize the storyline. There was a synopsis at the top before the scene itself. It was a medical drama revolving around the main character, Dr. Baekjin. Baekjin was a genius trauma surgeon who spent years saving lives in rural clinics, far from the politics and prestige of urban hospitals. Now, back in the city's top trauma center, he clashed with a competitive colleague, Dr. Min Jae, and a passionate nurse, Yuan. The scene was focused around a devastating bus accident that left dozens of children trapped and critically injured. Their team was dispatched into the chaos. Under the pressure, Baekjin fought against time and Minji's antagonism to save as many lives as possible. Zeno looked around and saw the other actors already rehearsing, with different emotions on their faces. Meanwhile, Yura observed Zeno, wondering how he would act in this particular challenge. Then, she shook her head. "He's a goner," she muttered. Not only did he retain his neutral expression, but he didn't passionately practice like the other actors. "Time's up," Sam exclaimed, earning groans of protest from the actors. Sam smirked. "Half an hour is enough for such a short scene. If you cannot handle this, then stay as an extra for the rest of your lives," he said. That silenced them quickly, keeping their complaints to themselves. "Now," Sam said, scanning his eyes around the room. "Who's going first?" "Me." Chapter 19, Worst Actor in the Room. That was Minsik, of course. The others stared at him like he had saved their firstborn child. As expected, Senior Minsik is the best. He's the most dependable. Let's see how he does it. The others continued reading through the script, trying to memorize the lines. Meanwhile, Zeno placed the piece of paper down, watching as Minsik immersed himself in the character of Dr. Baekjin. "Action!" Yura exclaimed, and the 3 of them started. "We're taking charge of the field hospital. I want all non-medical personnel out of our way," Minsik desperately screamed, capturing everyone's attention. Even with one line, everyone seemed captivated. Yura, too, was surprised by the volume of his voice. Then, Sam stepped up for his line. "Who put you in charge?" he asked as Dr. Min Jae. Zeno actually felt the hairs on his arms stand up. The way Sam delivered those 5 words was chilling. He took note of this since they didn't bother holding a proper lesson. The 2 of them began bickering. Minsik portrayed Baekjin as desperate, while Sam portrayed Min Jae as someone stubborn, opposing all of Baekjin's methods. However, Yura, as Yuan, stepped between them. "Stop arguing. We have no time for this. We need to start triaging now," she exclaimed, her shaky voice trying to sound strong. Zeno raised one eyebrow. She was a great actress, too. Her role as a mentor in this workshop was well-deserved. With that, Minsik and Sam began to triage the patients. Those watching knew that the climax was coming next. Yura walked to the human-sized teddy bear on the ground, pretending it was a little girl. "No pulse," she muttered. Minsik walked over and placed his hand over her shoulder before giving her a black tag, the tag that signified death. "No, we can't just give up on her," she whispered. "We have to," Minsik said in a loud voice once again. "Wow, he's amazing," the others said. "I'm going to act just like him. I didn't know how to interpret it, but now I know. This is the right way." It's a good thing Minsik went first. Amidst the compliments, Minsik began to tear up, surprising them even more. He could cry this easily. "The more lives we save, the more we have to let go," he said, a lone tear slipping from his eyes. Then, he said the last line, still with tears in his eyes. "End scene," Sam said right after that. The room was filled with applause. Minseek stood with a proud smile, wiping his tears. He bowed before heading back to his spot. Meanwhile, the others continued to praise him. "Please give me tips on how to cry instantly. You did so good." As expected from Minseek. However, Sam and Yura had ambiguous expressions. "It was good," Sam finally said. "There were moments where you exaggerated the emotion too much. You also glanced at the script from time to time. For the time given, you should have memorized it." Minseek nodded. "Still, you did pretty well," Yura added, giving him a thumbs up. His confidence was boosted once again. "Next," Sam said, and the other actors fought for the chance to show their talent. Minseek smiled at Zeno. "You should do what I did," he said. "That's a tip I could give as your senior." Zeno ignored him, causing Minseek to click his tongue. As expected, the other actors had copied Minseek's portrayal. They all tried their best to channel tears, but only a few of them managed to do so. In the end, Minseek's portrayal was still considered the best. With every attempt, Minseek was there, telling them they did a great job. However, deep inside his mind, he knew they would never be able to beat him. "Last," Sam said, knowing who was coming. Yura lifted her head, already tired from repeating the same lines over and over again. However, when she saw who the last person to act was, she felt even more exhausted. Minseek smirked as Zeno stood in the center. "Let's see what he does. Can he even act?" His facial expression hasn't changed since he came here. Now, we'll see the portrayal of the worst actor in this room. "Where's your script?" Yura asked, looking at his hands. "I don't need it anymore," Zeno said, making her raise her eyebrows in surprise. Meanwhile, Sam's eyes narrowed. What was he acting so cocky for when he hadn't proved anything just yet? "The session is almost up," Sam said. "Let's make it fast." Yura nodded and shouted the magic word, "Action." Flashing lights from ambulances and sirens from police cars filled the space. The wreckage of a bus lay on its side, surrounded by debris and bodies. Media crews swarmed the perimeter, cameras flashing, and reporters shouting over each other. Paramedics and firefighters scrambled to pull survivors from the wreckage. Parents screamed for their children as the police held them back. It was pure chaos. In the center of it all stood Dr. Baekjin. Zeno closed his eyes and channeled something from deep within. Mission 23. Jeju Island, South Korea. Save your son from death. Then, he opened them, his eyes appearing sharper than before. Yura frowned slightly. It was a minuscule shift in his expression, but it was there. It was a different portrayal compared to the rest. While watching the others act, Zeno found it quite strange. Their desperation felt out of place. It might be fitting if the character was a rookie doctor who only had a few years of experience. However, Dr. Baekjin was considered a genius, dealing with even more severe trauma cases with fewer resources in rural clinics. He wouldn't focus as much on emotion, but on saving as many lives as possible. With that, he stood tall, looking at the others like they were gum beneath his feet. "We're taking charge of the field hospital. I want all non-medical personnel out of our way. Media, back behind the barricade. We need a clear route for emergency transport." His voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard him clearly. Every pair of eyes were set on him. It was strange. He didn't sound desperate or forceful, but why couldn't they look away? Chapter 20. The Birth of a Genius. Sam smirked, channeling Min-jae. "Who put you in charge?" Zeno turned to face him. For a moment, Sam was stunned. He wrote this very scene. What he had in mind was a genius, passionate doctor who placed people's lives above anything else. He didn't put a face on such a character. However, at that moment, he felt that Zeno had embodied the character he wrote. Zeno stared at him for a few seconds, suddenly making him feel regretful to have asked the question. "We're here as doctors. What do you think is more important? Your pride? Or their lives?" he asked. Again, he said it so calmly that it was almost eerie. Min-jae clenched his jaw, but before he could answer, Nurse Yuan stepped between them. "There's no time for this. We need to start triaging now." Both men fall silent. Then, Baekjin nodded. This time, he made his voice louder, commanding the other actors in the room like they were part of the medical team. "Red tags for those we can save. Black for those we can't. If you believe you cannot do it, then don't bother moving around," he said, glaring at all of them. Minseek's breath hitched. What was this feeling? Why? Did he feel compelled to follow after him? With that, Baekjin started wandering around. Even without dialogue, he commanded the scene. His hands moved on instinct, checking pulses, scanning injuries, and tagging patients. Yuan then knelt beside a little girl with a deep gash in her abdomen. "Little girl," she said, trying to arouse her. However, her small body kept still. There were no signs of life. She pressed 2 fingers to the child's neck. "No pulse," she said. Then, she leaned down. No breathing. At that point, having acted in this scene at least 14 times, Yura felt tired. It wasn't so immersive on her part. However, as she felt Zeno's presence behind her, she froze. Then, he handed her the black tag. Yuan hesitated to take it, but eventually did. "No, we can't just give up on her." Baekjin crouched down beside her. Yuan turned to the side and found his side profile weirdly charming. Then, he turned to her, meeting her gaze. At that moment, Yura broke character, and she was unable to say her next line. However, Zeno continued, acting like she didn't make a mistake. He grabbed the black tag from her hand and placed it on top of the child before standing back up. "We have to," he said, his gaze distant. Yura felt like all the oxygen had been sucked out of her body. Among all the actors, his delivery had hurt her the most. Then, she felt herself getting immersed into the character once again. Her eyes burned as she gripped the child's limp fingers. She sniffed, her hands shaking as she tried to look for something to do. "There has to be something." Baekjin gripped her shoulder. "The more lives we save, the more we have to let go." Tears welled up in Yuan's eyes, but she nodded. With a deep breath, she finally let go of the child's hands. Baekjin stepped forward, his eyes surveying the area where both life and death coincided. It was time for the last line, and everybody was looking forward to his delivery. Everyone had gone down the tearful route, with Minsik leading the pack. "We've already lost the golden hour of her life," he said before turning away from the audience. Yura's eyebrows raised in surprise. He was showing his back to the camera? "We had lost the precious window where we could have saved her, where hope was still within reach. If we hesitate now, we'll lose more. For them, the golden hour is a moment. But for us, it's a choice. It's a race against time," he said, his voice softening just a little. As he prepared to deliver the very last sentence, it became apparent why he decided to show his back to the audience. It was because he didn't want everybody to see his weaknesses. But as long as there's a second left of that golden hour, we fight. Because once it's gone, we can never get it back. And with that, he started walking away. For a moment, his white polo felt like it was a real doctor's coat. "I could see it," Luli muttered, feeling like she was on the disaster site. Herself, Yura felt a stray tear fall from her cheek and onto the teddy bear. She snapped back to reality, looking around to see if anybody had seen it. Then, she sighed in relief when it appeared they were all immersed in the scene. Zeno felt that it was unusually quiet, so he turned around, only to be met with their surprised expressions. "End scene," he said because Yura failed to mention it. Yura stood from the floor and cleared her throat, feeling a blush creep up her cheeks. "That's my line," she muttered. "Do you have any comments for me?" Zeno asked amidst the silence. Sam opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. For the first time out of all the acts, Sam and Yura were speechless. Sam narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the seemingly ordinary man before him. Then, he cleared his throat. "So, you're an ordinary guy who has no background in acting?" he asked. Zeno nodded. "Pretty much." Sam hummed, placing his index finger under his chin. "Interesting." Now, he could see why Manshik PD had talked about him in such a way. Chapter 21. 5 Steps to Become the Greatest Actor. "Minsik, aren't you going to ask for a picture with Sir Sam? He's about to leave." "Did I lose?" he muttered. "No, there's no way. That guy is not an actor. Maybe he came here just for fun." "Yes, that's right." He smirked, assuring himself. "He's not taking it seriously." "Wait," he frowned. "Is that a good thing or a bad thing?" "Senior Minsik?" Minsik snapped out of his monologue and saw Luli holding out her phone. "Oh, sure," he chuckled, grabbing her phone and snapping a picture. Then, he walked away, going to Sam Ong to kiss his ass and get more opportunities. Meanwhile, Luli scratched the back of her neck. What am I going to do with this photo?" she muttered. "Might as well scare mice with it." With that, she craned her neck, trying to look for Zeno, the mysterious guy who made them all speechless after his act. However, he was nowhere to be found. Huh, she muttered, gazing at the photo of her and Minseek. I should have asked for a photo with him instead. On the other side of the room, Minseek was trying his best to butter up Sam. I passed the audition for Manshik PD in one go. I think it's because of your acting studio, sir. It is an honor to be able to act with you. If you have any new projects, then I am very open to working with you. However, the latter's mind was somewhere else. He looked around, trying to look for a familiar face. Sir, Minseek asked. Sam hummed, his gaze still focused on the exit. Are you acquainted with that person, Zeno Han? Minseek's expression slightly darkened. Then, he cleared his throat. No, sir, he said. However, if I meet him again, I'll make sure to teach him a lesson for not listening well during our warm-ups. There's no need for that, Sam smirked. Just work hard on your acting classes, all right? It's been too long since you've been in the beginner's class. Minseek froze while Sam patted his shoulder. Well, see you. With that, he left the room, waving one last time at the students who bowed at him. Yura followed after him, still appearing absent-minded. Minseek clicked his tongue. Seriously, he muttered. This doesn't feel good. Meanwhile, Zeno looked at the large building where he had his first acting workshop and sighed. They didn't even give me any tips, he muttered. But that's all right. He then smirked as he gazed at the new notifications on his system. +1 talent and skills. Acting developed. Talents. Acting, new D+. +2 public perception. Slightly impressive acting performance. Mediocre meter, 92%. His eyebrows raised in surprise. They were impressed by that. I didn't even do anything. Zeno shrugged and continued on his way. Humans are so easy to impress sometimes. He wasn't complaining, though. Those humans helped him achieve a single-digit deficit. If I pay my bills on time, I might get another upgrade, he muttered. If this continues, I might go back to the Avalis and have my rest by the end of next month. Zeno couldn't help it. He started chuckling evilly in the middle of the street. Mommy, I think that guy needs help. Just keep walking, honey. After a while, Zeno's laughter finally subsided. With that, he continued walking to the bus station. However, something suddenly caught his eye. He stopped, tilting his head to the side as he looked at the thin book displayed through the glass window. 5 Steps to Become the Greatest Actor of All Time, he read. Then, softly smiled. He already had acting talent. If he improved on it, then his meter would go up once again. All right, let's see, he muttered and went inside. The bells above the door chimed, and what met him was a fair woman with dyed red hair and strawberry earrings. The bookshop smelled of strawberries, too. Welcome, she warmly said. Zeno bowed, but didn't bother greeting back. He went straight to the book on display and immediately looked at the price. 150,000 KRW, he muttered. This author is scamming people. Meanwhile, the bookshop keeper watched as the man grumbled under his breath. Is it too expensive for him? She muttered, tilting her head to the side to observe him. Well, his clothes seemed worn out, and his shoes looked a couple of years old. With that, she cleared her throat. We allow people to read the books inside the shop, she said. Zeno finally turned to look at her. At that moment, the bookshop keeper realized that the man was actually pretty handsome, not in a way that would make your head turn, but the type where he became more handsome the more you looked. Really, he muttered. We have a seating area over there, she said, pointing to the back. He didn't have anything left to do for today since tomorrow was the start of their filming, so he decided to stay. Still, he felt uncomfortable borrowing the book without giving anything back, so he looked at her name tag and cleared his throat. Thanks, B, he said quite stiffly. I really appreciate it. Have a nice day. With that, he turned away. Words of affirmation. Humans liked that a lot, didn't they? Zeno walked toward the reading area, oblivious to the fact that BA's cheeks had become the same shade as her hair and earrings. Chapter 22. His acting partner. Who is this author? Zeno muttered, glaring at the About Authors section. Fouquet. You, he said, shaking his head. It was a quick, light read, but Zeno wondered if it had really helped. +1 talent and skills. Acting knowledge improved. Talents. Acting C. Mediocre meter, 93%. His eyebrows raised. Well, he said. At first, he thought he was lying, especially when the first step was merely don't. He nodded in satisfaction before shutting the book close. He will implement these steps tomorrow during his shoot. With that, he walked back to the front of the shop. Zeno placed it back on the display, making sure it looked brand new. Meanwhile, Bea watched him, appearing like she wanted to say something. Zeno turned around and bowed his head before quickly making his way out of the bookshop. "Wait," Bea exclaimed. However, he was already out of the door. "What's your name?" she muttered, shaking her head in disappointment since she was unable to talk to him once more. Zeno had arrived in his apartment at the same time as Minji. She appeared tired, with her usual upturned lips cast downward. However, when she saw Zeno, her eyes instantly brightened up. "Oh, Zeno," she smiled. "You're home late." "I had to do some research," he said. Minji chuckled. "That sounds sketchy." "It is not," Zeno deadpanned. Minji continued to chuckle. "Since when did you sound so proper? Anyway, I heard Eli's preparing some food. Come join us at his place after you get dressed, all right?" Zeno merely nodded and went inside his apartment. There, he saw the demon sleeping on his bed again. He sighed and didn't bother reprimanding her. He had tried plenty of times, but she never listened. He gave her some food and watched as she gobbled it with a slight smile. "You're only happy when I feed you, huh?" he muttered. "Honestly, that makes a lot of sense." At that moment, her head looked so fluffy that Zeno had the urge to touch it. However, he quickly stood when he realized it. "Odd," he muttered. As he got dressed, he saw the script lying on his bed. He had read it twice when it was just given to him, and had already memorized it all. Having lived centuries, his learning prowess and memory had been a force to be reckoned with. Just then, his thoughts were cut off when the door suddenly opened, revealing Doha wearing a white and pink apron. "Zeno, it's time to eat. Come, come. We shall celebrate your employment." Zeno nodded. Meanwhile, Doha picked up Maxie so she could join them in Eli's unit. As soon as the brown dog was placed down, she went to Eli and started wagging her tail. Zeno merely shook his head as he sat with his friends. They started eating, with Zeno's employment as their new topic. "I can't believe it's Zeno's first day tomorrow," Doha exclaimed. "He's going to be the biggest star in the universe." "That will not happen," Zeno said. "I am merely an extra with a few lines and a minor appearance. I would be as noticeable as the friend of the main character's friend. This is an ordinary job that pays minimum wage, so it isn't special at all." Eli nearly dropped his utensils. "You're being paid minimum wage for this? Why didn't you ask for more?" Zeno continued eating as he spoke. "The minimum wage is enough to pay rent for this kind of place. Besides, you are feeding me every day. If I get my paycheck by next week, I shall give you some excess so that you can also pay for your rent. I heard you guys are struggling to pay." His friends turned to each other with wide eyes. Meanwhile, Zeno continued eating. After he finished his mission, the money he earned would be rendered useless. It wasn't like he could bring it back to Avalis. Moreover, everything was free there: food, land, and all utilities. Aside from the ascendants who overworked him, Avalis was truly a great place to live in. "Zeno has such a kind heart," Doha suddenly exclaimed, giving him a hug. Zeno frowned, wondering what he was talking about. "Have you practiced your lines?" Minji suddenly asked, leaning against the table. "Not yet," Zeno said. Minji's eyes brightened up. "Do you need someone to practice with?" "As if you would be a good help," Eli scoffed, earning a slap from Minji. "Don't even bother him. You'd make him regress in skills." Zeno nodded in agreement, making Minji speechless. "It's all right," he said. "I already have someone to practice with." "Who?" Minji asked with a small frown. For that particular scene, he was going to be speaking with BM Kong, and his disposition would be that of suspicion. BM would think of him as a person who couldn't be trusted. He had the perfect entity to practice with. Zeno's eyes went to Maxie, who was looking at him like he was the dog and she was the human. The three of them looked at him in anticipation. Zeno never had other friends aside from them, so it was surprising he had an acting partner. Maxie. Chapter 23, Zeno's First Day. It was a sunny day in Seoul, the perfect weather for what they were going to film. The crew was setting up the equipment while the actors began arriving. Hyunbin Lee, clad in a suit, went out of a sleek, black sedan. The 52-year-old actor was greeted with bows. "Good morning, sir. You look really nice as usual, sir." Hyunbin waved off the compliments and went to his tent. A few minutes later, Daniel was dropped off by a black celebrity van, his appearance instantly making the tired crew members refreshed. Daniel is bright as always. "Ah, I won't miss filming, but I'll miss him. I thought we would film until next week." But this is already our last day. Because this was the last day, the extras also came, ready to celebrate the end of the filming. Minsik, too, arrived in a rented car. As soon as he arrived, the other extras began complimenting his ride. How much is it? Minsik chuckled. I honestly don't know. No way. You bought it without looking at the price. Minsik shrugged, earning him more compliments from his fellow actors. However, their conversation came to a halt when a beautiful woman came out of a brand new European car. It's Ari Bay. What is she doing here? She never came to the shoots before. Well, she was working on the script for the longest time. Now that it's over, she must want to watch how it ends. Ari heard their conversation and pursed her lips. That was definitely not the case. If she had the choice not to go out, then she would. As long as she had internet and food, she could live for 100 years inside her apartment. However, she couldn't take her curiosity. According to Manshik PD, the beggar who played the drunkard was going to be here for the last day of filming. Ari, Manshik PD walked to where she was and gave her a friendly hug. You actually came. Ari crossed her arms in front of her chest and craned her neck to look around. So, where's this guy you're talking about? Manshik's eyebrows raised. Oh, so you came here for him. Ari cleared her throat and looked away. Obviously not, she muttered. Aren't you going to treat everyone to a meat party? Manshik smirked. Sure. Anyway, where is he? Manshik looked around until his eyes landed on someone just arriving. Unlike the others who arrived with cars, he was walking toward the set. His presence didn't command any attention. In fact, even the extras didn't notice him. There he is, Manshik said, gesturing toward Zeno. Ari was expecting something. In the drunkard scene, it was quite dark, so she couldn't see his face that much. However, if he managed to capture Manshik PD's attention, Ari thought he must be good-looking. However, as she turned to look at him, her expectations dropped. He looks normal, she said. Oh, he's not a beggar, Manshik said. That was a mistake on my part. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying, he looks normal. Why do you like him so much? The director didn't answer. Zeno, he exclaimed instead. Zeno turned to the direction of his voice. It was at that moment that the extras finally noticed him. Whoa, who's that? Why is he being called by Manshik PD? Minsik turned to look at who they were talking about, his smile instantly dropping when he saw the familiar face. This guy, he muttered. Do you know him? Minsik cleared his throat and looked away. I don't, he said. He must not be important, though. I've never seen him before. But Manshik PD seems to like him a lot. Ari, this is Zeno, the guy I was talking about, Manshik said. Zeno, this is Ari, the sole writer of the show. So, this is the person who gave his character more scenes, he thought. She directly helped with increasing his meter, so he bowed his head in silent gratitude. Ari observed him for a while. Even up close, he didn't look too special. Is it true you don't have any acting experience prior to this? She asked. Zeno quietly nodded. Then, he turned to Manshik PD. What time will my scene be taken? He asked. Manshik glanced around, suddenly feeling excited. He wanted to see if his hunch was right. Do you want to go first? It doesn't matter. Ari tilted her head to the side. For someone with no acting experience, he seemed awfully confident. All right, called Daniel from the tents, he said to Bong, who obeyed his instruction with a grumble. Have you memorized the script? The time given was only short. Zeno nodded once again. Just then, Daniel came out of the tent, his signature smile on his lips. His eyes brightened when he saw Ari standing next to Manshik PD. However, his smile slightly dropped when he saw who was with them. He really came, huh? He said with a small smirk. He walked over to where they were and bowed. Good morning, PD and writer, he greeted. Ah, Daniel. Is it all right if we film scene 146 first? It's perfect since the sun is still present. Daniel glanced at Zeno and nodded. Of course. I'm ready for any scene at any given time. He was also ready to show Zeno what it was like to act. Daniel believed Zeno only acted well because he was a drunkard himself. Now, it was time to show him the real deal. Good, Manshik PD said. Go to your positions then. Then, he brought out his megaphone. All right, let's start today's shoot so we can finish early. The crew rejoiced, already excited to wrap up the filming. Daniel sat on the bench facing a pond, while Zeno situated himself just behind the cameras. The crew whispered as they gazed at his back. Isn't he the drunkard? The drama trended because of it. Yeah, the hype honestly died down a little bit after the first episode. I hope it picks up again. Can he pull through with this scene, though? It's a dialogue that requires some skill, and I heard he's a non-actor. Isn't he pretty handsome? You need to visit your eye doctor again. Meanwhile, the extras also watched behind the scenes, curious about the newbie who was given much importance by Manshik PD. Ari, on the other hand, sat next to the monitoring screen with some iced coffee, ready to witness what this Zeno guy was all about. Quiet on the set. Everybody ready. Bong went to the middle with the slate. Scene 146, shot 1, take 1. Manshik PD looked around once more before shouting, "Action!" Chapter 24, applying the steps. Zeno was delighted. He thought he would have to wait until everyone finished their scene before he could act. He even packed some snacks in case the shooting would go until the night. However, the timing worked in his favor. He was out of frame as Daniel did his part, walking around the sunny park, kicking stones before settling on a bench. He looked disheveled, and it appeared like he hadn't slept in days. Kong, who vowed to become a changed man, went back to his old ways after learning his entire family had died on the day he was released. He teamed up with Hyunbin, a detective who was famous for catching notorious criminals like Byum, to find the killer. However, they had been running around in circles, and when they thought they had a lead, it would quickly burn to the ground. This was the scene that showed his frustration and resignation, contemplating if everything he had done was worth it. As Daniel continued with his part, Manshik and Ari couldn't help but talk about the changed ending. "What happened?" Manshik asked. "You suddenly messaged me that we should change the ending." Ari leaned against her seat. "Why? Do you find the new ending unpleasant?" "Not at all," Manshik quickly said. "I actually think the opposite. It's much better than the previous one." "Then, you've answered your question," she said. "Honestly, you know I was having a hard time writing this series." Manshik silently nodded. "It was signed before it was even completed, so the pressure was immense," she added. "I couldn't write a satisfying ending, so I settled with them finding a random killer. But it has a lot of plot holes," Manshik said. "Yup," Ari agreed. "As I reviewed the script, I realized there was only one way this series could end, and it's unlike the predictions that most critics have created. With this ending, they wouldn't be able to call it a predictable mess anymore." "What inspired you, though?" Manshik asked. At this point, Daniel was starting to show tears, but the two of them were still engrossed in their conversation. Ari's eyes strayed to Zeno, who was behind the cameras, unable to answer Manshik's question. "Just memories," she muttered. As Zeno walked toward the bench, Manshik's and Ari's conversation came to a halt. The extras and staff members paid more attention, too. Of course, they were curious about the man who had captured the country with his drunk acting. Meanwhile, Zeno recalled the book he had read at the shop. The first step was a single word, don't. It said there that the best actors were those who didn't act, but those who truly channeled the feelings of the character they had. However, that was pretty hard for Zeno, who wasn't as empathetic as humans. However, since he had experience being a drunkard before, it was much easier. Then, he went to the second step straight away, practice. He had plenty of that last night, when he practiced his lines with Maxie. In fact, he had such a difficult time trying to convince her to cooperate with him. However, because of that, he was able to understand his lines better. And now, he was on to the third step, tune out. With that, Zeno tuned everyone out on the set and sat next to Daniel. He combined this with the fourth step, relax. But then again, Zeno wasn't one to become nervous. Having lived more than 20 lives had made his face as thick as the earth's mantle. Then, he began channeling his character, Jinro, a drunkard who stumbled upon the man he had once robbed. "Pretty scenery, huh?" Jinro said. Ari's brows furrowed. It was only one line, but the look in his eyes had captured her. He appeared tired but at the same time, full of life. Byum glanced at the stranger next to him, about to respond when he recognized who he was. "Aren't you?" Jinro chuckled, crossing his arms in front of his chest. "I didn't think you would remember." Byum scoffed, turning to the side. "Of course I would. I'm surprised you remember. You were drunk out of your ass that day." Jinro shrugged, leaning against the bench. "Once you get used to the feeling of getting drunk, you don't even forget the details of what happens when you're in that state," he muttered. Everyone on set was quiet, mesmerized by the conversation of the two men. Paired with the peaceful scenery, it felt strangely melancholic. "So what are you doing here?" Byum asked. "Aren't you supposed to be drunk by now?" "Hey, You're not the only one trying to change, Jinro said, catching BM off guard. Then he chuckled. BM calm. Murderer. You were involved in that club case a couple of years back, right? BM pursed his lips and didn't respond. Anyway, to answer your question, my daughter said she wanted to play. She's right there, Jinro said, pointing at the playground. So, you're trying to be a good dad now, BM chuckled in disbelief. Nah, Jinro said, shaking his head. It's too late for that, isn't it? I'm not a good person nor a good dad, he muttered. He then turned to BM, showing an ambiguous expression. Still, it took Daniel's breath away. He felt it again, the feeling of defeat. The camera captured his expression perfectly. Ari's breath hitched as she stared at the monitor. He definitely looked ordinary just a few moments ago. Why did he look so handsome now? Chapter 25, Eaten Alive. Cut. Manshik PD exclaimed when Daniel was unable to say his next line. How could he when he felt he was melting with Zeno's gaze? In an instant, Zeno went back to his neutral expression. Then he sighed. He wanted to finish it in one take like the last time. Daniel pursed his lips. He said his last line wrong. He said, trying to come up with an excuse. What do you mean? Manshik PD asked. He was supposed to say it with pride, Daniel argued. That's what the script said. Ari stood from her chair. It's all right. Let's keep that scene and proceed with the next, she said. Daniel bit his lips. He thought he could deflect this as Zeno's fault, but it didn't work in his favor. All right, let's continue with the next dialogue, Manshik PD exclaimed. He's good, isn't he? One of the extras pointed out. Minsik's fists clenched at his sides, his gaze fixed on Zeno. Who truly was this guy, and where did he come from? Bong went in front of the camera with the slate again. Scene 146 shot 2 take 1. Daniel quickly gathered himself. He couldn't let that happen again. He was an actor, damn it. This guy was just a mere extra. Zeno quickly went back to his character, wanting to get it over with. Your past does not define who you are, BM said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Manshik PD frowned at his delivery. He wanted Daniel to tell it more to himself than to Jinro, and he failed to show that. However, he decided to keep the scene for now. Jinro chuckled. You know, change is a funny thing. People say change is good, and it is. But change doesn't erase. It just covers. Like painting over an old wall. The cracks are still there, underneath. You can stop drinking, you can stop stealing, you can even stop killing. But the past still stays. BM frowned, but he remained silent, his gaze fixed on Jinro. Manshik PD had forgotten about Daniel's misaligned emotion. In the end, Zeno's acting had triumphed. He was sure this was going to be a take they were going to keep yet again. Jinro continued. I can change. I can be better. But that doesn't change the fact that I was a drunkard. That I hurt people. That I failed my daughter. BM's shoulders tensed, his breath catching in his throat. Jinro's words struck a chord deep. Within him, a truth he had been avoiding for years. Now what are you doing here? Also trying to change? Jinro asked, a small smirk playing on his lips. It was crazy how Zeno was able to channel such contrasting emotions without making it look forced. BM shook his head. Not anymore, he muttered. I'm looking for answers. Regarding the murders. Ah, those murders, Jinro said, tapping his thigh with his index finger. That's the reason why I'm also trying to change. Quite a number of people are getting killed each day, and most of them are family members of criminals. He said it so casually like the script said, not too obvious that it was a clue. It's scary, really, he continued. It's like instant karma for the criminals, except much worse. I don't know if this is justice, but if it is, what a fucked up society we live in. BM, on the other hand, was frozen in his seat. It felt like everything was coming back to him. Cut. Manshik PD called out again. Daniel lifted his head. What was it now? He turned to Zeno, who looked mildly annoyed that their scene was interrupted yet again. Daniel, Manshik sighed. You should show the conflict within your eyes. You merely looked shocked. Daniel pursed his lips as Manshik PD continued to direct him. What the heck? Why is Daniel being the one scolded between the two of them? You know, I never really noticed until now, but Daniel seems underdeveloped as an actor. Zeno glanced at his watch, waiting for them to finish. After a while, Manshik PD sighed. Whatever. This is good enough. Slate. They continued filming the scene, with Daniel trying his utmost best to deliver the emotion Manshik wanted from him. However, it was still a bit lackluster. Manshik was about to call cut once more, but Ari held him back. This is the best we're going to get, she said. This is the consequence of getting an underdeveloped actor. Manshik massaged the bridge of his nose. It's what the investors wanted, he muttered. While Biam had his internal conflict, a child's voice was heard out of frame. Jinro stood and glanced at Biam, who had yet to say anything. It was time for his last line. I hope it goes well for you, he said. And then came the part he struggled with the most, the genuine smile. Cut. Daniel felt a shiver run down his spine. He thought he was going to get called out again. However, Manshik PD called a different name this time. Zeno, that's not how you smile. Chapter 26, A Genuine Smile. Oh, Zeno muttered. He had a hunch his smile wasn't right. Maxie had nearly bitten him when he did so during their practice. Daniel smirked. He wasn't the one being called out this time. He scoffed softly. This guy couldn't even get a smile right. We need you to smile genuinely at this scene, Manshik PD said. It's to show that you're truly rooting for Biam. Zeno wordlessly nodded. All right, Manshik PD said. Let's go ahead with the smile. He went back to his seat. Zeno glanced at the camera and smiled. Cut. Manshik PD exclaimed once more. Ari tilted her head to the side. He can't do something like this? She asked. But he can do much more complicated things. The more she watched Zeno, the more she found him strange. Smile for me, Manshik PD said. Zeno did as he was told. Manshik PD pursed his lips and shook his head. Is that how you normally smile? Yes, Zeno said. Although, there wasn't a lot to smile about, in his opinion. Imagine existing for more than 500 years with different lives. The definition of genuine happiness will truly begin to blur. Minseek smirked as he watched Manshik PD continue to direct Zeno. He's delaying the filming, he said, shaking his head. Where did they get this guy? He has so many lines, too. He's been doing well until now, though, another extra said. But if he can't even do this simple thing, a smile, then he's not a good actor, Minseek deadpanned. The others seemed convinced. Manshik PD didn't want to give up on him, though. How about the thought of a brand new car? He asked, trying to elicit something from Zeno. Or a huge mansion? I don't need such material things, he truthfully said. Manshik and those listening were touched by his sentiment. Such a young man didn't want those material things. What kind of humility did he have? Bong, on the other hand, scoffed. Who wouldn't want those things? This newbie was speaking out of his ass. How about seeing your family succeed? Manshik PD asked. Zeno pursed his lips. Well, he hadn't even met his family since they were in Busan. Just something you genuinely want to have, Manshik continued. Zeno searched his mind for something he wanted, and then it hit him. He cleared his throat, interrupting Manshik's directions. I'm ready, director, he said. Manshik was still hesitant, but nodded in the end. All right, he said. Let's hope this is a shot. With that, he went back to his seat while Bong clicked the slate. Zeno stood from the bench, and then turned his head slightly to the side where Daniel was. There were no more lines anymore. Just one genuine smile, and he could go home. The corner of his lips went up, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Just like perfect timing, a ray of the sun glimmered in his direction, captured by the camera. And as he did this action, Zeno had merely one thought in mind, my 10-year-long rest. Ari and Manshik were focused on the small screen, gasping simultaneously as Zeno accomplished the last scene. This is perfect, Manshik PD muttered. Ari couldn't help but agree. She didn't even write it in the script with much detail. It was just a genuine smile. It wasn't even supposed to be an iconic scene, those that people would clip over and over again. However, Zeno took it up a notch. It wasn't a full smile. His teeth weren't shown either. Instead, his lips curved softly. It was his eyes that told the story. They shimmered, catching the golden light of the sun. There was a look of fulfillment in them, like he had grasped something he had been yearning for, not just for days or months, but for what felt like 100 years. In this scene, Zeno finally implemented the last and final step in that book, belief. He had to believe that everything happening in the scene was truly happening in real life. Hence, he believed he had already accomplished his mission and was on a 10-year-long rest. Cut! Manshik PD exclaimed. Zeno stopped smiling in an instant. Do I have to do it again? He asked. Manshik PD went to where he was and placed his hand on his shoulder. It was perfect, he said. Daniel's eyes widened after he heard such a compliment coming out from Manshik PD's mouth. Perfect? He had never said that word on set ever. The staff members, who were also enchanted by Zeno's smile, snapped out of their trances. But that was a really cute smile. Right? It feels boyish in some way. What's his name again? Zeno Han, right? That kind of name is bound to be famous. Then, am I done, sir? Zeno asked. Manshik PD merely nodded. Great job, he said, patting his back. Oh, Zeno, before I forget, wait for the filming to finish, will you? I'll be treating the entire team to a meat party. Zeno didn't respond. He bowed his head again and started walking away from the set. +1 public perception. Impressive acting. +1 talent and skills. Acting. Improved. Talents. Acting C. Mediocre meter, 95%. It seemed he didn't make a mistake accepting this job. Only 5% more, and he was going to complete his mission. Knowing he didn't have anything else to do, he decided to go. The filming was probably going to take until the evening. Meanwhile, inside the tent holding the veteran Hyunbin Lee, the makeup artist talked in hushed voices, not wanting to disturb the legendary man. Have you heard? Manshik PD called the newbies acting perfect just a while ago. I was there, the other makeup artist said. It was good. His smile was perfect. Just then, Hyunbin opened his eyes, startling the two of them. Perfect, you say? Chapter 27, Pricey Meat. Manshik PD, say something. Can't we eat yet? Let's wait for the PD's signal. Look at all the meat, though. On a rooftop of a tall building in Seoul lay a barbecue place whose meat was pricier than human organs. There, the cast and crew of Broken Chains of Justice gathered to celebrate the last day of their filming. Minsik sat along with the other extras with a wide smile. It's been a while since I came here. They looked at him with amazement. You've been here before? Of course, Minsik lied. Their meat is the best. Well, for the price, it better be the best. Be quiet now. Manshik PD is going to say something. Indeed, Manshik PD stood, raising his glass in the air. The rest clapped loudly. The rich PD had rented out the entire area so they could cheer as much as they wanted. Thank you, everyone, he said, waiting for them to settle down. First of all, I would like to say that filming this series wasn't easy at all. The moment it was teased last year, more than half of the country had been anticipating it to drop. While that was good, it also meant that there was a lot of pressure for it to be great. He then turned to Ari. That's why I would like to thank Ari Bay, the woman who made this series into a success. The crew clapped for Ari, with the extras clapping the loudest. Of course, that was because they wanted to star in her new works as well. To the actors as well, he continued. Oh, where's Hyunbin? He'll be arriving soon, Bong chimed. Manshik cleared his throat. I would like to thank all the actors who made the filming inspiring. As he said that, however, his mind strayed to a certain someone. Cheers, he exclaimed. Eat to your heart's content. They cheered once again and began eating the overpriced meat. Manshik PD immediately went to the executives' table, where Ari and some investors were present. As he did so, however, he couldn't help but look around the place. He's not here, Ari said, interrupting his search. Zeno Han. He's not here, she repeated, placing a piece of meat in her mouth. He left the moment his scene was finished. What? But I told him to stay until the night. You should have stopped him if you saw him leaving. Why would I? Ari nonchalantly asked. Don't you find him interesting and handsome? Ari dropped a piece of meat, looking at Manshik PD with an agape mouth. What are you talking about? She spluttered. That's not the case at all. Really? Manshik PD muttered. I swear I heard you say he was handsome, though. Ari, on the other hand, felt hot all of a sudden. She looked around the place. Does this place have no ventilation? We're literally outdoors on a rooftop, Bong muttered while chewing. Anyway, Ari continued, her cheeks still warm. I just find him interesting, that's all. In what way? Manshik PD asked. Ari leaned against her seat, remembering the look in Zeno's eyes. Just that he doesn't want to become known. That's ridiculous, Bong said. Who doesn't want to be famous? That would be the case for most people, Ari said. But I don't know. He feels different. He's good at acting, though, Manshik muttered. He's a natural. He didn't even take any previous classes except for the one he recommended. You're right, Ari muttered. He was a natural, one that gave Ari the inspiration to suddenly write when she had started to hate it. Just then, Chaos was heard at the entryway, breaking her thoughts. Hyunbin Lee has arrived. Is that who I think he is? That's Chaiwon PD. Hyunbin Lee came with Chaiwon PD? I think they're working on a movie together. Every actor in the area looked at the popular PD with sparkling eyes. Chaiwon PD, another hotshot PD, had established her name in the industry. She was around the same age as Hyunbin Lee, and they had been in the industry for a similar amount of time. This meant that Chaiwon was also a veteran in the industry, one that everyone wanted to work with. With her arrival, even Manshik PD stood. Chaiwon, he greeted. I didn't expect you to come here. Take a seat and eat as much as you like. Chaiwon chuckled as she sat. You treated the whole crew to this place? I'm jealous. You're making a lot of money these days, Manshik. Manshik chuckled while shaking her head. You make much more than me. I heard your movie will be airing soon, too. Chaiwon hummed. Meanwhile, Bong grilled the meat like a robot, placing pieces on her plate every 15 seconds. The trailer is going to come out next month. We're done filming the bulk of it. However, we still have to film the climax. Manshik glanced at Hyunbin. And I heard Hyunbin is also starring in it. Are you the main character? Hyunbin chuckled and shook his head. This old man cannot be the protagonist anymore. It's Ian Seo. Manshik and Ari turned to each other with wide eyes. Ian Seo? He was yet another popular actor in the industry. Unlike Daniel, who had just become popular this year, Ian had established his name in the industry 5 years ago, an A-list actor. If I may ask, what is it about? Manshik asked, unable to take his curiosity. It's a medical disaster movie, Chaiwon answered. Actually, we wanted to make the climax to be on a bigger scale, so we need more extras. We're going to be holding an open audition for the roles at the end of the month. Do you have any recommendations in mind? Manshik bit his lip in anticipation. An open audition, you say? Chapter 28. Thank you, everyone. It's a good day today, Zeno said, opening his curtains after his afternoon nap. However, the view was foggy because of the amount of fine dust in the air. In fact, everyone was advised to wear masks because it was worse than usual. Zeno closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The air smells nice. Maxie had just finished pooping on his doorway. The neighborhood is peaceful, he muttered. A couple nearby was having a fight because the guy forgot about their weeksary. And since the walls were as thin as someone's skin after a fake chemical peel, it was heard throughout the other units. It's our 52nd week. How can you forget? It happens every week. Baby, I'm sorry. Please give me another chance. Zeno sighed, shutting the curtains close. He then fed Maxie and even patted her head. She growled in response, but paused when she saw how happy her owner looked. Eat a lot, okay? Do you want some chicken too? Wait, I'll get it for you. Her eyes narrowed as Zeno placed some chicken cubes into her food. Maxie barked softly, wondering what had gotten into him. Then, Zeno went out of his apartment and into Minji's for dinner. As expected, his friends were already there, appearing as if the world had fallen on their shoulders. They saw how Zeno scooped some food into his plate while humming a happy tune. At least one of us is happy, Eli muttered, picking at his food. What happened this time? Doha asked. Eli shook his head. However, Doha caught on. Is it your tuition again? I told you to let go of that part-time job so you can focus on getting a scholarship. How can I? Who would pay for my rent? He asked, massaging the bridge of his nose. Doha pursed his lips before turning to Minji. And you? You sent your salary to your mom again, didn't you? Minji didn't respond and continued eating. Zeno listened to their conversation and sighed. Earth was truly a cruel place. It was a good thing he didn't actually live here. Well, these guys weren't too bad to live with, so he could give them some advice. He still didn't know them fully, but in the past 3 weeks he had been here, they helped him a lot. You guys are good people, he said, capturing their attention. You are trying your best to live on this unlivable planet, and you do it with smiles on your faces. You are much better than you think you are. So, don't belittle yourself because of your struggles. Zeno had lived worse lives than they had, and he knew they would be able to succeed if they persisted. The three listened to him intently. Doha's eyes began to fill with crystal tears. With that, Zeno also decided to put in a good word for his host. Oh, and I hope we can stay friends in the future. I know I would appreciate that, he continued. They were speechless for a while before Doha ran over to give Zeno a hug. His eyes widened, and his body was on alert. Eli, on the other hand, looked away with pursed lips. Minji couldn't hide her emotions and covered her mouth with both hands. Why are you saying such words? Eli muttered, although he was also touched. Just because, Zeno said. It might be the last time I'd say it. He held in the urge to chuckle out loud. It was definitely going to be the last time he would say it. Tomorrow, he will finally leave this place and get his 10-year-long rest. Mediocre meter, 99%. After paying his bills on time and improving his acting skills to a B-, he now only had 1% left before he finished the mission. Aside from that, he had found a farming job near the city and was going to start tomorrow. There was no doubt he was going to complete his mission by then. Those were such good lines, Doha said, dabbing his eyes with the hem of his shirt. You should consider going into script writing, too. All right, Minji suddenly exclaimed. The last episode of Broken Chains of Justice is going to be aired tonight. You're finally going to be shown again, Zeno. Let's watch together. Eli grumbled under his breath. I thought you had to read something for your anatomy class, Doha said. That can wait, Eli said. I'll prepare some snacks. Minji excitedly said. I can't wait to see what Zeno's role is. You never spoiled us about it. You guys go ahead, Zeno said, drinking some water. I have work early in the morning, so I need some rest. But you just had a nap, Doha pointed out. One can never have enough rest, he said and went to the door. However, before he left, he momentarily stopped. Thank you, guys, he said with a genuine smile. For everything. Week anniversary. Chapter 29 Goodbye. January 25th, 2025. 25 would surely remember this date. What a coincidence that it even had his favorite number. He opened his eyes and was prepared to receive his success notification. However, instead of being greeted with the 100% he had been dreaming of for the past night, he was bombarded with quite the notifications. Too much, in fact. Huh, Zeno muttered, proceeding to look at himself in the mirror. He nearly stumbled back. What the heck? Why did he look so much better despite not being able to sleep properly due to excitement? Zeno walked slowly toward his reflection to scrutinize his appearance further. He still looked like himself, definitely. However, a better version, like a twin that somehow got all the love from his parents. What the heck is happening? He exclaimed. And then he saw it. The name of his meter had changed. Notable meter, 10%. 10% away from success. Plus 5 public perception. Captured the attention of the general public. Trended in the country. Plus 4 job and income. Exceptional job performance. Increased ratings. Plus 2 talent. Improved acting. Talents. Acting, B+. Penalty item. Pretty potion, instant filter. Penalty quest number 1. Proceed to an acting audition. Penalty quest number 2. Lend a hand/do someone a favor. Plus 0.5% increase for every single day the penalty quest is not accomplished. His mind was a mess. Everything that he appreciated yesterday became an annoying hindrance. The fine dust in the air made him suffocate. Maxie's poop in the doorway was a reminder that he had a demon dog. And the couple a few doors down was still on bad terms, this time arguing about their daysary. With his chaotic mind and Maxie's continuous barking, Zeno couldn't process anything. How the heck did his public perception domain increase so much? It was also ridiculous that his job and income had increased by 4 when he hadn't even started on his new one. Last but not least, how could he improve his acting skills in his sleep? No, this must be a joke, he said, shaking his head. He walked out of his unit and onto the wide space before pointing at the skies. The sun was out, mocking him as if everything was just dandy. How could I exceed my meter? He exclaimed. That's ridiculous. Are you taking the piss out of me? You really don't want me to have my 10-year-long rest, do you? Take me back there, you fucking idiots. If I could grab your invisible balls and twist them off, I would. Penalty item, angel voice. Zeno was about to shout once more, but bit his fist instead. The ascendants were definitely mocking him. This was the first time he had heard of this phenomenon. The moment one reached the end of his meter, that was it. And usually, Rennie's only got penalty items and quests when their meter decreased. Now his has exceeded. Meanwhile, inside the second unit, Minji, Eli, and Doha were peeking through the windows with confused expressions. Is he preparing for another role? Eli asked. I think he is, Minji muttered. I must say, this new role must have quite the temper. He's killing it, Doha giggled. Zeno is great, isn't he? He added. He is achieving the things that we could only dream of. Doha said the last line with glee. However, it also made the three of them reflect on their own lives. Meanwhile, Zeno was muttering curses under his breath. He admitted he didn't have the best patience, but he usually didn't lose his temper like this. However, this situation called for it. He didn't scream up at the skies, though. The ascendants were quickly offended. Although more than 600 years had passed, he still remembered how sore he was after his castration as an eunuch. His colleagues were fine after a week, but he had to suffer for a whole month. He was sure it was the ascendants' doing. Calm down. Stop acting human, he muttered to himself, standing still and letting out a deep breath. It's only 10%, I said. Let's just regress. That's right, Zeno said, finally, opening his eyes. However, he was met with an atrocious sight. At their humble rooftop, the view of Seoul could be seen, specifically the central business district. And in the middle of it all was the largest LED screen in Korea. It was currently playing the news, and it just so happened to be the showbiz section. And there he saw a footage of himself, one that showed a very sincere, bright smile, plus one public perception, displayed on the big screen. Notable meter, 11%. Fuck. Day anniversary. Chapter 30. The Nobody's popularity skyrockets. Broken Chains of Justice wraps up with a bang. Final episode scores high ratings and leaves fans wanting more. Critics surprised. The ending of Broken Chains of Justice called better than expected, praised for its emotional depth and twists. Fans speculate wild theories about the ending of Broken Chains of Justice. Who is Zeno Han? The nameless drunkard who became the key to the entire 12-episode drama of Broken Chains of Justice. The production team's group chat was going insane. During the second week, the ratings had dipped a bit, so they didn't think they could surpass the pilot episode's hype. However, they were proven wrong after the report was revealed that the last episode garnered the best ratings out of every drama in the past 6 months. Ari, Manshik excitedly exclaimed through the phone. Can you believe it? We had a 15% viewership rating. That's insane, considering TGN is a cable channel. It's insane, Ari muttered, shaking her head. Although this wasn't a first for her, it was still surprising because it was a work she didn't have a lot of expectations for. We did it, Ari, Manshik chuckled. We might actually bag awards for the year-end. Meanwhile, Hyunbin, who was on the set of his new movie, was being congratulated left and right. We saw the success, sir, Ian Seo said with a small smile. I know you are used to such ratings, but still, congratulations. Hyunbin waved his hand, acting like it wasn't a big deal. However, deep inside, he was very happy. When he was younger, he had many more projects with higher ratings. But as he got older, the roles he could grab were more limited. Although he was called the actor of all generations due to his acting career starting at a young age, his recent works haven't been considered hits. I still got it, he muttered to himself. Amidst that, though, his mind strayed to the nameless actor whom Manshik had called perfect. He felt it, too, after watching yesterday's episode. For a second, it felt like an experienced actor had done a cameo. Daniel, on the other hand, has turned on his Sigmoid Live to communicate with his fans. You all enjoyed the ending? I thought you weren't fond of sad endings, he asked. Indeed, the drama ended on a bad note. However, it was also satisfying and fitting according to the audience. After serving time in prison, BM returned home to his entire family murdered. Consumed by grief and rage, BM's initial desire for change was buried underground. Instead, he crossed paths with Detective Sungmin Yoon to reveal the killers. However, their pursuit led to a shocking revelation. Detective Yoon himself was the mastermind of the town's string of deaths, driven by the death of his own daughter due to a notorious criminal group. BM was framed, and the system's failures were laid bare. Amid the chaos, Jinro, played by Zeno, became the unlikely catalyst for BM's realization about the futility of vengeance and the corruption of justice. In the end, the chains of justice remained broken, leaving BM and the audience to deal with the harsh reality that true justice was often out of reach. But it's so nice that the title has already warned us about the ending. Yeah, it's a genius move, honestly. I would have cussed the show out if somebody else was the killer. I didn't expect it, but it was the best choice. You think so too? Daniel asked with a smile. How was my acting? Of course, you're the best, Appa. Kaya. Stop smiling at me like that. I'm going to melt. That one guy is great at acting, too. Jinro? The moment he said those words and smiled, my heart fell out of my panties. Panties? Yeah, it was that good. Daniel skimmed through the comments, frowning slightly when Zeno became the main topic all of a sudden. Stop talking about that guy. We're in Daniel's live. We're just curious. Who is that guy? I've never seen him before. He doesn't even have a wiki page, and he can't be found on social media. Daniel pursed his lips. That Jinro guy? I honestly don't know, he said with a shrug. He's not an actor, though. I don't think we should meddle with his life. Also, only talk about Appa, okay? I'm going to get jealous. Daniel is getting possessive. Ah, he's so cute. Guys, that's a red flag. Inside Minji's unit, Zeno still appeared absent-minded. He chuckled to himself from time to time, making the other three concerned. Is he still in character? Doha whispered. I don't know. Minji whispered back. That is dedication, though. No wonder he became a good actor in such a short amount of time. Look at this, Eli suddenly said, capturing their attention. Zeno has a fan club now. It's called Zeno's Smile Enthusiasts. He showed his screen to his friends, and there they saw more than 1,000 members with the same icon, a screen cap of Zeno's smile and the drama, plus 2 public perception. Small fan club attained. Notable meter, 13%. Zeno froze, and all the color on his face had been drained. Oh, Zeno doesn't look too good, Minji worriedly exclaimed. Eli quickly checked his pulse, his eyes widening when he felt how rapid it was. I think he's going into shock. Doha chuckled and pinched Zeno's cheek. Zeno is speechless. He's so happy with this newfound fame. Zeno could only chuckle while the others continued congratulating him. However, for a moment, Doha stopped, narrowing his eyes at Zeno. But I guess fame really does change people. Zeno snapped out of his thoughts and turned to Doha. Why do you look more handsome today? Chapter 31, Herbs. In the entertainment industry, once casting directors from different companies learn about the existence of probable talent, they transform into the human versions of piranhas. Zeno Han. He recently got discharged from the military. Unremarkable past. No bullying incident. Just a completely ordinary man with an exceptional talent for acting. He would be a great addition to our roster of actors, said a scout from Infinite Entertainment. I suggest we take him in. He does not have any previous works, so the signing fee would be less than anticipated. Another scout from Evergreen Entertainment, otherwise known as EG, said to his team. Maybe we can turn him into an idol. Jay of Phoenix Entertainment said as he rewatched Zeno's scene over and over again. Meanwhile, Moonrise Media, the second most famous acting entertainment company in Korea, housing some of the most legendary actors such as Ian Seo, Hyunbin Lee, Junjun Park, and Eun Woo Nam, held a meeting with its scouts. Is it worth it? Joo Hyuk, the casting director, asked. Well, he currently has a fan club of around 8,000 people on Sigmoid, and that's only from a single extra role on Broken Chains of Justice, another scout answered. But it's Broken Chains of Justice. It's a good drama to start with. That is true, Joo Hyuk said. But none of the extras had the same amount of impact as him. What do you think, sir? An intern asked. You're the one who can truly gauge his star quality. Joo Hyuk thought for a while, placing his finger under his chin. I say we take him in. Of course, smaller companies were more excited. An unknown actor with decent acting skills and existing popularity? That was an avenue for exploitation. We don't have his contact number, sir. He also doesn't have any social media presence, a scout said to the CEO of Continuous Dominance Entertainment. Find it at all costs. We need to sign him before anybody else does. Dreamy Entertainment, a near-bankrupt company with the most ambitious CEO, called his confidant and manager of all artists, Moby, for the opportunity to scout Zeno Han. He probably won't sign with us, Moby sighed. Jace's last project failed, so we don't have a signing fee to offer. Bobby, the CEO, stood from his seat with a stern gaze. Let's break into the trust fund. That's for your child, sir. Meanwhile, the man they were talking about was gearing up for his new work. What? Doha exclaimed. Minji had gone to work while Eli had gone to school, so only the two of them were left in Zeno's unit. You're going to become a farmer? I have a farming job. Yes, Zeno said, placing a straw hat on. For some reason, Doha had one lying around. Since when? Doha asked. Since yesterday. They were surprised that A young man applied and hired me right away. How can you take on a farming job when you're the talk of the town? Have you seen the people on Sigmoid? They're looking for you. Zeno pursed his lips. Of course, he knew. He couldn't go back to Avalis because of their support. Then, he glanced at the wall clock. I need to go, he said, ignoring Doha's question. Take care of the demon while I'm gone. Maxie growled in response. Doha, on the other hand, looked at Zeno's silhouette with sparkling eyes. A man who wants to do hard labor. So cool. Zeno had finally arrived at the herb farm. On his way there, conversations about broken chains of justice greeted him. Have you found that Jinro guy's social media yet? No. He seems invisible. Zeno pulled his hat down until he arrived at the gathering of old farmers. There he is, an old man exclaimed as he saw Zeno. He's the guy that will be helping us for this season. Oh ho, he looks pretty young, an old woman chimed. How old are you? 24, Zeno answered. This is a first, another exclaimed. We'll be able to harvest more herbs with him around. How efficient are you, young man? Very efficient, Zeno answered without hesitation. Jobs like this were a piece of cake for him. Just then, an old woman went closer to him. She was shorter than him by a foot, so she settled right beneath Zeno and looked up, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized his face. You look familiar, she said. Like the guy my granddaughter is currently obsessed with. Zeno stepped back. I think you might be mistaken, madam. I am just a young man aspiring to be a farmer. But you really look like him. You're pretty handsome, too. The last thing Zeno wanted was to be recognized in his new work. He was determined to regress here. Grandma Sook has escaped again. I think she forgot to take her meds, the middle-aged man who hired him said, causing Zeno to sigh in relief. Now, young man, let us talk about your pay. Zeno held up a hand. I will not be taking any pay. What do you mean? This is a job. Zeno shook his head. It's better you keep the money to improve the farm. I will help you for free. -1 job and income. Free labor. Notable meter, 12%. Zeno smiled. A genuine one that made the old people look at him with admiration. The middle-aged man held onto his hand. You are a kind young man. We will never forget your generosity. Everyone, give a hand to this young man for his kind heart. +1 public perception. Applauded for having a kind heart. Notable meter, 13%. Zeno bit his lips in frustration. You cannot be serious, he muttered. Chapter 32, Penalty Quest. Zeno came back with the same meter and 3 bags worth of herbs. As he walked through their neighborhood, a man with bloodshot eyes looked at the herbs. What are those, bro? You want them? Zeno asked. The man nodded enthusiastically while sniffing. Take them, Zeno said, giving him 2 bags. He reckoned Doha could use the 1 bag of herbs for their meals. Sweet, man, he said, swaying side to side. Free herbs. Look away, kids. We better call the police, a man said, pulling his kids away from the scene. As Zeno walked up the monstrous stairs, his system notified him. Impending penalty quest number 1 plus 0.5%. Notable meter, 13.5%. He stopped walking for a moment and sighed. On top of that, he still had to do 1 more penalty quest. It seemed like he truly couldn't go home this month. With that, he continued his journey up the stairs and went to his unit. Maxie, who was peacefully lounging on his bed while watching the television, turned to him with narrowed eyes. I know, Zeno muttered. I thought I would leave this place today, too. You're not the only one disappointed. He placed the herbs on his table. Do you want some basil to make up for it? Maxie turned her head away from him, making Zeno purse his lips. I'm losing it. I'm even talking to this demon. He went to shower before getting changed and heading to Minji's unit with Maxie. As expected, the 3 of them were already there. There's the man of the evening, Doha exclaimed, clapping as Zeno walked in. Zeno placed the bag of herbs on the table, causing their eyes to go wide. You're not doing anything bad, are you? Minji asked, concern seen in her gaze. Those are basil, Zeno deadpanned. For my farming job. Oh, Minji muttered. You actually took that up? Zeno nodded. Hard-working man. Right here. Doha chimed as he placed their dinner on the table. Guess what? Minji started off. My coworkers are all talking about you, too. They couldn't believe the ending. And of course, they were very curious about you. Zeno pursed his lips. Did you tell them? She shook her head. Of course not, she said. Too much competition. What? The 3 men asked at the same time. It's too much, Minji chuckled nervously. I don't want to place that burden on you, Zeno. It seems you're not comfortable. Eli scoffed. Since when did you care for that? Anyway, my classmates are talking about you too. Some even joined your fan club, Zeno Smile Enthusiasts? Yeah, that one. Tell them it's a bad idea, Zeno said. Eli shook his head. I can't just come up to them and say that. It would be weird. Zeno sighed and massaged the bridge of his nose. Why don't you continue with this path, Zeno? Doha suddenly asked. I think it's good. You've gotten even more handsome since yesterday. True, Minji said a little too quickly, earning weird looks from the three of them once more. Anyway, Doha continued. Manshik PD also said he wants to work with you again. Zeno frowned. You're still in contact with him? Doha chuckled sheepishly and scratched the back of his neck. That's because you never gave him your number. You've also never had any social media presence. Aside from that, only your family and us are on your phone. Contacts. So, I reckoned he could talk to me about you. Zeno closed his eyes and shook his head. Delete his number. Doha pursed his lips. But delete it, he insisted. Doha let out a deep sigh. All right, I'll delete it, he caved in. However, before I do that, I just want to inform you that there's going to be an open audition this week. Well, it's technically not an open audition because it's through special invites only, he muttered. Anyway, the point is, they're filming a medical movie and are in need of doctors and bystanders to fill in the scene. It's not the main role, but I reckon you could do it. You would be able to do it. I bet a lot of entertainment companies are looking for you, too, Minji chimed. They shouldn't look for me, Zeno muttered. However, he couldn't hide his interest. An acting audition. He wouldn't be able to finish his mission if he had an ongoing penalty quest. Stop it, guys, Eli said. It doesn't look like Zeno is interested. If Doha and Minji had dog ears, they would have visibly fallen down. Still, they decided not to push it. Out of the four of them, Eli had always been the smartest and most rational. So, they listened to him well. When and where is this? Zeno suddenly asked, causing the three of them to perk up. Are you interested? Doha excitedly exclaimed. Just answer the question, Zeno said. Doha straightened his back. Tomorrow, he answered. 4 p.m. at Moonrise Media's conference hall. Penalty. Quests equals for every 5% increase/decrease from goal. Penalty items equals for every 10% per decrease from goal. Chapter 33. Moonrise Media. Moonrise Media, a rising force in the industry. It was founded by CEO Sunny Moon, a businessman who had developed a passion for film. Despite only being established 15 years ago, the company had grown rapidly since then. Its headquarters, a 7,000 square meter building in Gangnam, housed actors, comedians, and even an in-house film set. In the basement, a large conference hall was situated. Independent directors could rent the entire place for filming or for their respective auditions. However, Moonrise Media sponsored the venue for this particular audition because its main characters were none other than their artists, Ian Seo and Hyunbin Lee. Meanwhile, outside the building were plenty of hopefuls, wanting to try their luck on the mysterious new medical movie, one said to be Moonrise's biggest project yet. Directed by Chaiwon PD, a perfectionist known for her strict casting, the film had drawn actors from all over the country. No one knew much about the story, but one thing was certain. They felt this was an opportunity that could change careers. Did you receive a script beforehand? Some asked. No, I think this is a cold reading. They didn't tell us any details. Yes, but this is Moonrise Media, and it's directed by Chaiwon PD. I only heard of it from our CEO, but it seems they're going to be hiring a good number today. Oh, I wish I could get a speaking role. The hopefuls began arriving individually and in groups. Monoblock chairs were laid out like it was some kind of talk. It was quite the surprise. Most casting calls they've been to had a closed-door system. That meant they were going to be called in one by one. However, it seemed they weren't implementing it for this particular audition. Just then, two actors arrived at the same time, causing whispers to erupt from those who were already there. They internally smiled as the others began asking them for photos and autographs. Hyunjin and Jaiwon are here. They're from Moonrise, aren't they? Why are they still auditioning for this? It just shows that Chaiwon PD only wants the best, even if it's just the extras. As actors of Moonrise, the two weren't strangers to acting in mainstream shows. Although they've never had a main lead role, they still had an established fan base of their own. So, It left a bad taste in their mouth that they had to audition for an extra role when Chaiwon PD was an in-house director. Meanwhile, Min-sik of Continuous Dominance Entertainment strutted in with his chin held high. Having passed the auditions for Broken Chains of Justice, he was determined to get another role here. His follower count on Sigmoid had increased 3 times since he was aired, so he was sure Chaiwon PD wouldn't be able to resist him. Just then, the other hopefuls began to squeal, causing him to feel even more important. They are screaming for me, he muttered. Move, please. Just then, a short but buff security guard pushed him to the side before speaking into his intercom. Miss Selena is in the building. Safe and sound. Min-sik's eyes raised in surprise. Selena? The famous 5th-generation idol with over 1 million followers? What was she doing in this place? The others also began discussing her arrival. Doesn't she have so many brand deals right now? Why is her company sending her here? I see. Her company is greedy. They want the rich to become richer. Even Hyunjin and Jiwon wanted to get close to the idol. However, she was surrounded by her 2 guards and was wearing sunglasses inside the conference hall. A few minutes later, another big shot came in. Jisoo Young is also here. Jisoo Young, an upcoming actress that came from the same drama as Daniel, Born to Conquer You. However, she wasn't the lead actress, but the lovable best friend. Still, it earned her 300,000 followers on Sigmoid and a loyal fan base. Jisoo, Hyunjin, having acted in the same project, called. Sit here. The beautiful woman with brown hair smiled and gracefully sat next to him. They were all on the first row, along with Selena. It was the prestige of those who had built a name for themselves. Subconsciously, those with lower projects sat at the very end, although it didn't make them feel too good. Min-sik observed the setup and smiled. He definitely deserved to sit in front. With that, he grabbed a seat from the back and dragged it to the front, sitting next to Selena's bodyguard. Then, he sat without any shame, even if the others gave him weird looks. Each seat has now been filled except for one. There was a singular open seat at the back, and they wondered who would come grab the last one. Just then, the doors opened, and they all turned to its direction. Maybe it's Ian Seo? He's the main lead. Why would he audition for this? Then, maybe it's Eunwoo Nam. He's in New York Fashion Week. Their imaginations were quickly shattered, though, when a man wearing a white shirt, gray sweatpants, and a straw hat came in. Why did a hillbilly come to the auditions? Chapter 34. What makes you special? While nearly all the hopefuls wanted to land a role in this mysterious medical disaster movie, Zeno had come with a clear objective: ruin his name so that nobody would want to work with him anymore. Of course, he wouldn't go as far as ruining Zeno Han's life. However, to this group of hopefuls, as well as the esteemed directors, actors, and even producers, Zeno wanted to decrease his reputation to the point of no return. He looked for a vacant seat and found one next to a tall, dirty blonde guy whose armpit stains were wetter than an abused sponge. Zeno crossed his arms and observed everybody in the room. It was true there wasn't a script given beforehand, so he assumed it was going to be a cold reading. Just then, he felt someone's hand on his shoulder, causing him to turn to the culprit with narrowed eyes. It was the guy with sweaty pits. Don't touch me, please, Zeno said. The man's eyebrows raised in surprise. Whoa, he said. No need to be rude. I said please, Zeno deadpanned, crossing his arms in front of his chest. The guy clicked his tongue and offered his equally sweaty hand. What's up? My name's Jace. Jace Moon. What's your name? Zeno. He responded, wanting the conversation to end. Zeno, Jace muttered. Where did I hear that name again? Have you acted before? Zeno pursed his lips. This human was very talkative. Yes. How many? Jace asked. 1. Zeno honestly responded. Just then, Jace relaxed slightly. You don't have to be nervous then. Zeno turned to him, his straw hat slightly obscuring his vision. You're the one who's nervous. Me? Jace chuckled. What do you mean? His voice betrayed him as it broke at the end of his question. I'm not nervous, he added, clearing his throat. I'm cool. The coolest, even. The chillest man on earth. Zeno raised both eyebrows. Jace couldn't see Zeno's expression clearly because of his straw hat, but he had a hunch that the latter was judging him. Anyway, I'm a model-turned-actor, Jace said, feeling a little less nervous since someone with less experience was there with him. I've been in 3 works so far. Have you seen Sword Fighting, Man Edition released last year? Never heard of it, Zeno truthfully said. How about Green Ogre Man? It's an animated movie. I voiced the sentient mud. Zeno shook his head. Cornstarch lover. Nope. Jace clicked his tongue. Whatever. I have more experience than you, though. So, you could ask me about these things. This is like my 18th audition, too. Zeno nodded, feeling that the human was pitiful. But then again, he seemed happy being unsuccessful, so he let him be. Jace kept barking about his previous works, and Zeno already regretted starting a conversation with him. Fortunately, the door opened, rendering everyone silent. There they were, the esteemed people everyone was waiting for. Unconsciously, the hopefuls began to stand. Zeno followed suit, not wanting to stand out. Chaiwon PD led the pack, her bob swaying left to right, but her gaze not swaying at all. Beside her was Ian Seo, the A-list actor who had over 10 million followers on social media. Even with a glance, everyone could tell he was of a different caliber than the rest of them. Zeno couldn't help but find the situation funny. Ian Seo didn't do anything grand. He just walked. However, even those with a big following nodded in quiet reverence, some straightening their backs to make themselves seen. No one told them to react this way. They just did. Because that's how humans are. When someone above them enters the room, they bow, whether physically or just in their presence. And yet, the same instinct that makes them bow also makes them search for someone below them, someone newer, someone struggling more. Because if there is someone beneath them, then they are not at the bottom. It is a silent, cruel cycle, one that no one questioned but nearly everyone participated in. Success, then, was measured not by how far you've come, but by how many people you've stood above. Sit, Chaiwon PD said, but Zeno was too lost in his thoughts. Jace pulled him down before he could be called out, though. Goodness, Jace said. Were you so nervous that you couldn't even hear her? Zeno crossed his arms in front of his chest. He got way too philosophical there. He better not do it again. Good afternoon, Chaiwon PD greeted, her voice echoing in the conference hall. She didn't need a microphone to be heard. The room was resonant enough that she could be heard until the end. Before anything else, I would like to say that you are all special. The hopefuls began to smile. However, don't be too happy yet, she said. There are 70 people in this room. When the word special is tossed around, do you think it's still special? That quickly dampened the mood. Being special isn't something you are born with. Your mother's lied to you. That is if you had a good childhood. Zeno's eyebrows raised. Dang, this woman was roasting everyone. Being special is something you have to earn. Today, I have called for this audition for the final scene of my medical disaster movie. It's entitled Code Black. With the mention of the title, the applicants began to feel excited once again. It already sounded very epic. We need 3 speaking roles for this, she said. As for the rest, she continued, looking around. You would be the bystanders. We need 14 people as part of the disaster. Whispers erupted inside the conference hall. I'm going to get that speaking role. Fuck, I don't want to be an extra without any lines again. Jace, too, clenched his fists. I'm going to make it this time. This is a cold reading, Chaiwon further revealed. You will not get any time. These are scenes within the movie, and you will pick one by random. Minsik raised his hand, but Chaiwon didn't even spare a glance at him. I don't need you to understand the character or story. I need you to act. And that's who we'll be picking today, the greatest actors in this room. Chapter 35, next. Why make it more dramatic than it is? Zeno couldn't help but ask. It was a casting call. This PD was acting like they had to put down everything on the line. I will act as if I'm standing on the edge of the cliff, Jace said, making Zeno shake his head. Chaiwon PD continued. I have Ian Seo here with me, she said. The famous actor stood, earning cheers and squeals from the hopefuls. And my assistant director, Jiho, as well as the main producer of the show, Insu. They cheered once more. Now, I don't want to waste any more time. With so many of you, I know we are going to stay here until the evening. Do we have to stay here until the last audition? Jisoo couldn't help but ask. Yes, Chaiwon PD said. Another trait I need for the chosen extras is patience. In this final scene, we might be stuck on the set for an entire day or 2. If you cannot do that, I suggest you leave now. The extras looked around nervously. At that moment, Zeno truly wanted to leave. However, his penalty quest wasn't finished yet. I can do anything, Jace said, his hands clenched at his sides. Zeno shook his head. It seemed he had met a very passionate person. None are leaving? Chaiwan asked. Very well. We shall start then. She pointed to Hyunjin, who was in the very first seat. Young man, she said. You will go first. Hyunjin stood, surprised. Don't be surprised now, Chaiwan said. You chose that seat. That means you are confident. Most of the time, the first row is reserved for the VIP, the most important and skilled. So, I have a lot of expectations. We will follow this seating arrangement for the order, she added. Just then, Zeno felt everybody's eyes on him, envy seen in their gazes. Jace pursed his lips. Does that mean the expectations here would be low? I love it. Zeno, on the other hand, shook his head. The expectations needed to be high so he could disappoint them even more. They should have the same level of critiquing for every applicant, he said. Jace looked at him with raised eyebrows. Oh, you're a cool one, aren't you? Well, what are you waiting for? Chaiwan PD asked. Go ahead. Pick a scene here, she said, pointing to the stack of papers on their table. Hyunjin pursed his lips and nodded, going to the raised platform at the very front and center with his script in hand. A cold reading, a type of audition where actors were asked to read a scene from a script they hadn't seen before. In short, it was an impromptu act where they had no preparation time. What scene number did you pick? Chaiwan PD asked. Scene 45, Hyunjin responded. All right, go ahead, she said. Ian held the same script, ready to act as the counterpart. Despite having years of experience, Hyunjin's initial confidence had gone down the drain. There truly was no context given. It was just a bunch of lines. It didn't have any emotion cues, either, which made it harder for him to understand what he needed to portray. Ian started off. You're losing blood. If I don't patch you up now, you're not walking out of here. Hyunjin angrily glared at Ian. I don't need your help. I've had worse. Ian scoffed. Yeah? And who patched you up then? Your buddies? Because they're not here right now. Even after just reading the script, Ian's acting skills have shown through. Jace's eyes lit up in excitement. He's so cool. Zeno couldn't help but agree. It was evident that Ian Seo's acting skills were beyond what Zeno had seen in real life. Daniel Bayan couldn't even come close. Hyunjin blanked out for a moment, causing Chaiwan PD's eyebrows to rise. He winced, but it was obvious he was trying to look handsome while doing it. Chaiwan PD shook her head. The producers, too, took note of this deficit. Look, just give me some painkillers, and I'll be on my way. Ian sighed and shook his head. Look, I get it. You don't trust hospitals. You don't trust me. But you've got people counting on you, don't you? Hyunjin once again hesitated, staring at his script for a little too long. What do you know about my life? Before Ian could state his next line, Chaiwan PD had raised her hand in the air. Hyunjin turned to her in surprise. The scene is still not finished, PD. Chaiwan smirked. I know, he said. But if I say it's over, then it's over. Hyunjin froze, the color draining from his face. Next, Chapter 36, The Last Hopeful. The atmosphere inside the conference hall became even more nerve-wracking after Hyunjin's messy audition. Crap, I thought he was doing well. It seems we'll actually finish early if Chaiwan PD keeps interrupting the audition scenes like this. I'm glad I didn't sit in the first row. Hyunjin walked back to his seat, his head hung low in shame. Jaiwan patted his back, but it did little to comfort him. Minsik, on the other hand, shook his head. Is this how Moonrise Media actors are? He asked himself, capturing the attention of Selena's bodyguard. The next person to go up the stage was Jisoo. Zeno had watched her before in Daniel's series, and he knew she was a good actress. It seemed that Chaiwan PD thought so, too, since she didn't interrupt her audition process. Hold still. This is going to sting, Ian said. Jisoo smirked at ease. Are you always this gentle with your patients? Ian shook his head. Only the ones who can't follow basic instructions. Why? Ian asked. Jisoo even managed to wink at him in the process. Well, it seems you're being too gentle. I'm irresistible, aren't I? As soon as her scene was over, she received a round of applause. She's not bad, Insa said. Yeah, she's got a pretty face, too, Jiho smiled. The next person was Jaiwan, and like his friend, Hyunjin, he was interrupted in the middle of his act. Hyunjin comforted him right after. However, on the inside, he felt relieved. He wasn't the only one who messed up. After Jaiwan, Selena took the stage. Her demeanor completely changed. She had removed her sunglasses and was now looking at the panel with the sweetest smile. The scene melted the hearts of many, causing Selena to internally smirk. She knew she was a star. Fortunately for her, the scene she had chosen was just right for her personality, a spoiled brat who was used to getting everything she wanted. What is this? Selena is good at acting too? She's perfect. I think she's going to get the role. Jisoo, too, felt pretty nervous. She thought she had the speaking role in the bag, but after seeing Selena's performance, she wasn't so sure anymore. Minseek was up next, and Jace perked up. Oh, I know. This guy, he said. He's a freaking scumbag. We met at a function once, and he acted like he was above everybody else. He kept boasting about his car, too. If I were you, I would stay away from people like him, he said, turning to Zeno. However, much to his surprise, Zeno was sleeping. He had the straw hat over his face, with his shoulders slowly moving up and down. Jace frowned. How could you even sleep at a time like this? Minseek was up next, and much to Jace's dismay, he actually did pretty well. He wasn't stopped by Chaiwon PD, and those beginner classes definitely helped his once non-existent acting skills. As he got down, the smile on his face couldn't be painted. He stopped in front of Selena. Looks like we're going to be seeing each other on set, he winked. Selena frowned and looked away, not wanting to pay attention to him. The next auditionees came after. The process was faster than most had anticipated because Chaiwon PD wasn't afraid of stopping the acts, even on the first line. Are you getting tired? Chaiwon asked Ian softly. Her tone was so different compared to when she was speaking to the hopefuls. Ian merely smiled. It's all right, PD. I already prepared myself for this day. Chaiwon couldn't help but smile. This was why she loved working with Ian. What a handsome and obedient young man. Just then, Zeno got furiously shaken, making him open his eyes. He clicked his tongue and removed the straw hat from his face, glaring at Jace. Am I? Next, he asked. No, Jace answered, making Zeno's frown deeper. I am, he smiled. Watch me, all right. But wait, Jace suddenly said, observing his face now that the straw hat was removed. I think you look really familiar. Next, Chaiwon PD exclaimed. Jace's eyes widened. Oh crap, talk to you later. With that, he stood from his seat and went to the platform. At this point, most of the people were already tired and couldn't wait to go home. It was nearly 8 p.m., too, which made the atmosphere even gloomier. Jace Moon, he introduced himself. Scene 1. Ian started off again. You don't want to do this. Let her go. Don't move. Jace exclaimed. I swear I'll do it. Everyone in the conference hall froze. Zeno, too, was surprised. His acting was atrocious. No, even that adjective sounded generous. It became apparent why he had gone on 18 auditions, but only acted in 3 unknown films. This guy definitely didn't have any talent in acting. Even Ian was a bit flustered. I said don't move. Drop the scalpel. Jace continued. The way he delivered his lines made everyone feel they were watching a high school project. Chaiwon PD shook her head. Maybe we should have limited the number of auditionees even more, she muttered. Next, she exclaimed, making Jace freeze. But, he stammered, but the PD didn't even glance at him. Move down, she slowly said. Jace pursed his lips and nodded, going down the platform with a dejected expression. He sat back in his seat and placed his hand on Zeno's shoulder. Don't be upset if you're stopped, he said. Even someone like me had been stopped. Zeno shook his head. Was this guy unaware of his limitations? Where's the last one? Chaiwon exclaimed, turning around. What are you waiting for? Christmas. With her bad mood, Zeno couldn't help but smirk. Oh, this was already going well. Zeno placed his straw hat on and started walking to the stage. The other hopefuls were already fixing their items, preparing to go home after the last act. Minseek clicked his tongue. Do we even have to watch the last one? It's the hillbilly, isn't it? Selena, too, began playing on her phone. Hyunjin, Jisoo, and Jaiwon were already stuck in their own conversations. In fact, it seemed no one wanted to watch him anymore. Zeno arrived at the platform with none of their eyes on him. Name? Chaiwon PD asked. Zeno Han. And with those 2 words, everyone finally paid attention. Chapter 37, Zeno's Audition. Zeno Han. Why does that sound familiar? He's that guy. What guy? The guy from Broken Chains of Justice. Wait, that Jinro guy. You're right. Jace covered his mouth as he heard the conversation around him. This guy, he muttered. No wonder he looked familiar. Minseek's smug smirk fell, and his eyes narrowed. The straw hat was obscuring most of Zeno's eyes, so he didn't recognize him at first. Selena, too, stopped playing her ranked game for a moment. Then, she scoffed. She never got the hype for this guy. He just smiled, and suddenly, he became viral. Jisoo stopped speaking with Jiwon and Hyunjin and focused her gaze on the front. As someone who loved action movies and films, she recognized his voice right away. Zeno Han has been hiding among them all along. Chaiwon PD, too, lifted her head. Zeno Han, she muttered. She had never watched Broken Chains of Justice, but knew of Zeno because of the time he went with Hyunbin to their wrap-up party. Manshik had mentioned it to her back then. There was an actor to look forward to. Do you know him? Insu asked Ian. Ian looked at Zeno before shaking his head. We've been filming the movie, so I don't have much time to scroll through social media. Well, he's supposedly a good actor, Jiho chimed in. Zeno felt it, their expectations. They thought so highly of him at the moment, so the only way to go was down. Things were already working in his favor. Take the last script, Chaiwon said, determined not to give him any preferential treatment. Scene 25. Zeno nodded in response. And can you remove your straw hat? I can't see your eyes, she added, clicking her tongue. Zeno did as he was told, tossing his straw hat to the side. It was then that his face came into view. Minseek's eyebrows raised. What the heck? Why did it look like he had a filter in real life? Jisoo, too, was surprised. He looked like an ordinary man in Broken Chains of Justice. It was his pretty smile that made him known. However, he looked much better in real life. He still wasn't on Ian's level, though. He was just more handsome than they had expected. All right, start now, Chaiwon said. Zeno scanned the script, already familiar with it from those few seconds. It was a conversation between Dr. Black, the main character, and another doctor during a fire disaster scene. From all the auditions, it seemed like Ian was playing the same person, Dr. Black. It didn't take long for Zeno to know that this was his character in the movie. Aside from that, although he was sleeping, he could pick up the clues as to the type of acts Chaiwon PD stopped. She didn't like excessiveness or inadequacy. In simpler terms, she hated both extra and nonchalant acting. Zeno wasn't a fan of the former, so he decided to go with nonchalant acting. An actor who cannot portray emotions. With that, he began. We need you. Ian started off, his voice filled with urgency. Half of the mansion is on fire, and people are getting trapped. The governor's daughter is also there. Zeno didn't respond for a while, hoping Chaiwon PD would stop him even when he hadn't said one line. That would be a record breaker. However, she didn't, so he responded. Not my problem, he answered. All right, you can stop me now. However, for some reason, Chaiwon PD looked deep in thought, tilting her head to the side. Ian continued with his next line. What do you mean? Not your problem. You're a doctor. One of the last ones left. These people need us. Zeno shrugged, still not showing any emotion on his face. These people had their chance. They hoarded supplies and built walls to keep the rest of us out, and now they expect us to save them? Let them burn. It was all monotonous. Not a single stress nor a raise in his tone. Chaiwon PD felt the hairs on her arm standing up. Her frown deepened. He's saying it without any emotions, she muttered. This isn't about them. Ian exclaimed. It's about who we are. We're doctors. We help people. That's what we do. Zeno finally looked at Ian, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Ian's breath got caught in his throat, feeling a chill run down his spine. You still believe that? After everything. Ian looked away. Yes. She should stop me now? Zeno thought. He was already on his third line. Then you're a fool, Zeno said, making sure he sounded even more nonchalant than before. Ian's voice became even more intense. Maybe I am, but at least I'm not a coward. Any minute now. Go play hero, Black. I'm not wasting my time on people who'd separated us based on status. You're no better than they are, Ian responded. Now, Zeno was getting impatient. It was his last line, and yet he still hasn't been stopped. He glanced at Chaiwon PD for a moment, who was looking at him with her mouth agape. With that, he said the last line, a little bit more bitter than what he had planned to. Good luck saving a world that doesn't want to be saved. Zeno didn't waste any second. As soon as he was done, he bowed and prepared to leave the stage. He didn't even bother saying thank you. However, before he could take another step, Chaiwon PD raised her hand to stop him. Answer this one question, she started off. Why are you here today? Zeno paused for a while, pursing his lips. Why was he here? There was only one answer. Because I have to. It was an answer that should have come out as obligatory. However, at that moment, Chaiwan thought it was chivalrous. This young man must be fighting for something. Zeno didn't want to be asked another question, so he finally walked down the platform, not looking back. Meanwhile, Chaiwan and Ian locked eyes, a collective thought going through them. The doctor that Zeno played was the character that was yet to be filled, one of the reasons why they were holding the auditions today. There were no context clues, nor was the character profile given. However, Zeno had gotten it exactly right. That doctor was someone with no emotion at all. Chapter 38. That's it? That was it. It was alright, I guess. I got chills, honestly. But he didn't even do much. Maybe they just cranked up the air conditioner. As Zeno went down the stage, Hyunjin shook his head. He acted with no emotion at all. Jaiwan nodded in agreement. I guess my expectations were high because I watched Broken Chains of Justice from start to finish. I thought it was good, Jisoo suddenly said, her gaze not leaving Zeno, who had placed his straw hat back on. Huh? Jaiwan asked, turning to her with a confused expression. It wasn't much at all. Yeah, Jisoo shrugged. But I think it suited the scene very well. He wasn't flustered, either. Out of everyone, I think he did the best. Hyunjin and Jaiwan locked gazes before shaking their heads. Selena, on the other hand, sighed, going back to her game. Ah, boring. I want to go home. Meanwhile, Mincy couldn't help but smirk. What was that? There was no technique at all, he muttered. He was as monotone as a robot, just like how he was during their warm-ups at the Metro acting workshop. As Zeno got back to his seat, Jace gave him a comforting pat on the back. Honestly, you did much better than I expected, he said, making Zeno purse his lips. That wasn't what he was aiming for. Hey, don't be upset, Jace continued, sensing his sour mood. Chaiwan PD didn't even stop you, so that's a good start. You might have a shot in the non-speaking roles. That's not what I want, though, Zeno muttered. Jace pursed his lips and let out a deep breath. This guy must be really upset. This is only your first audition, Jace chimed. He had felt upset after his audition, especially since he was stopped right away. However, seeing that Zeno was more upset, he felt a little bit better. Just then, Chaiwan PD made her way back to the platform, her eyes subconsciously going to the last. Hopeful. She cleared her throat, capturing everybody's attention. Thank you, everyone, for attending. We will contact those who made it. With that, everyone started leaving the venue. However, Chaiwan PD called the attention of the last hopeful. Zeno Han. We do not have your contact information. Zeno pursed his lips. He scrutinized his system to see if the penalty quest was accomplished, but it was still ongoing. He sighed and wrote his number and email on the paper. As he did so, Chaiwan couldn't help but observe him. Not bad. Really not bad. Well, if he became an actor, it would be hard to land main leads with his current appearance. However, if he improved his acting a little bit more, Chaiwan could see a lot of potential. As soon as Zeno wrote his contact details, the success notification finally appeared. Penalty quest number 1 accomplished. He sighed in relief and bowed his head before scurrying out of the venue with everybody else. Jace craned his neck to look for his newbie friend, but couldn't find him in the end. Meanwhile, inside the conference hall, Chaiwan PD, Ian, and the rest of the staff were silent. The script for the last scene was still lying on the table. We don't need a second screening, do we? Insu asked with a small smirk. Chaiwan PD nodded, holding on to the 2 scenes she liked the most. We've got them. Ian, on the other hand, silently nodded in agreement. His voice was a bit hoarse from being the applicant's counterpart for the entire process. However, it also made him practice his lines, even if they've already filmed some of them already. With that, Chaiwan PD stood. The venue is already booked, right? Yes, PD, Jiho replied. The team had already booked Disaster Island for 3 days and 2 nights. Good, Chaiwan PD said. Then, contact these 2 right away. We needed them to sign the contracts ASAP so we could finish filming the scene. We're short of time. You don't mind if I go first, do you, Ian? She asked. The well-known actor shook his head. Yeah, I have some things to check with the company. I'll see you during the last stretch of the filming, PD. Chaiwan smiled and ruffled his hair. The movie will be a great hit, Ian, she said. Another legendary movie is going to be under your name. Ian nodded, watching as they left the conference hall, leaving him all alone. Then, he grabbed the sheet that contained scene 25. It was a scene that was yet to be filmed, a part where his desperation needed to shine through. So, that's the feeling I need, he said to himself. Ian was actually having a hard time trying to portray such emotions during his practice. Although he had been an actor for more than 4 years, his roles couldn't be considered as diverse. He started his career as the chronic second male lead, the more decent guy that the main female lead never chose. In that sense, he wasn't used to acting desperate, because second male leads needed to be understanding. Second male leads yielded. They were nothing but an instrument for the main male lead to get the girl. It was only 2 years ago when he started being cast as the main character in films and dramas. So, even if he had a rich history of works and was declared a great actor by the industry, he felt he wasn't a complete actor yet. He was given such titles because the characters he had played thus far were something he was comfortable with. Being the main character of Code Black was a challenge to him, especially acting-wise. However, after acting with Zeno Han, he began to understand what his character needed in that particular scene. Huh, he muttered, biting the nail on his thumb with a small smile. He suddenly felt excited to act the scene out. I'm looking forward to working with you. Chapter 39, Emergency. It was already 9 in the evening when Zeno arrived at his apartment. He saw his friends lounging on the outdoor bed. Eli was reading a thick book with a small frown, while Doha lifted water bottles as weights by his side. Minji was leaning against the bedpost while snacking on some fruits. Zeno didn't make any sound. However, he still captured his friend's attention. Zeno's back, Minji brightly said, placing her phone inside her pocket and turning to him with an excited smile. Zeno pursed his lips. What are you guys still doing out here? We're waiting for you. Of course, Doha answered. So, Eli started off, clearing his throat. How did it go? Zeno pursed his lips and didn't respond. Somehow, his friends understood what that meant. Doha pranced to where he was and encased him in a hug. Oh no, did it go badly? I wish, Zeno sighed, closing his eyes. He wished it went terribly to the point that Chaiwon PD would look at him with disgust. But alas, that did not happen. It must have been really bad, Minji whispered to Eli, who nodded in agreement. It's all right, Eli said, trying to comfort his friend. There would be more opportunities later on. No, Zeno quickly denied. There shouldn't be any more opportunities. You shouldn't give up, Minji said, clenching her fists in front of her face with an encouraging expression. Just then, Zeno felt a vibration from his pocket. He sighed and grabbed his phone, wondering who it could be. Congratulations. As soon as he saw those words, the color in his face drained. He subtly shook his head. That can't be. It must be a spam message. As he clicked on the notification, he sighed in relief. Congratulations. You've been selected for a free laptop. Dear customer, you have been randomly selected as our lucky winner to receive a brand new PacBook Pro, absolutely free. To claim your laptop, simply click the secure link below and fill out the short form. But hurry, this exclusive offer is only available for 24 hours. Click here to claim your free laptop now. Don't click on it, Doha quickly said, reading the message along with Zeno. I lost all my money because of something like that. Zeno turned to him with raised eyebrows before shaking his head. How could he get fooled by this? Humans would not give such a thing for free. Just then, he received a new message, and Doha quickly clicked on it. Then, he began reading it out loud. Dear Mr. Zeno Han, we are pleased to inform you that you have been selected for the role of Dr. Song in our upcoming production. Congratulations. To proceed, please visit Moonrise Media's Office 4B for the contract signing at the attached date and time. Kindly confirm your availability or let us know if you require any adjustments. If you have any questions or need further details, feel free to reach out. We look forward to working with you. Best regards. Juhyuk Jang, Casting Director, Moonrise Media. With every word Doha had spoken, Zeno felt like he was being strangled alive. Minji and Eli turned to each other with wide eyes. Eli closed his book and smirked. You said you did bad, but you got such a good response in this short amount of time. Congrats, bro. I knew you would be able to do it. Minji exclaimed, clapping excitedly. She opened her arms for a hug, but quickly retracted with warm cheeks. I believe this calls for another celebration. Doha exclaimed. Zeno, on the other hand, Still couldn't believe it. Plus one job and income. New job offer. Notable meter, 14%. He placed his hand over his heart and stared up at the sky, trying to control his thoughts because he didn't want another penalty item. Still, he wanted the ascendants to know that someone wasn't fond of them. As Doha continued planning his celebration, Zeno held out his hand. "I'm not going to take it," he said. His friends turned to him with wide eyes. "What? Why not?" Minji exclaimed. "This is such a big opportunity." Zeno closed his eyes. "There are plenty of actors out there who want this role more than me. I'm sure they deserve it more, too." Minji's eyes sparkled. He was being humble again. Eli glanced at her, but quickly looked away, shaking his head. With that, Zeno turned around, even with Doha's persistence. He started walking back to his unit, determined not to take the role. He just wouldn't show up. He didn't have a penalty quest to force him this time, too, so nothing could stop him. He opened his door and was expecting to see Maxie on his bed again. However, much to his surprise, the evil dog was on the floor. She wasn't even on her own bed. She was just lying down on the cold, bare floor. "Hey, demon," Zeno said, softly nudging her. "It's time to sleep. I don't want you to disturb me amidst my slumber, so go to the bed now." What answered him was a whimper instead of a growl, making him frown. He squatted and patted her after much hesitation. "Demon. Hey, demon. Stop being lazy," he reprimanded. "If you want me to carry you, that's not going to happen." Still, Maxie didn't react. It was strange. She should have bitten Zeno with how much he was nudging her. Finally, he gently rolled her over. His eyes widened as soon as he saw her state. "Maxie." He finally muttered her name. "Hey, you all right?" Again, the dog didn't respond. Instead, she closed her eyes and started breathing heavily. Something was definitely wrong. With that, he picked Maxie up, her body limp against his body, and burst out of his door. His friends were still having a conversation then. "Convince him to take it," Minji exclaimed. "I'm trying to," Doha sighed. "I don't know why Zeno doesn't want to take it." "Let him be," Eli said, shaking his head. "He's always been like that. He wants to be ordinary. But he's a good actor," Minji muttered. "Guys," Zeno said, interrupting their conversation. They turned to Zeno with wide eyes. Then, they were even more shocked when they saw Maxie in his arms. "I don't think Maxie is doing well." Chapter 40, Always There. Maxie contracted the parvovirus, the vet said. Minji covered her mouth and began to cry. She leaned against Doha, who also started crying hysterically. "She's going to die?" Minji asked. "Oh goodness. I can't imagine a world without Maxie," Doha added. Now, the vet chuckled. "We shouldn't get ahead of ourselves." Eli sighed and sat on the bench, leaning his elbows against his knees. Zeno glanced at them and pursed his lips. They had known Maxie longer than he did, so he understood why they would be more affected. "How is she?" Zeno calmly asked. The vet pursed his lips. "Well, it's a good thing you were able to take her here early. However, parvovirus is extremely tedious to recover from. It requires confinement and quite a lot of hydration and medications." Zeno nodded. "So she's going to die?" "If we don't give her prompt treatment, yes," the vet bluntly responded. Minji and Doha began crying louder, while Eli shook his head and muttered under his breath. Hearing those words, Zeno should have felt relieved. That demon dog never liked him in the first place. Besides, she was 14 years old, which was more than the average age of dogs. However, for some reason, he didn't feel too good about it. Since her case is pretty severe, the treatment would amount to around 5 million KRW. "Pardon," Zeno exclaimed. "I know it's a lot," the vet said. "However, parvovirus is very intricate to deal with." Zeno sighed and nodded, running his fingers through his hair. "Unfortunately," the vet continued, "you will have to buy the medications before we can use them for Maxie. That means you won't be able to treat her until we have the money," Zeno deadpanned. "Yes," the vet answered. They were silent for a while before the vet cleared his throat. "Well, I will leave you here to talk. However, have this," he said, giving Zeno a flyer. "Pet cremation services?" Zeno read. "Yes, we have one next door." With that, the vet left them to go to a possum patient. Zeno looked at the cremation service rates. 550,000 KRWE. Muttered. "It's even expensive to die. I can't believe I didn't notice," Minji said, shaking her head. "Me too," Doha sighed. "I feel useless as a med student now." Eli chuckled with no humor. leaning his head against the wall. It's not your fault, Zeno said. It was true. Disease was an inevitable part of this planet. You never truly know when it will hit you, but it can in the most unexpected moments. You look awfully calm even with your dog dying. Eli snapped at him with a glare. Zeno pursed his lips. Well, loss was already a normal part of his life. Well, lives. In the years he was on Earth for his missions, he had to let a lot of things and people go. He had become used to it. They were silent for a moment before Minji giggled. You remember the day Zeno brought Maxie home? She was this tiny ball of fur, tripping over her own paws. Your stepdad said she was a gift, but she became our dog, didn't she? She's like the unofficial fifth member of our group. Doha chuckled, too, remembering those days. Yeah, she was so scared of the stairs. She'd just sit at the bottom and whine until one of us carried her up. I thought she'd never learn. But then, she started racing up and down like she owned the place. Minji chuckled, wiping a tear. And remember our first day of high school? She followed us to the bus stop and thought she would be coming with us. She sat there, wagging her tail, begging us not to leave her. When the bus pulled away, she chased it. For a whole block. I thought my heart was going to break. Eli smiled, too, his gaze still focused on the ceiling. She was such a troublemaker. Like the time she ate Zeno's homework. He was so mad at her, but then she just looked at him with those big, guilty eyes, and he couldn't stay angry. We all tried to explain it to the teacher, but she thought we were big, fat liars. And your first girlfriend, Eli? Doha exclaimed, slapping his knee. Oh, Maxie hated her. That one time, she came over, all dressed up, and Maxie just peed right on her leg. I've never seen Eli look so horrified. But we couldn't stop laughing. Maxie knew. She always knew who was good for us and who wasn't. Minji nodded. She's always been there, hasn't she? She started off, her voice cracking. Through everything. The good days, the bad days, she was just always there. So, I guess I can't let her go away so easily. Still, I'm glad she was able to grace our lives. I'll really miss her when she's gone. Eli began tearing up, too, so he covered his eyes with his arm. Minji, stop talking, please. Doha cast his head down. The buff man showing vulnerability you wouldn't expect from someone who had his looks. Do we really have to let her go? Minji pursed her lips. It's times like this I hate myself for not having more money. I have some money, Eli said. My dad finally sent some. That's for your project, isn't it? Minji asked. You can't, Eli. What if we sell my necklace? Doha suddenly asked. Minji sighed. That's the last thing your mom left you. With that, they were engulfed in silence again. Zeno observed the three of them, his heart filling with something he couldn't quite explain. Lives end. All humans knew that. Pet lives were even shorter. So, it was normal, especially with her age. It should have been expected. How could a dog make them feel this way? But as he thought of the demons suffering and feeling scared, something very unlike her character, Zeno couldn't help it. He sighed and ran his fingers through his hair. I'll earn her the money, he said, making his friends turn to him with wide eyes. He pursed his lips and let out a deep breath. He couldn't believe he was doing this. That demon dog better treat me well once she's all better. 3.5 thousand US dollars. For 100 US dollars. Chapter 41. Hot and cold. It was a cold morning in Seoul City. The price of rent had gone up, so most people lived in budget apartments without any heating system. I hope they can install a heater in our home. Minji shivered as she placed a jacket on. But then again, the rent is quite cheap here compared to the rest of the city. In the heart of Gangnam, however, employees in a large building complained about being too warm. Why did they have to crank the heaters so high up? An employee asked. Yeah, it's attracting the homeless people because it radiates outside. TSK. They should have just invested more in our gym equipment. Minsik entered the building and instantly smiled. That's right, he muttered. This is how it was supposed to be. The facilities inside the building were insane. There was a real urban garden outside, filled with fresh produce, that was served to the employees for free during their lunchtime. There was also a gym, both for staff and for their actors. Practice rooms were as large as some of the apartments in Seoul, and of course, their ventilation and heating systems were top-notch. It was a modern paradise. Minsik went to the reception table and said his name out loud, smirking as other employees turned to him. You may take the elevator, sir, the receptionist said. With that, Minseek walked to the meeting place with his head held high. Of course, he was expecting to get cast for the movie. He believed he performed the best out of everyone during the auditions. It was yet to be revealed what role he had gotten, but Minseek was confident. He had definitely gotten the speaking role. As he entered, some of the other actors were already there. Jisoo and Selena were one seat apart. Selena was on her phone, while Jisoo tried striking up a conversation. "I saw your latest music video. My brother really likes it," Jisoo smiled. Selena merely nodded but didn't bother casting her a glance. Jisoo pursed her lips and looked away. Then, her eyes caught Minseek, so she bowed her head as a greeting. Selena, too, lifted her head to see who it was. However, her face twisted into a scowl when Minseek came into her view. "This annoying guy again," she muttered, remembering how he was during the audition process. It wasn't like Selena was any better, though. "What's up, ladies?" he said, showing his signature smile. "I knew it. I would be acting with the two of you." Selena pursed her lips while Jisoo politely smiled. "Nice to meet you. I don't think we've been acquainted before." "Minseek," he said, holding out his hand. "My name is pretty easy to remember." Jisoo chuckled awkwardly. "Jisoo," she merely said, feeling she was in the presence of two weird individuals. Just then, the doors opened, and Chaiwon PD came in with Jiho, Insu, and another unfamiliar man. The actors all stood, with Selena placing her phone back in her pocket. Then, she smiled sweetly. "Good morning, PD," she greeted. "I see you're here," Chaiwon said, taking a seat in the very middle. "I have my assistant director, Jiho, and the producer, Insu, with me today. They've been introduced before. And right here is Juhyuk Jang, the casting director of Moonrise Media." She introduced the tall man wearing glasses. He merely smiled before opening his laptop. Minseek's heart began racing. Why would the casting director come here, of all places? That could only mean one thing. He wanted to cast him to become one of the Moonrise Media actors. Minseek was already under Constant Dominance Entertainment, but it was a smaller company than Moonrise. If he left his current company, there would be a severance fee. However, Minseek was sure Moonrise would pay for it without any hesitation. He chuckled to himself, already enjoying the scenarios in his mind. Chaiwon looked at her watch and then at the people inside the room. "Where is he?" she asked. "He did respond to you, right?" "He did," Juhyuk answered. "He answered the latest, but he said he would be here." Minseek frowned when they started talking about another actor. "Who are we waiting for?" he couldn't help but ask. Chaiwon lifted her head, not really liking the tone of the young man despite him asking a simple question. Before she could respond, however, the door opened, and the person they were waiting for finally arrived. Selena frowned when she saw who it was. Meanwhile, Jisoo's eyes widened. Minseek, on the other hand, couldn't believe what he was seeing. Him again? What the heck was he doing here? Wasn't it specified before that there would only be 3 speaking roles? "There you are," Chaiwon PD sighed. "You are not late, but I would suggest coming earlier. You cannot have the PD arrive before you." Zeno pursed his lips. Then, they should have placed a different call time on the text. He sighed and shook his head, going to the vacant seat right next to Jisoo. The latter smiled at him, so he politely bowed in response. Jisoo bit her lip and looked away. Out of all the actors in the room, Zeno was the only one who greeted her normally, since they were seated next to each other. Jisoo couldn't help but smell his cologne, too. It smelled fresh and clean, unlike the strong, musky scent that wafted from Minseek. "Now that you're all here," Chaiwon PD started off, "let's head straight to business. Jiho will be distributing the script for the final arc, and there, you can also see what roles you are going to partake in," she continued. Minseek excitedly received his script, going straight to the first page where his role was written. "What's my name this time?" he muttered with a wide smile. However, as he read the character's name next to his real one, his smile quickly dropped. "Sleazy boyfriend?" he exclaimed, capturing everyone's attention. Chaiwon also frowned, her head hurting from his voice. Still, it strengthened her belief that they cast the right person for the role. Then, Minseek continued reading through the roles, his heart nearly stopping when he saw that Zeno's character had a name, not just a title, but a real one. "Zeno Han is Dr. Song," he muttered. Chapter 42, Contract Discussions. There were 3 disappointed actors in the room. Selena, because she wasn't cast as a doctor, but instead the spoiled daughter of the governor. Minseek, because he realized he was the sleazy boyfriend with only one line. And Zeno, because he had the most lines out of all of them. Jisoo was the only one happy with the situation, the most excited, too. "When are we going to film this?" she asked. "On Friday," Chaiwon PD responded. Selena's eyes widened. "This Friday?" she exclaimed. Chaiwon PD raised an eyebrow. "Why?" she asked. "You barely have any lines. Ian Co also didn't have plenty of time when we first started filming." That shut Selena up really quickly. Zeno scanned through his script. It was the same scene he had portrayed during his audition. There, he saw the character cues, making him internally curse. He had captured the essence of the character in the short scene. No wonder he was chosen. He knew he wouldn't have any problem memorizing the lines. In fact, just reading right now, he had already memorized half of it. Meanwhile, Minseek still couldn't believe it. "I think there might be a mistake," he started off. Insu frowned. "Where?" he asked. That script had been proofread multiple times. "Not on the script itself, but with the casting," Minseek chuckled. "Is it true that I'm the sleazy boyfriend and not Dr. Song?" Chaiwon PD sighed. "There are no mistakes made." End of discussion. She didn't allow anyone to speak further as she had already begun explaining the process of the filming. "Let me give you a brief overview," she started off. Code Black is set in a dystopian world where the government has divided society. Those with money live inside the barrier with endless resources, while the poor are left to go outside. Most doctors were inside the barrier, but not Dr. Black, she began. Dr. Black is a former elite surgeon who refused to serve the corrupt system and instead built a secret group of doctors dedicated to healing those abandoned by society. He recruits every doctor he encounters, and the two of you would be recruited the latest, she said to Zeno and Jisoo. Jisoo excitedly smiled as she glanced at Zeno, who was still focused on the script. When the governor's wife falls ill, he realizes only Dr. Black could save her. Therefore, he offers Dr. Black luxury in exchange for operating on his wife. Dr. Black refuses, though, and demands the barrier to be opened and the resources be shared. As the governor loves his wife very much, he follows through, she said. "We have filmed up until this part." Zeno nodded to himself. So, the climax was yet to come. However, the response isn't as simple as the two of them had liked. Chaos ensues, of course, as people inside the barrier do not want to share their resources while those outside want to show their rage. As a result, a massive riot breaks out and places their largest mansion on fire. "This is where you come in," she said, pointing at Selena. "You are with your sleazy boyfriend when this happens, and your life's in jeopardy." Minseek pursed his lips. "I only have one line," he asked. Chaiwon PD glared at him. "I told you, there are no mistakes with the script. Now, we have opted for the scene to be filmed without any special effects," she continued. Zeno finally raised his head. "Which means the fire and explosions would be real?" Chaiwon PD nodded, crossing her arms in front of her chest. Zeno frowned. "Why would they do that when the Earth has finally developed great technologies surrounding artificial intelligence? Ah, truly. These humans always wanted to place their lives in danger." "Do not fret," Jiho continued. "We have rented a private island where no civilian could be harmed. A team of doctors and firefighters are coming with us, too." Jisoo sighed in relief. "That's all right then." Selena, on the other hand, froze. She was a popular idol, but frankly, there were way too many popular idols in this era. However, those recognized for their acting skill were only a chosen few. She didn't want to be clustered in the majority, so she took this opportunity. However, what was this? She was going to be stuck inside a fire? "Jiho will send you the address of the island," Chaiwon PD continued. "We are also responsible for your airfare and accommodation." They nodded in agreement. "Now, let us discuss your contracts," she said, gesturing to Jiho to distribute another set of papers. Minseek took it greedily, his eyes going straight to his pay. He was feeling bad because of his role, but seeing the money that came with it lifted his mood a bit. As he glanced at Zeno, though, he couldn't help but scowl. What was it that made Manshik PD and Chaiwon PD choose him? He was pretty ordinary, and his acting skills were still hard to decipher. "It's going to be a one-time payment," Chaiwon PD explained. "So we also need your bank details. It shall be transferred on the day of the filming itself. If you don't have any other questions, go ahead and sign the contract." Jiho and Insu gave them pens to sign with. Selena nodded and signed the contract without asking any questions. She already had a feeling this movie was going to hit it big, especially with Ian Seo, so even if her character wasn't the most pleasant, she would do it. Thank you, PD. Jisoo smiled, even bowing her head as she signed the contract. Min-sik even stood and bowed at a 90-degree angle. After that, he sat back down and signed the paper. Chaewon turned to Zeno, who still appeared deep in thought. Then, he lifted his head, and the two of them met gazes. Chaewon suddenly felt a strange sensation going up her spine. She usually wasn't intimidated by anyone, especially new actors. However, the way Zeno looked at her made her feel unquestionable things. Before I signed the contract, he started off, still looking into her eyes. For some reason, although she felt intimidated, she couldn't look away. The pay. Can you give it to me now? Chapter 43, A Grand Offer. Those inside the room couldn't believe their ears. Chaewon was expecting Zeno to laugh, indicating he was joking, but he wasn't. He still looked dead serious. Min-sik looked at him with wide eyes. Meanwhile, Selena shook her head. Jisoo, too, appeared confused. He was more brazen than they had thought. In the end, Chaewon PD was the one who laughed out loud, even slapping her palm on the table. You want to be paid now? She clarified. Zeno innocently nodded. The pay was 6 million KRW, and he needed more than half of it to buy Maxi's medication today. He was sure the demon was going to die if he waited until the day of their filming. Chaewon PD was flabbergasted at this point. Again, she had never met such an actor. She shook her head. You know that actors are paid in installments, right? She started off. The bulk of their payment is given before the movie is released. We are giving you a one-time payment on the day of the filming, but you still want it now. Zeno nodded once more. Because I need it now. Min-sik clicked his tongue. That is not the proper etiquette for an actor, he side-commented. However, Zeno ignored him. It's a one-time payment, Zeno deadpanned, crossing his arms in front of his chest. What difference will it make if you give it to me now rather than later? Chaewon PD's face went red, so Jiho quickly answered before she exploded out of anger. We cannot guarantee you would come during the filming day if we pay you now, he said. Then, sue me, Zeno confidently said, making Joo-hyuk's eyebrows raise in surprise. This kind of confidence coming from a rookie actor was rare. No, it was insanity. I can only accept the job if it pays now, Zeno continued, still challenging Chaewon PD's gaze. Chaewon PD has never been spoken to this way, not even by her higher-ups when she was nothing in the industry. It shocked her, of course, but at the same time, she found it pleasant. An actor who knew what he wanted. Finally, she broke their intense gaze. Jiho, prepare another contract, she said. We can give it to him now. Min-sik's eyes widened. Chaewon PD actually agreed to this? Frankly, I do not want to go through the hassle of finding another actor, she said, folding her arms. Min-sik felt even more furious. He was right there. Jiho quickly printed another contract and handed it to Zeno. With that, he signed it, too, before handing it back to the team. Chaewon PD couldn't take her eyes away from him as he did so. She still didn't know what she felt about this actor. Somehow, she could never really read what was going on inside of his mind. She didn't like that one bit. However, she couldn't deny that he felt quite talented and reliable. It's all set, PD, Jiho said as he gathered all of their contracts. With that, Chaewon PD stood. You may now take your leave, she said, her gaze lingering longer on Zeno. We will see you on the day of the filming. They all stood and bowed, watching as Chaewon PD left the room. However, Joo-hyuk, the casting director, stayed back, confusing the actors. Min-sik, on the other hand, was confident he was going to be scouted by him. He might not have gotten the role of Dr. Song, but he was going to win even bigger today. He glanced at Zeno, who was already preparing to go out. Wait, Joo-hyuk said, causing the actors to turn to him. Min-sik was the closest to him, ready to accept whatever offer the casting director made. However, Joo-hyuk didn't even spare him a glance. Instead, he called out the person Min-sik was annoyed at the most. Zeno Han, can I please have a word with you? He asked. Zeno stopped in his tracks. I have urgent matters to attend to, he said. Joo-hyuk looked at him with amazement. Truly, his personality was one of a kind. Other actors practically begged for Joo-hyuk to look their way. A prime example was Min-sik, who was right beside him. Joo-hyuk couldn't help but chuckle. However, deep inside, he felt he was being challenged. "This is a very important conversation," Juhyuk said. "I'm sure you don't want to miss out on it." Zeno glanced at his watch and sighed. He could have just told him straight away if it was important. Right now, the most important thing to do was go back to the vet and give them the money for Maxie's treatment. "I have left my contact details," Zeno said, about to leave. "You can reach out to me there." However, Juhyuk stubbornly stood in front of the door. They had been looking for Zeno Han ever since the last episode of Broken Chains of Justice aired. No matter who they asked, they couldn't find his contact details. So, when Juhyuk heard that he was cast as one of the extras for Code Black, he knew he couldn't pass up on the opportunity, especially since rival companies were also trying to recruit him. It seemed it was more difficult than he had intended, though. So, Juhyuk decided to say it right then and there. "We want to offer you the opportunity to become one of our artists in Moonrise Media. We believe you will be a great addition to our shining artists," he said in his sales talk voice. However, he was greeted with silence. Sir," Jisoo said, snapping him out of his thoughts. "He's gone." Juhyuk's eyes widened, and he looked around the room, only to see that Jisoo was right. Zeno didn't listen to a word he had said. Juhyuk's cheeks became red in embarrassment, and he quickly grabbed his bag before walking out of the room. "They want him in Moonrise Media, huh?" Jisoo muttered, turning to Minseek. However, the boy next to her was having none of it. He clenched his fists and glared at the door, feeling like he had lost way too much to him. "Zeno Han," he whispered, "you do not deserve any of this." Chapter 44, Indebted. "What was that?" he muttered to himself. That man was so persistent when he said he already had something to do. Just then, he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket, so he stopped right outside Moonrise Media's entrance. He sighed and pulled it out before looking at the caller ID and seeing Doha. Oh goodness, did Maxie die already? He pressed the answer button and was greeted by Doha's enthusiastic tone. "Our handsome Zeno, good morning." "Guess not." "What?" Zeno asked and went to the side to take the call. "Is your contract signing finished?" "Did you get the money?" Zeno hummed. "It's already in my bank account. I'll head to the vet right away." "I actually have some good news," Doha excitedly exclaimed. "The vet has started treating Maxie." "What?" Zeno asked out of confusion. "That vet said they had a payment-first policy." "Oh, that still stands," Doha chuckled. "However, the vet's daughter saw your name on the consent form and said to treat Maxie right away. We still have to pay, though." Zeno clicked his tongue. "Maybe we should have gotten into debt instead," he muttered. "What was that?" Doha asked. Zeno sighed. "Nothing. I'm heading there now." "All right, see you, Zeno." Zeno ended the call before looking up at the sky. "Ah, debt. Must be nice." With that, he went to the bus stop to go to the vet where Maxie was. Meanwhile, on one of the bushes was none other than Minseek. Before he knew it, he had hidden himself there when he saw Zeno speaking with someone on the phone. He had a hunch there was something more than what meets the eye. And he was right. "Debt, huh?" Minseek muttered. "So, this is why you wanted the money right away. Oh ho, you really are that man in the drama." The vet, named Dr. Duji, said just as Zeno arrived. "My daughter wasn't lying. I watched the scene yesterday and thought you were great. However, you look more handsome in real life. Did you have any cosmetic surgeries?" Zeno pursed his lips, not answering his question. Is Maxie doing? "All right. She's doing much better after we gave her the medication," Dr. Duji said. "We should have given it to her sooner," he even chuckled. Zeno sighed. "Well, I will wire the payment." "There's no need for that," he quickly said. "My daughter told me to just get your number instead." Zeno held out a hand and brought out his card. "It's all right," he said. "I will pay like a rightful citizen." Dr. Duji looked at him with narrowed eyes. "It's not because you don't want to give your number to my daughter, right?" "That's part of the reason," Zeno said, causing the vet's eyes to widen in surprise. What a blunt man. "However, I do not want to be indebted to you," he said. "Nor do I want any special treatment because of my previous work. I would pay like a normal customer, and you should treat Maxie like a normal vet. That would be for the best." Dr. Duji thought he would get offended. However, the young man's honesty was pretty refreshing. With that, he smiled. "All right then. That's fine by me. I see that you're a man with good principles. Perfect for my daughter. May I please see Maxie?" Zeno asked, diverting the topic. Dr. Duji laughed out loud when Zeno deflected the question again. All right, he said. "I'll take you to see her." The two walked through the vet before they entered the room that contained various animals. Monkeys, snakes, possums, and even some praying mantis. As soon as Zeno went inside, they all went crazy. Some howled, some growled, and most looked at him with disdain. "Oh, what's happening?" Dr. Dugi muttered. "They're usually well-behaved. I don't have a bad patient this week." Zeno clicked his tongue as he looked around. These animals were all demonic. However, they were still much better than humans. "This is really surprising," he said. "That cat was dying yesterday. It's so full of life now. See, he has even bared his teeth." Zeno glanced at the cat and saw he was in attack mode. He shook his head. Good thing he was inside a cage. "Ah, here we are," Dr. Dugi said after a while. "There's Maxie." Maxie was inside a large cage, still sick but appearing much better. Much to Zeno's surprise, she didn't growl at him this time. She still side-eyed him, but it wasn't her usual response. Dr. Dugi opened the cage and carried her in his arms. "Here, take her," he said. "It's fine," Zeno denied. However, Dr. Dugi had already placed Maxie in Zeno's arms. The latter stood stiffly, feeling like his life was in danger. Maxie glared at him, but, fortunately, didn't do any damage. It was at that moment that Zeno was grateful she still hadn't fully recovered. "Ah, what a cute pair," Dr. Dugi said. Before Zeno could react, his phone camera flashed. Maxie is truly in great hands. Zeno sighed and shook his head before focusing his gaze on Maxie. He couldn't help the warmth that spread through his chest as the demon dog looked at him with wide eyes. "You're actually cute like this," he muttered. Then, his eyebrows raised when he realized what he had said. "What am I saying?" he whispered to himself. Then, much to his surprise, Maxie leaned closer to him, her head rubbing against his chest. He froze for a second because Maxie had never acted this way with him. Then, he shook his head and ruffled the hair on her head. "You're sucking up to me because I paid for your medicine, huh?" Zeno muttered. Max continued rubbing her head against him. All right, Zeno sighed. "That's enough. I get it. You don't have to thank me." Then, Maxie lifted her head, stars almost seen in her eyes. "Don't get sick again, will you?" he scolded, gently pinching her ear. "You've caused me a lot of trouble." Chapter 45 arrived on the island. The extras had arrived, and they had already checked into our accommodation. The main are also coming in a few minutes. "I'll update you once everyone is checked in," Jiho said through his intercom. Friday had finally arrived, meaning the cast and staff of Code Black were arriving on the private island they had hired. Jiho was spearheading the arrival of everyone and made sure the main characters had the best experience. "What about the doctors?" Chawon PD asked, also arriving at the hotel. "I heard they ran into some kind of emergency." Jiho bit his lip. There was an accident in Seoul, and they couldn't come on time. However, they will be coming here by evening. Chawon PD clicked her tongue. "We've already talked with them, though. Is there a lack of doctors in the country?" she muttered. "Anyway, that's okay. The firefighters are all here, right?" she continued. "About that," Jiho chuckled, scratching the back of his neck. "What now?" Chawon PD asked. "Half of them had delayed flights and will also arrive at a later time." Chawon cursed under her breath. "What do you mean? We need to start filming by the afternoon so we can get all the scenes done. Our time on this island is only limited." "I know, PD," he muttered. "However, everything will be under our supervision, so the chances of any casualty are low." Chawon PD massaged the bridge of her nose. Of course, she was used to delays and such. However, one day on this private island wasn't cheap. Moreover, Ian and some of the actors had to attend an award show after their filming, so they truly needed to get it done during the allotted time. "All right," Chawon sighed. "Just make sure that everyone is on the site by 2 p.m. Jiho enthusiastically nodded. Meanwhile, Zeno had just arrived at the hotel and looked around. It was a pretty nice place, considering they were on a deserted island. They even had to take a boat for around an hour to get here. "Ah, really?" Selena muttered, looking around the place. "I thought this was a high-budget movie. Why do 4 people have to be in the same room?" Jisoo smiled at her. "We're only going to be here for 3 days. We probably won't do anything here except sleep and take a shower. We even have 2 bathrooms," she enthusiastically said. Selena clicked her tongue and placed her luggage, which was way too much for the 3-day trip, to the side. Minseek, on the other hand, was elated that he could share a room with 2 beautiful ladies. He already had images inside his mind, making him smirk. However, the door suddenly opened, revealing Zeno, causing him to instantly scowl. He had a small bag placed on one shoulder as he looked around. Their hotel room was bigger than his entire unit. With that, he walked to the bed where Minseek was and placed his bag on the bottom bunk. "Hey," Minseek shouted. "That's my bed." Zeno looked at him and shrugged before throwing his bag into the upper bunk bed. "You must be afraid of heights," he inferred. Minseek's cheeks reddened. "I am not," he exclaimed. Selena looked at Zeno's bag and frowned. "Is that all you have?" Zeno nodded, not even looking at her. Selena clicked her tongue yet again. What was this? Why wasn't he speaking to her like all the other men were? She would understand if he was at least a B-list actor. However, he was nothing but an extra who went viral because of a measly smile. With that, Zeno headed outside, wanting to get a view of the area before they started filming. As he opened the door, however, what greeted him was a sight that a normal civilian would kill to have. He heard a gasp next to him before he was pushed to the side. Minseek and Selena were out of the door in record time with pleasing smiles on their faces. Jisoo, too, stood in front of him and bowed. The main characters of Code Black were walking down the hallway, smiles on their faces as they waved at the staff and the extras. Hyunbin Lee, Risa Park, and of course, Ian Seo. They greeted everyone they came across with. "Good afternoon, seniors," Minseek enthusiastically said as they passed by. They stopped in their tracks. "Oh, Jisoo, is that you?" Risa asked when she saw the familiar actress. Jisoo's eyes widened. "You know me, ma'am?" Risa chuckled. "Well, of course," she said. "I watched Born to Conquer You. It was my favorite drama last year." Jisoo's cheeks reddened, and she bowed her head again. "Oh, and aren't you, Selena?" Hyunbin asked, chuckling as he observed the young lady. "I've watched your fan cams. You're a good dancer." Selena smiled, feeling fulfilled as she was complimented by a veteran actor. "And you are?" Hyunbin asked, turning to Minseek, who was already anticipating being recognized. "We were in Broken Chains of Justice, sir. I was your youngest colleague." "Ah, right," Hyunbin chuckled. "Sukmin." "It's Minseek," he muttered. There was some awkward silence before Hyunbin began to chuckle. Of course, he chuckled. "This old man's memory isn't the greatest. You are known for being able to memorize scripts in 1 week, though," Zeno suddenly said, catching their attention. So, the fact that his memory wasn't great was definitely a lie. Ian's gaze focused on him, a small smile appearing on his face. "Zeno Han, right?" Ian started off. "I knew you were getting the part when we did the cold reading together." Zeno pursed his lips and nodded. "Oh, it's you," Hyunbin said, turning to Zeno with crossed arms. "We were on the same set, but I didn't get around to seeing you." Meanwhile, Risa turned to a staff member and asked, "Who is he?" "Zeno Han," she responded. "He was in Broken Chains of Justice and became viral for a few days." "Oh, really?" she muttered, looking at the new actor. "I didn't watch it. I also don't have things like social media." "I heard you're quite an actor," Hyunbin smirked. Zeno's brows slightly furrowed. He didn't have a good feeling about this old man. "Why don't you show us a demonstration here?" Chapter 46. What a newbie. Zeno knew this. He was definitely getting picked on. He wasn't a stranger to work culture since he had undergone so many professions. It was when those with seniority imposed their authority over the younger ones. It wasn't because they were genuinely interested, but because they wanted to make fun of them. With that, Zeno held out a hand. "I refuse," he said. Both the extras and main actors turned to him with wide eyes. Did he just refuse the Hyunbin Lee? Hyunbin's cheeks slightly reddened, but he didn't want to appear flustered, so he chuckled. "Oh, young actors are not as passionate these days, it seems. Back then, when our seniors asked us to act in front of them, we would do so in a heartbeat." "Ah," Zeno muttered. He finally realized what this was all about. A person who suffered from a harsh working environment wanted to continue the cycle of harshness. He wasn't one who learned from his seniors' mistakes, but instead inculcated them for the new generation to experience. "You see, sir, the times have changed," Zeno said as politely as he could. "I cannot bust out a scene at this moment when we're not even on set." Hyunbin couldn't hide his annoyance now. His face twisted to that of mild anger, and Ian noticed it instantly. He patted Zeno's shoulder. "Mr. Hyunbin is just looking to have fun," he chuckled, his eyes crinkling. Even at that moment, Zeno found the A-list actor dazzling. "He also asked the other actors and me to do it," Ian added, trying to lighten the atmosphere. Why don't you do it for fun, huh? Zeno pursed his lips. You are different from me, he said. With those few words alone, the other actors began finding Zeno inflexible. Why can't he just do it? He is annoying. I liked him in that drama, too. He's going against two A-list actors? What a snob. If you excuse me then, Zeno said, walking past them. I'm going to check the filming site. With that, he started walking away, with the other actors burning holes in his back. He whistled softly as he walked out of the hotel. He could feel their stares, of course, but that was his honest opinion. If they all heeded to such a request, who was going to break the cycle? Zeno sighed. I'm helping way too many humans for this particular mission, he muttered. Meanwhile, Hyunbin Lee began storming away, feeling humiliated after Zeno had rejected him. In truth, he wanted to see what the fuss about this new actor was all about that even Manshik PD had called him perfect. And, of course, he had worked hard to gain his reputation in the industry. When he was younger, he had to suck up to so many of his seniors just so he could get the slightest of opportunities. Just then, he felt a hand on his shoulder, massaging him firmly. Maybe he just wasn't in the mood, senior, Ian said with a soft smile. Hyunbin clicked his tongue and slightly turned back. Those kinds of actors, he muttered, are the ones who will never succeed. Meanwhile, Zeno strolled around their filming site. It was quite a beautiful place, with white sand sprawling through the entire area. In the middle was what seemed to be a newly built mansion. Looking at it closely, it seemed to be built by substandard products. Then, as he continued his journey, he saw the island's signage. Disaster Island, he muttered. So, it seemed they were on an island designated for scenes like this. Just then, while he continued with his ocular survey, Zeno came across a familiar person. Jiho, the assistant director, was speaking nervously on the phone, pacing back and forth like someone had lit a fire in his ass. You can't come on time, he exclaimed. But you're already delayed as it is. He continued pacing back and forth. Chaiwon PD is already in a bad mood because the firefighters who arrived are only half of what we expected. I don't want to add to it. Jiho then let out a deep breath. Your presence is important to the set because there might be accidents. I know. We made sure to safeguard everything, but we're not entirely sure. Anyway, can you come by before sunset? We already have some first aiders here, but your presence would be appreciated. The person on the other line said something that made Jiho sigh in relief. All right, he said. I'll get the boat ready for when you arrive. For now, we will continue with filming. We only have until Sunday to film all of the scenes. With that, he turned off the call, running his fingers through his hair. Are the doctors unable to come? Jiho screamed and fell to the sand, his eyes so wide they nearly popped out of their sockets. What are you doing here? How long have you been standing there? I was walking around. For a while now, Zeno honestly responded. Jiho sighed and massaged the bridge of his nose. Well, get going. The other actors are already getting ready. Answer my question first, he said. Are the doctors unable to come? Jiho raised one eyebrow. Do not worry about it. Just do your part. Actors shouldn't concern themselves with this stuff. Zeno pursed his lips. The movie being produced is centered around medical disasters. This particular one involves the use of real fire, and with one wrong move, something bad might happen. I believe it is your responsibility to ensure that everything goes safe for all of the actors and staff. Jiho's brows furrowed. Oh, he scoffed. You think you know much better than me now? I have checked this place over and over again. I have also experienced filming here for another movie. Is this your first time? Yes, Zeno truthfully answered. Jiho chuckled in disbelief. And yet, you have the audacity to suggest such things. The doctors are only coming here for formality purposes. Nothing bad is going to happen. Besides, the first aiders are here. It's in their name, Zeno deadpanned. They provide first aid. They cannot handle complicated situations. And how certain are you that nothing bad is going to happen? Jiho was taken aback. He sighed in frustration. Seriously. This is why I hate working with newbies. You talk like you know everything. But kid, I have lived a longer life than you. I highly doubt that, Zeno thought. Anyway, go away, Jiho grumbled. You know nothing. Chapter 47, Equal Ground. I don't have a good feeling about this, Zeno muttered. Well, for one, most of the actors weren't fond of him already because word has gotten around that he didn't heed Hyunbin's request. Zeno couldn't care less about that, though. It was the second point that made him feel strange, the lack of doctors and firefighters within the area when they were going to film a disaster scene. He was uneasy that one of his past lives might get summoned again. Everyone in your positions. Chaiwon PD exclaimed through the megaphone. We're going to be filming the riot scene first, she started off. The wall has been torn down, but the chaos has remained. We are working with limited time, so please make as few mistakes as possible. The doctors. Ready? Ian smiled so brightly that all of the extras felt rejuvenated. Ready, PD. Chaiwon couldn't help but smile, too. Ian is such a joy to work with. Yes, he's been kind throughout this filming. We haven't even started yet. As the new extras discussed Ian Seo's charms, Luli, one of the women present in Zeno's acting class, beamed when she saw Zeno among the doctors. He got the role, she muttered. I knew it. Who are you talking about? Another extra, an influencer named Rex, asked. That guy, she said, pointing at Zeno. We were in the same acting class together. Oh, I heard he isn't a good guy. I can't wait to talk about it to my followers. What? Lily asked, turning to the content-hungry man. What? Rex chuckled. Do you like him? Lily clicked her tongue. I just think he's an amazing actor, that's all. Well, let's see about that. Jiho entered the frame, sneering a bit at Zeno before clicking the slate. Riot scene shot 1 take 1. Ian immediately went into character, surprising even Zeno. The extras, who were nothing but observers and were hired to fill up the screen, quietly talk among themselves while the main actors were filming. Ian is killing it as usual, Rex chuckled. That Zeno guy is going to be eaten up. Everyone, listen to me please. Innocent civilians are in there, Dr. Black exclaimed. I know we have been divided for far too long, but this doesn't mean we shouldn't help them. Dr. Yen, Jisu's character, stepped forward with a determined nod. Cut. Chaiwon PD exclaimed. That was too awkward. Join in naturally. Jisu pursed her lips and bowed at the other actors. Zeno could tell she was feeling nervous. She was filming on a literal battlefield before this one, though, so Zeno didn't understand. Still, the scene continued. Dr. Yen stepped forward. Where do we start, Dr. Black? The governor, who was none other than Hyunbin Lee, entered the scene. My daughter is inside, he pleaded, appearing pathetic. Zeno couldn't deny the old man's acting skills. It was apparent he had a lot of experience. Please, Dr. Black, I know you have already saved my wife, but is it too much to ask for you to save my daughter too? Dr. Black didn't hesitate. We will save as many lives as possible. With that, he began instructing his fellow men on their certain tasks. However, not everyone began moving. Dr. Yin turned to Dr. Song, who hadn't moved an inch since the beginning of the catastrophe. Here it is, Rex said, already finding the situation amusing. Zeno Han might look decent acting with a bloke like Daniel Byan, but I'm sure he's going to look like a complete amateur with Ian Seo as the lead. Lily pursed her lips. I think he's really good, though, she muttered. Her gaze also focused on the scene. What are you doing? Get moving, Dr. Yin said. Zeno still hadn't come to terms with the profession. However, since these people paid him well, he decided to do his part. He didn't think of himself as a good actor. However, he was great at acting like he didn't care. In fact, he didn't have to act at all. We've been recruited here by Dr. Black, Dr. Yin continued. He gave us a home and pushed us to who we truly are, who we're supposed to be, doctors. Dr. Song looked at Dr. Yin with a look of indifference, one that sent shivers down her spine. Is that supposed to inspire me? Chaiwon PD lifted her head as soon as Zeno said those lines. It seemed like the chattering extras also turned silent the moment he spoke. Rex was also rooted in his spot, watching the scene with furrowed brows. Finally, Dr. Black noticed what was going on. Dr. Song's hesitation definitely affected the others, and they also stopped moving. The governor got on his knees. Please, please save my daughter and everyone else inside that mansion. I promise the wall will be torn off for good. However, the crowd was still hesitant. Dr. Black sighed and ran his fingers through his hair. We need you, Dr. Song, he started off. Half of the mansion is on fire, and people are getting trapped. The governor's daughter is in dire need of our help. Dr. Song sighed, the small sound being carried over through the crowd. For a moment, Zeno made eye contact with Jiho, who was behind the cameras. What a negligent man, he thought with a scowl. However, the camera picked up his expression, and it was perfectly tailored for the scene. Jiho looked behind him before shuddering. That bastard, he muttered. Is he looking at me? Ian was even surprised. Hyunbin, too, looked at the young man with a small frown. How could he muster such an expression? Not my problem, he answered after a while, sounding so casual. Luli, who knew for a fact that Zeno was merely acting, began to resent him for being so passive. The scene hasn't even been shown on the big screen, but she already felt so much disdain for his character. What do you mean? Not your problem? You're a doctor. One of the last ones left. These people need us, Dr. Black exclaimed. Didn't you say you wanted to become part of us, so we can save more people? More people like us, Dr. Song casually said, placing his hands inside the pocket of his white coat. It was a subtle gesture that showed he truly didn't want to move. These people had their chance. They hoarded supplies and built walls to keep the rest of us out, and now they expect us to save them? Let them burn. Jiho's ears rang. For some reason, it was like Zeno was talking to him. However, he shook his head. He shouldn't be swayed by a newbie. This isn't about them. Dr. Black exclaimed. It's about who we are. We're doctors. We help people. That's what we do. You still believe that? After everything, Dr. Song asked, making Dr. Black stumble back. Yes, Dr. Black whispered. Then you're a fool. As they continued the scene, Chaiwon couldn't believe her eyes. She was immersed in the scene, and it felt like they weren't acting anymore. Since Ian has been in the industry for quite a long time, there should be some kind of gap in their acting. But, at that moment, it didn't seem like that at all. Zeno and Ian Co stood pretty equal when it came to acting ability. Chapter 48, A New Friend. Selena and Minsik, who weren't in great moods due to their roles, collectively sighed as they looked out of the windows. They were already inside the mansion where they were going to be burned. This sucks, Selena muttered. I wanted to wear a white coat. At least you have some lines sprinkled throughout the movie, Minsik grumbled. I only have one line. Help us. Do you think that's fair? Selena scowled at him and focused outside the window once more. It seemed they were finally done with the dialogue part, but she could still see them discussing even from afar. What are they talking about? She whispered to herself. Is Zeno Han actually a genius actor? Don't you think it's strange that he's already gotten 2 roles in major productions, and it hasn't even been an entire month since his career started? Now that you've mentioned it. What the? Rex muttered. Is he an underground actor or something? I don't think so, Lily said. He has never acted before. Rex was silent for a moment before scoffing. That's got to be a lie. Meanwhile, Chaiwon PD observed Zeno from afar. He was eating the fruits from the snack table now. She had granted them some rest time before they started filming the more dangerous parts of the movie. She turned to Jiho, who was grumbling under his breath. Is Zeno Han signed with our company yet? I hope he isn't, Jiho muttered, causing the experienced PD to turn to him with raised eyebrows. What was that? Jiho cleared his throat. I don't think so, PD, he answered. I heard from Juhyuk that they hadn't talked. Chaiwon hummed, placing her hand under her chin. Anyway, are the doctors around already? The real ones. Jiho pursed his lips before nodding. Yes, they are on the boat, he lied. Good, Chaiwon said. Then, go ahead and set everything up so we can finally film the fire scene while the sun appears golden. Jiho stood from his seat. Yes, PD. Meanwhile, Zeno sat on a big rock not too far away from the scene. He wanted to eat his fruits in peace while thinking of strategies to decrease his meter back to the mediocre one. Dead is an option, he muttered. Should I lose my friends? But that would be too cruel, wouldn't it? Just then, he felt someone sit next to him, causing his brows to furrow. He turned to the side and saw Ian looking at him with a small smile. You're interesting, you know that? Ian started off. Zeno continued eating his fruits while staring at the horizon. How so? Ian shrugged, leaning against his palms. I don't know. It just seems you don't want to be here. Zeno turned to Ian. How did you know? Ian couldn't help it. He laughed out loud. So, you really don't want to be here? Zeno sighed. Why not? Ian asked. Because I'm straying away from my goals, he answered, referring to his meter. Ian paused for a while, looking at the side of Zeno's face. It was at that moment that he found his skin to be quite smooth. What kind of foundation was he wearing? However, aside from the curiosity of Zeno's skincare and makeup, he also related a lot to what Zeno had said. I think we're on the same page, Ian said, sounding sadder than he had intended. Huh? Zeno asked, confused. Was he a Rennie's? 2? I don't think so, though, Zeno muttered. It looks like you're enjoying this a lot more than I am. Ian turned to him with slightly wide eyes, waiting for him to elaborate. You're good at acting, and you present yourself well. Honestly, you might present yourself too well, to the point you want to please all people without taking yourself into account. That might be the reason why you feel like you're straying from your goals. You should act to portray, not to please. In that case, we're very different. Trust me, there was a huge difference between them. Ian's CO was just burnt out. Zeno wanted to get burnt with how hard this mission was. A small smile appeared on Ian's lips. No one has ever told me that, he said in a tone that Zeno knew all too well. His eyes widened. Oh no, he definitely didn't need a new friend. You're the first person to ever make me feel this way since I became an actor. Zeno pursed his lips. It was even worse than he thought. Just how fragile was Ian's CO's heart? That's not what. Ian cut him off. I'll take your words into account, he said, standing from the big rock. Then, he patted Zeno's shoulder. You're a good man, Zeno. I hope we can become friends. +1 public perception. Friend request from A-list actor. Notable meter, 15%. Penalty quest. Make the filming go as smoothly as possible. Make sure it ends on time. +5% for delayed filming. Zeno angrily munched on the banana as he stood. Seriously, he muttered. Everyone. Chaiwon PD exclaimed through her megaphone again, making the actors gather at the clearing. The firefighters were already on standby while the arsonists, led by Jiho, were behind the building. The camera and sound man designated to film inside the mansion also went to their areas. If something happens, tell my wife and children I love them, said the cameraman to the sound guy. The sound guy chuckled. Come on, man. Nothing's going to happen. The cameraman sighed. Why would they opt for a natural fire for this filming? We shouldn't have lost rock, paper, scissors, the sound guy said. Zeno inspected the mansion, dread forming in the pit of his stomach. The ascendants had a cruel sense of humor. Penalty quests made things harder for Rennies, yet at the same time, they were designed to help the humans around them. If they had given him a mission to make the filming as smooth as possible, then Zeno could only infer one thing. Let the fire show begin. Chaiwon PD exclaimed. Chapter 49, No Casualties Please. For the first time in what felt like years, Zeno started praying to the ascendants. If you have an ounce of respect left for your best employee, you will protect these humans, he muttered under his breath. Rex, who was curious about him, tapped his shoulder. However, Zeno was too preoccupied with his prayer that he didn't pay him any attention. Rex's eyebrows raised in surprise. Did he just ignore me? Meanwhile, Lily looked at Zeno with wide eyes. He had gotten more handsome since she saw him at the acting workshop. He's so nonchalant, she muttered. Selena, who began smelling the scent of smoke, turned to the staff inside the room. How are we going to get down if they're burning our floor? The cameraman and sound guy turned to each other with wide eyes. We don't know, they said at the same time. All right, Chaiwon PD said through the megaphone, making sure the actors in the mansion could hear her. We need to film this very fast because the fire needs to be extinguished as soon as possible. Minsik and Selena began feeling nervous. Zeno narrowed his eyes. He could even feel their nervousness from where he was. Everyone, get to your positions. Chaiwon PD exclaimed, and the other actors followed. Hyunbin Lee, who was going to be acting in despair while waiting for his daughter to be saved, stood on the sidelines, his gaze focused on Zeno. The next part was going to be the most dangerous part of the entire movie. They were going to be using real fire. And because Dr. Song had refused to help, influencing the others, they were short of people to save those inside the building. The other doctors and rescuers had already started treating the victims on the lower floors, but the highest floor, where the fire began, would be occupied by none other than the governor's daughter and her sleazy boyfriend. In the end, Dr. Black would risk his life to save the two of them. The daughter and her boyfriend would then survive, but Dr. Black would suffer a burn and an inhalation injury. With that, the townspeople will begin to mourn. Dr. Black had saved countless lives, but they couldn't save him. However, the doctors joined forces to treat him and bring him back to life. At this point, Zeno didn't have any more lines, and he would just be in the background along with the other doctors. The filming finally started, but Zeno couldn't shake the feeling of dread inside his stomach. Dr. Yin and the others began evacuating those inside the building. You're all right. You're all right. Dr. Yin said with an assuring smile. We have 2 more victims here, another doctor shouted. That's 10 in total. We still have 3 more. I got the last one here. Dr. Black frowned as soon as he heard those words. He lifted his head after instructing another doctor on what to do. She can't be the last one, he muttered. Then, he stormed to the entrance, where a doctor with a burnt white coat came out. Where is the governor's daughter? He demanded. The doctor coughed while Dr. Black patted his back. It's impossible, he said. I am able to go to the 2nd floor, but the stairs to the 3rd floor are burnt to ashes. Dr. Black's eyes widened in fright, and he quickly saw the governor's daughter and her boyfriend on the top floor. Hey, don't you think the fire is spreading too rapidly? The sound guy muttered. I'm not sure. It is getting too hot, though, the cameraman answered. Minseek and Selena, too, began coughing out loud. Still, it looked natural in Chaiwon PD's eyes. Good, good, she muttered as she watched the monitor. Now it's time to save them. Dr. Black looked around until he found a rope with an anchor. Without any hesitation, he whipped it around like a cowboy before hooking it to the ledge of the window on the 3rd floor. Is that even humanly possible? Zeno muttered. He continued watching the scene while glancing at his watch from time to time. They were filming at an exceptional speed, and there had been no cuts since then. 5 minutes, Zeno whispered. However, if there was one thing he learned from one of his missions, it was that fire was very similar to humans. They were unpredictable, they were erratic, and they become wild when you least expect it. As Ian began climbing up the burning mansion, his eyes began hurting, and he found it hard to breathe. Still, he pushed through, knowing this was their one and only chance. He could already see Selena and Minseek inside, and he wanted to applaud them for their acting. They truly looked terrified. Selena was coughing furiously while Minseek appeared to be panicking. Shit, 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 Minseek exclaimed. The sound guy has passed out. Ian frowned as he arrived at their floor. At that moment, Selena fell into Minseek's arms. What the fuck? It's already hot as it is. Don't lean on me. Is this part of the script? Ian muttered, not recalling such a scene. Just then, he lifted his head, and it was only then he saw the condition of the room. One wall was engulfed in flames. On the floor was the sound guy, and trying to arouse him was the cameraman. Chaiwon PD frowned when she couldn't get a clear vision of what was happening inside the mansion. What is this? She muttered. Jiho clicked his tongue. Ah, those guys. I told them to do a good job. He pressed his intercom and began scolding them. We only have one chance for this. Do your job right. Focus the camera on the actors now. One of the takes included Dr. Song walking away amidst the madness. However, at that moment, he stayed in the frame, his gaze focused on the building. Hey, Jiho exclaimed. Cooperate. We need to do this fast. However, Zeno merely cursed under his breath. Jiho's eyes widened. Are you cursing at me? Seriously, Zeno whispered through gritted teeth, shaking his head. Then, he looked straight into the camera, capturing Chaiwon PD's attention. Stop the filming, he said. Unless you want 5 people to die today. Chapter 50, Firefighter. I wonder how Zeno is doing, Minji said as she stirred the pot of soup. He hasn't shown up in our group chat for the entire day. Eli scoffed. You can't live without him even for 3 days? Minji glared at Eli. For your information, he barely talked to us when he was in the military. I can definitely survive. Although, I would much rather have him here than your grumbly ass. Meanwhile, Doha twirled around the room. I bet he's doing such a great job. Yeah, Minji exclaimed. I bet he's on fire. Zeno glanced up at the skies for a moment, mustering the most hateful stare he could give. Cut, cut, Chaiwon PD exclaimed, capturing everyone's attention. What's happening? I was already so immersed with my role as a burnt man. Ah, why? It was going so well. The other actors on the ground began questioning what was happening. Since they were immersed in their roles, they didn't notice the catastrophe happening inside the mansion. Meanwhile, Zeno looked around, clicking his tongue when he saw the firefighting team waiting for a signal from Chaiwon PD. Jiho's eyes widened when he realized what was going on. It didn't take long before the other actors and staff caught on to the situation. Help us! Minseek screamed. Get fucking moving. Crap. I think the situation is serious. Step back. Fuck this. I'm going to run. Before they knew it, chaos had ensued on the set. Everyone, calm down, Chaiwon PD tried to say. However, deep inside, She was panicking too. Hyunbin felt his heart racing as he stared at the burning structure. Accidents were a part of his profession as an actor, especially in action and disaster films. However, something of this scale had never happened before. Inside the mansion, Selena had fallen against Minseek's shoulder, slowly losing consciousness. He pushed her harshly, but Ian acted fast and caught her in his arms. Minseek looked around and cursed. "Whatever. I'm leaving." With that, he went out of the window and used the rope that Ian used to get up. However, in the process, the anchor was yanked off. Minseek fell with a thud, but it didn't cause any major damage. "Man, come on. Wake up," the cameraman exclaimed. "You were supposed to tell my wife and children if I died. Now, it seems like you're going to be the one who will die." Ian's vision began to blur. Death. Were they going to die here today? Selena also slumped on the floor. "I worked this hard just for me to get toasted to death?" she exclaimed. Amidst those who had cleared the area, there was one person going toward the fire. "Zeno," Chaiwon PD exclaimed. "Stay back. It's dangerous." However, Zeno continued walking. "No," he muttered. "We need to finish this shooting on time." The firefighters began moving, but it was clear that their fire chief was missing. They were hesitant about what to do, causing Zeno to click his tongue. "What is that crazy guy doing?" Rex exclaimed. "Zeno." Lily also screamed, but to no avail. "Move," Zeno exclaimed as he arrived at the fire truck. The firefighters turned to him with wide eyes. "Who are you?" "We got it under control." "Clearly not," Zeno muttered. "Get that 1.75" line charged. I want water on that structure in 5 seconds. Zeno instructed. "Why should we listen to you?" Zeno pursed his lips. "Where's your fire chief?" Nobody responded, making Zeno sigh. "For this moment, I will be your fire chief." The way he said it sent shivers down their spines, and before they knew it, they began moving. Zeno grabbed an SCBA mask and yanked it into place. "Get the thermal imager up. If you can't get that line working in 5 seconds, you're off the nozzle." They worked faster now, and the hose hissed to life. They began splashing the area, with the other men extinguishing the fire from behind. "Is he commanding the firefighters?" a staff member whispered. "What is he?" "A firefighter in his past life." Zeno watched as the fire began to calm down. However, he knew that it would take much longer before everything was extinguished. In this case, the smoke would be a bigger problem for the actors who were still inside. "Get the ladder out," he said, and they began dismantling the ladder on top of the truck. If only the rope was still on the window ledge, they could save 2 people at the same time. But Minseek was selfish and used it on his own. "Who's going up?" one of the firefighters asked. "Me," Zeno said without any hesitation. "What? Are you a firefighter?" Zeno merely glanced at him with a look that could only be described as professional. "He is." "Well, he was." Mission number 15. Guarujá, Brazil. Save the entire neighborhood from a massive fire. "B. But you don't have any gear on," he stammered. Zeno ignored them and went up the ladder with only the SCBA mask to guard him. "He's going up there? Does he have a death wish? What is he doing?" "We are in the era of CGI," Zeno muttered. "Why use real fire in the first place?" He began ranting angrily under his breath. Chaiwon began feeling panic claw through her veins. This wasn't what she pictured in mind for the scene. Jiho, too, began thinking of the repercussions of his actions. "They're not going to die, are they?" a staff member asked, making them feel even more nervous. Zeno climbed the ladder with unimaginable speed, making even the professional firefighters question their abilities. Why is he more courageous than me? Finally, Zeno arrived at the window and saw the situation. He clicked his tongue. The only 2 fully conscious people were Ian and the cameraman, but it seemed that Ian had incurred a burn on his right arm, while the cameraman was showing signs of lethargy. As soon as Ian saw Zeno, his eyes widened. "What are you doing?" "Get out of here," Zeno said, pointing at the ladder. "Get your burn treated as soon as possible." "And you," he said to the crying cameraman. "Follow after Ian." "I can't just leave my friend," he exclaimed. Zeno impatiently sighed. "I'll be taking him, all right." The cameraman was still hesitant, but he nodded and went with Ian to go down the ladder. The people outside began sighing in relief when they saw Ian going down. "Save me," Selena muttered weakly. She began reflecting on her life. Since she was a child, she was called pretty and was given everything she wanted. Naturally, when she became an idol, people loved her, too. However, It also made her develop a star syndrome that was becoming worse by the day. Am I finally atoning for all my sins? She thought. The smoke was becoming more intense, and it was getting harder to gain vision. But then, she felt herself being carried into a pair of strong, warm arms. Despite her weakness, she looked up at her Savior only to see the face of an angel. She felt like she had entered the gates of heaven as a fair man with intense eyes stared down at her. There was some ash on his face, and the smoke surrounded him like he was some kind of god. With that, Selena's heart began beating faster, leaning closer to Zeno. My Savior. Chapter 51, straight out of a movie. Ian scrambled out of the burning house, coughing furiously as he was brought down by the firefighter team. Chaiwon PD and Jiho, as well as the other staff, instantly swarmed him. Ian, are you all right? Chaiwon asked, her hands still trembling from nervousness. Ian didn't respond for a moment and lifted his red hand instead. Gasps filled the area. Ian has been injured. Call the doctors, Chaiwon said to Jiho. The others started fussing around for Ian, too. Are you all right? Do you need some water? What happened? Meanwhile, Jiho's sweat had started forming on his ass. They're still on their way, he muttered. Chaiwon couldn't believe it. You meant to say, we don't have any doctors on board? She exclaimed. The other actors had heard it, and they began panicking. We were filming in such dangerous conditions? What are we going to do now? Ian seems to have a second-degree burn. Look, he's in pain. The first aiders went to where Ian was and washed his burn with saline. He winced in pain. However, he couldn't take his eyes away from the burning house. They're still there, he said, capturing their attention once again. All right, that extra is still there with Selena. The cameraman, who had also descended, began crying uncontrollably. He's going to die? Kwang is burning to death. Calm down, Jiho shouted, but he wasn't calm himself. No one is going to die. The doctors are on their way. How long? Ian asked, standing as one of the first aiders finished wrapping his burn. Jiho pursed his lips and glanced at his watch. Half an hour, he responded in shame. Ian sighed deeply, running his uninjured hand through his hair. Oh gosh, is someone really going to die today? Lily muttered. Sweet, Rex smiled. Can I live stream this? Lily's eyes widened. What are you talking about? She exclaimed. Stop it. However, it was already too late. He had whipped out his phone and started live streaming the event. People arrived like moths to flame. The staff were also not in their right minds to stop him. What? Someone is still inside that burning building? Selena, a sound guy, and Zeno Han are still inside, Rex discreetly said. Let's see if they can survive. This is sick. Is this a joke? I don't think this is a joke. Look at the people panicking. Crap. Is help on their way? The firefighters are trying to deplete the fire, but honestly, it's just getting worse. Doctors are on their way, but I think they're arriving late. So, you're just recording everything? What do you want him to do? Dive inside the burning house? Well, someone should. That guy, Zeno, was the one who entered to help. He hasn't come out, though? See, that's why you don't help in disasters like this. Meanwhile, Minsik, whose pathetic beard had been charred, began screaming for the first aiders to help him. Look, I'm literally burnt, he exclaimed, capturing their attention. Ian clicked his tongue and looked him in the eyes. You're fine, he said. You were the first one to get out of there when the fire wasn't that intense yet. Ah, fuck, Minsik screamed, throwing a tantrum like a little kid. Just then, part of the ceiling collapsed, eliciting loud screams from the bystanders. Did the house just collapse? Part of it did. I don't know. It seems they're not getting out, Rex said, his eyes shining from all the content he was getting. The livestream was quickly picked up by various media sites, and different emergency authorities quickly streamlined the arrival of other resources. However, since Disaster Island was still a bit far from the city proper, they didn't think it would be of much help. It became eerily silent after that. They stared at the burning mansion with ambiguous feelings. Did this film set really cause 3 deaths? One of which was one of the most popular idols of the 5th generation? Before she knew it, Chaiwon began to cry. It was a first in her long career. Being in the industry, she had developed a tough exterior. She didn't even cry when she won her first grand award. I think they're gone, Rex whispered to his phone. Dang. Goodbye, Code Black. Is that really the important thing right now? Well, you can say they got cooked. Literally. Bro, that's so insensitive. Welcome to the internet, everyone. Wait. Move the camera a bit. Someone's coming out. At that moment, Rex admired his view count since it was the first time he had surpassed more than 1 million live viewers. However, as he read the comments, he frowned in confusion. He zoomed into the window, which was barely noticeable because of the smoke, his eyes widening when he saw a shadow coming out of it. "Someone's there," he shouted, capturing everyone's attention. Chaewon's tears halted as she stepped closer, squinting her eyes to get a better look. The others, too, paid more attention, some also bringing out their phones to use its zoom function. Just then, through the smoke, a large figure came out. "Bring us down." The bystanders were all shocked. That was Zeno, right?" Chaewon PD asked, feeling hysterical. Zeno grumbled as he felt the weight of 2 people on his shoulders. Why did it have to come to this? It's so troublesome. As the ladder was brought down, the firefighters gasped. "Remove my mask," Zeno said to one of the firefighters. A rookie firefighter removed the SCBA mask from Zeno, revealing his handsome face smudged with ash. The firefighter was enchanted for a moment, but he snapped out of it when Zeno began descending the truck. Then, Zeno walked to the clearing, where the staff and actors were all waiting anxiously. Through the fog, dust, and fiery heat, Zeno walked with Selena and the sound guy on his shoulders, carrying them like flour sacks. Time seemed to slow down as he made his way to the clear area. And at that moment, it felt like a scene straight out of the movie. Chapter 52, Ultrasound. Zeno kept walking until he arrived at the safe area. "Move," he said, and they all created space for him. Selena, who had regained consciousness because of all the blood rushing to her head with Zeno's carrying method, was preparing to get cared for by him. However, she was quickly tossed to the side. "Give her some oxygen," Zeno said to the 2 first aiders. They looked at each other for a second before nodding and going to Selena. "Wait, I want you to help me." Selena whined from the side, but Zeno ignored her. "Is this scripted? I swear, the way he walked a while ago was epic. It looked like a real disaster scene. Since when was this guy handsome?" "You're right. He did get handsome, or maybe that's just because he saved 2 people from a fire." Zeno felt everybody's eyes on him. Sooner or later, he knew they would be asking some questions, too. He didn't want that. "Stay back and stay quiet," he said, and fortunately, they all followed. Ian watched with wide eyes as Zeno assessed the sound guy. "Are the doctors here already, or are you still incompetent?" he asked Jiho, who appeared as pale as a sheet of paper. "They're still not here," he muttered. Chaewon PD walked closer to him and plopped on the ground a few inches away. Is it bad?" she stammered. Zeno merely sighed and grabbed the stethoscope from the remaining first aider. He pressed it against the sound guy's chest wall and listened. However, he couldn't hear anything, which could only mean one thing. "Smoke inhalation injury," he muttered, shaking his head. "Is Kwang going to die?" the cameraman asked while being comforted by his colleagues. Zeno glanced at his watch. "Yeah, there's a high chance," he said. Their eyes widened in surprise. Hyunbin's old heart couldn't take it, too. He lost his balance and was helped by a nearby staff. They were stuck there for quite some time. "It's only a matter of minutes before he dies of carbon monoxide poisoning and hypoxemia 1, Zeno said, laying out the facts. He said it so nonchalantly that the others didn't know how to react. However, the cameraman began sobbing uncontrollably. "Help him, please. Do something. His kid is still in kindergarten, and his wife is currently pregnant. He's the sole breadwinner of the family." "Goodness," Zeno muttered. Rex was still live streaming at this point, and the comments were going at an indescribable speed. "This is heartbreaking. There are no doctors there. How will the man get saved?" Zeno sighed and ran his fingers through his hair. He then faced the first aider, who appeared fresh out of college. "He has a smoke inhalation injury, CO poisoning. Absent breath sounds on bilateral lung fields. He doesn't seem to be responding to stimulus. In a few minutes, he'd probably go into a coma because of oxygen deprivation to his brain. Now, can you perform an emergency intubation on him?" The first aider gasped. The others, too, didn't understand a word he was saying. However, they could tell the situation was dire. How do you know all of these?" Minsik exclaimed from the side. "Are you a doctor?" At that moment, Zeno wished he never had any medical knowledge or practice. He sighed and ignored Minsik. "Well," he continued, "do you know how to?" She pursed her lips and shook her head. "I don't have any experience with that. Besides, We don't have an intubation set in the kit. We only have a bag valve mask. Zeno bit his lip. Then, there was only one answer to this. Death. It was unfortunate, but it was a normal part of life. Of course, dying like this wasn't normal. However, it still happened. What do we need to do then? Chaiwan asked. Is he really going to die? The cameraman cried. Just then, a sudden gust of wind blew over them, and a photo came out of the guy's pocket. Zeno shouldn't have glanced down, but he did. There, he saw the ultrasound of what seemed to be his unborn baby. At that moment, he felt something tug at his heart again, similar to what he felt with Maxie's illness. He closed his eyes and let out a deep breath. Earth is really testing me, he muttered. Then, he knelt back down, picked up the ultrasound photo, and placed it inside his pocket, making sure it was safe. He glanced at his watch again. It seemed he was still breathing when he carried her. So, it wouldn't have been long since he stopped spontaneously breathing. 2 minutes. He needed to do a life-saving procedure in 2 minutes. Scalpel, he said to the first aider, who still appeared lost. We don't have a scalpel, she muttered. He pursed his lips and looked around, spotting something on Ian's white coat. Give me that pocket knife. Ian quickly gave it to Zeno. Douse it with saline, he said to the first aider. This time, the first aider acted quickly, and she did as she was told. Is he going to do what I think he's going to do? What is he going to do? A cricothyroidotomy with no equipment at all? And what now? Do you have a tube of some sort? Zeno asked. The first aider shook her head. We only have an 4-tube. That's too narrow, he muttered. Then, he spotted Jiho this time, who tapped his foot on the ground. Give me that, he said, pointing at his chest pocket. Jiho's eyes widened. What, he asked. Your pen, Zeno said, getting impatient. This was given to me by my late grandma. Zeno clicked his tongue and stood, grabbing the pen from his pocket. Thank you, Grandma, he said before going back to Kwong. He then placed his hand over Kwong's neck. To the queasy people out there, Zeno called out as he palpated the sound guy's neck. Look away if you can't handle blood. What? They began murmuring. Zeno closed his eyes before opening them again. Here, he muttered. With that, he thrust the knife into Kwong's neck. Low blood oxygen. Chapter 53. The doctor comes out. Screams were heard everywhere. What are you doing? You're killing him, the cameraman exclaimed. Are you guys seeing this? Rex asked those watching the live stream. I think he's insane. Nice. Free gore show. What is he doing? Crap. Is this legal? Hyunbin nearly collapsed once again, but he also didn't want to stop watching. The first aider had become pale, while Selena's eyes started shooting literal hearts. She was never a big fan of blood, but seeing it on Zeno was pretty hot. Jiho was on the verge of going insane. You can't do that, he exclaimed. You're killing him, really. Meanwhile, Chaiwan PD had become mute as she watched Zeno dig the knife deeper into Kwong's neck. He lifted his head and glared at Jiho. The latter's sweat felt cold as Zeno continued to give him a nasty stare. Keep quiet, he said with venom. That seemed to do the trick as he shut his mouth. The others, too, were afraid to speak out loud. That was when Zeno heard it, a pop. He was in. He couldn't believe he was performing a cricothyroidotomy at a movie set. It had been a while since he was a doctor, but it seemed he still got it. He had done this plenty of times when he was dispatched to a war zone, where resources were always lacking. It was meant for those who have lost spontaneous breathing, an emergency medical procedure when endotracheal intubation wasn't available. In short, it was the last resort. He then rotated the knife 90 degrees to widen the incision and make space for the pen tube. Remove the ink and douse it with saline, he said to the first aider. She nodded once again and gave him the clean pen tube. Then, he inserted the hollow pen tube into the incision at a 45-degree angle, directing it inferiorly toward the lungs. Jisoo watched the scene before her with wide eyes. They were all playing as doctors, but at this moment, Zeno was the only one who looked like a legit one. He was still wearing his white coat, so it added to the image. Zeno then grabbed the bag valve mask and secured it over the tube before handing it to the first aider. Press it every 6 seconds, he directed. After that, he placed the stethoscope on his ears with one hand while the other stabilized the tube. He listened to Kwong's breath sounds and nodded. They were back. The others were yet to be convinced, though. Is he dead? Did we just witness a murder? Meanwhile, those watching from the live stream were also enamored. It's either I witnessed the first successful cricothyroidotomy with a pen and pocket knife in my life, or a murder on a film set. He shouldn't have done anything. What if the patient died? Well, his career would be over before it started. Just then, the live stream ended, causing Rex to curse. He was all out of battery. He sighed and ran his fingers through his hair. It was his most successful live stream, too. What a waste, he muttered, shaking his head. Tape, Zeno said. The first aider gave it to him right away. However, Kwang's neck was still filled with blood, so the tape wouldn't stick. Without any hesitation, he ripped out the bottom hem of his white coat and used it to clean the area. Then, he taped the pen in place. He listened to Kwang's breath sounds once more and nodded when he heard that it was still present. It was silent for a while before the doctors finally arrived. They were all chattering, acting like they were having a walk in the park. Those were the biggest hemorrhoids I've ever seen. Seriously, it was as big as an apple. I don't even want to know how he got it. However, when they saw the scene before them, they began running toward the patient. What happened? One of the doctors exclaimed. Zeno read the doctor's nameplate and sighed. What a coincidence. Dr. Song, he started off. The patient suffered a smoke inhalation injury from the fire. The airway has been established, and breath sounds are present. He is still unconscious. I suggest you bring him to the nearest hospital so he can get a more comprehensive treatment. Some others also need your help. Although Mr. Kwang has the worst injury out of them all, Dr. Song, the real one, looked at Zeno with wide eyes. Are you a doctor? She asked. He looked too young to be so knowledgeable. Zeno pursed his lips. No, he answered. Just acting to be one. Huh. Dr. Song muttered in confusion. Then, she focused her gaze on the patient, gasping when he saw the state he was in. The other doctors also began whispering to each other. Is that what I think it is? A cricothyroidotomy with a pen tube? I've only read it in research papers. I've never seen one in real life. I've seen one, but the patient died right away. Dr. Song knelt down and listened to Kwang's breath sounds. Then, she stood back up to look at Zeno. Did you do this? She asked. Zeno nodded. Now go. Change the cricothyroidotomy as soon as you guys land in the main city. Dr. Song was still amazed, but she nodded. With that, Zeno began walking away. They watched as the doctors carried Kwang to the boat. Meanwhile, the rest tended to the injured ones. Wait! Chaiwan PD exclaimed, but Zeno kept walking. Just then, Minsik ran over to him and pulled him back, making Zeno face everybody. Did you just kill that man? Minsik exclaimed. Zeno pursed his lips and massaged his aching head. He had been up there for quite a long time, too, so the effects were also getting to him. No, Zeno answered with a small smirk, looking Minsik in the eyes. But you nearly did, jumping without even thinking of the people with you. Minsik's eye twitched, and he was about to retort when those around them began voicing out their disappointment. He really is sleazy. Yeah, he began acting like he was the most injured when only his measly beard was charred. What an asshole! Minsik felt irritation surge through his veins, and he screamed before storming out of the filming set. Meanwhile, Zeno looked at the other staff and actors, who were looking at him with amazement. His head began hurting even more, and it was then that he felt the effects of the rescue on his body. Just then, something popped up that made him even more nauseous. +1 public perception. Acknowledged for great life skills. +1 talent and skills. Improved acting. Got mistaken as a real doctor. Talents. Acting. Notable meter, 17%. And just like that, Zeno fell to the ground. Chapter 54, Local Hero. Those who had watched the live stream were still unsure of the outcomes of Zeno's actions. People flooded Sigmoid with their queries. Maybe, that was part of the scene of the movie. It's on national news that they made a mistake with the fire setting. Oh, is the guy alive? We don't know. The doctors haven't arrived in the city yet. Finally, it was time to satiate the public's curiosity. The boat filled with doctors arrived, and an ambulance, as well as various media sites, flocked the area. Dr. Song frowned when she saw the unfolding situation. However, she also tucked her hair behind her ears to look as presentable as possible before she faced them. Please leave the patient alone, she said as she got off the boat. He will be transported immediately. To the morgue, one reporter asked. Dr. Song couldn't help but chuckle. She shook her head. No, he is alive. He'll be brought to the nearest private hospital. Gasps of surprise were heard throughout the venue. Those online also voiced their relief. Zeno Han is one lucky man. That guy actually lived after the monstrosity he did. How is it a monstrosity? You saw what he did. He stabbed him in the neck. People with no background in the medical field should not talk. What can you say about the procedure done on him before you arrived? Dr. Song smiled, confusing the viewers. I'm very thankful for the first aid Mr. Kwong had received when we arrived. It was the first time I had seen the procedure done with a pen tube. It was definitely risky. They held their breaths, ready for the juicy news. However, it worked. Without it, Mr. Kwong would be dead by now. With those words, the public's opinion began to shift. The reporters also took note of the revelations. What's going to happen with the film now? Another reporter asked. Dr. Song pursed her lips. Well, I don't know the details of their filming schedule. We were only called in case an emergency happened. However, it seemed everything was taken care of when we arrived. For now, half of our doctors stayed on the island, treating those injured during the filming. How bad is it? Not too bad, Dr. Song answered. Although, I am quite worried about Zeno Han. He was the one who saved them from the fire, and that kind of strain on the body wouldn't be easy. Zeno smiled. The air he breathed in smelled of the cotton candy available in Avalis for 24 hours. The cloud he was lying on wasn't as soft as he had remembered, but that wasn't a problem. In the end, he was still lying down, and that was the most important. The sweet scent was then mixed with the strong aroma of coffee, making his smile widen. Ah, rest. The greatest thing invented. I think he's awake, an unfamiliar voice said. He's smiling by himself. Zeno's smile dropped when he heard new voices. He had been in Avalis the longest, so he was familiar with those around him. He was sure these people weren't Rennies. So he slowly opened his eyes. He's awake. There, he was greeted by a white ceiling and the scent of antiseptic. He pursed his lips when he realized he wasn't back in Avalis, nor was he resting. He just passed out. He sighed and shook his head. However, he beamed when he received a notification. -2 public perception. Regarded as a murderer by a few. But then again, happiness for him was short-lived. That was a notification from an hour ago. He had a new one that made him wish he stayed in the fire instead. +4 public perception. Regarded as a lifesaver by many. Notable meter, 19%. Excuse me, Mr. Zeno, the doctor said, snapping him out of his thoughts. Zeno looked up at them with raised eyebrows. Are you feeling okay now? Zeno slowly nodded. The doctor sighed in relief. That's good. It would be horrific if you saved their lives, but you ended up in demise. Your body must be in a lot of fatigue. Zeno shook his head. This body was just weak. During his firefighter days, he could stay inside a burning building for around half an hour. If you think about it, you're like the real-life version of Dr. Black, she exclaimed. Meanwhile, the actors and the staff, who had gone to their respective hotel rooms for the night, couldn't help but talk about what had happened. The main characters, in particular, gathered in the VIP dining area, appearing stressed as they discussed the mishap that had happened. Is your arm okay now? Hyunbin asked. Ian glanced at his wrapped skin and nodded. It's still a bit sore, but it's nothing I can handle. Mr. Kwong and Zeno suffered worse injuries than I did. Risa perked up. Can you believe what happened, though? How can a single man go inside a burning mansion and rescue for people? He even performed that cricotomy. Cricket. Whatever. That life-saving thing. Does he have any medical background? Not that I know of, Chaiwon PD muttered, making them even more amazed by what had happened. Hyunbin, who still wasn't fond of Zeno, couldn't say anything because he also found it pretty cool. He wasn't going to admit it out loud, though. Jiho, on the other hand, felt at fault. He should have listened to Zeno. From the very beginning. Does he have any social media accounts? Risa asked, appearing intrigued. Ian pursed his lips. I'm curious about that, too. He doesn't, Jiho sighed. That's why the company had a hard time contacting him until he arrived at the casting calls. Risa muttered. I would have made a Sigmoid account if he had one. Ian turned to her with wide eyes, but she didn't pay him any attention. What is going to happen now? Hyunbin chimed, asking the important question. We have violated the safety of the filming set, and the production is also facing backlash. We're nearing the end of filming the movie, but with these unprecedented happenings, what could we do? Fortunately, Moonrise Media has taken care of the issues regarding its ethicality. No one was significantly injured except for Mr. Kwong, too. Selena seemed to want to continue with the filming, and Ian also agreed. Chaiwon PD started off. We will continue to receive backlash, but I believe that will die down within the next week and will only be a small issue during the premiere. So, in the end, we only have one person to convince or possibly replace, but I'm afraid the latter would cause more backlash. Although Chaiwon PD did not mention a name, they knew exactly who she was talking about. Just then, before anyone could give their input, the door burst open with a hotel staff. He's awake. Chapter 55, lectured by a rookie. What were all of them doing here? In the cramped space of the hotel's clinic were the esteemed main characters of Code Black, all of them looking at Zeno with wide eyes. Is everything all right? Chaiwon PD started off sounding more cautious than usual. Are you feeling okay? Yes, Zeno said. However, his voice came out hoarse. Just then, 2 bottles of water were placed on his bed. One from Ian and one from Risa. He frowned in confusion. She seemed awfully chummy for someone who wasn't fond of Zeno after he deflected Hyunbin's request. Zeno grabbed Ian's bottle, causing the latter to smile brightly. He then opened it and chugged it down. Risa watched the scene, biting her lip as some water spilled from Zeno's lips. He would be great in an alcohol commercial, she muttered. In reality, though, she had said it out loud, capturing everybody's attention. She chuckled awkwardly and patted Jiho's back, causing the latter to cough out loud. I want alcohol. Does anyone want a drink after this? It's been a rough day. You should lay off on the alcohol, Ian teased, causing Risa to turn to the side with warm cheeks. Zeno sighed. If they were going to speak among themselves, then they should have done so in their own time. Do you need anything? Zeno asked. They turned to him once again. Chaiwon turned to Jiho while the latter pursed his lips, appearing hesitant to talk. However, he knew he had a huge fault in what had happened, so he caved in the end. Thank you for being a great help. Zeno, Jiho said through gritted teeth. We had considered all of the disasters that could happen, but it seemed we weren't careful enough. You just wanted to rush things, Zeno said, massaging his aching head. The room turned silent, and Jiho opened and closed his mouth like a fish out of water. This is a big-budget film, so I don't understand. If you wanted to keep the staff and the actors safe, you wouldn't have proceeded without enough firefighters or doctors on board. Actually, he continued, looking directly at Chaiwon PD. We could have avoided all of these if we just used CGI for the fire. Or, is that too expensive now? Chaiwon PD struggled to find the right answer. She just wanted to make something different from all the CGI disaster movies. However, she realized she had placed the entire team in danger. Jiho clicked his tongue. Hey, I know you're upset, but you don't have to. I'm sorry, Chaiwon PD said, cutting Jiho off. Except for Zeno, they all turned to her with wide eyes. Chaiwon PD, the woman with a steel heart, was apologizing to a rookie actor? You're right, she sighed, running her fingers through her hair. That made them even more shocked. Now, she was even admitting her mistakes? Jiho was the most flabbergasted. Chaiwon PD had never apologized to him, even when she spilled coffee on his white pants, making it appear like he had peed and pooped himself at the same time. The production had come so far, Zeno continued. It would be a waste to end here when you've all worked so hard. They listened to him intently, wondering where his statement could go. Zeno pursed his lips. He did all of those in order to avoid delays in their filming. Yeah, I did, he thought with conviction. He couldn't back down now when he had already done so much. So, I suggest we continue filming, he said, causing Chaiwon PD to gasp in surprise. Meanwhile, Ian looked at Zeno with admiration. Zeno could feel it, but he chose to ignore the A-list actor's sentiment. Still, I hope this doesn't happen again. I saw some mansions with similar structures around the island. It's best to just use CGI for that scene, so we can also have multiple takes, he said. Chaiwon PD excitedly nodded. Hyunbin pursed his lips and looked away. Of course, he also wanted to continue with the filming, so he didn't argue. Zeno, thank you, Chaiwon PD said, grasping Zeno's hand. The latter felt her nervousness. It seemed they were waiting for his cooperation to be able to continue the filming. Do not fret. I shall give you an incentive for your brave act. Zeno froze at the thought of extra money. With that, he shook his head. It's all right, he said, snatching his hand away. Just use the money for Kwang's injury. The production is fully responsible for his injury, so this is the least thing you could do. Risa felt like she was being sucked in by a vortex. How could he be such a perfect man? A man who can put out fires, can stab peoples. Next for emergency purposes, and wasn't money hungry? He was the complete package. Chai 1, 2, felt that an actor who could only spawn once in 1,000 years had graced their set. We're going to do that, of course, she said. However, I shall still grant you an incentive. You cannot resist. You have done the work of a firefighter and a doctor all at once, so you deserve this. Moreover, your dedication to the movie despite being an extra is impeccable. You are a natural star. It seems you got it wrong, Zeno said, wanting to defend himself. That wasn't the reason why he was doing all of this. However, they were already convinced, except for Hyunbin and Jio. Rest up then, Chaiwon PD said with a relieved smile. We shall film again tomorrow. Zeno sighed before nodding in defeat. With that, the main characters made their way out of the clinic, feeling a newfound admiration for Zeno Han. Senior Hyunbin, Ian said, capturing the older man's reaction. Hyunbin stopped in his tracks and turned to Ian. What is it? I think this is the first time I'm going against your assumption. Ian started off, making Hyunbin frown. Zeno, Ian mentioned. I believe he's the kind of actor who will succeed no matter what. Chapter 56. Everybody loves Zeno. Almost. What kind of young man becomes a doctor at such a young age? An attending asked the young man with a heavy dialect accent. The young man lifted his head, instantly knowing who the attending doctor was talking about. His classmate smirked, already used to such a reaction. In a group of interns in their mid-20s, he stood fresh at 19 years old. For my family, sir, the young man said, his dialect accent just as heavy. The attending raised his eyebrows in surprise. You grew up poor? You could say that, sir, but it's for my family. My son. Now, this was news to his classmates. They turned to him with wide eyes. Your son? The attending exclaimed. The young man couldn't help but smirk in amusement. Yes, sir, he answered. I'm doing this for him, to give him a chance to live. Zeno, someone said, shaking him awake. Zeno snapped his eyes open and sat up, meeting at eye level with Jisoo, whose face had gone red from their proximity. It was a dream. She pursed her lips before speaking again. We're already getting our hair and makeup done. I knew you had a rough evening yesterday, but we're going to start filming soon. Zeno nodded and got out of bed, surprising Jisoo with how fast he blinked the sleep away from his eyes. I'll be right there, he said before going to the bathroom to freshen up. As he felt the water cascade down his body, he thought about his dream again. It was that of his past life. Well, past mission. He usually didn't dream about the past. However, it seemed that being in the place where he became a doctor triggered it. Jeju Island. He shook his head in amusement. I was so enthusiastic. He muttered, remembering how that particular mission was special to him. After that, he went out of the bathroom, got dressed, and joined the other actors in their new filming set. As soon as he arrived, though, he instantly felt that something was wrong. They were all looking at him weirdly. The people who never even spared him a glance yesterday were smiling at him with enthusiasm. Zeno, good morning. Risa, too, greeted him with a large smile. Do you want to eat some breakfast? Ian even subtly skipped to where he was and wrapped one arm around his shoulder. Did you get a good sleep? Zeno frowned and merely nodded, pushing Ian's arm away. After that, a plate of fruits was placed in his hands by none other than Selena. He stopped in his tracks, raising one eyebrow in inquiry. He was sure this woman hated him yesterday too. I saw you eating those when we had a break, she smiled. I like them too. Do you want a whole basket of them? Zeno pursed his lips. If you like them, then have it, he said before shoving the plate of fruits toward her again. He walked away. Meanwhile, Selena looked at him with sparkling eyes. He likes me, right? She said to the bodyguard. What a gentleman, really. He even gave me these fruits. Her bodyguard pursed his lips and merely nodded, not wanting to ruin her happy mood. As Zeno continued walking, he stepped on an empty can, causing him to trip a bit. However, he caught himself quickly and stood right away. Chaiwon PD saw the scene, her eyes widening. In panic, who placed this can right here? She exclaimed, capturing everybody's attention. Do you know how dangerous this is? Zeno tripped on it. Zeno had to take a step back. I'm fine, he quickly said, knowing what the problem was now. Chaiwon PD remained concerned, even placing both hands on Zeno's shoulders and giving it a gentle squeeze. Just know, we will prioritize your safety. You are in good hands, Zeno. You don't even have to do anything for this day except to look handsome in front of the camera. That's because I don't have any more lines, Zeno sighed. There was a glint in Chaewon's eyes that Zeno didn't like. Do you want me to add more lines for you? She asked. Zeno quickly shook his head. That's all right, he said. No need. I don't want it. I don't need it. Please, let's go ahead with the filming so we can finish the filming on time. Chaewon chuckled in amusement, appearing jolly despite the increased budget for the movie due to yesterday's accident. All right. Get some light makeup done, and we will start in a bit. Zeno stiffly nodded before going to the hair and makeup area, where the staff also looked at him as if he had saved the entire production. The problem was everyone liked him. He sighed as he sat on the makeup chair. Am I that likable? Meanwhile, 3 individuals weren't too happy with the situation. Hyunbin Lee, because he still believed Zeno was inflexible and had opportunities handed to him on a silver plate. Jiho, because as Chaewon PD's fondness of Zeno increased, her annoyance with him also increased. He sighed and shook his head as he grabbed the squashed can from the ground and tossed it into the trash. And, of course, Minsik, who was being treated like shit by everybody else after pulling off that stunt. He didn't understand. Everyone would do it if they were in his shoes. These people were just pretentious. Along with that, the harem he imagined with Jisoo and Selena was thrown down the drain because it was Zeno they only looked at. His fists clenched in anger as he went up the mansion. Selena was already there, and she glared at him when he arrived. Oh, you're here, she said in a bitter tone. Don't touch me too much, all right? Let's get this scene over with. We might be dealing with fake fire, but who knows what you'll do next? He pursed his lips before letting out a deep breath. She was acting like she was better than him when she was acting spoiled just yesterday. With that, he became even more determined. Zeno had started later than him, but it felt like he was rising at an impeccable pace. At this point, he'll surpass him soon. That couldn't happen. He needed to find a way to make Zeno Han fall down from his glory. Enjoy it now, he muttered, cracking his knuckles with a look of determination. It'll be gone soon. Chapter 57, Sparkling Eyes. Finally, Zeno muttered as he saw the main island not far away from their boat. His particular boat was cramped with the most important people of the shoot. They didn't even ride here together, but they insisted on being with him on their way back. From his view, he could already see different forms of fan support waiting for the other artists. A coffee truck, a food truck, an LED truck, just plenty of trucks. Zeno pursed his lips and placed a mask on as they neared the area. Risa turned to him excitedly. Do you have your car with you? I don't, Zeno deadpanned. Minsik scoffed. Who doesn't have a car at this time? He muttered, earning a glare from Selena. Do you want to join me? Selena asked. I'm going back to Seoul right away after signing autographs for my fans. Zeno shook his head. Ian excitedly asked him this time. My manager is driving me back. Do you want to join? I have a celebrity van. No. Thank you, Zeno said, holding out his hand. The last thing he wanted was to be involved with a famous person. His life was already too out of the ordinary. After this project, he was determined to reverse his meter and finally have a rest. Yes, he was still determined. Zeno wasn't one to give up on his missions easily. As they finally arrived, the fans waiting for them began screaming. Ian, please sign my septum piercing. Selena, I've been a fan since you were a child. Miss Risa, I would love it if you made a Sigmoid account and posted your photos there. Where's Zeno Han? I came here because I wanted to see Zeno Han in real life. Zeno, being a spy in one of his past missions, managed to get out without causing any ruckus. He didn't get noticed at all. With that, he started his journey to a familiar place. As he boarded the bus, however, a notification from his system and his phone appeared. +1 job and income. Bonus acquired. Notable meter, 20%. Penalty quest. Sign with an entertainment agency. Plus 0.5% for every day the quest is not accomplished. Penalty item. Sparkling eyes. Zeno nearly fell from his seat. He grabbed his phone from his pocket to check the new notification. It was from his bank, and it seemed Chaewon PD was true to her words. She gave him a pretty hefty bonus. I told her I didn't want it, he grumbled under his breath. And what the heck is with this penalty item? He enlarged the description and fell silent. Sparkling eyes effects. Perpetual, dazzling eye sparkle. Enhanced expressiveness and allure. Unmatched ability to mesmerize. The result was instantaneous. The effects were also quite exaggerated since the penalty item was new. A few seats away, 3 women spoke as they looked at Zeno. They must have thought they were speaking in hushed tones, but they definitely weren't. Oh my, look at that man. He's wearing a mask, but his eyes sparkle so much. He's my ideal type of man. Go and ask for his number. Fortunately, his bus stop arrived, so he quickly got out before anyone could ask for his number. He only sighed in relief when the bus drove away. Then, he walked a few more meters before a large, familiar building came into view. It was a hospital made of a massive block of concrete with sharp angles. It was the kind of brutalist structure one would expect from a government building and not a hospital. The gray walls were still the same, but they had weathered over time. It's been a while, Zeno muttered as he stared at the structure. In his 23rd mission, he had worked here before, the place where he became a doctor. And now he was back. It wasn't because he missed it, of course. He just wanted to visit someone to give them something back. Zeno entered the hospital, greeted by its stark white walls and shining polished floors. At least, this has changed since the last time he was here. It was definitely brighter and cleaner. Just then, a doctor passed by, followed by what seemed to be a group of new medical interns. He stopped in his tracks as he gazed at the old man with graying hair and wrinkles all over his face. Zeno couldn't help but chuckle. He aged like milk, he muttered as he watched him scold the interns who couldn't answer his question. They had entered medical school together, and it seemed he was still here. He fulfilled his promise to serve their city and not go to Seoul like the rest of their classmates wanted. Somehow, it seemed like one of the interns heard Zeno's comment, and she turned to him. However, her breath got caught in her throat when she saw his eyes. His eyes there. Sparkling, she muttered. She then turned to the senior doctor and excitedly raised her hand. Doctor, is there a condition where you have sparkling eyes? The senior doctor paused for a while and frowned. What are you talking about? Well, is there? She asked because she couldn't get the image of the man's sparkling eyes out of her mind. The senior doctor sighed. That's called being handsome and charming. Ah, she said, taking note like it was something serious. The senior doctor shook his head. We are doomed with this generation's doctors. With that, he continued his lecture as they made their way through the hospital. Meanwhile, Zeno stared at his watch, waiting for it to strike at 10 a.m., the start of visiting hours. As soon as it arrived at that particular time, he went to the reception desk. Is there a patient named Kwang here? He asked. The nurse, who was feeling tired because she was asked to stay for a few more hours, looked up. When she saw the man with sparkling eyes, she instantly felt rejuvenated. Kwang, she muttered and looked through their directory. Yes, there is. In the pulmonary ward. Room 301. Thanks, he quietly said before heading to the elevator, causing the nurse to be disappointed that he went away so quickly. The elevator doors opened, and Zeno didn't waste any time and went straight to room 301. He reached for his pocket and felt the thick paper inside of it. The only reason he came here was to bring this back to its rightful owner. With that, he knocked on the door and waited for someone to answer. As the door creaked open, a little girl was revealed, making Zeno frown. Is Kwang here? He asked in a rough voice. And just like that, the little girl began to cry. Chapter 58, Sign. Zeno pursed his lips. Children, another one of his weaknesses. These creatures seemed to have greater intuition than adults because, somehow, they could subtly detect that Zeno wasn't originally from Earth. Zeno has experience taking care of children. Well, some of them were even his own. However, he couldn't say he was an expert because he wasn't around their lives long enough. Quiet now, he said to the little girl with pigtails, but she only cried louder. I do not have anything to give to you. I'm just here to see if your father is well. Oh, do we have a visitor? A soft, gentle voice suddenly asked, opening the door wider to reveal a handsome man with sparkling eyes. The woman, with short brown hair and weary yet kind eyes, gasped as soon as she saw him. Of course, she knew who he was. Her husband's savior. She tried to calm the little girl down by patting her shoulder and smiling. However, the little girl still sniffed and hid behind her mother's thigh. Meanwhile, Zeno observed the woman and noted the bump on her stomach. He then bowed. She must be Kwang's wife. Oh, you should have told my husband you were coming. I would have prepared something, she shyly said. Zeno shook his head. There is no need for that. I didn't come here as a guest. I came to bring him back something. May I enter? The woman smiled. He was different from what she had expected. Since her husband has been a sound guy for so long, she has met a bunch of celebrities. Most of them weren't humane. It must come from being under the spotlight often because they believed they were more important than the regular person. However, Zeno Han wasn't like this. She was even prepared to give him special treatment because he saved her husband's life. However, he seemed to be a humble young man. "Ma'am," Zeno repeated since she had stood there for a while. "Oh, sorry," she said with red cheeks. "Come on in." Zeno entered the room and nodded in approval. Chaiwan PD had gotten him a decent-sized one. Then, his gaze strayed to the bed where Kwang was. He appeared to be restless, but he wasn't hooked to any machines now, just a tracheostomy from the cricothyroidotomy Zeno had created. He was only able to sleep this morning, she explained. Zeno turned to her. "So, I'm sorry if he can't greet you properly. I really want him to sleep." "It's all right." "Oh, where are my manners?" "I'm Mara, by the way, Kwang's wife," she introduced herself. "Nice to meet you." "My name is Zeno," he said, bowing his head once more as a sign of respect. She seemed to be a very patient wife. She didn't misunderstand Zeno's actions, either. Some might think he caused more harm than good to Kwang. Zeno then turned his gaze to the little girl, who had tear-streaked cheeks and was looking at him with wide eyes. "Oh, and this is Rin, our daughter," she introduced. Zeno bowed once more, causing the younger one's eyes to water. He silently clicked his tongue. He hasn't even done anything. With that, he decided to change the topic. "How is he?" Mara's eyes brightened. "He's great. The doctor said whoever did the first aid must be a professional. Do you have any experience with it?" "You could say that." "Well, thank you very much," Mara said with a sincere smile. Zeno felt that warm feeling again, but pushed it down the deepest crevices of his soul. "You really saved my husband's life. I don't know what I would do if we lost him," she said, looking down at her stomach and giving it a gentle caress. "He's our sole breadwinner because this pregnancy was more complicated than I had anticipated." Zeno observed her stomach. "How far are you?" 6 months, she said with a small smile. "It's a boy." "Well, I hope he grows up happy," Zeno said, causing Mara's smile to widen. However, she doubled over in pain, causing Zeno to support her back. "Is something wrong?" he asked. Mara pursed her lips and shook her head. "Nothing," she squeezed out. "He just kicked really hard. He rarely kicks these days, which I'm worried about. It seems he's still active." At that moment, Rin began to cry, too, while pointing at Zeno. Mara chuckled. "Sorry," she said. Rin is pretty aloof with strangers. Let me talk to her for a moment. Just then, Mara knelt down in front of Rin and began signing to the little girl. Zeno's eyebrows slightly raised in surprise. Mara signed with a small smile, assuring the little girl that they were with a good person. With that, Rin calmed down but continued sniffing. "Again, sorry about that," she chuckled. "She just went to school and is having a harder time than usual. You know, it's not easy to meet someone who knows sign language just like that. So, I think she can adjust well." Zeno nodded before kneeling down. Rin stepped back a bit, but as Zeno began moving his hands, she froze. "Do you think I'm scary?" One Zeno signed, surprising both Mara and Rin. "You know how to sign?" Mara asked. Zeno shrugged. "It's just something I've picked up along the way." Rin, who wasn't used to speaking with people she just met due to the language barrier, shyly signed her response. "Yes, I do." Zeno smirked. Still, there was an innocence in children that he couldn't hate. Their emotions got the best of them, but they showed it clearer than adults do. They were more honest, too. "Why is that?" Rin thought for a while. "I don't know. I just feel like you're not from this place." "Rin," her mother said, nudging her shoulder. Then, she signed. "Don't say that about him." Zeno shook his head. "I don't mind." He then turned to Rin once more. "You're very smart, aren't you?" Rin pursed her lips, her cheeks reddening from the sudden compliment. "You're right. I'm from a faraway land where I can sit on clouds and eat cotton candy all day." With his response, Mara and Rin both chuckled. Mara found it endearing how Zeno didn't take it seriously. Zeno was being 100% serious, though. He did live in such a place. "Do you want to go there?" Zeno signed. Rin appeared more comfortable now, a small smile playing on her lips. "Yes, please." Zeno smirked before shaking his head. "Your mommy and daddy won't be there." Rin's smile slightly dropped. "Don't go there, all right? It's a lonely place." Zeno paused for a while before he continued signing. "Stay here with your mommy, daddy, and little brother." The world is not going to change, but you'll meet new friends who will make it easier for you. Don't give up when it becomes too hard. You can do it. Zeno said this because Rin appeared to be the kind of person who would ask for help from Avalis in the future. Again, he didn't want that. So, he wanted to give her some advice. For the first time since Zeno entered the room, Rin let out a wide smile, causing a small smile to appear on Zeno's lips, too. Then, she enthusiastically signed. You're not so scary, mister. Chapter 59, Not Out of Kindness. As the two shared a touching moment, it wasn't a touching moment for Zeno, though he was just being completely honest. Mara began to sniff. Zeno turned to the older woman with raised eyebrows. Oh, another one of Zeno's weaknesses. Emotions, especially the ones involving tears. He couldn't even recall the last time he had shed tears. There's nothing to cry about, he said so he could stop her right away. Fortunately, Mara chuckled and wiped away the tears from her eyes. Sorry. Why am I feeling this way? It's just so rare for us to find strangers who can communicate with Rin. They usually go straight to asking about her condition and acting as if she's special. I mean, she is. But I don't want her to grow up thinking she always has to adjust for others. Zeno pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Well, it wasn't like he knew what to say. However, for Mara, that was the greatest response, silence. Anyway, she continued, smiling once more. Since Kwang can't temporarily speak due to his tracheostomy, we've been signing all day, and it opened my eyes to a new perspective. If Rin doesn't feel included by others, we'll include her through and through. Zeno nodded. Then, he was about to reach into his pocket to give her the ultrasound photo, so he could go on his way. But then, a cough interrupted their conversation. Oh, my husband is awake, Mara said with a smile. Zeno could tell she loved her husband very much with how bright her eyes lit up when she saw he was awake. Honey, she signed. Zeno came to visit. Kwang's eyes widened, and he bowed his head multiple times as a way to say thank you. You don't have to say thank you, Zeno gestured. It was what I had to do. Kwang's eyes widened even more. Then, he turned to Mara. He can sign. He can, Dad. Rin was the one who answered this time, a wide smile on her face. With that, Kwang sat up with the help of his wife. His smile widened as he signed to Zeno. Thank you so much. I don't know what would have happened if you didn't save me that day. I heard the doctor say it was a close call. Really, thank you. I don't know how I can repay you. Zeno held out his hand and shook his head. He didn't need any more extra payments. You don't have to repay me. I only came here to give you this. With that, he brought out the ultrasound photo from his pocket and gave it to Kwang. His and Mara's eyes widened as they gazed at the photo. You had this. Zeno nodded. It was swept away by the wind, and I had to keep it safe. It must be important to you. Although, he didn't understand why. When people say the fetus in ultrasound photos appeared beautiful, he begged to differ. It looked like a smoked bean. With that, Zeno bowed. I shall take my leave then. I still have my job tomorrow. Wait. Kwang gestured. You have a new project? Zeno shook his head. My farming job. Mara and Kwang turned to each other with confused expressions. What was someone like him doing with a farming job? Did he sign wrong? Before I go, Zeno continued, grabbing his phone and going straight to his banking app. Might as well lose some percentage while he was here. What's your banking details? He asked. Mara bit her lip, her brows furrowing. Still, she gave it to him. Maybe he wanted some compensation for what he had done to Kwang. But then, shouldn't it be the opposite, with him giving away his banking details? Zeno typed it speedily and sent them the bonus Chaiwan PD had given him. Here, he said, showing them the receipt of the transaction. Use this for your recovery. Mara and Kwang were even more confused. Wait, Mara said loudly. Moonrise Media has shouldered all of the hospital expenses. I don't think this is necessary. Really, this is too much. What are your banking details? We will send it back. Zeno glanced down at her stomach. You're expecting soon, he said. Use it for your baby. Don't scrimp on it unless you want to have regrets. Besides, it would take a while before Kwang could go back to work. You can use this for your other expenses, too. I really have to say goodbye now. Mara wanted to argue, but Zeno had already started making his way out of the room. He heard them sniffing, and that was his cue to start walking faster. He couldn't deal with any more emotions today. Before he could open the door, however, Mara called out to him once more. Thank you, Zeno. We will never forget your kindness. We wish you all the success and fame in life. Zeno gritted his teeth. That wasn't what he wanted right now. Please, just so this doesn't feel like exploitation, take something from us, she added. Zeno had a hunch they weren't going to stop pestering him unless he followed through with this request. So, he looked around the room and spotted a pink keychain. It appeared to be homemade, consisting of recycled materials. He grabbed it from the table. Is this all right? He asked. No, please, take some more. That is something Rin makes for fun. Zeno shook his head. This is all I want. Goodbye now. I hope you guys stay happy. With that, he finally opened the door. However, before he could step outside, he was interrupted again. He nearly cursed. What was it now? He looked down and saw Rin holding onto the hem of his shirt. She was looking up at him with a small smile, appearing the opposite of how she was just a few moments ago. Do you need anything? Zeno signed, wanting nothing more but to leave. Rin didn't answer for a moment. Then, she began to sign, confusing Zeno with her message. Don't be lonely anymore, mister. I hope you become happy too. Chapter 60, Snatch Him. Zeno was confused for a moment before shaking his head. Children also said things that didn't make sense at times. As he opened the door, he stopped once more when he realized he had forgotten an important detail. Oh, he said, glancing at Mara and Kwong, who still appeared emotional. Don't tell anyone about this. Kwong and Mara chuckled, already understanding a part of Zeno's personality. For someone getting popular, he didn't like bringing attention to himself. All right, Mara said. The secret is safe with us. Zeno bowed his head before shutting the door and leaving the hospital. Meanwhile, just a few meters away, Minseek covered his mouth as he leaned against a cold, hard wall. He wanted to get checked because of his burnt hair. It turned out, it was just truly that. Nothing else was burnt. However, he didn't regret coming to the hospital. He's even taking money from sick people in hospitals? Minseek muttered, shaking his head. He clutched his phone to his chest and smiled as he replayed the footage he had gotten. Finally, he said, I can show everyone you don't deserve the popularity. -1%. Not enough money to pay utility bills for the month. Notable meter, 19%. Zeno sighed in relief. However, that relief was quickly erased when he saw that his penalty quest still remained. Sign with an entertainment agency, he muttered. That was the last thing he wanted to do. With that, he boarded the plane and went back to Seoul. He connected to the in-flight Wi-Fi and began researching different entertainment agencies. Like perfect timing, Zeno received an email. His eyebrows raised in surprise when he saw it was from the same guy at Moonrise Media, Juhyuk Jang. He had voiced out his interest in recruiting Zeno back then, but the latter was too focused on getting money for Maxie's treatment. Moonrise, he muttered, thinking about it for a while before shaking his head. Moonrise Media was a very successful company. He would just be ruining his mission if he signed with them. With that, he replied and deleted the email, leading himself back to the main dashboard. At that moment, he saw that he actually received plenty of emails over the course of 2 days. Evergreen. Continuous dominance. As expected, because he had gone viral, more companies wanted to take him in. Evergreen wasn't considered more successful than Moonrise Media, but they were known for their popular indie films that got nominated in international film festivals. Meanwhile, Continuous Dominance was known as a dirty company. They had some successful actors here and there, but most of them left the company after their contract. However, Continuous Dominance was known for creating lawsuits that made it harder for the artist to live. As much as he needed something to bring down his meter, he didn't want to go through the trouble. With that, he sent them the same generic response before closing his eyes. It was only at that time that he realized how tired he felt. Meanwhile, the companies who wanted Zeno to become a part of their roster of artists waited excitedly for his response. He was a rising artist with no agency. They bet he was dying to get signed, and they were ready to offer him a big signing fee to get him to join. He has responded. The assistant of Jay Slick, CEO of Continuous Dominance, burst into the room. Jay Slick, who had created an entertainment agency after his failed rapping career, sat up straight. Their company was losing noise at the moment, and he believed Zeno Han was the person who could bring back their hype. Otherwise, he needed to ruin another one of his artists. What did he say? I bet we were the only one to mention the signing fee right away. Jay Slick smirked. However, the assistant appeared hesitant, making Jay Slick frown. He refused, sir. He sighed, causing Jay Slick to stand from his seat. He removed his sunglasses, showing his sharp eyes. The assistant had to look away out of fear. What is his reason? The assistant pursed his lips. Nothing, sir. He just said, no thanks. Jay Slick couldn't believe his ears. No thanks? After he had offered him such a great signing fee? Who does that man think he was? Find out his reason, Jay Slick said through gritted teeth, and stop him from signing at bigger companies. Meanwhile, in Evergreen, the scouts were also having a hard time deciphering what Zeno Han meant. No thanks? What does he mean by that? I think he means no. Well, we're not taking no for an answer, the casting director said, slamming his hands on the table. We need to bring Zeno Han to our company at all costs. On the other hand, Moonrise Media was also in disbelief. Eunuch began chuckling, and then it turned into full-blown laughter. His colleagues began glancing at each other out of nervousness. Sir, are you all right? Eunuch continued to laugh for a bit before calming down. He ran his fingers through his hair and shook his head. I don't know if he's playing hard to get or not, he muttered. This is the first time I feel like I'm playing some kind of mind game with a rookie artist. An employee raised her hand. Maybe he needs to see the signing fee first. Eunuch placed his fingers under his chin. Is that so? He muttered. Zeno did demand money during the signing of Code Black. All right, he said, clapping his hands. Raise his signing fee. We'll make sure he comes to our company. While these companies scrambled to recruit Zeno Han, an employee from a company that appeared out of this world hesitantly tried suggesting something during their monthly meeting. Their meeting room was filled to the brim, a culture they had created since the company was established more than 50 years ago. The size of the room was no joke, too. It was as big as the entire building of smaller companies. The employee, a timid woman wearing glasses, gathered all her courage and raised her hand. How about Zeno Han? She asked, capturing everybody's attention. The CEO, a relatively young and handsome man, pursed his lips. Zeno Han, he asked with one eyebrow raised. Who is that? She cleared her throat, feeling intimidated. He starred in Broken Chains of Justice, with Daniel Bryan and Hyunbin Lee. I believe multiple companies, including Moonrise Media, are trying to recruit him because of the hot issue of him saving one of the staff members at the set of Code Black. I think he would be a great addition to our artists. She felt everyone's eyes on her, making her nervous. As she looked up, she felt like her heart had stopped. Their CEO smirked and shook his head. The fact that you have to explain to me who he is means you already have your answer. Our company does not mess with small shrimp, he smirked. Those kinds of artists, who thrive on short-lived popularity, are not going to last in the industry and will only become a burden in this fine institution. The other employees began chiming in agreement. She pursed her lips. It seemed these employees would do whatever their CEO would tell them. So, let them be. He chuckled, sitting back down on his chair and placing his glasses on. We're not going to fight over some unknown artist. Chapter 61. Something has changed. Zeno felt his ears grow hot as he went out of the bus. He removed his mask since he was already in his neighborhood and inhaled deeply. Who the heck is talking about me? He asked while rubbing his ears. He was tired from the trip, so he really wanted nothing but to rest. It was already the afternoon, so his friends must be home, too. He didn't want to admit it, but he missed Doha's cooking. However, as he arrived at the bottom of the stairs, an unfamiliar man greeted him. Zeno, the old man exclaimed. You look handsome. I only noticed it now. Good luck on whatever you're filming. Zeno frowned and merely bowed, still confused. He took another step forward and was met with a gasp. A girl, wearing a school uniform, stopped in her tracks, looking at him with wide eyes. I can't believe we're really neighbors. I thought my mom was a liar when she told me. Can I have your autograph? The schoolgirl shoved her notebook into his hands, and before he knew it, he had written his name. Thanks, she exclaimed. You're more handsome than I thought. With that, she began skipping away, making Zeno sigh in relief. He began hastening his steps, not wanting to run into any more trouble. However, he was stopped once more, this time by the couple who always fought a few units away from his. Oh, my baby. Zeno is here, the girl said. Zeno turned to the two of them, and the boyfriend appeared very jealous. Zeno stepped back since he didn't want to create any misunderstanding. Aside from that, though, he didn't want them to argue again. His eardrums suffered a lot when they fought. Can I ask for his autograph? You can't, the boyfriend whined. Although Zeno found his behavior unreasonable, he was silently thankful. With that, Zeno bowed once more before practically running toward his unit. As soon as he arrived, he saw his friends with a grill on the rooftop. "Zeno's back," Minji exclaimed as soon as she saw him. Then, she let out a soft gasp. "Your eyes," she muttered. "Why are they sparkling so much?" Eli clicked his tongue and placed a bookmark in his anatomy book. "Your vision is jaded." However, as he looked up, he saw that Minji was right. Zeno's eyes were sparkling. "So pretty and precious," Doha exclaimed. "Zeno is getting more handsome the more he becomes famous." "I'm not famous," Zeno quickly said before changing the topic. "Anyway, when is Maxie going to be discharged?" "Tomorrow," Doha responded. "Do you want me to get her?" Zeno shook his head. "I'll fetch her. I'll go after my farming job." Minji frowned. "You're still taking up that job?" she asked. "Do you realize how popular you are right now? My coworkers kept replaying the live stream you were in, saying you were cool. I held in the urge to say I knew you in real life." "It's not like they'll believe you," Eli teased. Minji clicked her tongue. "Do you like me or something? Why do you keep opposing everything I say?" Eli scowled. "Watch your mouth. Don't say any bad words." Doha chuckled and placed the grilled fish on the table. "Come on. Stop arguing. I bet Zeno is tired, so let's eat." Zeno took a seat and nodded at Doha. Despite him being the craziest among them, he was also the most understanding. "Are you going to sign with an entertainment agency now?" Eli asked as they ate. Zeno pursed his lips. "Right, he still had to find an agency to sign with." Minji's eyes brightened. "If you want me to recommend some agencies, I'll happily do so." "Some already reached out to me," he answered. Their eyes widened. "Really?" Doha asked. "Which companies?" "Continuous Dominance, Evergreen, Moonrise, and a couple other more." "Really?" Minji exclaimed. "That's more than I expected." Zeno nonchalantly nodded. "Out of all the companies you mentioned, Moonrise is the best," Eli said. "You should sign with them. If we're talking about the best acting company, then it's Day." Minji interrupted Doha before he could finish his statement. I almost forgot. It's the Celadon Excellence Awards tonight." Doha's eyes widened. "So, that was what my clients were talking about. Turn on the television. We need to watch it." With that, Eli stood and walked to their old TV, turned it on, and went to the SK network channel. "We're right on time," Doha said, his eyes focused on the screen. It displayed the opening credits. Even from the intro alone, the budget utilized seemed to be high. The effects of the title must have cost more than Eli's medical school tuition. The Celadon Excellence Awards. Held every February, it was the pinnacle of prestige in Korean entertainment. It honored the finest talents in film, drama, and theater. Unlike other ceremonies that focus on individual categories, the Celadon Awards celebrated them all. An invitation alone was a mark of distinction, reserved strictly for A-list and some B-list actors, ensuring that only the best of the best graced its stage. To be nominated as an achievement and to win was a career-defining moment. "Wouldn't it be nice if Zeno stands there one day?" Doha asked. Zeno had to be held back by Eli before he could grab Doha's collar. "Oh, I didn't think you would be this excited for it," Doha chuckled. "Look, Ian Seo is one of the hosts." That diverted Zeno's attention, and he focused once more on the screen. Ian Seo came out of the stage along with another familiar face, Ari Bay. Ian had a bandage around his wrist, a result of the burn he incurred during the filming. The two of them shined under the spotlight as they settled in front of the microphones. Ian smiled brightly. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the most prestigious night in Korean entertainment. Tonight, we gather to celebrate the best of the best in film, drama, and theater," Ari said just as excitedly. They paused for a while, giving each other bright looks before turning back to the cameras. "So sit back, enjoy the show, and let's begin an unforgettable evening. Welcome to the Celadon Excellence Awards." Chapter 62, Celadon. Ari didn't know how she became the host of such a prestigious award show. She wanted to decline as she would much rather play video games and binge-read some badly written online novels. However, her company had forced her to take the role. She had been around since the early afternoon, and she had already found most of the actors insufferable. There was an air of confidence in most of them, wanting to show everyone they weren't normal humans. Then, they smile at the people they secretly deem as their competition, silently cursing them inside their minds so they can win. In short, it was a breeding ground for pretentiousness. Ian, on the other hand, felt honored to be chosen. It was his first time hosting an award show, so he thought this was a monumental moment. The two of them engaged in small talk after their intro. Ari, how are you? Ian started off. Keeping busy with another script, I assume? Ari smiled. You know me too well, Ian. Always writing. Always rewriting. With the mention of Ari's new work, the actors perked up. They didn't want to admit it out loud, but they wanted to star in something Ari Bay had written. Every single screenplay she had done had produced great results. My Bay is cooking another fire show. Our Bay. She's not yours only, bud. She's very pretty. I feel like we rarely see her. Ari Bay seems to be a homebody to the core. Well, I think a lot of us are looking forward to your next work, Ian chimed. Your work from last year has even been nominated for Best Screenplay. Congratulations. Thank you. But you too, Ian. Best Actor nominee. And I hear you're already back on set filming another movie? That's right, Ian said. We're on the last leg of it. Speaking of filming, is that bandage on your hand part of the role? Or, she asked, gesturing toward Zeno's bandaged wrist. Ian slightly pulled his suit to cover it. Ah, you caught that. Yeah, I think most people already know. I had a little accident on set. But don't worry, I'm all good now. Shout out to Zeno for helping me out. Zeno's friends quickly turned to him with wide eyes. Meanwhile, Zeno sighed and shook his head while staring down at his lap. It seemed Ian would be a much bigger problem than he had realized. Did you become friends with Ian? Minji exclaimed. No, Zeno quickly denied. Zeno as in Zeno Han. I don't think there's any other Zeno in the industry. His name is very unique. Does he have mixed blood? Nobody knows. The only material we have of him is in Broken Chains of Justice, but even that has such a dark color grading that we could barely see. Oh, and that shaky-ass live stream. I guess we have to wait for Code Black to air. Does he have a wiki page yet? No, because nobody knows any details about him. Not even his age, his height, his weight, his blood type. We need to search harder, people. He doesn't have any social media? I swear. I've looked everywhere. My cousin said he went to the same school as Zeno. However, he couldn't remember him well. He also wasn't in their yearbook. My cousin is 25, by the way. Is Zeno Han a simulation? Ah, whatever. My mom, who works in Evergreen, said that a lot of companies are trying to recruit him. At that moment, the live stream of the Celadon Excellence Awards was filled with comments about Zeno. Plus 2 public perception. Increased fanbase. Wiki page made. Notable meter, 21%. Zeno massaged the bridge of his nose. You're trending, Doha said, nudging his shoulder. Everyone's really curious about you. It's only a matter of time before you become really popular. Don't leave us, okay? I'm not, Zeno said, running his fingers through his hair. He couldn't upgrade his lifestyle, so he had to keep staying in this humble place. Enough with the dramatics, Eli said. The first category is being announced. With that, they all focused on the screen while eating. Zeno felt sleepy halfway through, but was awoken by Doha when an idol group named Octa started performing. Zeno wasn't interested as much as them, but he had to admit that these idols had skills. As expected, Ari won Best Screenplay, with her work Stuck in the Attic of a Gangnam Apartment, or Sitayoga for short. In Zeno's opinion, those kinds of titles always win. Ian's film, Between Worlds, which centered around the love story of an alien and a human, won the Best Cinematography and Lighting. Oh, I love this movie, Minji said. Have you watched it? She asked Zeno. Zeno shook his head. It's unrealistic. Aliens do not fall in love with humans. It's ridiculous. They looked at Zeno with raised eyebrows. Well, he seemed quite passionate about this subject. A couple more teary acceptance speeches later, it was now down to the most awaited awards. Best Actress, Best Actor, and Grand Prize. The Best Actress was announced to be Sora Kim, an actress in her late 30s who had been considered a teen heartthrob during her prime. It was her second win as a Best Actress, adding to her status as an A-list celebrity and withstanding the test of time. After she went down the stage, Ian and Ari didn't waste time introducing the presenters for the Best Actor award. In a way, this was the most awaited category for the year. For the Best Actress award, most had already expected Sora Kim to win. However, this particular one was ambiguous. Who do you think is going to win? Doha asked. Eli stopped reading for a moment to focus back on the screen. He, too, was curious about this category. Zeno has been off the loop for the last few years of his past life because of numerous hospitalizations. So, he didn't know who the hottest actors of the generation were. He only had an idea about Daniel Bryan because his past mother really liked his drama. So, when he saw the nominations flash on the television, he didn't know why his heart began to ache. Chapter 63, Best Actor. After the overview, the nominated actors' most memorable scenes were shown one by one on the screen. Jaehoon Kang, stuck in the attic of a Gangnam apartment. Jaehoon gasped, trembling as he pushed open another creaky door, only to find himself staring at the same dusty, low-ceilinged attic space. He sprinted forward, knocking over boxes and tearing down cobwebs. But it was just another door, another attic, and another. No, this isn't real, he screamed, kicking the wooden floorboards. His breath came in sharp gasps as he gripped his hair. His phone had no signal. The hatch to the lower floor was gone. He was drowning in an endless loop of confinement. And then his present self was shown on the screen, smiling shyly as he waved at the camera. Ian Seo, Between Worlds. A portal was shown, glowing silver against the night sky. Ian stood before it, his face wet with tears as he gazed at her, his human lover and the only entity tying him to this world. "You were never supposed to exist in my story," he whispered. She stepped closer, her hands trembling as she placed them against Ian's cheeks. "Then rewrite it." He smiled, but it was full of sorrow. "Some things aren't ours to change." Ian, who was still on the stage, showed a thumbs up as the camera panned to him, earning claps from the actors and audience. Tae-wook Lee, Tablet Generation. The students sat around a fire, their faces no longer bathed in blue light, but in the glow of real flames. "I don't even remember what my mom's voice sounds like without the phone," one student admitted. Tae-wook watches them with quiet pride. They had fought him at first, desperate for Wi-Fi, social media, and distractions. But now, they listen, to each other, to the wind, to the world. The real world. Tae-wook, an actor in his mid-50s, stood and bowed as the camera focused on him. He had been nominated plenty of times before, but had never won. He was dying to win a Best Actor award. Haejin Kim, A Slow Death in D minor. Haejin's character, a failing musician, discovered a composition hidden inside an old piano. As he played, the melody seemed to summon something, or someone. A slow, dragging sound echoed from the hallway. He tried to stop playing, but his fingers wouldn't obey. Outside, the city streets were empty. The world was still. And yet, he felt 1,000 eyes watching. The song was unfinished, and the dead were waiting. Haejin, appearing cheerful and the complete opposite of his character in the horror movie, waved at the camera. And last but not least, the reason why Zeno's heart began to ache. He turned to Minji, who was watching intently. "Who is he again?" he asked. "Phoenix Hyun," she said. "He's an actor who appeared only last year. This is his debut film. Honestly, I thought he was going to be nominated for Best New Actor, but he's in this category." Well, his performance was amazing. Zeno tilted his head to the side, wondering why he found him so familiar. "You haven't watched it?" "No," Zeno responded. "Phoenix Hyun, Children of a Dead Star." The transmission crackled. His wife's voice sounded desperate. "Come home." Phoenix gripped the broken radio. Outside the shattered base window, the planet's sky glowed red. The ship's engines were failing. This place, this planet, it does not let go. A choice. Stay and die with his team, or leave alone and see his family again. His trembling hand hovered over the launch button. "I'm sorry," he whispered as the engines ignited. And as the planet swallowed everything behind him, Phoenix Hyun was shown on screen, and there it was again. Zeno couldn't understand what he was feeling. Who even was this guy? He had never seen him before, not even in his past lives. He shook his head and waited for the announcement of the Best Actor. "Who do you think will win?" "It's a close fight this time. Don't you think Phoenix deserves it? This is Phoenix's debut work. It would be insane. He's going to break Daniel Bryan's record. Even Daniel did not win Best Actor for Born to Conquer You. Ian, please win. He deserves it so much. And the Best Actor is..." The presenter started off, creating suspense. "Phoenix Hyun." The camera instantly went to Phoenix, who appeared surprised. His hand hovered over his mouth for a moment as he stood. The actors surrounding him gave him friendly hugs. Meanwhile, the other nominated actors clapped like great sports. However, deep inside, They were ready to drown themselves in alcohol for the rest of the night, especially Tai-Wook Lee. Not Ian, though. Ian's mind was filled with nothing but sunshine. Phoenix, Hyun really did win. He's an unstoppable force. He's even signed with Dayback Entertainment. Yeah, it's no joke getting into that company. I heard even Ian tried to audition but wasn't accepted. It's pretty weird, though. Phoenix's performance wasn't the best, in my opinion. Don't you think he won just because he's in Dayback? For the last 10 years, the best actors for Celadon had only been from Dayback. Is it because they're also the biggest shareholder in the SK channel? What are you talking about? Phoenix did a great job. Phoenix went up the stage and began to speak. At that moment, he had established himself as an A-list actor, the fastest one to do so in such a short amount of time. Along with that, Zeno stood, unable to decipher his aching heart. We still have the grand prize left, Minji said, glancing up at him. I'm tired, Zeno said. It's been a long day. Doha nodded. Zeno had a long trip. Get lots of rest, our superstar. Zeno silently shook his head before heading to his unit. For some reason, the room felt awfully empty without the demon dog around. It's peaceful, he muttered, but it felt like he was convincing himself. He then went to the shower, pursing his lips as he recalled the winner of the Best Actor. Phoenix, he muttered with furrowed brows. Where have I seen you before? Chapter 64, Battle of the Companies, 1. +1 public perception. Article feature with more than 50,000 views. +1 public perception. New fanbase acquired. The mysterious Zeno enthusiasts. Notable meter, 23%. Zeno sighed and sat up on his bed as he was greeted by some disappointing notifications. Good morning, I guess, he muttered, getting out of bed before changing. He grabbed his straw hat from his closet and went to Minji's unit. Zeno's here, Eli said, looking up from his book. Did you read the article yet? Minji excitedly asked. Zeno shook his head. What's it about? Minji sighed. You're probably the most nonchalant person on earth. Anyway, companies have come out to state their interest in scouting you. Zeno frowned. What? They even came out with statements. Yup. Doha chimed as he placed their food on the table. This time, it was stir-fried vegetables with a steamed egg. Jay Slick from Continuous Dominance even posted on Sigmoid yesterday night. He said, someone hit me up with Zeno Han. Want to cook something good for this year? Why would we be cooking? Zeno asked, causing the others to look at each other with raised brows. All right, you came from the military. These are relatively new terms, Minji chuckled. Anyway, he wants to create some great projects with you. Someone from Moonrise and Evergreen said they have great interest, Doha chimed. That's not all, though. I think there are 4 other companies who want you on their roster. Sure, Blockview Hydro and... I forgot. It seems to be a smaller company. Zeno ate with great speed amidst their conversation. Look here. It seems they're even placing bets on what company you're going to choose, Minji exclaimed. Eli and Doha moved closer to her to read the comments. It's definitely Moonrise. It's the best out of those who showed their interest, Doha read. He gives off an evergreen vibe, someone very mysterious. He'll be a great fit there. I heard they have a big movie coming out this year, too, Eli chimed. Continuous Dominance is great for newbies, though. They really try to get your name out there. Minji read another comment. Zeno swallowed his last bite and stood from his seat. I'm going now, he said. You still have that farming job? Eli asked, raising one brow. Zeno nodded. It's my last week. They only need a helping hand for the harvest season. With that, he went out of Minji's unit and made his way to the farm. As they watched Zeno's figure, they couldn't help but feel confused. Why was he stuck harvesting herbs when massive entertainment companies wanted him in their lineup? Zeno arrived at the farm, and there, he saw the old farmers speaking among themselves. There he is, one exclaimed when they saw Zeno walking toward them. You didn't tell us you were a big star, he said. We wouldn't have let you work for free if that was the case. Zeno shook his head as he placed his gloves on. It's my last week anyway. Call me again if you need some help. The old farmers turned to each other with proud looks. What a humble young man. You are destined for great success. Zeno placed his hand on the farmer's shoulder. Please take back what you said. Then, he began harvesting the herbs with so much efficiency that it left them in awe. Before he knew it, Zeno had accomplished his job, finishing right before lunch. Can I go now? He asked. Take this first, the head farmer said, giving him a sack filled with sweet potatoes. For the first time, Zeno's eyes brightened. He grabbed the sack and looked at it with wonder. If there was one thing he loved on Earth that wasn't in Avalis, it was root crops. Everything that came from underneath the ground. Somehow, Avalis soil can't really sustain such crops, so nearly all fruits and vegetables were cultivated in jars. They couldn't recreate these dirty root crops, though. At that moment, a strong gust of wind blew, causing Zeno's hat to fly from his head. He caught it quickly before placing it back on. However, at that moment, the old farmer looked at Zeno with amazement. "Such sparkling eyes you have," he said. "You are really suited for acting. After your job here is over, why don't you pursue it?" Zeno shook his head. "I already told you, sir. Being a farmer is my dream. Anyway, thank you for these sweet potatoes. I'll eat them well." With that, he bowed and began walking away. However, as he reached the entrance of the farm, a large celebrity van with tinted windows occluded his way. He frowned, wondering who parked their obnoxious car here when it wasn't allowed. Still, he shrugged, knowing it wasn't his business. He squeezed through the small entrance when the doors suddenly opened, revealing a man on the shorter side with dark glasses and a backward red cap. His pants were hung so low that it showed his underwear. Zeno frowned. Were there still humans who wore something like this in this generation? He shook his head and was about to bypass him when the man moved to grab his wrist. Zeno acted quickly and retreated before the man could even graze his skin. The capped man's eyebrows raised in surprise. "You have quite the reflexes, don't you? Perfect for action films, too." Zeno stepped back. "Do you need anything?" The man was surprised, his mouth slightly agape. Then he chuckled. "You're joking, right? You don't know me." Zeno looked at him more intently. The man sighed and removed his sunglasses for a moment, revealing a pair of very slanted eyes. "There," he said. "Now, do you know who I am?" "No," Zeno deadpanned. With that, he was about to go. The man was getting more frustrated. "I'm Jay Slick," he exclaimed. "Multi-awarded rapper. Owner of Continuous Dominance Entertainment. Millionaire. Certified playboy. Okay, Jay Flick, please move." Jay Slick bit his lip in anger. "It's Slick," he firmly said. "Anyway, I almost didn't believe you would actually be here, but you are. I'm sure you already know why I'm here." Zeno clicked his tongue. Why was this guy here? Didn't he reject them already? "I want to work with you." Zeno raised one eyebrow. "Is that so?" "Yes," Jay Slick said. "I'm giving you very special treatment. I even came here personally to invite you to our company. Now, why don't we go to a cafe so I can discuss the signing process? If you want to become a farmer like me, head straight there," Zeno said, interrupting him while pointing in the direction of the old farmers. "The harvest season is almost over, though, so I don't know if they're still hiring. If they are, then that's your opportunity to work with me. Anyway, the pay will not be as good as your current job, but it is a fulfilling one. Good luck, J-Dick. I'm wishing you the best." With that, Zeno bowed, leaving the CEO dumbfounded. "Oh, and parking here isn't allowed. Tractors need to pass," he added before completely leaving Jay Slick all alone. Chapter 65, Battle of the Companies, 2. "There he is," a voice whispered in the foliage. "He really is a farmer. What an odd young man," he added in amazement. "He blew off Jay Slick, didn't he?" he chuckled. "Good choice. Those condom guys are the worst when it comes to handling their artists. They're still richer than us, though, sir," another voice whispered. "We don't even have projects lined up this year." "Shoo," the first man exclaimed, placing a finger over the other's lips. "He's moving. Let's go." "Don't you think this is strange, sir?" he nervously asked as they tiptoed toward Zeno. "He won't know. We'll approach him like normal people when the right time comes." Zeno began his journey to the town proper. Today was the day he was going to fetch Maxie from the vet. Dr. Dugii told him to fetch her after lunch. There was still some time, so he decided to go to the bookshop, where he first upgraded his acting skills. If there was a book that could help him improve, then there must be something that should deteriorate him. He arrived at the bookshop, the bells chiming as soon as he entered. Bee lifted her head and was about to greet the customer. However, a small gasp escaped her lips when she saw who it was. "Hey, Bee," Zeno started off. "Do you mind if I stay here for a while and read?" Bea's cheeks reddened, and she looked away while nodding. Zeno was about to explore when Bee called for his attention. "You're Zeno Han, right?" Zeno stopped in his tracks and turned around. Then, he slowly nodded. "I can't believe it," she muttered. "I'm a big fan." Zeno pursed his lips. "Don't be." I'm just a normal guy, he said. She chuckled and shook her head in amusement. Somehow, that made him even more endearing. You can come here and read any time. Thank you. Zeno bowed before going through the shelves. After a few minutes, he finally stumbled upon a book, the perfect one. Tired of being such a natural superstar? Me too. Guidelines to become less popular. He found it ridiculous how it was what he truly needed. Still, he grabbed the book with a smirk. However, his smirk faltered a bit when he saw who the author was. Fu Keiyu. It was the same author who helped him upgrade his acting skills. Then, he shrugged. Well, his last book worked really well when he needed it. So, this might be a great help, too. He watched as Zeno leaned against one of the shelves and started reading. He still had his straw hat on, and the sun hit his face in all the right places. He looked like a sexy farmer. Bea's cheeks heated up even more. Everything seemed to slow down as she observed him, and along with that, the classical music inside the shop made him appear like the protagonist in a movie. Zeno's brows furrowed as he read through the pages at an extremely impressive speed. He didn't even know if he could understand what he was reading, but it seemed like he did. Meanwhile, Zeno wondered what this book was truly about. It had contradicting cues that made him feel he was being pranked. Are you effortlessly charming? Attractive without trying? Do directors keep casting you, and fans won't leave you alone? Wow, it must be tough. But don't worry. This book will help you become less popular. The first line captured him, and he nodded to all of the questions. However, after that, the book went into the theories of popularity. Just when he was about to get to the juicy part, the actual tips, the bells on the door chimed, and a familiar man came in. Juhyuk Jang, appearing breathless, stared at Zeno with wide eyes. You're here, he said. Bea's eyes also widened. Was she going to witness a contract negotiation in real life? I saw you through the glass. Meanwhile, the two men right outside the bookshop, hiding behind the dumpster, cursed when they saw who had entered. That was Juhyuk, right? What is he doing here? He usually only sends in his scouts. It's over, he continued, pacing back and forth. We're going to lose Zeno right in front of our eyes. Zeno pursed his lips and placed the book back on the shelf. I am not interested, he said right away, making Juhyuk's brows furrow. Can you please tell me the reason why? Juhyuk asked, sounding desperate already. This is the first time I'm going through such lengths to recruit an artist. Zeno sighed and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Your company is too successful. Juhyuk narrowed his eyes in suspicion. That didn't seem to be a plausible reason. He was just making excuses. Have you already signed with another company? If so, then I will convince our CEO to pay the severance fee. It won't be too much because you don't have any projects yet, I presume. I have not, Zeno answered truthfully. Juhyuk was even more perplexed. Perhaps, he started off. Are you not planning on signing with a company? I am, Zen answered. He still had his penalty quest. Juhyuk was on the verge of tears. Why not Moonrise then? Unless, were you asked by Dayback? Dayback, Zeno muttered. Then, he shook his head. Never heard from them. Then why? Juhyuk asked. Zeno merely shrugged. Anyway, he said, about to grab the book so he could buy it and read it at home. However, his brows furrowed when he realized it wasn't there anymore. It's not here. Juhyuk, who still appeared dejected, lifted his head. Someone bought it while we were talking. Zeno pursed his lips in annoyance. He walked toward B, who was watching the scene with excitement. Do you have another one of those books? The one the other human just bought. B was confused by her choice of words, but shook her head in the end. This is a second-hand bookstore. Sometimes, we get duplicates, but it's rare. I'm sorry. I wouldn't have sold it if I knew you were going to buy it. Chapter 66. Unheard of. Juhyuk continued following Zeno even after he dejectedly went out of the bookshop. Wait, he said as she watched the two of them leave. However, the two of them kept walking. She sighed in disappointment. She lost her opportunity to ask for his number again. Moonrise never begs, Juhyuk said, following after Zeno. However, we're doing it for you. Do you know how grand of an opportunity that is? Besides, aren't you short of money? You asked for an advanced payment during the contract signing for Code Black. I'm sure you need it again. We can offer you a big signing fee. He continued ranting, draining Zeno's energy. Moonrise will ensure you can become the best you can be, not just in acting, but in brand deals, reputation, and the like. You can even win Best New Actor if you work hard enough. The moment you sign with us, you will become a superstar. Zeno stopped in his tracks, causing Juhyuk to halt, too. A superstar? That was a nightmare. Mr. Jang, Zeno said, surprising Juhyuk with how formal he sounded. I have rejected your offer cleanly, both in person and through email. I hope you respect my decision. But can you tell me your reason? Juhyuk asked, not wanting to give this up. Zeno sighed and faced him, looking him straight in the eyes. I'm only going to say this once. Moonrise is too good, he answered. Juhyuk felt like his heart had stopped. That was the first time he had heard of such an excuse. So please, leave me alone. I don't like repeating myself. You will find a better actor than I am. Besides, I don't listen well. I do what I think is right. I'm sure you don't want someone like me in your company, he continued. With that, he bowed, leaving the stunned Juhyuk all alone on the street, reflecting on everything he had said. We're too good, the older man said in disbelief. Fortunately, Juhyuk didn't follow after him anymore, making Zeno sigh in relief. And so, he began his journey to Dr. Dujiai's vet clinic. Meanwhile, the people who had been following Zeno since the morning sighed in disappointment after seeing Juhyuk speak with him. Why are we still following him, sir? I don't know, the taller man muttered. I guess I just had some hope that we could sign with him. It's been a while since I felt such a natural star quality from a person. But, now that Juhyuk had personally tried to scout him, it's over, right? Zeno Han, he muttered, closing his eyes dramatically and clutching his chest. You are my greatest what if. The shorter man pursed his lips and placed his hand on the other's shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze. It's all right, sir. We'll find another artist. With that, the two of them stopped hiding behind the wall, about to walk away. However, before they could take another step forward, the taller man was pinned against the wall, startling the two of them. They were silent for a moment before they realized who the man in front of them was. Zeno Han, he exclaimed. Zeno narrowed his eyes at the pair. He had a hunch that he was being followed since he arrived at the farm this morning. However, from afar, they looked pretty stupid, so he didn't pay them any attention. Yet, at that moment, Zeno was annoyed because of the book he wasn't able to purchase. He couldn't help but project his annoyance to the two of them. He grabbed the older man's collar and lifted him up high. You think you can get away with following me? Wait, the shorter man exclaimed. We weren't following you. Zeno raised one eyebrow, looking directly at him. The short man gasped as he looked into Zeno's eyes. What an intimidating pair he had. It captured his emotions very well. Then, what were you doing? Zeno asked. The short man didn't answer for a few seconds. However, Zeno's gaze was too much to take. In the end, he sighed and hunched his shoulders. All right, he muttered. We were following you. But, he quickly added, we aren't bad people. Introduce yourselves, Zeno said with narrowed eyes. Can you please let down my boss first? He meekly asked. Zeno glanced at the taller man and found him on the verge of becoming blue. He clicked his tongue and placed him down. The tall man breathed in heavily with his hand over his throat. That was close, he gasped. I almost met the creator. Zeno sighed and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Who are you? The taller man stood straight and smiled like he wasn't just strangled. Good day. My name is Bobby, CEO of Dreamy Entertainment. Nice to meet you. He offered his hand, but Zeno did not take it. The shorter man cleared his throat and introduced himself, too. And my name is Moby, the assistant of Sir Bobby. Zeno arched an eyebrow. So, Bobby and Moby. Yes, Bobby chuckled. He was named after Moby Dick. Moby nodded with a wide smile. Zeno pursed his lips. They seemed more idiotic than he initially thought. Well, as I said, we are from an entertainment company, one that had been established 20 years ago. We are very interested in working with you. So you decided to follow me? Zeno asked. Bobby pursed his lips. You could say that, but it's not with bad intentions. My boss just really likes your acting style, Moby chimed. Anyway, since we saw that you were already being talked up by Juhyuk Jang, that damn competent bastard, we assume you're signed with Moonrise. I'm not signed with them. So, we were just on our way back. Bobby halted when he finally processed what Zeno had said. Wait, he said, stepping forward. You're not signed with them? Zeno shook his head. But, you're planning to? Moby added. No, he answered. Ah, so you chose Evergreen then? Bobby asked. No. Bobby and Moby turned to each other with wide eyes. Don't tell me. Did you sign with those condom guys? Condom? Zeno asked. Continuous dominance, Moby clarified. It might seem like a good deal, but they're very predatory. You won't be able to work freely because they'll cage you in their contract. No, I didn't, Zeno said, making them even more confused. Zeno then cleared his throat. What company do you represent again? Dreamy Entertainment, Bobby answered. Zeno tried searching his mind for such a name, but nothing came up. Never heard of it, he muttered. Bobby and Moby were rejected by his conclusion. That's perfect, Zeno suddenly chimed. What? Chapter 67, She Doesn't Bite. So he's your dog? Bobby asked, looking at the small golden-brown dog that bared his teeth at Zeno. Zeno nodded. She actually. Maxie, say hi to them, he said, poking her cheek. However, Maxie bit him quickly, causing Bobby and Moby to gasp in shock. Zeno clicked his tongue and wiped his finger. You're bleeding, Bobby said, feeling scared. Do we have to go to the hospital? Moby worriedly asked. It's fine, Zeno said, waving them off. She's vaccinated. Then, he tried placing Maxie on the chair next to him, but she barked and went between Bobby and Moby instead. The two of them froze, wondering what to do. It's all right, Zeno said. She doesn't bite anyone but me. They were even more confused. Are you sure? She's yours. Zeno nonchalantly nodded. She almost died a week ago, but she's all right now. She bit me again. Bobby awkwardly chuckled. I can tell you have a very loving relationship, he said, although he didn't believe his own words. In reality, he just wanted to get on Zeno's good side. So, Moby started off. Why did you come with us? Bobby nudged his shoulder, so Moby quickly took back his words. I mean, are you truly interested in signing with our company? Zeno placed his hands on the table. Tell me more about your company first. Bobby and Moby turned to each other. The two had matching sweaty asses. If they stood at that moment, they knew it would leave an imprint on the leather material of their seats. Still, Bobby courageously spoke. We are Dreamy Entertainment, an acting company based in South Korea. We were established 20 years ago, so we know a lot about how this industry works, he started off. I have been in theater arts since I was in high school and have starred in multiple indie films and dramas since then. However, I never really got to become a great artist because of my mediocre looks. You are not mediocre, sir. You are the best, Moby said by his side, his stance filled with sincerity. Bobby looked at him with grateful eyes before continuing. So, after a 10-year-long career, I made my own company when I was 25. We have been running since then. We prioritize our artists over anything else, making us a one-of-a-kind company. Zeno shook his head. I'm not interested in that. Who are your most notable artists? Darren Chun, Moby quickly chimed. There's also Medusa Lee. Oh, and Loverboy 69. He's a rapper-actor. He passed away at a young age, though. Rest in peace, Moby said, placing his hand over his heart before pointing up at the heavens. I think you should point here, Bobby said, gesturing to the ground. Never heard of them, too, Zeno whispered. How about films? He asked. What films have your artists starred in? Wiper Man, he's a hero whose superpower is wiping, Moby smiled. That's a good one, Bobby noted. There's also Cheese My Cake, a story of a baker who learns that her cake can also be cheesed, he winked. Zeno narrowed his eyes. Still, he didn't ask any more questions. In fact, he wasn't too curious about that movie's plot. And how can we forget about Smallfoot? It's a mythology story, a spin-off on Bigfoot, Moby added. Odd. Zeno couldn't help but comment. With that one word, Bobby and Moby became a bundle of nerves. Bobby also began feeling guilty about selling their company too well. So, before he knew it, he started pouring his heart out. Actually, he said, this company was born out of my own passion. I've had plenty of side jobs, and I'm also still working as a customer service agent 3 times a week in order to pay for our small office's rent. Moby sighed, feeling tears well up in his eyes. His boss was the best. The artists we've hired, we really place their needs over anything else, Moby added. Sir Bobby believes that the more comfortable and free an artist is, the better they will perform. However, in the end, we have been taken advantage of. One took off with all of our money, while another made us into their debt co-signer. It hasn't been easy for us. Then, why are you continuing? Zeno asked. Because this is what I love doing, Bobby muttered. Even if it's tiring, seeing our artists reach their dreams while supporting them is really fulfilling. We have tried recruiting more promising artists, but of course, who would want to sign with a company on the verge of going bankrupt? Zeno's ears perked up after he said those words. So, you're going to close soon? Zeno asked. Of course, that's not what we want, Bobby sighed. However, our debt is piling up, and our landlady is not as forgiving as before. Aside from that, we have 3 artists whom we still have to pay. If this continues, then… Bobby shook his head. I don't even want to think about it. You should have said so from the beginning, Zeno said, running his fingers through his hair. Bobby and Moby looked down at their laps, feeling stupid for even trying to recruit a rising star like Zeno Han. When do I sign the contract? The two of them lifted their heads so fast that it appeared like it was going to snap. Moby, pinch me, Bobby said in a tone of disbelief. I think I just heard him ask for the contract. Me too, Moby said. The two of them took turns pinching each other. Zeno clicked his tongue. You're not dreaming. When and where can I sign the contract? Bobby and Moby snapped out of their daze. Then, the two of them leaned closer toward Zeno. Are you serious? I am, Zeno said. I do not back down on my words. It was still unbelievable. But why? Bobby stammered. A small smirk appeared on Zeno's lips, rendering the two of them speechless. What a nice smirk he has. However, it was Zeno's next statement that left them even more shocked. Because your company is exactly what I'm looking for. Chapter 68, Welcome to Dreamy. He signed with what? Jay Slick exclaimed, nearly falling off of his chair. Dreamy Entertainment, sir, his assistant said, casting his gaze to the ground. What kind of company is that? I've never heard of them. They're an older company, his assistant said. Jay Slick clutched his fists and banged them on the table, causing his very creamy coffee to spill over the glass material. Do they have that much money? His assistant scratched the back of his head. I'm unsure, sir. From what I've read, they're on the verge of bankruptcy. Jay Slick's face grew hot with every revelation. Then why, he exclaimed. Why did Zeno Han sign with an unknown company? His assistant could do nothing but purse his lips. Jay Slick sighed and leaned against his chair, massaging the bridge of his nose. Well, you already know, he sighed. I've never felt so humiliated in my life. I swallowed my pride just to get him on our side, but he took it for granted. Make Zeno regret his decision. His assistant let out a soft sigh before nodding. Yes, sir. I'll make sure to do that. Meanwhile, the other companies that also tried to recruit him were devastated. Zeno Han blew them off for such a lousy company. They couldn't understand such a decision. In Moonrise, Juhyuk still couldn't get over what had happened. He could still remember the conversation he had with Zeno. He chuckled to himself during their meeting, making his workmates feel worried for him. Dreamy, he muttered, his shoulders shaking from his chuckles. He signed with Dreamy. Do you know them, sir? One scout hesitantly asked. Are they an up-and-coming company we need to be wary of? Juhyuk shook his head. Not even close. Oh, they muttered, beginning to feel confused. Then, why did Zeno Han sign with them? Juhyuk was on the verge of tears. I don't know, he exclaimed, standing from his seat. That's the worst part of all of this. I don't understand why Zeno Han would pick Dreamy Entertainment out of every company out there. Are they the worst? Another employee asked. In terms of treatment, no, Juhyuk said. In fact, they might be the greatest at that, he muttered. That bastard, Bobby, is too kind for his own good. He said the last two statements to himself, so none of the other employees were able to hear him. However, in terms of achievement, he continued in a loud voice. They're the worst. Being so long in the industry, you would think they would have some notable works. But they have none of it. The other employees began discussing among themselves, wondering what kind of trait they had for Zeno to choose them. With that, Juhyuk sat and shook his head before leaning against the table. Zeno Han, you are one confusing man. Of course, the internet was also quick to join in on the discussion. Pop Flop, a pop culture account based in South Korea with over 1 million followers, was quick to post the news. The irrelevant extra Zeno Han signs with Dreamy Entertainment. He really became irrelevant. What kind of company is that? This is such a hater account. Does Pop Flop even like anyone? They like A-list celebrities. Zeno is D-list at most. Heck, do we even call him an actor when he's only been an extra? At Dreamy is their account name. They have 800 followers. I have even more than that. I like Zeno after watching him come out of the fire in that one live stream from Rex. However, I don't think this was a good decision. Maybe he doesn't want to become famous at all. Who doesn't want to be famous? Maybe he was given a huge signing fee. That's what most new artists are blinded by. Good luck to his future career. Well, the lack of it. I'm going to support Zeno no matter what. We don't even know how old he is. Well, the good thing about him being signed is that we'll know some of his background. As Zeno's name became a hot topic once more, he arrived at a beat-up building. It was amidst a pretty good area in Apgujeong, one of the trendiest neighborhoods in Gangnam. However, this particular building had a suspicious exterior. For one, it was made of concrete blocks, and it hasn't been smoothed out and painted. There were 3 floors in total, and on the top floor, a huge LED sign with the words Strip Casino shone brightly. Meanwhile, the second floor had a dusty tarpaulin that read Heaven Massage. "Oh, there you are," Bobby exclaimed, coming out of the door. "You should have told us you were here." Come. Bobby led him inside, treating him like a VIP. The interior wasn't any better than the exterior. It was exactly as it looked, maybe even worse. There were cigarette butts in the hallway leading to the first room. On one side, there seemed to be a loan shark company, and just right in front of it was Dreamy Entertainment. Zeno couldn't hide his smile. It seemed he really came to the right place. Bobby opened the door, and much to Zeno's surprise, the inside of their office was actually pleasant. It was clean and decorated well. It was very simple, though, but compared to the rest of the building, it appeared the most decent. Zeno looked around for a moment before stopping in his tracks when he noticed the other people inside the room. Standing to the side was Moby, and on the small couch were 2 pretty ladies who were looking at him with wide eyes. "I can't believe it," the one with the shorter hair said. "You actually recruited Zeno Han." Bobby smirked proudly. "Zeno, meet our current artists. This is Sarong." He gestured to the one with full bangs and long hair. "And this is Lenny." He pointed to the short-haired girl. The 3 of them exchanged polite bows before Bobby introduced their very new artist. "And, of course, this is Zeno Han." Bobby opened his arms wide. "Welcome to Dreamland." Chapter 69, Public Enemy. "Glad to be here," Zeno said. He was sincerely thankful he had found such a lousy company. However, he would become even more grateful if Dreamy Entertainment closed down in a few weeks or a month at most. Honestly, it would be good for all of them. Zeno would get to rest, while Bobby and Moby could focus on an entirely different career where they didn't get scammed so much. "You're more handsome in real life," Lenny said, capturing his attention. Zeno pursed his lips. "I'm not that handsome. I'm sure you've met plenty more handsome actors before," he pointed out. Lenny placed her hand under her chin. "Well, you're right. But there's something attractive to your look. Is it your eyes? I think they're sparkling." "Ah, so that's what it was," Sarung exclaimed. "No wonder we feel so drawn to you. Your eyes sparkle so much." Zeno let out a soft sigh. He really needed to lose his penalty item. It wasn't like he had a duration to use it, either. It was just embedded in him automatically. With that, Zeno placed his straw hat back on, causing the 2 ladies to become disappointed. "Let's not bombard Zeno with too many questions," Moby said. "He's here to sign the contract to be our artist." Moby placed a stack of stapled paper on the table along with a pen. Then, they watched nervously as Zeno picked the 2 items up. "Did you include my one condition?" he asked. Moby pursed his lips before nodding. 1 year, right?" Lenny and Sarung turned to each other and raised their eyebrows. "You offer 3-year contracts, though," Sarung said to Bobby. "It's Zeno's request," Bobby responded. "On Dreamy, we place our artists above everything else," Sarung, Lenny, and Moby said at the same time, finishing Bobby's statement for him. Bobby cleared his throat and focused his attention back on Zeno, who was still reading through the contract. "We cannot give you the signing fee now. However, rest assured that once work starts pouring in, we will pay you handsomely," Bobby added. Zeno shook his head and signed the contract before giving it back to Moby. "There's no need for that. Just treat me like your other artists." Lenny chuckled. "We're not exactly paid well." Bobby and Moby turned to her with wide eyes, causing Lenny to raise her hands and surrender. "I mean, it's mostly our fault, too. Dreamy gives us opportunities, but we aren't able to seize them. So it checks out. Penalty quest. Accomplished. Notable meter, 23.5%. Even better," Zeno muttered. Still, Sarung heard him, causing her to frown. Is he a masochist? She muttered. Zeno leaned against the couch. Are you the only artist in this place? Nope, Sarung answered. We still have our most passionate employee. I think he's in a call back right now. Just then, the door opened, revealing an extremely familiar man. Zeno's brows furrowed as he came in. I swear I would do a great job if they just give me a chance. But why is it so difficult even getting a chance? He exclaimed, sitting right next to Zeno and drinking the glass of water meant for the latter. Moby's eyes widened. I'll get you another glass right away. Zeno shook his head. It's all right. With his statement, the man finally noticed Zeno's presence. Zeno Han, he exclaimed. Jace Moon, Zeno said. You're here, too. Bobby frowned in confusion, pointing at the two of them. You two know each other? Yeah, Jace absent-mindedly said. We auditioned for Code Black together. Ah, right, Sarung said. I almost forgot you auditioned for that role. Lenny chuckled. Me too. Jace auditions for too many projects that we can't keep up. Did you get this one? Jace sighed and raked his fingers through his hair. What do you think? He muttered. They were silent for a few seconds before Moby grabbed a marker from the desk and went to a covered part of the wall. He removed the cloth, revealing a bunch of tallies written on the light green surface. What's that? Zeno asked as Moby drew another line on it. It's the amount of times Jace has auditioned for a role but wasn't able to pass. Zeno looked at the multiple tallies and almost felt bad for him. With that amount of tries, he could have become an expert in a completely different field. Why was he wasting his time in acting if it was clear he wasn't talented at all? We're thinking of stopping the tallies when he finally gets some decent work, Lenny added. I thought you acted in some projects, Zeno said. Well, it's different, Sarung chimed. Those projects are questionable, she chuckled. Hey, Jace said in a defensive tone. It's not like your works are great either. We're feathers on the same bird. Birds of the same feather, Zeno corrected. Ah, whatever, Jace said. I'll get there someday. With that, he stood and pointed his fists high up in the sky. Well, that didn't take long, Bobby said. Jace is all better again. With Jace feeling much better, he turned to Zeno. I didn't expect you to come here, though. I thought Bobby and Moby were joking. Me too, Lenny said. Me three, Sarung added. It's not too late to back out, Jace added, nudging his shoulder. Zeno pointed at the signed contract on the table. Do you want me to rip it for you? Jace seriously asked. Moby quickly retrieved the contract from the table and safeguarded it inside the cabinet. Come on, Jace, Bobby said. It's not so bad in our company. I know, Jace said. You guys treat us really well. Just, the consequences for him signing with us wouldn't be light. You already know that. Bobby cast his eyes to the ground. Moby, too, bit his lip in nervousness. Do you know what this means, Zeno? Jace asked. Of course, Zeno said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Since I signed with a company that doesn't have enough money to protect me, the companies I have rejected wouldn't stay still. They would do their utmost best to eradicate me from the industry and make me regret not choosing their company in the first place. The others were astonished by the spot-on analysis. If you knew all of that, then why did you still sign the contract? Jace asked. Zeno merely shrugged, still appearing nonchalant. Well, it wasn't like that was his intention in the first place. Chapter 70. Offers for Zeno. That is not happening under my watch, Bobby sternly said. We may be a small company, but we can always fight for what is right. Zeno knew that was merely wishful thinking. On this planet, the more money you had, the more important you were. It didn't have anything to do with how you acquired such money, nor the hard work you've put into it. It was the amount that mattered. Anyway, Bobby said, clapping to break the tense atmosphere. Zeno, please come to my office. Zeno gave him a serious look. This is a one-room rental. Your office is literally right there, he said, gesturing to the table just a meter away from the resting area. Bobby smiled. Well, come here. Zeno sighed and made his way to the office. He sat on the chair in front of Bobby. Moby, the files, he said, and with that, the shorter man began rummaging through a messy pile of papers on the shelf. Here, sir, Moby said, handing the papers to Bobby. Then, his eyes widened when he saw a crumpled piece on the top. Oh, sorry. Your daughter's piano lesson fees got mixed up. You still haven't paid for it, sir. Bobby pursed his lips. Place it inside my bag. I'll settle it later. With that, he turned back to Zeno, who was watching the exchange quietly. Bobby then placed 3 sets of stapled papers in front of him. Zeno instantly knew what they were. Scripts. Before Zeno could even look through them, Jace had already joined their conversation. "He already has offers?" he exclaimed. Sarung and Lenny were also surprised. "As expected. Zeno's different," Sarung whispered. "I couldn't believe it at first, too," Bobby said. "However, when we released the statement yesterday that Zeno was going to join the company, these 3 individuals contacted us immediately." Jace clicked his tongue. "Must be nice," he chuckled before going back to a serious expression. Then he pointed at Zeno. "Don't worry, Zeno Han. I will catch up to you in no time. I thought it wouldn't come to this, but we have become rivals now. For this day, I had been defeated. But rest assured, I won't let you win so easily the next time," he threatened. Zeno's eye twitched. What the heck was he talking about? "Well, now, I shall bid farewell." Jace continued in a formal tone this time. "Where are you going?" Bobby asked. "To another audition," he said. "I will be seizing more opportunities." He sprinted through the office and made a cool pose by the door. Then he slammed it shut. Not even a second later, they all went back to their respective conversations. "Anyway," Bobby said, "as I was saying, there are 3 available works for you at the moment. Since this is your debut work in the company, I want you to choose what you feel is best for you." Zeno picked up the first script and read the title. "A thing," he muttered. He read the first line and immediately knew what kind of vibe the director was going for. A surreal and existential exploration of identity, perception, and the blurred lines between being a thing and the thing. "That script is really nice," Moby said. Bobby turned to him with one eyebrow raised. "Did you even understand it?" Moby smiled before shaking his head. "That's why I know it's going to be a great indie film." Bobby shook his head in amusement. Meanwhile, Zeno continued reading through the first page. A Thing was an indie film produced by Evergreen Studios and their in-house directors. It was about a man named Ting who was lost in the monotony of life. He then embarks on a philosophical journey to prove he is not just another speck in the universe, but something greater. It was the type of movie that critics would rave about for being deep. In reality, it was going to be a silent film with gray color grading and an attempt to decipher what life truly was. Movies like these were usually 3 hours long and were left purposely raw for the vibes. Zeno immediately placed it down after reading the first page. Bobby's eyebrows raised in surprise. "You don't like it?" he asked. "This is Evergreen's big movie that they had been teasing about. They want you to audition for the role of Dong, the main character's best friend. He's a funny lad who doesn't think life is deep. I think you have a funny bone in you. This would be the highest paying 1 out of 3, too. Why don't you read the next page?" Zeno didn't respond and picked up the next script. This time, it was a drama meant for the SK channel, the most popular channel in the entire country. Although it seemed like the time slot wasn't favorable for the public, actors still wished to star in projects under it. "This one is great, too," Bobby exclaimed. "Crooked," Zeno read. "Yeah," Bobby chuckled. "It's an action film following a former thug who became a detective. Detective Gale knows the criminal world really well because he used to be a part of it. With those skills, he becomes the greatest detective." However, Moby chimed, "They want you to audition for the role of Cade. You're going to be the guard of the main antagonist. There aren't many lines, but there's a lot of action involved. Oh, and it's from one of Manshik PD's apprentices, Myungdae PD. It's his first mainstream work, but it's already projected to become a great hit." "How many episodes is this?" he asked. 16 episodes, Moby responded. "Too long." He already skimmed through the script and saw his name doing such ridiculous tasks, cleaning up cigarette butts, standing next to the main antagonist at all times, and swimming into the sea to get a piece of gold. It was going to be a tiring role. With that, he placed it down again and grabbed the next one. "You don't like this too?" Bobby exclaimed. "You don't even have to read through this last one. We considered it because the writer liked you very much. He said he was a fan and wanted you to be a part of the project. However, I don't think it's a good idea." Zeno didn't listen to Bobby and read the title. Stars in My Ordinary Sky. Chapter 71, Zeno's Choice. A heartfelt and nostalgic story about friendship, fleeting youth, and the bittersweet beauty of first love. At first, Zeno thought it was going to be a badly written love story about high school students. Bobby did mention that this was from a rookie writer who just happened to be a fan of his. However, as he read through the dialogues. It didn't seem too bad. It was about a tight-knit group of friends navigating the ups and downs of teenage life. At the center of it all was So-hee, a bright yet uncertain girl, standing at the crossroads of her future. It wasn't revolutionary, but it wasn't going to make you cringe out of cheesiness. In short, it was ordinary. His proposed role was Jimin, the silent, enigmatic childhood friend of So-hee. Due to his silent nature, it appeared he didn't have many lines. That was already a merit for him. This isn't going to be aired on television, Bobby added. It's only going to be uploaded in a relatively popular channel on YouWatch. Along with that, it's a 10-episode short series, with the episodes ranging from 10 to 20 minutes. Have you seen those types of series? He asked. Zeno nodded. They were becoming more popular due to the short attention span of the younger generation. Moreover, they were a bit clickbaity and were known for their mediocre acting and storyline. Yet it still wasn't as famous as mainstream media. This is the only role where you don't have to audition anymore, but I still think you should try your luck on these two scripts, Bobby continued, gesturing to a thing and crooked, trying to convince him. However, Zeno's mind was already set in stone. I want this one, Stars in My Ordinary Sky, he said. Bobby and Moby turned to each other with wide eyes. Then, Bobby faced Zeno once again, chuckling nervously. Are you sure? He asked. This is like taking a step back from what you've accomplished. You've worked with Manshik PD and Chaiwon PD before. Ari Bay even wrote your first work. This is regression, he exclaimed. Zeno shrugged. Even better. It's fine with me. The script's the most decent. Moby's eyes widened. How could you say that? This is by a rookie writer, he exclaimed, pertaining to Stars in My Ordinary Sky. Zeno crossed his arms in front of his chest. He stood by his word. A Thing and Crooked were written to appeal to the mass media, or at least to the niche group of people they were trying to cater to. Stars in My Ordinary Sky felt like it was written out of enjoyment. In trendier terms, it was made for the arts and not for the charts. 1. Zeno wasn't going for the charts this time, so this was the perfect choice. Moreover, it was the shortest among all the scripts and would most probably have the most nameless artists. This was right up his alley. But Bobby tried to argue. However, Zeno shook his head. Didn't you say you want me to have the freedom to choose my first work? What was your motto again? We place our artists above everything else, Bobby grumbled. Bobby and Moby stayed silent for a couple of seconds before the former finally nodded. All right, he said. If this is what you want, then I will support you. However, for the next project, promise me that you'll take my suggestion into consideration. Zeno didn't have to think about it. There wouldn't be a next project. This would be the last one. Okay, Zeno said without any hesitation. Bobby's smile returned. We have a deal then. For now, Moby will inform the writer that you have chosen his project. Zeno nodded and held the script once more. He believed this was finally his chance. My ticket back to Avalis, he muttered. In a small apartment in Seoul, a young man, barely out of college, was engulfed by darkness. His only light source was from the screen of his old laptop, which made such suspicious sounds that he was afraid it was going to break down soon. Aside from that, he had to place a mini fan beside it at all times and use an egg carton to keep it cool while he used it. He was writing the last part of his script when he received a long-awaited email. He quickly clicked on the notification and read through its contents. His smile widened with every word he read. It seemed like the dark room was slowly being illuminated. Zeno agreed, he muttered. After seeing Zeno's performance in Broken Chains of Justice, the young writer immediately admired him. His smile, it held the sorrow that had inspired him to create one of the characters in this very script. He immediately typed a response and the details of the filming. This was his very first professional project, so he was still getting the hang of it. After he responded to Dreamy's email, he received a call that nearly made him fall from his seat. He grabbed his phone and internally cursed when he saw the caller ID. It was Gene, the CEO of Storylab, a popular channel on YouWatch specializing in short series. Young, the old man exclaimed from the other line. Sir, Young said, already feeling nervous. Is there anything wrong? The old man chuckled. Why, he asked. Are you nervous we're going to take your slot away? Young held his breath. Don't worry, Gene exclaimed. I already got that reserved for you. You will have the whole of next month to air that silly little show of yours. Young sighed in relief. He had worked hard to get this opportunity. He even kneeled before Jean and his subordinates. That was how desperate he was. He had poured his everything into the script, and he wanted to share it to the entire world. But you already know what to do, right? The conditions I've placed need to be met. Young pursed his lips before responding. Yes, sir, he muttered. Let my niece become the main character, Jean said. Otherwise, I'm scrapping this show of yours. Classic. Chapter 72. Headshots. You really signed with an unknown company, Minji said as Zeno arrived for breakfast. Right. Zeno chuckled, shaking his head. He still couldn't believe it. He managed to decrease his meter by 2% after he signed with them. It was a great start. -2 public perception. Fan club members decreased. Notable meter, 21.5%. Zeno's really weird, Doha said as he placed their breakfast on the table. Coming from you, Eli muttered. You're all weird. I'm the only normal person in our group. The other 3 didn't deny it. Anyway, do you have any projects lined up? Doha asked. I want to watch more of your works. Yup, Zeno answered. A short series. Are you going to be on TV again? Minji excitedly asked. Zeno shook his head. It's a series on You Watch. His 3 friends couldn't hide their surprise. Oh, but wouldn't that be a step back? Yup, Zeno said, popping the last piece of sausage into his mouth. With that, he stood and washed his plate before nodding at Maxie, who didn't acknowledge his presence. Where are you going now? Doha asked. We're going for some headshots or something like that. I haven't held a gun in a while, so it would be fun, Zeno said, waving goodbye before shutting the door. As soon as he was gone, the 3 of them turned to each other with surprise. A gun. Rival. You came, Jay said as Zeno joined them in a suspicious-looking cavern. Zeno looked around and couldn't help but frown. Lenny and Sarung were also there, appearing excited for the day. Zeno noticed they were wearing such extravagant clothes. Sarung was wearing a sparkly red dress with frills, while Lenny wore a matching black one. Jace, on the other hand, was wearing a full white suit with a fedora. Did you know? Jace said, cracking his knuckles. I actually passed the first audition of this big shot drama yesterday. You're going to lose to me in no time. Sure, Zeno said, still looking around the place. Just then, Bobby and Moby arrived with a young man who appeared like he was tired of the world. Same, human, Zeno thought as he looked at him. I don't know why you called me here, he grumbled, crossing his arms in front of his chest. He had short hair dyed light brown and had a camera hanging around his neck. Do this favor for your father, won't you? Bobby said with sparkling eyes. The teenage boy rolled his eyes before facing the artists of Dreamy Entertainment. Bobby, too, did the same. Nice, you are all here, Bobby smiled. You're all prepared, I see, he said, looking at the 4 artists. Then, he frowned when he saw Zeno. Except for Zeno, he muttered. But that's all right. His face will do all of the work. Zeno's brows furrowed while Bobby continued talking. Everyone, this is Ambi, my oldest child, he introduced. He will be the one taking your headshots for today. This time, Zeno couldn't help but interfere. Where are the guns? They all turned to him with wide eyes. Guns? Moby asked. What do you mean by that? Guns, for the headshots, Zeno nonchalantly said. Jace chuckled. Ah, I see. You are funny too. However, you cannot win against me in terms of humor. Do not be too ambitious. A face like yours shouldn't be funny. I'm not joking, Zeno deadpanned. I thought we were going shooting. They were silent for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. Oh, Zeno, you are much more innocent than I thought, Bobby said, placing his hand on his shoulder. Headshots as in photos. Our company has been getting some traction after we revealed you as one of our artists, he started off. We even passed 1,000 followers. Woo, Sarung rejoiced with Lenny. Jace pointed up at the sky while nodding. I know. That's right, he proudly said. Moby, too, appeared elated. Zeno didn't know what to say. 1,000 followers these days could be earned overnight by a mediocre-looking thirst trapper. They seemed happy about a small feat. Anyway, Moby came up with a great idea to update your profiles, so I asked my precious son, who is a photography student, to take photos of you. Forensic photography, Dad, Ambi muttered. You can't even get it right. It's still photography, son, he said, patting his back. Why are we in a cave, though? Zeno asked. It's Ambi's expertise, Moby chimed. He takes photos of people who die while cave diving. Don't worry, though. This is not a real cave. It's a man-made one with lights inside. It's cheap, so we rented it out for the day. Ambi shook his head while massaging the bridge of his nose. He already wanted to go home. I think it's a good idea. Jace exclaimed. Other artists have their photos taken on a plain white background, but we are different. Zeno thought of it for a while. You know what? You're right, he said, validating Jace. A cave photo shoot that would ruin the company's reputation even more was something he needed. Jace squared his shoulders out of pride. Let me go first, he confidently said, gesturing for the others to join him in the cave. Ambi pursed his lips and turned to his dad. You promised to pay for Gabby's piano lessons after this one, right? Oh, and buy her an electronic keyboard, too. She wants to join the recital this year. Bobby's expression softened before he nodded. I'll do that, son. But for now, can you do this favor me? Ambi clicked his tongue. What kind of company can't even afford a professional photographer? He muttered before following the others inside the cave. Let's start, Ambi muttered. Jace took his position in the middle, placing his hand on both sides of the cave and arching his back like a cat. Ambi paused for a moment, looking at his pose with disgust. Come on, Jace exclaimed. Take a photo. It's hard sustaining this pose. Ambi pursed his lips and shook his head. He glanced at the other artists and sighed. No wonder his dad's company was going bankrupt. 3 of them were excessively dressed, while the other one appeared like he didn't care at all. He was just wearing a white shirt and gray sweatpants. Still, it wasn't like he could make a difference with their career just for taking their photos. With that, he began snapping away. Let's get this over with. Chapter 73, Former Model. That's right. Pose just like that. Moby shouted words of encouragement as Jace executed some of the most ridiculous poses known to man. Sarang and Lenny cheered for him, too, amused by how enthusiastic he was. Ambi, on the other hand, felt like his dad wouldn't be able to fulfill his promise. Once more, to support his little sister's piano recital. He could just see the money flying out of his company within that moment. Amidst everything happening, Zeno found himself thinking about the past. The way Moby called out directions elicited something within him, a distant memory. Mission number 22 equals Brooklyn, New York. Become a model for Castellane, the most luxurious brand in the entire world. Suddenly, bright lights, cameras, and a crew of noisy stylists bombarded Zeno's mind. A group of teenage models, all dressed in the brand's latest collection, were waiting their turn. The atmosphere was already tense due to the photographer's frustration. No. How many times do I have to explain this? It's not that hard. You're supposed to look confident, not like you're waiting in line for the dentist without your mom for the first time. Ugh, why can't anyone get this right these days? The photographer, a middle-aged man with a short temper, glared at the current model, a lanky teenage boy with nervous eyes. The boy fumbled with the hem of his jacket, intimidated by his instructions. I'm sorry, Sorry doesn't get the shot. Look, kid, if you can't do this, step aside. We don't have all day. Next, the boy shuffled off, shoulders slumped, as the crew exchanged uneasy glances. The photographer rubbed his temples, muttering under his breath about amateurs. The assistant nervously stepped forward. Who's next? Let's keep this moving, people. From the group of waiting models, a young man stepped forward. He was around 15, with tousled blonde hair and sharp features. He seemed the most confident out of everyone in the room, and he held a spark in his eyes that caught their attention. He didn't wait for instructions. He just stepped into the light. All right, kid, let's see what you've got. Don't waste my time, the photographer said. The young man didn't respond. Instead, he tilted his chin up, his gaze locking onto the camera. His body moved effortlessly into a series of poses, each one more striking than the last. The room fell silent. The stylist stopped adjusting clothes. The assistants paused mid-gossip. Even the photographer lowered his camera for a moment, staring in disbelief. Well, I'll be damned. Zeno shook his head to get rid of the memory. It had been such a long time ago, but it was one of his most memorable missions. He was born as Kairos Sterling, born in the 1970s, as a poor boy with a single mother living in the outskirts of Brooklyn. The mission he received was to become a model for Castellane. It was one of the first luxury brands in the entire world, and until now, it has been striving amidst the rise of newer brands. You look like a model from Castellane, Sarang exclaimed as Lenny smiled nervously at the camera. Castellane, my ass. Ambi quietly scoffed before shaking his head. It was ridiculous. Even some of the most famous artists and models couldn't work with Castellane. "Hey kid, don't diss her like that. She's doing her best," she said, nudging his shoulder. Ambi pursed his lips. "I'm not dissing her. I'm just telling the truth. Don't take it offensively," he said to Lenny. "In fact, none of you here would be able to make it to Castellane." "I guess that's true," Sarung muttered. However, what they didn't know was that they were in the presence of a former Castellane model, one of the best during his generation. "I'm good now," Lenny shyly said, scratching the back of her neck. "Let's move on to Zeno." With that, they all turned to Zeno, who still appeared lost in his thoughts. He had a small smirk on his lips as he recalled his days as Kairos. It definitely wasn't easy, but the moment he catapulted to fame, he felt it was fun. Modeling was fun. But hey, Zeno has changed now. Rest was the most fun activity for him at the moment. "Zeno," Jace exclaimed, making him snap out of his thoughts. "It's your turn now." Zeno looked up and found that the rest of them were already finished. "It's almost lunchtime," Moby muttered. "Should we eat first before heading back here?" Zeno shook his head and took his position in the middle of the man-made cave. "It's all right," he said. "It'll be quick." Jace exclaimed. "You need to make the most of your time here and take as many photos as possible. We need to pick the best out of the bunch." Zeno didn't listen to him and stubbornly stood his ground. He didn't want the best. He didn't even want a good photo. He wanted something that would give nothing to the audience. So, that was what he did. He merely stood. "That's it?" Ambi asked. "That's your pose." Zeno nodded, causing Ambi to shrug. The others had done such ridiculous poses, so it was strange how Zeno stood still. With that, Ambi positioned his camera to capture Zeno's upper body. Zeno didn't do anything with his expression. Yes, he was a model from before. However, that was a long time ago. It was his 22nd mission in the 1970s, so he definitely had lost touch. Ambi pressed the shutter button, the flash hurting Zeno's eyes. He closed his eyes at the last second, causing Ambi to click his tongue. "You blinked," he said, pressing to check the photo he just took. However, as he zoomed into Zeno's face, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Then, he looked up at Zeno with wide eyes. "What the?" he muttered, zooming in even more. The others gathered behind him, looking at the zoomed photo. Their mouths collectively went agape as they stared at the small screen. Jace pursed his lips before clenching his fists. "My rival is photogenic, too." Chapter 74, Xenoholic. Zeno couldn't hear what the heck they were talking about. All he did was stand there, stare straight into the camera, and let Ambi do all the work. The others observed him with neutral expressions. In reality, they were just too shocked by how great the photos turned out when Zeno was literally giving them nothing. Contrary to his beliefs, the years he had modeled had shown through even with his lack of effort. Bobby and Moby turned to each other and began tearing up. The debt that had piled up seemed to be getting paid at that very moment. Even Ambi, who initially didn't want to help his father, started enjoying taking the photos. After a few minutes, Zeno finally walked away, causing the others to snap out of their dazes. Zeno placed his hands inside his pockets like he didn't do something amazing. He then turned to them and raised both eyebrows. "What?" he asked. Jace pursed his lips before shaking his head in disappointment. He felt that his rival was way too strong. Zeno couldn't help but smile. It must have been really bad. Bobby and Moby were also silent, so they must be disappointed. As he thought about his meter decreasing, a camera's flash made him snap out of his thoughts. He turned to Ambi, who was looking at the photo of Zeno smiling. He smirked and showed it to his father, who covered his mouth. "This is it," he muttered. "We got his famous smile." Zeno frowned. "What are the two of you talking about?" "Nothing," Bobby said, shaking his head. "We should all go out and eat lunch. Ambi will edit the photos once we get home, and we'll update the profiles by midnight." "That fast?" Sarung asked. "Of course," Moby responded. "Ambi is really talented in editing." Ambi clicked his tongue and turned to the side. "I'm not," he muttered, going ahead of everybody else. Bobby followed after his son and tried to wrap an arm around his shoulders. However, the latter pushed him away. Zeno watched them from far away. It didn't take a genius to figure out that the two didn't have the greatest relationship. Family matters were always complicated. It made Zeno feel he was lucky to not be granted a family. Well, at least, not a family of his own. Zeno had lived 25 lives, yet none had ever truly belonged to him. In these missions, he had gone through different types of families. Complete ones were rare, which mirrored the current society. Then, there were times when his mother or father left to pursue their dreams or to create a new family they deemed better than their original one. Sometimes, he didn't even have a family. Yet, no matter how different these families were, Zeno had unfortunately learned one truth. It mattered a lot in an individual's life. It was the reason people fought, the reason they held on, the reason they sought help from Avalis, desperate to mend what had been broken or to fill what had never been there. Family was a double-edged sword. It had the power to make or break a person. It was both a burden and a gift. It shaped the hearts of those who had it, and those who wished they did. Zeno. Jace called. Zeno lifted his head and saw they were already a few meters away. You spaced out for a second. What are you thinking about? Zeno shook his head and followed after them. Nothing important. Well, hurry up. Jace exclaimed. We're filling out our profiles in the restaurant. Midnight rolled in. Those with normal sleeping schedules were passed out on their beds, waiting for the morning to come. However, the majority of flawed humans whose brains had been rewired by the presence of technology and media were awake, falling into a weird algorithm, finding content to make them sleep, but doing the opposite, or playing the last game which they claimed to be the last 3 games ago. Risa, who once belonged to the latter part of humanity, had recently joined the dark side as she created a Sigmoid account. At 34 years old, she finally tasted the indulgence of one of the greatest addictions in the world. After wrapping up the filming for Code Black, she had no other work lined up except for some modeling gigs. She was a model before she became an actress, and she loved the latter much more. Zeno Lee. Zeno no. Zeno Park. Why doesn't he have any social media accounts? She exclaimed, sitting up on her bed. After watching what felt like a real-life drama during their disastrous filming, Risa became infatuated with Zeno Han. Yes, she wasn't afraid to admit it. She had joined each of his fan bases, whose profile photos were either a screenshot of Zeno from Rex's live or the smiling scene he had in Broken Chains of Justice. Even if she merely joined the site a few days ago, she had already become the admin of his biggest fan base with over 10,000 followers. They were coined as Zenos. Fans for now because they planned on changing it once there was more information on him. Has anyone found something yet? Risa typed into their group chat. She had the username Xenoholic, which she believed was fitting because she was borderline addicted. Zeno escape. Not yet. He's a ghost. I don't have anything. Zenor. I thought we would know more about him once he joined the company. However, alas, it was wishful thinking. Xenoholic. I guess we have to make do with the content we have now. But we need to do something to increase the number of our members. They're slowly leaving due to the lack of content. Xenosapiens. I wish some info would fall from the sky and into our hands. I want Zeno to become the biggest star in the world. No, the universe. Just then, Risa, who had been camping on Dreamy Entertainment's account on her other gadget, nearly dropped her phone when a new post appeared when she refreshed. Meet our artists, she muttered, her eyes widening as she read further. Then, she typed into their chat. Xenoholic. Everyone, this is not a drill. Dreamy Entertainment has released Zeno's information. Chapter 75, Rest and Root Crops. +2 public perception. Fanbase has doubled in size. +2 job and income. Praise for the quality of headshots. Offered to be in a variety show. +3 talent and skill. New talent develop. Talents. Acting. Modeling newbie. Notable meter, 28.5%. Penalty quest acquired. Create a social media account. And hold a live stream for an hour. +0.5% for each day the penalty quest is not accomplished. This bombard of new notifications was left unnoticed for quite some time. Why? Because Zeno was a part of the minority, the ones with the normal sleeping schedules. In the past, he worked so hard to the point that his body couldn't even be considered as a body. Now he was all about rest. At 10 p.m., he needed to be in bed. At 5 a.m., he woke up, worked out inside his tiny unit, showered, and went to Minji's for breakfast. That was the routine he had curated for the entire month he had been in Zeno Han's body. Unfortunately for him, he just missed some important updates. Meanwhile, his fanbase, Zeno's fans, was going crazy with the new information they had acquired. They first went through his profile, which, in their eyes, was the most precious discovery on Earth. Forget about the Big Bang Theory or gravity. Zeno's favorite food was much more important. Name, Zeno Han. Age, 24. Nationality, Korean. I'm older than him. Homo. He's an oppa. Fuck, the cringy fangirls had arrived. Shut up and let people have their fun. I wonder if he entered the military yet. I don't want to suffer another enlistment. So, he doesn't have any mixed blood. Is Zeno his real name? Zeno has such a pretty name. Hobbies, resting. Risa couldn't help but laugh as she read the singular word under his hobbies. She felt like a high school girl who was infatuated by a fictional character. That's it. Those are his hobbies? Honestly, same. Zeno is tired, y'all. He hasn't even done anything yet. This is just the beginning of his career. Imagine if he doesn't want all of the attention after all. That would be hilarious. Favorite food? Root crops. Favorite movie? None. Favorite song? None. Favorite color? None. Why did he even bother filling out this profile? He doesn't have any interests except for rest and root crops? The double R. That's the life, really. I can't hate this man. Why is he so charming? We have reached 30,000 members. Everyone. There are some of Zeno's photos at the very end. As soon as Risa read that particular comment, she quickly skimmed through the rest of the content. Recent fascination, Maxi. Maxi? Who the heck is Maxi? Don't tell me he has a girlfriend. The race hasn't even started yet, but we already lost. Maxi is a cute name. I cannot compete with that. Motto in life. Rest as much as possible. Random fact. I can sleep for 10 years. Please let me sleep for 10 years. Risa laughed out loud, slapping her knees in the process. It wasn't obvious during their filming because Zeno kept to himself for most of the time. However, it seemed he was quite humorous. As she scrolled further, she finally saw the topmost portion of the photo they were pertaining to in the comments. She held her breath, preparing herself. She had been hungry for Zeno's professional photos, and they were finally here. She scrolled slowly, afraid that her heart would stop beating if she revealed it too quickly. Risa couldn't help but frown, though, as she scrutinized the background. They're inside a cave, she muttered. What kind of photo shoot was this? Usually, the artist's first headshot would be taken on a plain white background. Dreamy Entertainment was definitely a strange company. However, as the full photo was shown, she took back her words. This was a genius idea. The photo captured Zeno in the depths of the shadowy cave. His face was turned directly toward the lens, and although his expression was calm, it also held some intensity. His dark hair fell effortlessly, tousled in just the right way, adding a touch of wildness to his demeanor. The white shirt he wore contrasted with the cave's rugged surroundings and enhanced his striking features. As a model, she believed this was one of the greatest photos she had ever seen. As she scrolled further down, another photo was shown. It was a little bit blurry, but it still managed to take her breath away. It was a close-up shot of Zeno, his eyes cast to the ground with a small smile playing on his lips. The smile radiated through his eyes, turning them into crescent moons. It felt like the photo of your first love whom you had never seen for 10 years, or your beloved, perfect husband who passed away due to an accident. That was the feeling it emanated, and as an Ant fan, she felt touched. She wasn't the only one touched. Ari Bay, who had taken a break from writing her latest script, scrolled through her Sigmoid account. However, the first thing that popped up was Zeno's new photos. Before she knew it, she had stared at it for an entire half an hour, leaving her script untouched. Wah, I'm going crazy with these photos. I was planning on leaving the fanbase because of the lack of content, but I'm here. I'm not going anywhere now. Everyone's profile pictures are the same now. They're all photos of Zeno's smiling headshot. I can't differentiate who's who. These are the best photos I've seen in a while. Risa, too, saved the photo of Zeno smiling, placed it as her profile picture. And with that, as the clock struck 5 a.m., she was finally able to sleep, clutching the phone close to her chest. Meanwhile, in a much smaller apartment, Zeno woke up from his deep slumber. He stretched and let out a yawn, ready for his morning workout. However, he abruptly stopped when he saw the number of notifications on his system. Oh no, this could only mean two things. He had regressed, or he had improved. He would give anything for the latter. However, as the updates were shown on his user interface, it was worse than he had imagined. Should I just start preparing for my funeral? Chapter 76. Loved. Zeno was recognized twice on the street, even with his straw hat on. That was supposed to be his safety feature, but it failed not once but twice. He felt like ripping all his hair out. Wait, that didn't seem like a bad idea. Having bald patches might turn some people off from him. He arrived at the company, appearing absent-minded. The celebration started as soon as he came in. Zeno is a star. We got variety show offers left and right. Moby exclaimed. Jace pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes. I can't say I'm fully happy for you, my rival. However, I am happy that this place might earn some good money soon. The landlady has been coming here every day. Just then, the door burst open, and an old woman with very curly hair and gold jewelry as big as pans came inside the room. The rent for this month better get paid, or I'm sending you all to massage heaven upstairs, she threatened. And no, she exclaimed, looking straight at Zeno. They're not a massage parlor. With that, she slammed the door shut, leaving the entire room in silence. Prepare the money, Moby, Bobby said to his assistant. Moby seemed hesitant. But that's for your daughter's piano lessons, sir. I'll figure something out, Bobby smiled. For now, we need to stay in this place. We can't go bankrupt when Zeno has just joined us. Why can't you? Zeno asked. They turned to him with raised eyebrows before bursting into laughter. Oh, you're so funny, Sarung chuckled. Zeno kept a straight face through it all. Oh, by the way, Moby started off, grabbing something from the shelf. Here's the full script of Stars in My Ordinary Sky. The filming is set for Wednesday. Next week. It will be filmed and aired simultaneously because Story Lab has a fast turnover. They usually release 2 series a month and make a second season based on its performance. Zeno grabbed the script and decided to read it a little later. For now, he had to get one thing accomplished, his livestream. He had never thought of making a social media account. In fact, aside from professional ones, he had never tried using one. What was the point when he was going to leave in the end? I want to make my own Sigmoid account, Zeno smiled. Bobby smiled happily. I thought you would have never suggested it. That's actually perfect. After the release of your photos, your fans keep wanting more. You should all take an example from Zeno. Strike the cauldron while it's hot. Jace stood with a determined expression. Because of that, I'll look for more additions. Me too, Lenny said. Sarung looked at them and felt the same way. Let's do this. With that, they made their way out of the office. Bobby looked at them with a proud smile. Well, I have some work to attend to. You can stay here if you'd like, he said. Moby will accompany you. Zeno shook his head and stood. I'm going too. I'll memorize the script at home. Yeah, you do that, Bobby said. Tell me if you have any difficulties. Zeno once again shook his head and started his journey back home. Fortunately, no one recognized him as he boarded the bus. With that, he opened the script and began reading. Through his lines, internalizing the storyline. As Zeno continued reading, he began to feel he had made the wrong decision. This script was written way too well. The nuances of the characters and the dialogue flowed naturally, although it felt a bit more rushed than the average drama, which was to be expected since it was a short series. However, aside from such factors, Zeno thought it was a solid script. It wasn't amazing, but it had the potential to become popular, especially among the younger generation. With that thought, a shiver ran down his spine. He shook his head. Story Lab hasn't been doing well for the past year. Well, their views were still up there. However, they were more famous for having cheesy scripts and cringe acting. In short, they were famous for being bad. It was the fact they didn't cast aspiring actors for the main characters, but influencers with a great following. If there were 2 things influencers weren't blessed with, it was the talent in singing and acting. Somehow, they were almost never good at those things, but always tried to enter the industry. With that, Zeno shrugged. Even with a decent script, he felt that this drama would end with the same fate. He had only skimmed through the storyline when it was first given to him. However, reading it now, his character has become clearer. Jimin was an average student whose parents were working in the city. He grew up in his mute grandma's presence, which inherently made him the silent type 2. His neighbor was the main female lead, So-hee, a bright girl with a dull mind. She worked hard, but had bad luck. She was the last in their class, but the teachers still loved her. So-hee was born to a humble family, with their house just right next to Jimin's. So, they have been friends since then. However, in their first year of high school, Jake, a smart, poised teenager from Seoul, transferred to their school due to his mother's work. He was the complete opposite of So-hee, an unattainable man with the best grades, a pleasing yet cold personality, and a handsome face. Together with their other friends, Rami and Doyen, the five of them navigate their last year of high school. The main story was centered around Sohee's pursuit of Jake and the reality of how opposites do not actually attract. Now, where does that place Zeno's character? Well, of course, Jimin had always loved Sohee. Through and through, he was the one there to support her, the best friend she turned to for advice when she was hurting because of Jake. Never the choice, not even an option. He was just there, and that was exactly how he liked it. However, he didn't like how the script resonated with him, even in a minuscule way. It reminded him of what it was like to love, a feeling he had tried to forget but somehow still remained. Chapter 77, Star Scanner. Zeno had already memorized all of his lines by the time he got home. Not just the first episode, but the entire thing. It was 150 pages long, but his dialogue was limited, so he managed to do it. However, the greatest explanation for this was that he wasn't human. He read at an incredible speed and had a great memory. He could even remember the major details of his first mission. As soon as he got home, he picked up Maxie from Doha's place. Maxie's ears visibly fell when she saw him. Zeno clicked his tongue. "Do you want to stay in Doha for the rest of your life?" he asked. Maxie retaliated and bit his arm. Zeno didn't flinch anymore. He was already used to such tactics. "Then, come on," Zeno said. "Just admit you like me." Maxie turned away but let herself be carried by Zeno. With that, he was about to leave when, suddenly, he remembered his second objective for the day. "Doha," he said, capturing the buff man's attention. "Yes," Doha joyfully asked. "Can you help me make a sigmoid account?" Doha paused for a while before smiling. He felt delighted. Of course, he was willing to help his friend create a social media account. He had been trying to convince him to make one for the longest time. Ever since they were young, Zeno was considered ordinary. He wasn't quiet, per se. He just didn't speak unless necessary. He made jokes, but only in the presence of his closest friends, which were just them. He didn't like bringing any attention to himself. His mother even scolded him for acting passive. There were times when Doha and the others were also frustrated because they believed Zeno could be so much more. However, they quickly came to realize that it was the life Zeno wanted. When they were in middle school, Zeno's height brought him to stand right in the middle of the line. He also ranked 125th out of 250 students in terms of grades. He didn't join any extracurricular activities. While Eli was in the science club, Minji was in the singing club, and Doha was in the dancing club, Zeno went home to go fishing with his mother. He had two girlfriends thus far, one who was kind and one who definitely used Zeno throughout their relationship. Those two broke up with him because they thought Zeno was too plain. Zeno didn't mind because he knew it was the truth. Doha always thought he was the most good-looking in their class, but Zeno never became popular. It was weird, really. He was deemed ordinarily handsome for such a long time. In their senior year, when their teachers asked what their dreams were, Eli answered a doctor, Doha answered a gym owner, and Minji answered a singer. Zeno answered to become an ordinary salaryman, an office worker. They came to Seoul to chase their dreams, yet somehow, Eli was the only one who managed to get into college. While Doha and Minji mourned the loss of their dreams, Zeno remained the same. Somehow, he was always right in the middle. When the military doctor said that Zeno had lost his memories, they were cautious at first. He had changed a bit, they could tell. However, it seemed his dream to become an ordinary man remained the same. Yet, there were some changes Doha had noted. It appeared he was more expressive now. He got into acting, had built a small following, and now had asked Doha to help him make a sigmoid account. His friend was beyond happy. "First, you need a username," Doha started off. "Is Zeno taken?" he asked. Doha laughed out loud. "Of course it's taken, but let's still give it a try." Zeno typed the username on the screen and showed it to Doha. "It says it's available." Doha's eyes widened in surprise. "Lucky you," he muttered. "It's rare for simple usernames to be free." "Create a password then," Doha instructed. Zeno nodded and typed in the longest password known to man. He knew that technology was getting better and better, and he didn't want the risk of getting hacked. So he typed in a 46-character password, making Doha's eyebrows raise. "Can you even remember all of that?" he asked. Zeno nodded without hesitation. Doha shrugged. "All right, whatever you say. And lastly, a profile photo. Do you want to use the ones you took during your photo shoot with Dreamy? Those look very nice, by the way. You look like a genuine model. Zeno shook his head. He clicked on the profile picture icon, pressed Take a Photo Now, and captured a selfie in less than 3 seconds. He gave the phone to Doha, who was watching the scene with an agape mouth. I've never seen anyone use that feature before, he muttered. When he looked at the photo, he was even more flabbergasted. How was it that the photo appeared to be even better than Doha's current one? Yeah, this is good, he said. He finished creating the profile and handed the phone back to Zeno. There, Doha said, you're all set. Thanks. Zeno chimed and was about to leave with Maxi. However, Doha asked him a question. Why did you suddenly want to make a Sigmoid account? Because I have a penalty quest. Zeno shrugged. Just bored. I won't be eating with you guys tonight because I have to go through my script again. Sure. Doha called out, watching as Zeno left his unit. As soon as he was gone, a small smile appeared on Doha's lips. It's like you were really born to be extraordinary, he muttered. Meanwhile, Zeno entered his unit and went to his Sigmoid account. He didn't plan on posting. The penalty quest didn't specify that he had to be active on social media, just that he needed to make one. Along with that, the quest also didn't say he needed to have an audience for his livestream. He looked at his follower count. 0. He smiled. That was exactly how he planned on keeping it. However, what Zeno didn't know was that the best detectives in the world weren't the ones who worked for the government. Instead, they were the desperate fans who had dedicated their lives to the artists they had liked. If the Titanic had sunk now, it would have been found in no time due to the presence of such individuals. Because of that, Zeno's account was found in a span of minutes, plus 2 public perception, plus 20,000 followers. Notable meter, 30.5%. Penalty quest, avoid being scolded on the set of Stars in My Ordinary Sky. Plus 5% increase for each instance the host is scolded. Penalty item, Star Scanner, the ultimate tool for evaluating celebrities, combining both fame and talent into a comprehensive ranking system. This feature assesses a celebrity's current status in the entertainment industry, A-lister, B-lister, C-lister, etc., and also evaluates their talent level, A, B, C. Chapter 78, Sweet Potato Mukbang. Zeno knew he was doomed. He couldn't even accomplish his livestream penalty quest yesterday night due to his new quest and item. Still, that didn't stop him from sleeping. His mission was already fucked, so he might as well get some rest while he was at it. When his alarm rang at 5 a.m., he got up, accomplished his exercise routine, showered, and prepared for the livestream. It was already 6:30 a.m. when he finished, and luckily, most of his fans were still asleep at that time. Risa, who had once again pulled an all-nighter trying to learn how to make edits for Zeno, was sleeping soundly in her bed. Meanwhile, Zeno had already turned on the live function of his Sigmoid account. 25 people have joined. It's really you. I can't believe I actually get to see you live. It's so dark. Can you turn on the lights? I should thank my mom for waking me up so early. I almost didn't get up out of laziness. As expected, mothers know best. Why are people in here? He grumbled. Do you want us to go? Yeah, he said. LOL. He hates us already. Oh, come on, Zeno. We're your first 25 fans. The others aren't even awake yet. Well, he mumbled. I will be here for an hour. Talk to us, please. Zeno, however, stood from his seat and grabbed a broom. He started cleaning his unit to kill some time. It was still dark inside, but his shadow could be seen moving around. Is he cleaning right now? Who the heck turns on the live and cleans? It's been 10 minutes, and we're still here. The 25 viewers haven't moved at all. He seems experienced in cleaning. He cleans so fast, but it seems he lives in a small space. Do you want me to buy you a luxurious apartment? Finally, after 15 minutes, Zeno went back to his seat and read some of the comments. I don't need a luxurious apartment, Zeno muttered. You should use that money to help those who are truly in need. You're so kind. I can't believe I watched you clean for 15 minutes. It was one of the most entertaining things I've watched in a while. Zeno has such a pure heart. Zeno pursed his lips. Even if he had just 25 viewers, they were quite active. I'm not kind, he clarified. However, his statement fell on deaf ears. Can you talk to us now? Zeno looked at the time and saw he still had some time. So, he went to his kitchen countertop and began peeling sweet potatoes. He wanted to eat the candied version because he had been craving them for quite some time. He left us again. What is he doing now? It's still so dark. I can't see properly. I've turned my brightness all the way up. I think he's peeling sweet potatoes. He's doing a darn good job, too. Seriously, Zeno. Are you doing your house routine on live? You didn't turn it on accidentally, did you? After 10 more minutes, Zeno returned to his seat once more. Just like that, he had burned more than half of the time he needed for the live stream. He looked at the viewer count and saw it hadn't budged since then. It was a blessing in disguise that he turned it on early in the morning. To kill even more time, he ate the sweet potatoes slowly, savoring each bite. It was the last of the farmer's gifts, and he didn't want to let it go. Unfortunately, nothing lasts forever. A cleaning vlog to a cooking vlog, and now, he's doing a mukbang. A jack of all trades is amidst our presence. He likes sweet potatoes a lot, doesn't he? He looks so cute eating. We can't see anything except for his eyes, teeth, and skin color. Zeno, turn on the lights. Zeno shook his head. I'm not turning on the lights. I like being in the dark. Oh, Kinky. Get your mind out of the gutter. How did you take your headshot? It was perfect. Zeno didn't plan on talking with his followers. However, it seemed they weren't going to stop unless he answered them. Since they woke up so early, he decided to answer some of the reasonable questions. We shot it in a cave, he honestly said. That's still so strange to me. Why did you choose Dreamy Entertainment? Zeno hummed. Because they were on the verge of bankruptcy. He didn't say that, of course. They're kind, he said instead. I see. Zeno is a man of good principles. When is your next project coming? Next project, he muttered. It's coming sooner than you'd expect. It's a short series. You already have a new series? Is it a drama? No, he said. It will be on You Watch. Oh, don't tell me it's from Storylab. Those videos suck ass. Yeah, but somehow, I can't stop watching them. It is with Storylab, Zeno admitted. He didn't see the need to hide it. In fact, this was better. He could tell them not to support it. Don't force yourself to watch it, he said, hoping they would get the hint. I don't support Storylab, but I'll watch it if you're in there. Me too. Count me in. I told you not to force yourselves. He clicked his tongue. You should watch what you truly enjoy. Don't blindly support something just because you like the actors in that certain project. You are allowed to have your own opinions and preferences. It seems humans these days forget about that. Our Zeno is so smart. Humans? How could he refer to people as humans? Is Zeno an alien? Zeno froze as soon as he read those words. Fortunately, the timer he had set rang, signaling the hour was over. Penalty quest accomplished. He sighed in relief. Would you be doing any more of these lives? Zeno didn't hesitate. Probably not. With that, he turned off the live, leaving his fans wanting more. Chapter 79, Mishap on the Set. +1 public perception. Plus 10,000 followers. Notable meter, 31.5%. Zeno wasn't even surprised anymore. He even posted something on his account, but his fans didn't listen. Don't follow me. Please. Zeno is so cute. Because of this, let's give him more followers. I agree. Let's get him to 30,000 by tomorrow. They kept their promise. Now, Zeno was on his way to the filming set of Stars in My Ordinary Sky. He thought he would meet his co-stars prior to filming. However, it seems Storylab had a different approach. They focused on quantity over quality, so they seemed to avoid any unnecessary meetings. Zeno didn't hate it. It actually worked in his favor. We're here, Moby said, pulling up to the site, which was a school filming set. Surrounding it were smaller houses that gave off the vibe of being in the province. This is where you'll be filming for 3 weeks, Bobby said. Call us if you need any help. Zeno shook his head and grabbed his duffel bag, placing it on his shoulders. I'll see you soon. We can't accompany you throughout the shoot because Sarung and Lenny have a singing gig in Busan. We'll drive them there. They sing? Zeno asked. Not really, Bobby shrugged. But they already paid us, so we're going. Anyway, he continued. Good luck. Let's hope this is your big break. I hope not, Zeno muttered, opening the door and getting out of the car. With that, he started walking toward the group of people who were already setting up the equipment. Did he just say he hoped this wouldn't be his big break? Bobby asked. Moby chuckled and nudged his boss' shoulders. Of course not, sir. Why would he say that? The filming set was already a mess early in the morning. They were set to shoot 3 episodes per week, but there was already a problem. Aside from the lack of manpower, it was obvious Storylab scrimped on the equipment. However, the main dilemma Young was facing was with the cast. Sir Jean, he exclaimed, surprised to see the CEO of Storylab at their filming site. The esteemed man was wearing a full suit paired with sunglasses. Young, he chuckled, placing his sunglasses on top of his half-graying hair. There you are. I've been looking for you everywhere. But I've only been here, he muttered. Then, he cleared his throat. Actually, sir, this is actually good timing. I want to talk to you about something. Me too, Jean said. But you can go first. Young pursed his lips, mustering up the courage to speak. Sir, I appreciate you giving me this opportunity, even though I'm only interning in Storylab. However, the amount of people working with me isn't ideal. I'm the writer, but I'm also acting as the producer and director. Jean held in a chuckle. Youngsters these days do not want to struggle anymore. Everything is given to you on a silver spoon. At that moment, Zeno arrived, and he watched the scene before him silently. None of them seemed to notice his presence. For being such a handsome man, he had the presence of that one blue-haired kid in that one anime. Zeno couldn't help but smirk as he heard the suited man's statement. This guy spoke just like Hyunbin Lee, if not worse. Hyunbin Lee truly struggled to get to where he was. This Jean guy had the company built for him by his business-inclined parents. He shouldn't be talking about silver spoons when he, himself, was born with one. What a nasty being. Anyway, Jean continued. I came to tell you that my niece is dropping out of the drama. He might not be too bad, actually. Zeno perked up after he said those words. Will the circumstances work in his favor right at the very beginning? What? Young exclaimed, appearing shocked out of his mind. Zeno turned to the younger man, whom he assumed to be the writer of the show and his so-called fan. We're releasing 2 series for the month of March, and Kim likes the script of the other series better. That's what I was planning on telling you yesterday, but I had my golf buddies call me. The young writer seemed to want to cry. Zeno almost felt bad. Almost. Anyway, that series revolves around influencers in high school and how they juggle fame and romance. Jean continued. I believe it's fitting for my niece, so I supported her decision. But, Young stammered. What he thought was an opportunity to ask for better treatment turned out for the worse. We have hired another actress to replace her. She will be coming here along with the other stars. Anyway, I only came here to relay that news to you. Now, I'm going to visit the other site. They're just a few blocks away, so that's convenient. Zeno turned his head to the side and saw a bigger school set not far away from where they were. Young's heart felt like it dropped to the pit of his stomach. Jean patted Young's shoulder and was about to go on his way. However, as he walked, he bumped into someone hard. Jean frowned and looked up. He was met by a handsome man wearing a straw hat. You're Zeno Han, Jean said, narrowing his eyes at the younger man. Zeno looked down at him with sharp eyes, causing a shiver to run down Jean's spine. He had never met Zeno before, but had heard of him. He was rising to popularity among a small fraction of drama enthusiasts. He was also much more handsome in real life, with sparkling eyes. Jean shook his head. It didn't matter. In this series, he was their only saving grace. But even then, Jean was sure he wouldn't be able to save the production. Zeno Han, Jean greeted. Nice to finally meet you. Zeno merely bowed, not bothering to give him a response. A small smirk appeared on Jean's lips. It seemed he was more difficult than he had anticipated. But then he shrugged. Oh well, he muttered. It's time to see how my little Kim is doing. Chapter 80, Tick Stars. Good morning, everyone, Zeno greeted as he arrived at the set. The staff members found him handsome, but the atmosphere didn't improve due to Jean's announcement. Really? How do they expect us to make it work with only 2 cameras? And we don't even have a director. This is a disaster. I don't want to do it anymore. Zeno smiled so brightly that they were caught off guard. He walked to where Young was and shook his hands. Nice to meet you, he said. Young, despite being disappointed due to the change of plans, still felt delighted to see Zeno. Wow, he muttered as soon as he saw him. It's really you. Then he bowed deeply. Thank you so much for accepting this offer. I've been a fan the moment you appeared on Broken Chains of Justice. Young tried to cheer himself up. Despite everything happening, his idol was still going to be acting out his work. Their conversation was interrupted when a white van pulled up to the site. Zeno narrowed his eyes. Until now, he was wary of white vans. He got kidnapped way too many times with it. However, as the door opened, he realized it wasn't kidnappers. It was just influencers. Hey guys, right now, I'm on the set of my new series. I hope you all watch it. A man who smelled too much of musk said. Everyone shut up. Like, literally shut up right now. I'm actually here. Another one with sparkly pink lip gloss exclaimed. This is the best ever, guys. Yo, what's up, my ninjas? Jordy is here with the best updates in town. This place is surreal. I can't believe we'll be filming in a high school set when I didn't even graduate. This time, a man with a muscular body, almost as buff as Doha, said to the camera. The last person to come out of the van seemed the most normal one. However, she was too shy to even look up at the others. Zeno's head was already hurting. Meanwhile, Young was excited to meet the actors of his very first series. Good morning, everyone, he said. Welcome to the set. Thank you for coming here so early in the morning. Oh, this is our director, Jordy exclaimed, wrapping one arm around him and nearly choking him. He's the GOAT. I didn't even have to audition for this role. What a great man. Young chuckled nervously. Zeno watched them and felt he was in a simulation. Humans actually acted like this? He shouldn't be surprised anymore, really. Fortunately, after a few more minutes of yapping at the camera, they finally turned off their phones. Out of the presence of their gadgets, their demeanor completely changed. Well, except for Jordy. Yo, he said when he saw Zeno. I've seen you a lot on the internet. Aren't you getting famous? Who is he? The girl with sparkly gloss said. He's the guy who stabbed someone in the neck, Jordy responded. Zeno didn't speak and merely looked at him, making Jordy frown. What's with the look, he asked. Do you think I'm noisy, huh? Yeah, Zeno said without any hesitation. Their eyebrows raised in surprise. It seemed Zeno was the type to speak his mind. Young cleared his throat, sensing the tension. Well, why don't we go inside for a bit and discuss the details, Just so the filming could go smoothly. Sounds good to me, Zeno said, not bothering to glance at the other actors. Jordy found him weird, and he wanted to retaliate, but Young smiled at them and gestured for them to follow after him. The six of them sat at a round table inside the school, and Zeno took a moment to use his latest penalty item. It was already embedded within him, so he might as well make the most of it. Hi, everyone, the buff guy exclaimed. I'm Jordy, your Fitspiration. I post my lifestyle online, my daily routine, how I eat, and how I manifest. This is my second acting project. Nice to meet you all. F-lister with E-talent. So, he was below average to the core. Zeno's dream. Hey, I'm Sammy. I do makeup content on You Watch and Tick. You can all follow me on Sammy Makes. F-lister with D-talent. Next to her was a tall man with a kind smile. However, Zeno saw right through him. He should have been more afraid of Sammy and Jordy, but in reality, these types of people were the scariest. They hid their real selves and used a fake persona to be liked by the vast majority. My name is Jaehyun Lee. I make acting POVs on Tick. I have 1 million followers, and I've been taking acting classes for this role, he said with a small smile before bowing. Jordy and Sammy appeared impressed. Young, too, sighed in relief since it seemed he would be the most decent out of all of them. D-lister with C-talent. Lastly, the shy woman, who appeared like she wanted to go home, smiled nervously at them. Hi, I'm Shelly Lee. I make dancing videos along with acting POVs like Jaehyun. I'm also in a Tick house with Kim. It's called Beast House. D-lister with C-talent. Zeno was confused. He did not understand half of what she just said. A Tick house? Shelly must have sensed the confusion in Zeno's house because she began to explain. Tick, the popular short video platform, she softly said. We live in a mansion as famous Tick stars. Tick. That seemed to be a fitting name for the app. There must be a lot of blood-sucking content creators within it. And who is this Kim? Zeno couldn't help but ask. He had heard it during Young and CEO Jean's conversation, but he had no clue who that was. They gasped collectively, looking at Zeno like he had grown 3 heads. However, he seemed unfazed. Young cleared his throat. Kim is CEO Jean Kim's niece, he answered. She will be starring in the series to be aired around the same time as us. His voice weakened by the end of his statement. With that, too, the once confident content creators cast their gazes to the ground. Jaehyun cleared his throat. I thought Kim was going to star in this one, he muttered. I thought so too, Jordy chimed, causing Shelly to bite her lip. Kim, Zeno muttered. He didn't have a Tick account, so he had no clue what kind of influence she held. Sammy sighed, also seemingly disappointed. It would have been nice to have someone with 3 million followers on the show. Zeno's eyebrows raised in surprise. 3 million followers. Chapter 81. An Old Guy in High School. Kim, have some of this. The popular tick star grabbed the coffee from an innocent intern. She smiled at him, and that was enough to send him into a spiral. Ollie, the writer of Story Lab's March release, arrived and gave Kim a hug. I heard your uncle is here, he said. He's right there, Kim said, pointing at CEO Gene, who was mingling well with the staff. I see. I'll talk to him later. For now, let me thank you for coming to this production, Ollie said. I almost thought you were going to act in that intern series. Kim shrugged. I like your writing better, of course. Ollie laughed out loud, flattered by the pretty woman's compliment. Ollie, Gene exclaimed. You've finally arrived. Kim bowed her head. I'll leave the two of you to talk. Ollie nodded as she left. You have such a well-mannered niece, he said. No wonder she's a star. Of course, Gene chuckled. She has my blood, after all. But why are we airing another series when I already made one? Ollie couldn't help but ask. He thought the entirety of March was going to be for him. Gene shook his head. You said the script wouldn't be ready until the end of March, Ollie. Did you forget? Besides, that intern begged on his knees, saying this was his lifelong dream. I couldn't leave the month of March empty, so I had to give it to him. Ollie smiled. Well, you're right. I had actually taken inspiration from his script, so I managed to finish this one. Gene laughed out loud. Ah, really? That kid writes well, but I believe it won't sell. It's way too formal, don't you think? Ollie nodded in agreement. That is why this series is going to triumph over his. I can't wait to make another hit series. Gene patted his shoulder. You already got the first step down. Your cast is much better. Ollie smirked. However, it slightly dropped when he remembered something. But isn't Zeno Han in that series? He is, Gene said. However, what does he have against Kim and the rest of your cast? Ollie hummed. I guess you're right. By the way, can you provide us with more equipment? I don't think 4 cameras are enough for the production. Sure, Gene said without any hesitation. Now go ahead. Your time slot is every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, starting from the first week of March, so you have your work cut out for you. Ollie scoffed. That is nothing for a veteran like me. Let's get started, everyone. Kim, Rex, and Minseek, go to your places. We'll start the filming right away. Well, we are given a week and a half to prepare for the first 3 episodes. Young started off, orienting the actors of what was to be expected. We will try to film 3 episodes per week. However, that is flexible since we only have 10 episodes. The episodes will then be aired in the first week of March, on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Can we even do it? Jordy asked. I take 1 week filming my content. It's not your content, Zeno said before he could stop himself. He pursed his lips as they all turned to him. Can we start? He asked, diverting the attention. We've already lost a lot of time. Young smiled and nodded. Yes, he said. We'll be filming scene 1 through 5 for this day. Please go ahead with your costume changes. Zeno nodded and stood before everybody else. Sammy followed while twirling her hair. Meanwhile, Jordy wrapped one arm around Jaehyun and clicked his tongue. I don't like that guy, he muttered. Jaehyun turned to him with a smile. Who? Zeno. Yes, Jordy grumbled. Does he think he's better than us just because he acted in some big-shot films and dramas? He's only an extra. Besides, I stalked his Sigmoid account and saw he doesn't even have 50,000 followers. That's pathetic, he exclaimed. If there's one person who can act that way, it should be you. Jaehyun's shoulders unconsciously squared. You have 1 million followers on Tik, and you have fangirls worshipping the ground you. Walk on. Jaehyun pursed his lips to hide his smirk. No wonder you're the main character. Jordy continued to glaze Jaehyun. The latter enjoyed it very much. Aside from that, Jordy continued. Isn't he 24 years old? Why is he acting in a high school drama? All of us are around 18 to 19, so it's believable. I can't believe an old man is with us. Jaehyun chuckled and patted Jordy's shoulder. Don't think too much about it. We should just enjoy the filming. Jordy smiled. I like your attitude, man. Let's go then. I'm dying to wear a high school uniform. With that, they entered the dressing room. However, what greeted them was the sight of Zeno taking his shirt off. Jaehyun and Jordy stopped in their tracks as they looked at his body. Was this what they called a sleeper build? It didn't look obvious in his outfit, but he was quite ripped. Even Jordy, the gym enthusiast, couldn't help but admire his muscle quality. However, he wasn't going to lose. His body was bigger than Zeno's, so he took off his shirt and squared off his shoulders. Zeno couldn't care less, though. He finished buttoning up his uniform before heading out of the dressing room. What's taking them so long? Sammy asked as she fixed her lip gloss. Shelley merely shrugged. You don't talk much, do you? Sammy then turned to her. You also seem that way in the Beast House. I wonder how you even entered when you don't even have 1 million followers. Shelley nervously chuckled, turning to the side. However, her breath got caught when she saw who was coming from the side. Zeno, in his high school uniform, trudged to the crew, capturing their attention. He was the oldest among them, but why did he look so young? Meanwhile, Young smiled in satisfaction. This kind of image was what he was going for. Zeno had the kind of look that you wouldn't necessarily call trendy in today's era. Instead, he had a classic look, one that appeared to have a lot of potential. It was crazy because Young already thought he was handsome, but there was definitely a lot of room for improvement. Just then, Jaehyun and Jordy also arrived. They were the ones who had the trendy type of handsomeness. Thus, the crew began fussing about them more than Zeno. Jaehyun, you suit the uniform well. As expected from our main lead. Jordy's so hot. Young cleared his throat, capturing everyone's attention. Let's start. Chapter 82. Talented among the talentless. 5 young individuals. 5 different backgrounds and dreams. In the same school and city. It was the start of their senior year, and what a rocky memory it would be. The cameras filmed them one by one. The first frame would be defined by their walk toward their school, aiming to show their personalities without any dialogue. First, it was Rami, played by Sammy, a girl who has a passion for makeup and aimed to be a makeup artist in the city. She had high braided pigtails and walked while touching up her blush. Next was Doyen, played by Jordy, a basketball player who brought his ball everywhere and wasn't afraid to make his sport known. He walked while dribbling the ball, but it looked pretty clumsy. Even though Jordy was a gym rat, he didn't know much about sports. Young smiled to himself. They only did a couple of takes for Sammy and Jordy because their characters seemed to be an extension of their real selves. Jaehyun, playing Jake, then walked next, and his acting experience in Tick was seen right away. He knew his angles and how to use them to his advantage. He looks much better on camera, Young muttered to himself. Another intern specializing in editing turned to him with a small smile. I agree, Eugen said. It seemed the two of them would be spearheading the entire production. It wasn't ideal, but it also gave them more freedom. Shelley was up next, and they had a hard time directing her. It seemed she didn't have a lot of confidence. However, the character she was portraying, So-hee, was a bright young woman who wasn't afraid to stand up for what was right. You need to smile more, Shelley, Young called out. Shelley pursed her lips and tried again. She mustered up her greatest smile, but even then, it looked pretty awkward. Can you make something good with this? Young asked Eugen. Eugen pursed her lips before nodding. Honestly, I already expected this from the cast. They're all influencers. I think we should accept mediocre acting. Young nodded slowly. He didn't want to accept it, but he felt he had no choice. With that, he turned his attention back to the screen. It was Zeno's turn this time, and he was supposed to emanate a nonchalant vibe. He had headphones on with his hands inside his pocket. It was simple enough. However, with Zeno walking down the street, Young felt like his script had come alive. It was only the first scene, and they were merely walking, but how is it that he had outacted all of the other cast members already? How could someone's walk exude so much emotions? Young and Eugen turned to each other with wide eyes. This, Eugen muttered, is something I can definitely work with. It's a shame, though. He looks a lot better in real life. The camera does not do him justice, she added. Young looked at Zeno with sparkling eyes. He was truly going to be the saving grace of the production. Somehow, he regretted not casting him as the main lead. Jimin didn't have a lot of lines because Jake and So-hee were the main focus. Originally, though, Young had written that So-hee would end up with Jimin. However, it was changed by the Story Lab headquarters, saying it wasn't marketable. He was disappointed, really. However, Young still liked Jimin's character the most, so he was looking forward to filming more of Zeno. Cut. Young called out. Thank you, Zeno. Let's move on to the next scene. The other stars turned to each other with raised brows. He's done. Sammy asked. I had to. Walk 6 times. I had to walk 10 times, Shelley muttered. Jordy clicked his tongue. Well, obviously. He's an actor. He should be able to get it in 1 take. Zeno walked to where they were, and they immediately shut their mouths. Why were his eyes so unnecessarily sparkly? Shelley cleared her throat and shyly tapped his shoulder. How do you do it? She stammered. Zeno turned to her with a neutral expression, making her feel nervous again. Huh? How do you do it? Shelley repeated in a clearer voice this time. I heard you only got into acting this year. It seems you also don't have any background in the entertainment industry. How can you act so naturally in front of the camera? Zeno pursed his lips. His acting skill was coming out no matter how much he suppressed it. He wanted to do a mediocre job, but he stood out among the real mediocre humans. What an unfortunate situation. The others, despite claiming not to be interested in him, leaned in to listen. As much as Geordie didn't like him, he acknowledged that he acted well. However, his answer disappointed them greatly, and it made Geordie dislike him even more. I just walked, he genuinely said. That's what we're supposed to do. Useless, Geordie said and stood. The others turned to him with wide eyes. Zeno, too, turned to look at him. That was the first time he had been called useless since he undertook this mission. He liked it. What a refreshing take. Give us genuine tips, Geordie said. You're the only one with a proper acting background here, but you're not being helpful at all. Zeno continued listening to his rant. If you were a good guy, you would tell us where we're lacking. But I'm sure you don't want to hear it, Zeno said, making Geordie frown. What are you talking about? I thought you said I didn't even have 50,000 followers, so I shouldn't be acting high. You all have more influence than I do, so I'm sure you don't want to listen to my advice. Let's continue this shoot without any unnecessary drama. I have lived my life with too much already, so I'm staying away from it. With that, he patted Geordie's shoulder and made his way toward the next set. Young turned to him with furrowed eyebrows. Is everything all right? He asked. Zeno nodded. Everything's going well. Please, let us continue filming. Chapter 83, Saliva. Man, this sucks, Geordie exclaimed as he sat on the leather couch of the VIP karaoke bar named Saliva. Geordie, Rex exclaimed as soon as he saw him. Long time no see. They were in a luxurious bar that had 3 floors. The first floor was a restaurant in the morning that became a chill bar in the evening. The second floor was meant for the more intense partying. It was only open from Fridays through Sundays, and getting the reservation was as difficult as getting tickets for the representative idol group of South Korea, Dawn. On the third floor was the VIP area, otherwise known as the core. There was a common area in the middle, which was usually filled with successors of conglomerates or the conglomerates themselves. Around the common area were private rooms where the unimaginable happened. What happened? Rex asked, downing a shot of expensive whiskey. Is the filming going well? Geordie slumped on the couch. I wish. I always get scolded by that fucking writer. He tells me I'm not natural enough. But he always compliments that new actor, Zeno Han. Rex perked up with the mention of Zeno's name. Zeno, huh? Right, you're filming with him, Rex muttered. Why? Do you know something about him? Geordie asked. I do. A new voice chimed, capturing their attention. Geordie turned to an older-looking man. Rex cleared his throat. This is Minseek. He acted with Zeno before. He's also a main character in the series we're filming. Oh, Geordie muttered. Minseek's eyes were narrowed and bloodshot. At that moment, Geordie knew why the room smelled earthy and musky. Is he still a pain in the ass? Minseek asked, his speech slurring a bit. I swear, that guy thinks he's better than everybody else. I don't even see anything special about him. Geordie crossed his arms in front of his chest. That's right, he muttered. He isn't even that handsome or talented. It's just that we're relatively bad at acting, so he's being praised. Rex chuckled and shook his head. I knew it. I had a bad feeling about that guy the moment he stabbed that sound guy's neck. Isn't he the reason why you reached 2 million followers, though? Geordie asked. Rex clicked his tongue. Obviously not. It's because of my own hard work. Don't worry, Minseek exclaimed, smirking at the two of them. My boss agrees with us. Jay Slick? Geordie asked. Minseek nodded. We're gathering some evidence against him. It's almost done. Then, one day, boom. His career is going to explode in no time. A small frown graced Geordie's forehead. Well, he did believe that Zeno was annoying. He was handsome the more you looked at him. He was also pretty talented despite his lack of lines. He wasn't too cocky. He was just a bit too truthful. Whatever, Geordie muttered. Careers come and go. Having him eradicated from the industry wouldn't change it at all. It was a normal cycle. It happened to influencers, too. So he didn't want to feel too bad about it. You should have gone to our production instead. Rex said, nudging his shoulder. I didn't get an offer, Jordy said, also downing a shot. Too bad, Minseek smirked. Jordy turned to the two of them. Why? Is it going well? It's going really well, Rex boasted. Kim's followers are waiting for it to air. Mine too. I think we can break 1 million views in 24 hours. Jordy pursed his lips, feeling envious. Aw man, what good does this production bring me then? Rex patted his back. Well, you're still getting paid. So that's all right. Jordy nodded and watched as the two started passing a joint between them. Is that all right? He stammered. It's illegal, you know that? Rex chuckled, throwing his head back. What are you, a baby? It's not illegal if we're not caught. Come on, try it. Jordy bit his lip. He had just turned 18 a few months back and only started his tick account a year ago. His mom would be disappointed if she saw him here. With that, he shook his head. Next time, he muttered. Minseek appeared to want to push him further, so Jordy quickly changed the topic. How did you even book a room in this place? It's impossible. My friends can't even get in on the second floor. Minseek and Rex smirked at each other. We were invited, of course. Do you think we can get into this place by ourselves? Just then, the doors opened, revealing CEO Gene with Ollie, the senior writer of Story Lab. Jordy's eyes widened as the two esteemed men entered with 2 young women by their sides. There they are, Gene exclaimed. Play with them. The women immediately went to Rex and Minseek, caressing their skin and handing them drinks. This is the life, Minseek said, staring up at the ceiling. Ollie smirked. Youngsters these days always enjoy these things. Then his gaze caught Jordy, who appeared like a sheep among a pack of wolves. And who is this? He asked. This is Jordy, sir, Rex enthusiastically said. He's part of the other production this month. Ollie's eyebrows raised. I see. How is the production doing, kid? Not to my liking, Jordy answered. Ollie and Gene laughed out loud. Ah, Gene sighed, wiping the tears of amusement from his eyes. This is definitely going to be the last time I'm going to be giving those interns a chance. Still, I want to make Young the front face of that lesson. Anyway, enjoy your time here, boys. We only bring those we trust in this place, Gene smirked. Ladies, give them a good time. With that, the 2 old men went out of the room, their laughs sounding like it cost $1 million. Minseek nudged Jordy. What are you doing standing there? Let's enjoy this night. Take photos and videos. I'm going to remember this night for the rest of my life. Man, this sucks, Zeno muttered as he sat on the dinner table. Minji was the only one there because Doha was still cooking and Eli was still showering after getting back home. She turned to him with furrowed brows, confused. Is everything all right? She asked. Zeno sighed. It's just that filming isn't going too well. Minji muttered. You can talk to me about it. Zeno turned to Minji, his eyes more sparkly than usual. I keep getting complimented. Chapter 84, Kicked Out. Story Lab was a channel that was made only 3 years ago. They started with short videos, those that captured the interest of viewers with their bad acting but gripping plot. When their subscribers heard there were 2 series going to be aired for the month of March, they were appalled. However, they secretly enjoyed it. They were going to be graced with such rotting content once more. The pilot episodes of Stars in My Ordinary Sky and Stars Among Us were uploaded at the same time. At first, they wondered why the 2 had such similar names. However, seeing Kim, a popular Tik influencer, on the thumbnail of Stars Among Us, the public automatically gravitated toward it. This is so out of touch. I love it. From the first episode alone, I already know it's going to be atrocious. Seriously? They're portraying the problems of influencers in high school, and their main problem is not having enough content. Talk about being rich. Kim is so pretty. Community, let's support her very first acting project. She has so much chemistry with Rex. However, I want her to be with Minseek, too. Be honest. Do you actually like this, or are you just a glazer? Kim had also posted a snippet of the drama on her Tik account, and in turn, the episode garnered 1 million views in 24 hours. In comparison, Stars in My Ordinary Sky was received ordinarily. Maybe the name jinxed it. It was slower paced compared to what the Story Lab audience was used to. So, they had already judged it by the first few minutes. It definitely had better acting and editing. However, it seemed the audience's brains had rotted to the point they couldn't perceive a short series from the channel to be well made. In the end, It only garnered 300,000 views and a lot of comments saying it was boring. Is this really a Story Lab creation? Why is it so slow-paced? Where's Zeno? I only saw him on the walking scene. I thought Zeno was more handsome than Jaehyun, but this series proved otherwise. B, having recently joined his fandom, was enraged when she read that comment. She was quick to defend that Zeno looked much better in real life. However, she was met with trolls who told her to unclench. She sighed and ran her fingers through her hair. Zeno had some dialogue in the first 3 episodes, but it wasn't nearly enough to gather all of their fandom's power. Jake and So-hee were still the center of attention. In the end, Stars Among Us triumphed over Stars in My Ordinary Sky in its first week. Therefore, the atmosphere in their set was worse than usual. They were going to film in a market set this time, and the crew were already assembling their equipment. Jordy arrived with a grumble, and Sammy sighed as soon as she sat down. Shelley felt embarrassed for some odd reason, while Jaehyun appeared like he wanted to go home. Young and Eugen arrived with sullen expressions, but they tried to smile at the cast, not wanting to dampen the mood further. Zeno, on the other hand, was on cloud 9. He thought there was no hope during the first week, but there was. Well, you seem like you're in a good mood, Sammy noted as he joined in. A small smile graced Zeno's lips. Of course, he was happy. Their drama was being called mediocre left and right. That called for a celebration. Young clapped, capturing their attention. Cheer up, everyone. Today, we'll be filming the market scene. This is to show Jimin's and So-hee's chemistry, which will also be the awakening of Jake's feelings for her. We get it, Jordy muttered. We read the script. We aren't amateurs. Young was surprised by his outburst, so he cleared his throat and turned to the side. Okay, he muttered. Let's start then. Zeno was about to go inside the stall. In this scene, he was going to take over his grandma's meat stall in the market because she was sick. On the other hand, so he was about to go on a study date with Jake because they were partners in a project. However, in the end, Jake canceled their study date due to a family matter. So he stayed with Jimin so they could sell meat together. This was the scene that Zeno was dreading shooting the most because it placed too much emphasis on his character. However, if he got over this obstacle, then the rest of the scenes were bearable to act in. Everyone in their places, Young exclaimed, making sure everything was in order. However, just as they were about to start shooting, a commotion was heard at the entrance of the set. What are they doing here? Aren't we booked for today? Oh gosh. That's Kim, Rex, and Minseek. They all turned their attention toward the entrance and saw the crew for Stars Among Us arrive, all of them with wide smiles on their faces. Zeno frowned in confusion while Young quickly greeted them. Sir Ollie, he said, bowing his head. What brought you to our set? Ollie acted confused. Your set? This is our set for the day. The others began murmuring. Eugen joined in on the conversation. What do you mean, sir? CEO Jean had rented this market set for us for the day. You must be mistaken, Ollie chuckled. Jean reserved it for me. We need it for the entire day, too. In this scene, these influencers are going to live like normal people for the day and enjoy mediocrity, he said, gesturing to Kim, Rex, and Minseek. Zeno turned his attention toward them. Much to his surprise, the 3 were also staring right at him. Minseek with a smirk, Rex with a suspicious glint in his eyes, and Kim with subtle surprise. On the inside, Kim thought Zeno looked more handsome in real life. Truth be told, she watched their series on a pirated site so as to not contribute to their views. She thought he looked mediocre in the series. However, looking at him now was a different story. Meanwhile, Zeno looked at their stats. Rex was D-lister with C talent. Minseek, too, had the same stats. Kim, on the other hand, was a C-lister with C+ talent. Zeno looked away, not minding their stares. As expected, they weren't familiar, except for Minseek. His annoying face was hard to forget. But where are we going to film then? Young asked, already appearing pale. Ollie had a fake concerned look on his face as he patted Young's shoulder. I wish I could help you, but this is the only available market set in Seoul at the moment. There might be some sets in the province, but I heard you're already delayed as it is. It must be tough not having enough manpower. Zeno bit his lip. He knew he shouldn't care, but seeing entitled humans ignited something within him. So, I don't really know what to say except good luck, Ollie smiled. Young's mouth went agape while the crew for Stars in My Ordinary Sky cast their heads to the ground. They felt like they were being mistreated for no good reason. Be on your way then, Ollie instructed. We have to film now, and you're taking up the space. Chapter 85, Fish Market. The crew of Stars in My Ordinary Sky were inevitably kicked out. Young tried to talk to CEO Gene, but he said they should look for another filming site on their own. Young appeared to be on the verge of tears. When he begged for this production to be made, he didn't think the old man would make him suffer so much. Still, he put on a brave front as he faced the cast. Eugen is already looking for market sets within Seoul. If it's all right, can you wait a bit until we find one? He kindly asked. Jordy clicked his tongue. How long? He asked. Young bit his lip. I can't say. However, we are doing our best. Clearly not, Jordy exclaimed. You should have a backup plan for everything. Young didn't know what to say. Sammy nudged Jordy's shoulder, attempting to calm him down. However, it seemed his entitlement had gone through the roof. Now, we're stranded here. Why do we have to film the market scene in the first place? You're placing too much emphasis on Jimin, who is just a supporting character. He spat, glancing at Zeno. Zeno listened quietly. So, this was what his outbreak was all about. Because Zeno's character had a backstory, and he didn't? Why can't we film it at the school set instead? Jordy continued to complain. Young let out a deep breath. I worked hard to curate a story that will resonate well with people of such status. I, myself, came from a below-average income family, so I want to represent it. Jimin is the epitome of that. Jordy pursed his lips. Well, it's not resonating well. We can't even achieve 500,000 views after a week on the first few episodes. Young looked down at the ground in shame. Shelley was nervously biting her lip while Jaehyun stayed silent. Sammy, on the other hand, tried to lighten up the situation, but it clearly wasn't helping. Don't come with us then, Zeno said, breaking the tense atmosphere. Jordy lifted his head with a frown. What did you say? Don't come with us if you're going to bitch around when a minor inconvenience happens, he said, surprising the others with his lack of filter. What are you? Zeno didn't give him any time to finish. You're not the only one having a hard time. Look at the crew. They're filming under the sun with such heavy equipment just so they could capture us well. The editors had stayed up late trying to make something out of your mediocre acting. Young has written an impressive script for someone with little to no experience. You can't change his story and speak like that just because you feel like it. Jordy was rendered silent, not knowing what to say. Now, Zeno said, facing all of them. At that moment, Young felt he was in the presence of a truly great person. His presence wasn't noticeable right off the bat. However, in times like this, he felt like he had lived 100 more years than all of the people on the set. This is only a short scene, so I think we can film at a real market, he suggested. The crew members looked up at his recommendation. Young also felt it wasn't a bad idea. Shelley, however, felt like she was going to pass out. They were going to film in a real market with lots of people? Isn't the market noisy? Sammy asked. It's better than the empty market they have, Zeno reasoned. We're already going for the realistic, slice-of-life feel, so I believe this is a good place where we can film it. Zeno had no clue why he was suggesting this. Maybe it was the way Jordy had bombarded Young with condescending statements. Zeno had always been weak against injustice, though he, himself, didn't want to admit it. We passed by a fish market on our way here, he continued. It's not a meat market, but I think it wouldn't be detrimental to the plot. That's fine with me, Young said with shining eyes. As expected from his idol, Zeno was always level-headed, and he admired him even more. Jordy clicked his tongue and entered the van. I'm staying in the car. I'm not even part of the scene, he grumbled. I'll join you then, Sammy muttered, not elated with the thought of being in a wet fish market. Let's go, Zeno said when Shelley and Jaehyun didn't say anything. They arrived at a fish market, and as expected, it was quite crowded. It was still early in the morning, so a lot of locals were doing their daily buying. Now came the hardest part, trying to convince a vendor to lend them their stall when it was a busy hour. Excuse me, Young muttered. What do you want? The middle-aged vendor asked. Sardines? Mackerel? Hairtail. I was wondering if we could borrow your stall for a moment and film for a short period of time, he meekly asked. The vendor frowned. So, you're not buying anything? I can buy something right after. Go away, she said. I'm not entertaining such requests. Either buy something now or leave. The crew members were dejected. Eugen tried with another vendor, but they were met with the same fate. Jordy clicked his tongue. This is the worst, he muttered. I'm going back to the van. Wait for me, Sammy exclaimed while covering her nose. Jaehyun, too, followed after them. He didn't have a scene just yet, so he reckoned he could chill inside the air-conditioned van. The crew was starting to lose hope when, suddenly, Zeno called for their attention. Right here, he said, gesturing for the small crew to come closer. Young's brows furrowed as they walked to where he was. Then, they were surprised to see an old woman smiling at them. Next to her was Zeno, who had a neutral expression on his face. She let us film in her stall, he said like it was the easiest thing in the world. Just how charming was Zeno that he was able to do things like this. Chapter 86, Entrepreneurial Skills Show. The old woman just entrusted her stall to you? Eugen asked, slightly suspicious. Zeno nodded. Yeah, I asked her a favor, and she agreed. Shelley was still a little bit skeptical. You didn't threaten her, did you? She went away so quickly when we arrived. Zeno sighed and sat on the small chair, placing on the gloves the old woman left on the small table next to her fish assortment. The basins were filled to the brim, contrary to her competitors. On the table was a suspicious notepad that Young merely looked at but didn't bother asking about. Is it really all right? Young asked once more. Yes, Zeno answered. Her son, who usually runs the stall, had a general health checkup. She didn't want to close their stall for the day, so she took up the role despite her old age. She said it wouldn't hurt having someone help. She's been here since early in the morning, so I directed her to rest in the shade to rest. Young was once again impressed by his idol. A small smile appeared on his lips. He thought he would have to scrap one of his favorite scenes on the show, but Zeno came in and saved the day. With that, the staff took their positions, trying to take as little space as possible in the busy market. Meanwhile, Zeno stretched his limbs, ready to act his part. Luckily for him, he had already done this before, in his 23rd mission, where he became a doctor on Jeju Island. His mother was a fish vendor, and he helped from time to make ends meet. Ultimately, he was used to it. He could clear out his mom's harvest within a few hours, allowing them to go home early. So, when the cameras started rolling and Young called to start, Zeno went into character right away, wanting to get it over with. Jimin adjusted the apron around his waist and pushed up his sleeves. Usually, he was the silent student who only spoke when necessary. However, during weekends, he was the hard-working, street-smart grandson of a mute fish vendor. He looked through the crowd and took in the restless morning shoppers. Then, with the ease of someone who had done this his whole life, he leaned forward, slapped a fresh mackerel onto the wooden counter, and called out, "Fresh catch. Best in the market. You won't find fish this good anywhere else." At that moment, the crew was shocked by the volume and warmth in Zeno's voice. The cherry on top was that he handled fish like a true vendor. He flipped them expertly to show their glistening scales, checked their gills with a quick press of his fingers, and even cut them effortlessly. Why is he so good at this? Eugen muttered as they watched the scene. Shelley, who was watching on the side, waiting for her turn to film, also watched with wide eyes. He didn't even practice, Young absent-mindedly said. Naturally, real customers started pouring in, curious about the handsome, new guy who had a loud voice and great skills. Who is that? He looks handsome. Do we have such a handsome fish vendor in this market? He's in Grandma Lulu's stall. Is he her grandson? I don't think her grandson is even in high school yet. I think they're filming something. Who cares? Those fish look really fresh. Let's go. Young originally wrote this scene just to show Jimin's hardworking character. A few staff members were assigned to buy from him, but they didn't even need to do that anymore. Before they knew it, the stall was flocked by customers, all enticed by Zeno's marketing skills. Auntie, you're looking for something for lunch, right? He pulled up a plump red snapper. This one's perfect for steaming. The meat is soft, and if you add some ginger and soy sauce. He kissed his fingers like a chef. Chef's kiss guaranteed. The woman blinked, taken aback by his enthusiasm. Or maybe you're grilling? He smoothly switched to another fish. This one's got firmer meat. It won't fall apart on the fire. Trust me, I wouldn't sell you something I wouldn't eat myself. She hesitated, and Zeno could tell she was the bargaining type. He softened his expression, adjusting his tone as if he were speaking to his own grandmother. You remind me of my own grandma. Tell you what, I'll give you a discount. But only because I can tell you no good fish when you see it. The woman chuckled. All right. Give me both. Jimin grinned and expertly wrapped the fish. Auntie, you won't regret it. One sailed down. More customers approached the stall, drawn to his energy. Some he charmed with humor, others with sincerity. He adjusted to each person, knowing exactly when to be playful and when to be serious. Zeno already felt exhausted, but Young hadn't called cut just yet, and the customers were still pouring in. With that, he decided to finish as soon as possible, still considering the values Young had written for Jimin. He was lovable, had a hidden sense of humor, and only showed this side when he was helping his grandma. The staff watched from the side, feeling like they were watching a documentary of a genius fish vendor rather than an actor who was only pretending to be one. Jordy, Sammy, and Jaehyun peered out of the van, wondering why so many people had flocked to their cameras. Somehow, Jordy wanted to go out and see for himself, but he initially said he was going to stay in the van, and his pride didn't allow him to do so. After a while, when the customers had significantly reduced, Young called cut. They had the content they needed. No, it was much more than they needed. I'll sell you more later, Zeno chimed. We just need to film another scene, he said to the young woman, who nodded at every word he said. With that, he turned to the crew, who looked at him with amazement. Zeno quickly turned to the side, not wanting to garner any positive attention. Then, he turned to Young, who still appeared dazed. Let's go to the next scene right away, he said, looking around the place. It's a dead hour, so we should film it as quickly as possible. Chapter 87. That's your weakness. Zeno had maxed out his social battery. However, he knew they needed to finish filming this scene as soon as possible. Shelley wasn't making it any easier for him, though. The crew couldn't get the shot of her merely standing and looking at Jimin with the most devastated expression due to the fact that Jaehyun canceled their study date together. Zeno didn't understand what was so hard about it when she was going through the same thing. Let's take 5, Young asked. Shelley nodded, biting her lip in nervousness. The staff began talking about how they could tweak the scene. Young felt he was stricter than usual because he wanted to make this particular scene perfect. In the filming of the first 3 episodes, he was lenient because he had already accepted that the cast was majorly made up of influencers. In the end, though, it didn't bring good results to the series. He almost thought of giving up. However, seeing Zeno's perfect fish vendor acting made him more passionate about the filming. There was still hope. He watched Stars Among Us after his series, and he couldn't deny the similarities. He was sure there was some art theft going on inside the company. But then again, he knew he was on the disadvantageous side. So, this was how he was going to compensate. While the staff were at a loss with how they were going to direct Shelley, Zeno walked over to her. She glanced up at him, but quickly looked away. Shelley couldn't help but scrunch her nose when Zeno came closer. Zeno looked at his gloved hands and smirked. Smells like fish, right? He started off. Shelley's eyes widened. I'm sorry, she muttered. Did it show in my expression? Zeno hummed. Shelley felt shy once more. Zeno sighed and patted the seat next to him. Shelley was hesitant for a while before she finally sat. The two were stuck in silence for a couple of seconds before Zeno began to speak. He was feeling impatient. Why did she even take the role if she was going to act shy all the time? But then again, Zeno couldn't hate her. What if she was also trying to regress and was acting bad on purpose? She was definitely doing a much better job than Zeno. However, he highly doubted it. Zeno was sure he could spot a Rennie's from a mile away. With that, he decided to give her some advice. As someone who had lived on this earth for at least 500 years, you're not so good at hiding your feelings, he started off, capturing Shelley's attention. Whatever you feel always shows on your face. That's your weakness, he bluntly said. Shelley felt like she was being targeted. However, she couldn't answer because she knew Zeno was right. However, he continued. That's also your strength. Shelley looked up at him, her eyes blinking a couple of times out of disbelief. You are able to channel so many human emotions. It's just that your nervousness always shows through when you're in front of the camera. Shelley felt like she was being diagnosed right then and there. In this scene, you're supposed to look disappointed because Jaehyun bailed on you. I'm assuming it would be easy because you feel the same way about his character and his real self, don't you? A soft gasp escaped Shelley's lips. How? Zeno smirked, resting his hands on the table filled with fresh catch. I told you, your emotions show on your face. It's not that hard to discover you have feelings for Jaehyun. Shelley's eyes widened with horror. Then, do you think he knows? No, Zeno confidently said. He thinks a lot of people like him, so frankly, I don't think you should be worried. Not a lot of people are as smart or perceptive as me, he added, but Shelley didn't hear him. She sighed in relief. Just think of it as real life, Zeno continued. You can't delay the filming any further. Your strength is that you can portray many emotions with your face. You just need to immerse yourself within the role. She slowly nodded, in understanding. Then, she turned to Zeno, feeling like everything Jordy said about him was false. He wasn't bad at all. You're the complete opposite of me, though, she muttered. Zeno turned to her with one eyebrow raised. Your emotions do not show at all, she said. At least, not when we're talking like this. But, you portray it so well on the camera. That's because I have to. However, Zeno merely shrugged. That's what acting is all about, isn't it? With that statement, Shelley felt like she was a renewed person. How could he say something so cool? However, before she could compliment him, Young interrupted their conversation. Do you want to try again? He asked. It will be rush hour again soon, so we need to film now. Young thought Shelley was going to buy more time. But, she suddenly stood with a confident expression, surprising him. I'm ready, she said, more to herself than to Young. Zeno looked at Shelley with a small smirk. That was all the talk she needed to be convinced. As expected, humans had a cute side like this. They were genuinely cheered up by a few words. Everyone, back to your places, Young exclaimed. They quickly set things up. Eugen went into the frame with the slate and called out the scene number. The cameras focused on Shelley, and they wondered if the break had done something. They were praying for at least an improvement. However, what Shelley showed seemed to be a miracle. Zeno, who was watching from the side, was also surprised when Shelley looked into the camera with a sorrowful expression, one that came from someone who was inexplicably rejected. Young's and Eugen's breaths got caught in the back of their throats. What they felt during the first week of filming was a lot of anxiousness. However, at that moment, Young felt relief. Eureka! This scene was going to be a hit. He was sure of it. Chapter 88, Real Jealousy. How's it going with you and Kim Kim? Jordy asked while playing his mobile game. They were still inside the van, waiting for Shelley's and Zeno's scene to finish while enjoying the air-conditioned space. Jaehyun shrugged, looking out of the window. Well, we were talking, but now I don't know. She said she's busy with the drama, so she hasn't contacted me since. Jordy clicked his tongue. Bagging her would be great for your career, you know? Although your follower count isn't drastically different, Kim still has more loyal fans. They're somehow rich, too. Jaehyun didn't respond, merely pursing his lips together. But didn't you have something going on with Shelley back then, too? Jaehyun sighed. That was before Tik even became a thing. It's ancient. Jordy chuckled, nudging his shoulder. I was just curious, man. Anyway, Jordy continued, changing the subject. Do you want to go to Saliva with me this week? Sammy reacted before Jaehyun could speak. The Saliva? You have a reservation there. Yup, Jordy boasted. I went last week with Rex. And Minseek. Do you want to come? Can I come? Sammy interrupted once more. Sorry, Jordy smirked. I can only invite one other person. You already know how it is in Saliva. Reservations are impossible to get. With that, he turned to Jaehyun once more. So what do you say, man? Come with us this Friday. Let's even watch our show together. They have a huge TV in the VIP rooms. Jaehyun was about to agree when Eugen opened the car door. He clicked his tongue, but quickly smiled. It's your turn, she said. We'll film right away. You already know what to do, right? Jaehyun confidently nodded. After bailing out on So-hee, it would be revealed that Jake had an argument with his father. However, he quickly realized that it was wrong to cancel at the last minute, especially when So-hee appeared so happy when he invited her. He would then go to the fish market in hopes of seeing her, but in the end, he would find a scene where Jimin and So-hee appeared happy, making him confused about his feelings. Jaehyun walked confidently, enjoying how the vendors and customers stared at him as he passed by. He couldn't hear what they were saying, but he was sure he was being complimented. Why is he walking so slow? That kid wants attention. Don't look at him. Let's stop here. Eugen sat a few meters away from where Zeno and Shelley were. He couldn't see them just yet. However, he knew he would soon. With that, he relaxed his facial muscles and got ready to act. He was going to act like it hurt looking at them. It was challenging for him, of course, especially since he didn't have any feelings for Shelley. However, he would just pretend she was an imaginary woman in one of his acting POVs. Scene 45. Take 1. Shot 1. Action. Jake ran through the crowded market, trying to get a glimpse of So-hee. He realized he was in the wrong for canceling at the last minute. He had given her plenty of mixed signals. He knew about that. However, there was a conflict in his mind that he still couldn't solve. What was it that he truly felt for her? He pushed through the busy street, dodging baskets of vegetables and fish crates, and finally, he saw them. Everything cleared. Jaehyun's pace slowed, his body moving on instinct. He had expected to see some level of awkwardness, especially with Shelley feeling shy throughout their filming situation. However, instead of being greeted with the scene he expected, he saw Zeno and Shelley smiling and laughing together. They even moved in sync as they entertained the customers. Zeno gestured to the fish, his face lighting up as he spoke to the old man, who burst into laughter. Shelley, on the other hand, leaned in, playfully nudging him as she handed over a wrapped package. It shouldn't have, but the sight felt like Jaehyun was being punched in the gut. He stopped in his tracks, just like the script said so. However, it wasn't deliberate. He had really stopped. The camera captured his gaze, and Young felt like he had already won the lotto. He didn't know what was in the air today, but if getting the market set taken away by Ollie's crew was the price of such scenes, he was willing to go through the trouble all over again. Eugen, too, was mesmerized. "It's strange," she muttered. "Don't you think they're doing too well?" "Don't jinx it," Young whispered. "If you ask me, though, I think it's because of Zeno." Eugen turned to him with raised eyebrows. "Why do you say so? Can't you see?" Young asked, turning his attention back to Zeno, who was still selling fish like it was his real family's business. He acted so well to the point he ignited a fire within his co-stars. "He is the epitome of a real actor," he said, clenching his fist over his chest and looking up at the sky. "It's like he came down on Earth just to bless the entertainment industry." Eugen chuckled in amusement. However, she didn't argue. At first, she didn't think too highly of Zeno. In the short span of time she had been working in Story Lab, all the actors she met were either talentless or conceited. Most of the time, they were both. Zeno didn't fall into either of those categories, and she found herself agreeing with Young. "Cut!" Young exclaimed, capturing Jaehyun's attention. He snapped out of his thoughts. It was then that Shelley looked at him, but there was still a hint of a smile playing on her lips. However, he knew it wasn't directed at him, like all the other times. "It's over?" he asked as Young approached him. Young patted him on the back, giving him a thumbs up. "You did a great job, Jaehyun. It was the best you had acted throughout the series." Jaehyun was quite fond of compliments. He thrived in them. However, at that moment, he didn't feel too good about it. In the end, it felt like in that scene, he didn't act at all. Just then, Jordy and Sammy joined them, making Jaehyun snap out of his thoughts. "Is it finally done?" Jordy asked with a yawn. Young nodded. "We just need to clean up." "All right," Jordy said, about to go back to the van when he suddenly tripped on the small table beside the basin of fish, causing the contents to fall to the wet concrete. The mysterious notepad's pages got drenched, sticking to the floor. Jordy looked at it and cursed under his breath. Seriously, could this day get worse? He was about to walk away when Zeno stood, grabbing his shoulder and rooting him in place. Jordy frowned and turned to Zeno, about to cuss him out. However, he stopped when he saw the murderous look on his face. Pick it up. Chapter 89, Soft Side. The crew was surprised by the tone of Zeno's voice. He usually talked without much emotion, but right now, he sounded quite angry. Jordy felt a shiver run down his spine, and he felt like he had to follow his instructions. However, he didn't want to hurt his pride, so he stuck his chin up high. "Why should I?" he asked. The table was in the way. Zeno still looked into his eyes, with an unwavering gaze. Jordy wondered how he could make such sparkling eyes appear scary. "Pick it up," he repeated in a calmer voice this time. Somehow, that was even more chilling than the first time. Jordy felt like Zeno had looked down on him way too many times. With that, he decided to get on his nerves even more. Why would a notepad that didn't even belong to him make him so angry in the first place? Jordy looked down at the notepad before stomping on the blank page. Zeno's expression didn't change. Meanwhile, the others merely watched the scene, not knowing what to make of it. "That's enough," Shelley muttered, hoping to ease the tension. However, Zeno and Jordy were stuck in a psychological battle. Jordy was convinced he had won, but Zeno didn't give anything away with his expression. Zeno stepped closer, and at that moment, it felt like he was going to punch Jordy. A small smirk appeared on Jordy's face. They were in a public place, and if he created a commotion by punching Jordy, then Zeno would take the blame. Jordy closed his eyes, preparing for the impact. However, even after a few seconds, he didn't feel anything. He opened his eyes once more and saw that Zeno wasn't in front of him anymore. Instead, he was right below him, holding onto Jordy's foot and lifting it with one hand. He did it so effortlessly that Jordy began to wonder if his time in the gym had been useless. Why the heck was he so strong? The others silently watched as Zeno picked up the dirty notepad from the wet floor and began wiping it with his bare hands. Most of them looked at him with disgust, while the others were confused. Just then, the old woman who lent them their stall arrived, a small frown gracing her face. Young cleared his throat and greeted her with a smile, attempting to dissolve the tense atmosphere. He grabbed her hands and shook them warmly. "Thank you so much for lending us your stall today, ma'am. It really means a lot," he quickly said. He was expecting the old woman to smile. However, she appeared confused. She waved her hand up and down in a slow manner. Then, she pointed at her ears before shaking her head. Jordy clicked his tongue. "Our director is thanking you, old woman. The best you can do is acknowledge it," he said. The old woman still appeared confused. "It's all right," Young muttered. Zeno then walked to the old woman and softly patted her shoulder. He began to sign, and at that moment, everything made sense. There was an audible gasp that rippled through the crew. The cast members, too, became speechless. "They wanted to thank you," Zeno signed. "You were our lifesaver for today." She smiled warmly. "Oh, I should be the one thanking you. My son usually does this by himself because of my disability, but I didn't want him to lose a day of salary when I was just stuck in our home." With that, she bowed at the crew with a wide smile. Zeno turned to face them. "She wanted to thank us for helping her," he said flatly, sending guilt down the hearts of those who had mistaken her. Then, Zeno pulled her slightly away before giving her the notepad. It was then that the contents were revealed. In messy writing, prompts such as, "Do you want to buy some fish today? My son caught it fresh this morning. Pick the one you like. We have mackerel, sardines, and hairtail for today." It was filled with statements that made it easier for her to sell the fish her son had caught. It was the evidence of her effort in trying to communicate with her customers. However, it had been tainted by the dirty floor and Jordy's footprint. Jordy felt like he was punched in the gut. He could feel the stares of the crew on him, so he gazed down at the ground and began walking away. "I didn't do it on purpose," he muttered. "That's right. I'm not a bad person." Zeno saw him through his peripheral vision. He didn't say anything hurtful to Jordy because Zeno knew. Humans were hurt more when they saw the consequences of their actions rather than getting reprimanded. "I'm sorry. It got dirty," Zeno signed to her. She shook her head. "It's okay. The customers couldn't understand it anyway. You don't have to feel bad about it." Zeno sighed. If there was one weakness he could explicitly state, it was the likes of her. Old people. Maybe it was because he never experienced being old, or the fact they looked like grumpy raisins. He had a soft spot for them, for being in this world. For such a long time. The old woman tapped Zeno's shoulder, making him snap out of his thoughts. "You sold out the fish," she gestured, the smile on her face lighting up the atmosphere. "You are such a good and handsome man. You were raised well." A small smile appeared on Zeno's lips. Oh, the irony of it all. He wasn't even raised in this life. "It's you I should thank for giving me this opportunity. You should rest. The people around you wouldn't mind providing for you." The crew watched Zeno, feeling a newfound admiration sprout from their hearts. Who knew sign language was this attractive? More so, he was signing so delicately to the old lady that it made the scene appear even warmer. It felt like a real-life portrayal of Jimin with his mute grandma, and somehow, that made it more touching. It was a scene worthy to be shown on the screen. So, without a second thought, Eugen turned on one of the cameras and began filming. Chapter 90, entitled, "The Cast of Stars in My Ordinary Sky," was once again gathered to continue filming. However, when Young arrived, he found the ambience suffocating. Yesterday's circumstances involving Zeno and Jordy definitely left a mark. Aside from that, there was another piece of news that had rattled their set. Stars Among Us garners 2 million views in less than a week, the fastest ever achieved by a Story Lab production. Kim created an event for her fans. She says she'll do a skincare giveaway when it hits 2 million views. So she's cheating? How is that cheating? Why can't you ask the cast of Stars in My Ordinary Sky to do a giveaway, too? Or maybe they're too irrelevant to even do that? Seriously. I watched both shows, and Stars in My Ordinary Sky is so much better. I just wish people would give it a shot. That's so true. It had a slow start, but it's picking up. I really think this week's episodes are going to make or break it. I think they're breaking. Just look at their views. That was what greeted the cast the moment they arrived. What was worse was that their views were stuck at around 300,000 since it was uploaded. It was still a good achievement. However, they were brutally murdered by their competitor when it came to numbers. Young was aware of it, of course, but he didn't want it to affect him. However, as soon as he was greeted by their dejected expressions, the disappointment suddenly hit him like a storm. On the other hand, Zeno was all smiles. He had monitored their views this morning, and it had only moved thrice, when Minji watched it 3 times this morning. It seemed that the public truly wasn't interested in their show. Jordy caught the smile on Zeno's face and snapped. "Are you seriously smiling right now?" he asked. Zeno pursed his lips. It was times like this he couldn't hide his excitement. However, he quickly went back to a neutral expression once he felt everyone's gaze on him. Sammy sighed and slumped on the table. "What are we going to do?" she asked. Young bit his lip. "Why don't we start filming?" he started off. "We're behind our schedule. Eugen will have a hard time editing them if we delay it any further." Jordy groaned and leaned against his chair. "What's the point?" he asked. "It's not like we can make a difference by working hard. It's already decided that we're the filler series, one that would make Stars Among Us shine even more." Sammy nodded in agreement. Kim is pulling out all of her tactics. "I tried doing the same thing, but her fans called me shameless. I mean, what can we do with it? She has triple the followers of our most popular cast member," she said, pertaining to Jaehyun. Jaehyun clicked his tongue and ran his fingers through his hair. "I should have joined their production," he muttered, but everyone clearly heard it. That dampened the mood even more. Zeno couldn't hide his happiness again. However, Shelley suddenly stood from her seat, slamming her fists on the table. They all turned to her with wide eyes, wondering what had gotten into her. "We can't just give up," she courageously said. "Most people don't become successful overnight. Let's do our best, and good results will eventually come." "That's not true," Sammy chimed, sitting straighter on her chair. "You've been on Tick longer than Kim, but you're still less successful. We just have to accept the fact that not everything or everyone will reach a certain level of fame, and that's all right. Jordy is saying we should work according to the results we're currently getting," she said while Jordy nodded at the side. Shelley's courage plummeted after her statement. Just then, Zeno raised his hand, capturing their attention. "You've been talking about this Kim girl for a while. Why does she get to have 2 names? Eugen, who was standing in the corner, couldn't help but chuckle. What kind of question was that? They were in the middle of a serious conversation, too. Shelley shyly answered as she sat back down. "Her last name is Kim, and she's also named Kim. And she's playing a character named Kim," Zeno chimed, remembering it from the episode he watched. She was Kim playing Kim. If that wasn't narcissism. Zeno shook his head. He had no business talking about other people's names. Instead, he decided to strike now that everything was going downhill. "I see," he muttered, looking at their hopeless expressions. He just needed to make them even more hopeless. "So, you don't want to work hard simply because we're not getting the results we want," he started off. They didn't look at him, but they listened attentively. Jordy was sure he was going to try to convince them with false positivity. "That's fair, I guess," he said, surprising them with how laid back his statement was. Young turned to him with wide eyes. He thought Zeno would cheer them up or give them courage. "Aside from that, you can't help but compare your progress to someone who started the same time as you. In this case, a series that is airing at the same time as us. You see their million views while ours is moving at a turtle's pace. You'd feel discouraged, of course. More than that, the other series have the peers you admire, influencers who have more followers than you. No matter how hard you try, you cannot achieve the same prestige as them simply because you weren't born that way." Every word Zeno said was meant to discourage them even more. Zeno looked around and found them completely silent, so he continued. "You lack talent. You can't act. You whine at every little inconvenience because you have glamorized this job. You think you are better than everyone else and that you are defined by the amount of followers you have. You're here because you want to make some money and, frankly, increase your influence. However, it's not working the way you expected. And now, you want to give up. A pin drop could be heard with how silent the room was. So, let's do exactly as this guy said, Zeno said, nudging Jordy's shoulder. They gazed at him, their eyes wide with curiosity. Let's do a half-assed job and get this over with, shall we? Chapter 91, Give it a chance. They were discouraged. No, they should have been discouraged. Zeno's words should have burned their egos so much to the point they wouldn't even have the strength to say their lines out loud. However, as soon as he ended his statement, it felt like a fire was lit inside their asses. They began moving faster, making up for the delays they had caused. Along with that, they were acting more passionately than he had ever seen. Young and Eugen had become stricter, and it seemed they took Zeno's criticism as a sign to work harder. What the heck did Zeno just do? Was this what they called toxic encouragement? Did he discourage them so much to the point they became passionate? After Jordy finished his take, he turned to Zeno and narrowed his eyes. I'm letting you know that I'm not a quitter. I was just complaining, but there is no way in hell am I half-assing this. With that, he swiftly walked away, leaving Zeno in a state of shock. He had filmed most of his scenes already, so he was left alone, watching as the others acted. Then, a small laugh bubbled from his lips, a laugh of disbelief. I shouldn't have said anything, he muttered while silently punching his thigh. However, he didn't lose hope. The public still hasn't picked up on the drama. Along with that, there hasn't been any movement in his system, so that meant it had become stagnant. He had already painted the trajectory of the series in his mind. It was unlikely to get more popular when the public had already lost interest with the first 3 episodes. However, if there was another thing Zeno learned on Earth, it was nothing was ever 100%. There was always a small percentage of variation. Friday had come once again, and fans flocked to the Story Lab channel to watch Stars Among Us. Jinxia, a former member of the Beast House, was among those waiting for Stars Among Us to premiere. Being the most followed TikTok influencer in the country with over 10 million followers, she had way too much money and now had other people do things for her. She became famous as a pretty gamer on a streaming platform, and with that, her career had taken off. Editing, she has a team for it. Writing a book about her life, she has a ghostwriter. Shopping, her closet was overflowing with free clothes from multiple brands. As a result, she had way too much time in her hands, and at one point, she had become addicted to films and dramas. Finally, she muttered as she placed her bright blue hair in a bun. She also placed a face mask on and leaned against the couch as she waited for the countdown to finish. Jinxia initially watched this particular series because she felt it was a mirror of her life. It was a story about Kim, Kuin, and Kenny and how they overcame being famous in high school. The first 3 episodes weren't too bad, so she was curious about how it would progress. Finally, the countdown ended. The wind was cold against Kim's skin, causing her to shiver. Kuin, played by Minseek, stood in front of her, one hand gripping the railing and the other holding his phone. His finger hovered above the record button as he gazed desperately at Kim. The ring light beside him was already turned on, casting an artificial glow on his features. Kenny, portrayed by Rex, appeared unbothered as he crossed his arms in front of his chest. Kim swallowed hard, the camera focusing on her throat. The last episode ended with the two trying to convince her to film a short video for their accounts. I said no, she repeated. Kuin tilted his head. Come on, Kim. Just one video. Just a transition. Something simple. I already told you. Kenny chimed in, a lazy smirk tugging at his lips. She doesn't do that anymore. Kuin scoffed. Since when do you speak for her? Kim inhaled sharply. Since I actually listened to her, Kenny shot back. He turned to her with a soft expression. Kim, you don't have to do this. Kim clenched her fists. I know I don't. Kuin sighed, rubbing his temple. Kim, let's be real. You can't just stop being you. You're Kim, the biggest influencer in the country. That's not something you can just walk away from. Kim stared at him. You think I don't know that? I have to wake up at 5 in the morning just to film myself waking up at 6. Do you know how exhausting it is to fake sleep every day? I have to be perfect because I'm not just an influencer. I'm an all-rounder. I sing, I act, I dance. I even did a cooking vlog once. I also have to pose before I eat, Kuin. Do you know how hard it is to make soup look aesthetic? Jinxia's expression fell with every word that came out of Kim's mouth. She knew the drama was a little bit out of touch, but This was just ridiculous. Those were not real problems. Jinxia sighed and shook her head, clicking off the video. I was expecting something good, but it was the worst, she muttered. She still didn't feel sleepy after all of that, so she quickly looked for another show to watch. She focused her gaze back on the screen and found herself on the homepage of Story Lab's YouWatch channel. At that moment, a new video had been uploaded. In the thumbnail was a man wearing simple clothes and appeared to be in a fish market. It was an interesting choice for an internet series, but the man appeared quite handsome, and it captured Jinxia's interest. "Stars in my ordinary sky," she muttered. She hesitated for a while because it had a similar name to Stars Among Us. If it was remotely similar to it, then Jinxia would be greatly disappointed. But then again, she wouldn't know if she tried. Besides, it was only a 12-minute video. What could she lose? With that, she clicked on the video, not expecting much of it. However, when the video started, she found herself getting immersed. There was such a masterpiece on this channel. Chapter 92, Episode 4. The admins of Zeno's fanbase posted the link to the 4th episode as soon as it aired. They captioned it with, "Please support our Zeno. He's the thumbnail for this episode, so let's make it a hit." Of course, they quickly clicked on the video, wanting to contribute to the views. Jinxia, on the other hand, was seeing the series for the first time. She didn't know the backstory, but somehow, she felt like she understood. The man on the thumbnail finally appeared, and he was even more handsome than in the small photo. Right off the bat, she already found the editing and color grading much better than Stars Among Us. It didn't seem like a YouWatch series, but an actual drama. It first showed Jimin adjusting his apron around his waist, the fabric appearing stiff from years of use. He pushed up his sleeves, revealing forearms that have known hard work. "Such great veins," Jinxia muttered. However, she snapped back to focus when he began to shout. "Fresh catch. Best in the market. You won't find fish this good anywhere else." His voice was deep and loud, but it also held some warmth to it. He expertly dismembered the fish and sold it to the customers, appearing very natural. This is the first time I've heard Zeno speak so loud. His voice is so nice. My mom is watching next to me. She says he's great at cleaning the fish. My dad approves too. He was a fisherman before we moved to the city. I like the vibe of this episode already. Just then, a girl, Sohee, stood at the edge of the crowd, appearing betrayed. In the midst of the crowd, Jimin saw her. There was a slight shift in his gaze, but the audience caught it as a look of disappointment. Has Zeno improved his acting? His eyes hold so much power. It's literally sparkling. He has such pretty eyes. I want to take them out and use them myself. Jinxia, too, couldn't help the small gasp that escaped her lips. She found her eyes stuck on the television, unable to look away. So he walked forward, and Jimin went back to his usual expression. There wasn't an ounce of teasing or pity. He just glanced at her before nodding toward the counter. "Want to help?" She blinked, caught off guard. Then, slowly, she nodded. Green flag. He didn't ask about it further. Wait, did Jake bail on Sohee? Sohee needs to give up her feelings for Jake. Please, get with Jimin instead. It wasn't obvious at first, but it's right in front of our faces. He likes you. I'm rooting for Jimin now. What followed was a montage that lingered on the smallest details. The way their hands brushed against each other when she took a fish from him, and how she laughed when he demonstrated the proper way to gut one. There was an ease that shouldn't be between them that only came from those who had been childhood friends. Their chemistry was through the roof. I am feeling giddy. I remember my first love with this scene. He wasn't well off like Jimin. I chose the richer guy like Jake, and I thought I would be happy, but I wasn't. I still think about him from time to time. Sohee, learn from the upstairs commenter and choose Jimin instead. The camera pulled back to reveal Jake at a distance. However, he was too late. He watched with an unreadable expression at first before it changed into one of regret. His lips parted like he wanted to call out her name, but he didn't. Jaehyun's actually pretty good at acting? His expression was perfect just now. It's too late, bud. We're all team #Jihyun now. Jinxia was enamored by the show. It was such a simple concept, but she felt it was done right. Just before Jaehyun's expression could become a hot topic, the focus shifted once again. Back at the stall, Jimin and an old woman, whose face was hidden from view, sat behind the counter. Their hands moved in a quiet conversation. There was a soft, genuine smile playing on Jimin's lips, And it was at that moment that the comment section exploded. Zeno knows sign language? I think they're just moving their hands around. That's not the case. I'm a special needs teacher, and he said, you should lay low now. The people around you wouldn't mind providing for you. He's telling his grandma to rest. I didn't think it was possible to like him even more. The details of this drama are amazing. Jimin was raised by his mute grandma, so he's inherently silent. Jake grew up in a broken family, so he feels he doesn't deserve love. So he is just a ray of sunshine who's always trying her best. Flawed but relatable characters. This series is so underrated. I want it to become famous, but at the same time, I want to gatekeep it. As the episode finished, Jinxia found herself craving for more. She went back and binged the first 3 episodes before rewatching the 4th. 1. When are they going to air the next episodes? She muttered, already feeling restless. Then, before she knew it, she had begun researching everything about the drama. She knew most of the cast members as they were also popular in TikTok. However, the person playing Jimin, undoubtedly her favorite character, was someone unfamiliar. Zeno Han, she muttered when she found his name on the drama's wiki page. A small smile appeared on her lips as she read his fun facts. What an interesting man. Then, she placed her phone back down and watched the 4th episode for the 3rd time, replaying the scene where Zeno was selling fish and signing to the old woman over and over again. After what felt like her 25th replay, she finally stopped, minimizing the video and looking at the views it had garnered. In the span of an hour, it merely had 12,000 views as opposed to the 100,000 views that Stars Among Us had already garnered. Jinxia clicked her tongue. This couldn't be. Masterpieces like this definitely deserved more. Jimin and Sohee. Chapter 93. Perfect. How is our best employee doing? A covered black entity with a deep voice asked as he entered the room, filled with similar-looking entities, but with white covers. The one in charge of monitoring Zeno, an ascendant named Slash, raised his hand. He's struggling, Apex. He is slowly losing time, and his gap is getting larger. Apex looked at the holographic screen and smirked. Well, 25 is too good at fulfilling his missions. This is a good challenge for him. Just then, new notifications to 25's stats appeared, causing the Apex to smile. Ooh, would you look at that? His stats increased even more. This is amusing. Slash, however, didn't find it amusing. He felt like 25 was straying too far from his mission. He was the counterpart of 25, so if he managed to finish this mission, he, too, would get 10 years of rest. Do you think we should tone it down a bit with the penalty quests? Slash asked. Apex shook his head. We shall not give anyone any special treatment, even to our best employee. Give him a difficult penalty quest this time. I trust you, Slash. Take care of him well. Sweet potatoes, taro, carrots, lotus roots. Zeno dreamed of the finest root crops on Earth and how he was able to bring them to Avalis. Let us welcome the savior of our lands, Rennie's number 25. He had brought great innovations to our planet by cultivating root crops our lands cannot cultivate. For that, we shall reward him by making him our planet's head farmer. His smile couldn't be painted. What a great life it truly was. Farming and eating the root crops you've planted yourself. However, he was awakened by Maxie biting his toes. He clicked his tongue when he realized he was still, in fact, on Earth. He glanced out of the window and saw it was still dark. Then, he brought out his phone to see it was only midnight. He clicked his tongue and was about to scold Maxie when he realized he had stacked notifications. Plus 5 public perception. Episode 4 had reached 500,000 views in 2 hours. Past 50,000 followers. Plus 2 job and income. Praise for acting skills. Notable meter, 38.5%. Penalty quest. Achieve at least 500,000 views for the succeeding episodes of Stars in My Ordinary Sky in less than a week. Plus 20% penalty if unachieved. Zeno's eye twitched, and no, it wasn't because of a magnesium deficiency. A 20% increase for the failure? 500,000 views, he muttered. Did Storylab lose their minds and suddenly decide to promote their show? He decided to break his sleep routine and went straight to his YouWatch app, clicking on Storylab's channel. It wasn't a glitch. It was real. How the heck did this happen? He was even on the thumbnail. As he clicked on the video, though, it made sense. Why do I have to be so good? He exclaimed to the heavens. On the other hand, Kim, who had just finished filming her Get Unready with me, went straight to you watch with a small smile. After garnering 2 million views for their pilot episode, she was looking forward to the results of this week. Let's see, she muttered, smiling widely when she saw that it had already surpassed 300,000 views. However, her smile quickly dropped when she saw the video next to theirs, which already had 500,000 views. She stood from her seat, the face mask falling to the ground as she looked at the screen with disbelief. They have more views than us. She went to the pirated site to see what the hype was all about. She had watched the first 3 episodes because, frankly, it was pretty interesting. She just couldn't stomach Jaehyun's and Shelley's interactions. However, as she watched this particular episode, she felt dread pool in the pit of her stomach. This quality wasn't something you could find in her uncle's company. How could they make something like this with the materials they were given? It was a role given to her first, but she had a feeling it wouldn't be a hit unless those portraying it were good actors. Did she underestimate the cast members, especially Zeno Han? Was he this good of an actor? Indeed, the star of the 4th episode was the emerging scene stealer, Zeno Han. A lot of viewers of Stars Among Us decided to give the episode a try after seeing such a handsome man in the thumbnail. I can't wait for the next episodes. How did I skip over this hidden gem? I can't wait to watch more. I already have the second lead syndrome. It's a good thing Jin Xie recommended the drama. Zeno read through the comments. His eyes were already red since he wasn't used to pulling all-nighters in this body. Jin Xie muttered. He quickly searched her up and found she was the most followed TikTok influencer from their country. It seemed she had uploaded a story of her recommending the drama, which, in turn, led her followers to watch the series. 2. Zeno stared at the photo of the blue-haired girl and began cursing her inside his mind. It wasn't anything offensive, though. Trust him. At that moment, Zeno knew. He was truly, utterly fucked. It only hit him now. He wasn't one to lose hope in his missions, but he had hit an all-time low. Aside from that, he only had less than a year to fulfill it. Forget about the 10-year rest. He might cease to exist if he doesn't finish it. He had been alive for more than 500 years, so it was something he had gotten used to, no matter how tired he was. With that, he picked Maxie up, causing her to bark. However, when she saw the distress in his eyes, she stayed still, knowing Zeno needed someone to vent to. What do I do, Maxie? He exclaimed, gently shaking the fat, brown dog. Why do I have to be so freaking perfect? Maxie barked rigorously, causing Zeno to drop her on the bed. Crazy human. Chapter 94. He lost his mind. A room filled with the scent of musty old people, alcohol, and weed was in full blast. The music was softer so as to not hurt their aging ears. They were in the premolar room, one of the VIP areas in the bar, Saliva. The 3rd floor had different rooms of varying importance. It had the concept of a mouth, which was why each room was named after different teeth. There were 8 premolar rooms, 8 incisors, for canines, and 1 molar, deemed as the most important room within the club, where only the best of the best could stay. Ollie, who was massaging a young woman's side as he smoked a cigarette, chuckled as he looked at the young actors among them. Entertain us, will you? Sing us a song, he said to Minsik, who didn't hesitate to go to the front and crank up the karaoke machine. They clapped along, and Ollie couldn't help but smile. Playing with youngsters brought up his mood quite a bit. His phone vibrated, and he glanced at it, only to find his wife calling. He sighed and ignored it. What a nag, he muttered. Continuous notifications arose from his phone, making him annoyed. However, when the clock struck midnight, he knew he had to check his phone. He went straight to the Story Lab channel to check out their statistics. It had been a great week for them, and they were nearly done with filming. Once again, he had made a hit. But what he saw next made him stand from his seat, the cigarette falling to the floor. CEO Jean turned to him with one eyebrow raised. Ollie, is there something wrong? He asked. This, he muttered. Then, he turned to CEO Jean with furrowed brows. Did you give any promotion to Stars in My Ordinary Sky? With the mention of the drama, Jordy turned to them, also curious. No, Jean answered. I didn't even give them any budget for the ads. I used it all for your drama. Jordy's eyebrows raised. Did they forget he was here? How could they blatantly say these words out loud? Then what is this? Ollie asked, turning his very expensive phone towards CEO Jean and the others. Why is Stars in My Ordinary Sky trending at 3rd among all videos in the country? Zeno hadn't come out of his room for the past 3 days. He hasn't touched his Sigmoid account or any applications, for that matter. Doha brought him food like a prisoner every day and night. He even tried hyping him up through a dance, but Zeno merely stared at him with an empty expression. Why do you think Zeno is acting this way? Minji asked as Doha returned from Zeno's unit. Beats me, Doha muttered. Maybe he's doing some immersive stuff for his last week of filming. I highly doubt it, Eli muttered, his eyes not leaving the textbook in his hands. He was reading about the power of the human mind and how it had a great influence in a human's personality. What do you mean? Doha asked. Eli sighed and placed down his textbook. He doesn't like this job. Minji stood from her seat, looking at Eli like he had gone crazy. Zeno is different from how he originally was, but he's still Zeno. He's still ordinary Zeno who wants an ordinary job, an ordinary routine, in this ordinary life, he continued. At the beginning, I thought like you guys, too. However, I see it now. The fact he's never happy when he's trending says it all. He doesn't even talk to us about the joys of acting. T's clear he doesn't want the spotlight. Minji looked at the book in his hand and frowned. You've read about the human mind, and now you think you know how Zeno's mind works. Eli clicked his tongue and crossed his arms in front of his chest. It's not about knowing the human mind. It's because we've known Zeno for a long time. He doesn't like attention. He isn't ambitious. That's the most frustrating part about him. But what can we do? He muttered. He has the resources, but he won't use them. He whispered the last statement, so they were unable to hear it. He's persevering though, Doha said. For someone who hates doing this, he's doing a great job. I think you're just mistaken. That's what I can't understand, Eli said, biting his lip. Why does he keep doing this when it's clear he doesn't want to? I think you're reading too much into this, Minji said, shaking her head. Zeno finally has something he wants to do, and we should support him for it. Support, Eli muttered before sighing deeply. Then, a small, bitter smirk appeared on his lips. What a privilege it was to be supported in what you don't even want to do. Yeah, sure, whatever, Eli said. Let's just support him. Doha nodded. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, by the way, the landlady is asking for rent again, he added, causing the other two to turn away from him. Eli, in particular, seemed pretty devastated. Do you need help with paying it? Doha asked. Eli clicked his tongue. You're struggling to pay rent, too. Just don't think about me too much. Doha still appeared concerned, but he nodded in the end. Just then, the door opened, and Zeno appeared, surprising the three of them. His skin had gotten paler, and his eyes appeared like they lost a lot of life. Somehow, though, they were still sparkling with disappointment. He looked absolutely pitiful, so the others were wary to speak. Are you all right? Minji asked after building up the courage. Zeno turned to her, and Minji felt her heart melt. He looked just like Maxie when she didn't get her treat. Yeah, he said before a small chuckle escaped his lips. Eli looked at him like he had gone crazy. Do you have somewhere to go? The sun will set soon, Doha warily asked. Zeno nodded and placed the bowl on the sink. However, instead of washing the dirty bowl, he grabbed a clean one and washed that again. The others watched him silently. We have to film again, he absent-mindedly said. The three turned to each other with confused expressions. Then, Zeno removed his shirt and began wiping down the counter. Doha was surprised to see his toned body while Minji's cheeks reddened. Since when did he have something like that? Eli was the only one weirded out with what he was doing. After that, Zeno grabbed a random tank top from the couch, where Doha had just done his laundry, and placed it on. Time to go, he muttered. See you guys later. With that, he opened the door and left the unit, rendering the three confused. Eli cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Is it really okay to let Zeno go just like that? Chapter 95. I want to go home. Contrary to last week, the set 4 stars in my ordinary sky was bright and energetic. Shelley was all smiles, while Jaehyun happily replied to his fans who claimed they enjoyed watching the show. Sammy was already sharing the products she used for her makeup. Jordy, too, was smiling as he read the comments. For once, he wasn't called the gym guy who only knew how to thirst trap. They called him a decent actor with lots of potential. Young and Eugen couldn't stop talking about the highlights of last week's episode. It was only Monday, yet all the episodes have already broken through 500,000 views, with episode 4 surpassing 1 million. In no time, It was going to beat the record that Stars Among Us had set. Right on time, the perceived reason for this success has finally arrived. However, instead of a bright smile, he appeared tired, weary, and borderline lonely. That wasn't the only thing that captured their attention, though. It was the tank top he was wearing. It had skulls all over it with the text, "Please let me die." He was the embodiment of his shirt, and Young didn't know how to react. Still, his happiness couldn't be dampened. He patted Zeno's shoulder. "Zeno," he started off. "Last week was a success. Thank you so much for everything you have done for the production. If it wasn't for your great acting skills, we wouldn't have done it. Along with that, the lecture you did for the other cast members was a significant help. You're the reason why we have this kind of success." The words echoed over and over again in Zeno's mind. "I'm the reason for this success," he muttered in disbelief. "Yes," Eugen exclaimed. "You're the man, Zeno." "I'm the man," he said, on the verge of crying. Eugen was even happier to see him act in such a way. "You're ready for the first scene of the day, aren't you? Let's not waste any time then. Let's get to filming. Do you want to get dressed first, Zeno?" Young softly asked. Zeno nodded and went straight to the dressing room. In the process, he bumped into Shelley, who seemed elated about the situation. "Zeno," she said, but he wasn't listening. "Thank you for talking some sense into me last week. I realized I wasn't working hard enough and that I should get out of my comfort zone." Zeno merely nodded and continued on his way. Shelley was confused, but she also found it endearing. Zeno must find it unbelievable, too. He entered the dressing room and got dressed in the high school uniform. However, what he failed to notice was that the buttons were misaligned. He went out of the room, appearing even more pitiful than before. Eugen was about to fix it for him, but Young held her back. Somehow, he felt this was better for the scene where Jimin was going to get rejected by Sohee. It wasn't going to be an explicit rejection, but it was going to hurt nonetheless. Moreover, they were going to be utilizing some artificial rain, so the actors were going to get drenched. "It's a good thing I'm not in this scene," Jordy muttered. "I'd look atrocious under the rain." He was looking forward to monitoring it, though. He definitely became more passionate the moment they started receiving more recognition. With that, he stayed behind the crew and focused on the screen that captured the scenes in real time. "Let's turn it on," Young exclaimed. The crew followed and turned on the cheap artificial rain machine they had rented. Because it was cheap, the raindrops were larger than usual, and instead of soft rain, it appeared more like a storm. Scene 87. Shot 1. Take 1. Young exclaimed. The rain fell in aggressive sheets, drenching Sohee's shoulders as she stood on the driveway, waiting for someone. She hadn't meant to fall asleep in the library and lose track of time. However, the exhaustion crept in after hours and hours of studying for their finals. When she finally woke up, the campus was empty, and the rain had already started. She had told her friends, and they all expressed their concern. Now, she was waiting for Jake, who promised he would be there to pick her up. However, instead of Jake's car, an old bike pulled up to the driveway, capturing Sohee's attention. The small screen showed Zeno, his hair drenched and his entire face wet. However, instead of looking atrocious like how Jordy projected, he looked handsome. Jordy's eyes widened. Was that possible? His eyes were even open through it all. It was only possible because Zeno had become numb. The water in his eyes was no competitor to the emptiness he felt in his heart. He stopped right behind Sohee, who slowly turned around to meet his eyes. She gasped in surprise, wondering why he was there. "Jimin," she called hesitantly. He blinked as he was pulled from his daze. However, he didn't respond. Sohee's fingers tightened around the umbrella in her hand. Without thinking, she rushed toward him, lifting it over his head. The rain pelted her shoulder now, but she didn't care. She was close enough to see the droplets clinging to his lashes, and at that moment, Shelley realized just how handsome Zeno truly was. "What are you doing?" she asked softly. "You never said you were going to come here." Jimin let out a breathy laugh, barely audible over the rain. "I was about to ask you the same thing. What am I even doing on this planet?" So he bit her lip. "I fell asleep. I didn't mean to stay so late." "I know," he said. "I figured. I don't have anything figured out." She swallowed. "You should have told me." Jimin gave her a small, lopsided smile. "Would that change anything? Should I have changed something about my strategy?" She didn't know how to answer. The silence stretched, filled only by the sound of raindrops hitting the pavement. Then, so softly she almost didn't hear it, Jimin said, Come with me. Take me back, please. Just take me back to Avalis. So he stilled. Her grip on the umbrella tightened, and her breathing became heavier. She hesitated, but that pause was all he needed to understand. Jimin let out a small, almost imperceptible breath, his throat bobbing. Is there really no chance for me to go back? He looked down at his shoes, his wet fringe clinging to his forehead, and nodded like he already knew the answer before she even said it. I told Jake I'd wait for him, she finally murmured. Jimin exhaled, a hopeless breath. Can it be me? His voice was so soft. I got here first. I was the first Rennies. Why can't they give me a break? So he swallowed hard. He wasn't wrong. He had always been the first. The first to wait for her after class. The first to notice when she was struggling. The first to make her laugh when she felt like crying. Her first friend. But being first wasn't the same as being chosen. Jimin, I should go home, he whispered, his voice breaking near the end. I want to go home. Young gasped at his delivery. He had known Zeno was amazing, but this seemed real. Like he had truly lost all hope. And maybe Zeno did. Because why the heck was his acting skills improving in the middle of a scene? +1 talent and skills. Acting improved. Notable meter, 39.5%. Acting A. Internal dialogue. Chapter 96. Hopeless expression. Wait, Jimin. So he said, holding onto his shoulder. She couldn't stomach looking at him biking through in the rain. Just then, as if to mock him, a black brand new pulled up right behind them. Jake got out of the car with a large umbrella, one that could cover the two of them. So he turned around to look at him and bit her lip before focusing her attention back on Jimin. What if you come with us? We'll take you home. Jimin lifted his head, and the camera caught his expression. +5 public perception. 100,000 followers achieved. Notable meter, 44.5%. Penalty quest, attend a variety show within the month. +10% if unaccomplished. Penalty item, Lament's Embrace, passive booster. A heavy aura of melancholy will draw sympathy and unease from those nearby. Automatically activates during moments of anguish, sorrow, or fleeting hope, amplifying the user's pitiful presence. It was at that very moment that Zeno had these upgrades, so when he was shown on screen, the pitiful aura went through the roof. His eyes showed the hopelessness of someone whose first love got taken away right in front of his eyes. Eugen gasped and covered her mouth in shock. His expression elicited something within her, the urge to give him a hug. Zeno's eyes were red because he kept them open despite the aggressive drops of rain. However, that gave the illusion that he was crying but was using the rain to his advantage. Young sniffed, feeling emotional that the scene he had written meticulously was coming to life. This was exactly what he wanted from Zeno. Even the crew, who were used to working with below-average actors, if you could even call them that, felt like this was the type of people they should be filming, and not those with mere connections or influence. It was incredible, and Jordy, who didn't even want to acknowledge Zeno's talent for the longest time, felt it. Most of all, though, Shelley felt it. Because of that, her expression was also very satisfactory. Jake went closer to the two of them and covered So-hee with the umbrella. Are you coming? He asked. Jimin pursed his lips and placed his feet on the pedal. Because Zeno felt like he had lost all strength, he fumbled with the pedals, adding to the small details of Jimin's heartbreak. When he finally managed to steady himself, Jimin looked at the two for the last time, still with the same hopeless expression. I'll see you tomorrow, he merely said before biking away, leaving the two of them under the shade of Jake's umbrella while he got pelted by the rain. The cameras continued filming the scene, with the focus on Zeno's back. Even though his expression couldn't be seen, his posture still emanated the sadness of someone who had just been rejected, or someone who had received way too many upgrades and penalties. Cut! Young exclaimed through his emotional state. The production crew was still in awe. Zeno didn't stop biking, and they wondered where he was going. However, they let him do whatever he wanted. They still couldn't believe they had witnessed something so heartbreaking in real time. What was that? Sammy muttered from behind Jordy. Jordy snapped out of his daze and turned to Zeno, who was biking in the distance. For the first time, he felt admiration bloom in his heart. For the longest time, he didn't know what he wanted to be. That was why he dropped out of high school in the first place and became an influencer. He had the looks and body for it, so he became famous right away. And as much as it was enjoyable, he felt that this was something he actually wanted to do. Act. But not just that. He He wanted to act like Zeno. Are you alright? Sammy asked after a while, making him snap out of his thoughts. Then, his eyes widened when he realized what he just thought of. I'm alright, he exclaimed, louder than he had expected. Sammy was startled. I was just wondering, she muttered. No need to get startled like that. Geordie cleared his throat and stood straight. I'm not startled, he said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. With that, Sammy smiled. Don't you think this scene is going to become legendary? She asked. Zeno's actually pretty good and handsome, too. Geordie clicked his tongue. It's going to be legendary because of the storyline. You can't give him all the credit. Sammy shrugged. Whatever, she muttered. I'm going to try and get his number. Jaehyun and Shelley were also surprised. Contrary to what Shelley initially thought, the scene had turned out differently. She thought she would struggle because of her giddiness with Jaehyun finally choosing her character. However, at that moment, she couldn't help but only think of Zeno. No, Jimin. Yes, his character. She couldn't help but think that going with him wasn't too bad of an idea. Zeno, on the other hand, had reached the end of the set. He was stopped by a wall, his clothes still clinging to his skin. The skies were already dark, and his only source of light was the dim streetlight from the other set. This set didn't even have one. He felt it all again, the hopelessness of his mission. Zeno looked up at the heavens and was about to scream, not minding if the Ascendants were going to punish him even more. What he wanted was to get his message across. However, before he could start screaming, he heard voices from the other side of the wall, the set where Stars Among Us was located. It seemed they were also filming late at night. Zeno's brows furrowed when he recognized the other voice to be Minsik, while the other was someone he had never heard before. Are you sure your company has something on Zeno Han? The unfamiliar voice asked. Yes, sir, Minsik said, the cunningness in his voice heard even with the wall divider. Zeno's eyes slightly widened, and he paused. Maybe hope wasn't lost. Chapter 97. Back to normal. Stars Among Us were supposed to wrap up their filming today. However, the crew was in bad shape after seeing the views 4 stars in My Ordinary Sky surpass theirs. The 4th episode was nearing 2 million views, and if that happened, they were going to take away the record that they had set. It felt like they were surpassed by a tortoise when they were a hare. It didn't leave a good taste in their mouths. Even Kim, who usually wanted to finish everything on the dot, was discouraged. Ollie watched her and shook his head. With that, he called for Minsik's attention. You, he said, pointing at the rabbit-looking guy. Minsik lifted his head and looked at the senior writer with a confused expression. Follow me. Minsik felt nervous all of a sudden. He did pretty well today, in his opinion. Was he going to get scolded for bad acting? Or maybe Ollie was going to ask him to stop going to the saliva bar. Minsik felt dread in the pit of his stomach. He had been enjoying his time there, and he'd only gone for 2 weeks. He was already attached to the expensive bar. They walked for quite some time until they finally reached the end of the set, where a thin wall divided them from the smaller school set that their rival show used. Sir, Minsik said when they stopped, his heart pounding against his chest. Ollie didn't speak for a while. When he finally did, he looked into Minsik's eyes with a serious expression. I heard your conversation with Rex at Saliva the other day, about you having dirt on Zeno Han. Minsik froze, and he felt a shiver run down his spine. Was he going to get reprimanded for this? However, a small smirk appeared on Ollie's face. Don't worry, he said. I'm not going to scold or report you. In fact, I am in favor of whatever it is you are doing. Minsik was confused at first before he slowly nodded. Then, a small smirk arose from his lips. Ollie was on their side. Are you sure you have something against Zeno Han? He asked to confirm. Minsik didn't hesitate this time. Yes, sir, he answered. When is it ready? Ollie eagerly asked. By next week, sir, he said. My manager is compiling the evidence, and he plans on sending it to Pop Flop. Ollie's eyebrows raised in surprise. Pop Flop wasn't a reputable news source, but if there was one thing they were good at, it was bringing down a celebrity's career. Is that why you're not too worried? Ollie asked. Minsik nodded. Well, I certainly didn't expect their series to hit it off in the 2nd week. However, I conditioned my mind that this was for the best. Rising before falling down is going to hurt much more. Ollie chuckled, throwing his head back in amusement. Then, he patted Minsik's shoulder. You're a competent man, Minsik, he said. Say what? After this series ends, I'll contact you again. Instead of being the 2nd lead, I'll let you play the main one this time. Minsik's eyes widened, and his heart raced inside his chest once again. However, this time, it was out of excitement and not nervousness. "Thank you, sir," he exclaimed. "I'll make sure everything goes according to plan." Ollie hummed, already in a much better mood. "You do just that," he smirked. "Now let's go. Let's wrap it up for today and get back on our feet tomorrow." "Oh, and on Saturday," Ollie smirked. "Invite your friends to the premolar room once more." Minseek's smile was so wide that it nearly split the corners of his mouth. "We'll be there." Zeno went home, feeling much better than usual. They had something on him that could actually ruin his career. Now we're talking. He was contemplating whether to ruin his reputation himself. However, for that to happen, then he would have to hurt a few humans. Avalis was a cutthroat environment that valued proficiency, detachment, and success. However, above all of those, they valued human life. So, it was against their policies to deliberately hurt other humans. Seriously, humans are so lucky. They hurt each other on a daily basis. Yet Rennies were forbidden to do it when they were already the ones helping the human race. Still, it seemed the atrocious human mind was so atrocious that they decided to ruin Zeno's career. Zeno was lucky to be the recipient of their envy and hate. Now, he could actually finish his mission. "I can't wait for next week," Zeno muttered as he opened the door, revealing Doha and Minji playing with Maxi. They stopped what they were doing when they saw Zeno. They had wary expressions attributed to the fact that Zeno had been emotionally unwell for the past couple of days. So, they were surprised when they saw he had a slight smile on his lips. "Zeno," Minji exclaimed. "You're home." Zeno hummed as he removed his shoes. "Well, how did the filming go?" Doha asked. "Good," he answered, causing the two of them to sigh in relief. It really did seem like he was finally in a good mood. Minji and Doha smiled. "Can we talk about your drama now?" Zeno shrugged. "Sure." "Yes," Minji exclaimed. "I've been dying to talk to you about it for the longest time. The last 3 episodes were absolutely phenomenal, especially episode 4. Your backstory is very touching, and the scene where you did sign language with your grandma was amazing. I wasn't aware you knew sign language." Zeno shrugged. "It's something I picked up along the way." "Huh," Doha said. "You learn something new every day? Even though we've been best friends for most of our lives, there are still some things I don't know about you." Zeno was about to head to the shower when he suddenly remembered something. "All right," he muttered. "There's something I need to tell you guys." Doha and Minji paid attention. "What is it?" Doha asked. "I don't want you to defend me," he said out of the blue. The two of them turned to each other with confusion. What was Zeno talking about? "Defend?" Minji asked. "What would we defend you from?" "Just everything," Zeno said. "I know we're friends, but now that I'm garnering attention, there is bound to be some backlash at one point. When that happens, I don't want you to involve yourselves." Doha's brows furrowed. "But we're friends. We defend each other. Not this time," Zeno seriously said. "Just promise me." Minji was still hesitant, but Zeno appeared dead set on making them agree. With that, she nodded. "All right, we promise." Chapter 98, Letting Go. Finally, the day had come. Stars in My Ordinary Sky, Episode 7 was going to be released. Jinxia had set everything up. She knew it was only going to be a short episode, but she had a whole meal prepared. She wasn't the only influential person prepared to watch the show, though. Ian, who was currently on a break after filming Code Black, had also fallen into the hole that is Zeno's latest short series. Manshik PD, Chaiwon PD, and Ari Bay had also started tuning in after it trended on Sigmoid. Somehow, the short series captured the heart of the public, especially the younger generation. Jinxia found that the story wasn't only intriguing, but the actors did a great job compared to the other Story Lab productions. She even found herself admiring Shelley, whom she only knew through Kim Kim. She almost contacted Kim Kim to get Shelley's number, but she decided to get it herself in the end. 3 minutes before the premiere of the 7th episode, the waiting space had garnered 100,000 spectators and counting. Jinxia clicked her tongue and then proudly smiled. "Is this the influence I hold?" she subtly boasted. "Oh, it's here," she exclaimed when the countdown finally started. Finally, after 60 seconds, the first scene was showed, and the audience tuned in. So he stared at her notebook, gripping her pen so hard that her fingers began cramping. The formula swam around her, but she refused to give up. "Don't do it for me. Do it for yourself." Jake's words echoed in her head. At first, She wanted to study hard because Jake promised to give her a reward if she achieved above-average marks for their finals. However, she realized now that she had to do this for herself. So he buried herself in her notes, reviewing the same problem over and over until it made sense. She scribbled, erased, sighed, and then tried again. She had never worked this hard in her life. She lost track of time, and before she knew it, an unfamiliar voice broke through the silent library. "Miss, the school's closing soon." So he jumped, knocking over her pencil case. She blinked at the security guard standing at the door. "What?" she blurted. "The school is closing," he repeated, eyeing her like she was dense. So he scrambled to check her phone. 9 p.m. When did it get so late? She shoved her books into her bag and bolted out of the library. As soon as she stepped outside, she froze. She was met with heavy, unforgiving rain. So he groaned, pulling out her phone to text her friends about her situation. She stared at her screen, waiting for a reply or for someone to come. "I have a bad feeling about this. Rain is always a signal that something is going to go bad. Is she going to get kidnapped and then turned over to the black market, where all of her fresh organs are going to be sold to a bunch of rich people who have no conscience? I don't think this is that kind of drama. It's nice that you have a wild imagination, though. Someone's coming. Someone's coming." From a distance, a young man drove a rusty, old bike through the rain, pedaling as hard as he could that it was almost pitiful. Jinxia covered her mouth in shock when Zeno's face was finally shown on screen. The pity she felt for him was through the roof. If she could go inside the screen and save him, she would. Jimin arrived in front of the shocked Sohee, a hopeless expression already seen on his face. "This is the bad feeling I was talking about. Please, 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 choose him, please." But Sohee and Jake are starting to get along better. Jimin has been there since the very beginning, though, and he never did anything to hurt her. Jinxia glanced at the progress bar and saw that there were only 7 minutes left of the episode. She couldn't help but feel melancholic. However, the moment Jimin asked Sohee to come with him, the sadness she felt couldn't be compared to the day she was almost canceled on Tick. His face had captured the hopelessness of someone who had lost his first love. It was even sadder for the audience because, suddenly, his actions from the former episodes began making sense. He liked Sohee very much. The car pulling up behind them was the cherry on top. "I can't watch this," Jinxia exclaimed as she slightly obscured her eyes like she was watching a horror movie. At that moment, Zeno's face was shown again, and she couldn't help but gasp. Ari Bay, who was having a hard time writing her new script, also slowly closed her laptop to watch the scene on the television better. It hadn't been that long since she had watched Zeno act in real time, but it felt like he had improved to a great extent. She felt herself getting choked up despite being an unemotional person. She took pride in her tough personality, but this one scene made her feel soft. It wasn't even that sad if she thought about it. It was just a high school boy getting rejected by his first love. A lot more devastating things could happen. However, the simplicity of it made it feel authentic. Ian, on the other hand, didn't bother hiding his emotions. He was the type of person who could cry easily, which also aligned well with his profession. Still, he didn't expect to cry over a 12-minute U-Watch episode. Jimin exhaled, shaking his head slightly. "Go." That one word was filled with anguish. So he hesitated. "Jimin." "He's waiting." Jimin forced a smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. "You'll be warmer with him." But Jimin looked down and tried to get back to his bike, but he struggled to place his feet on the pedals. Jinxia couldn't help it now. The tears streamed down her face. Zeno appeared so pitiful in this scene that her heart couldn't take it. Then, the final statement, the one that made the internet burst into tears of sympathy, finally arrived. "You belong in his car more than you do on my bike." Chapter 99, Last Day. The comment section exploded after he said those words. Jimin biked away from the two of them, and it seemed like Sohee wanted to go after him, but Jake was already by her side. "Jimin, just come here. Drive to this old lady. I'll give you everything." How can he be so pitiful? I want to give him everything. Sohee, you just made a grave mistake. This series is honestly so heartwarming. I can't even hate Jake because it's clear Sohee brings out the best in him. However, I also feel bad for Jimin for loving her for such a long time without asking for anything in return. Kudos to the writer. I can't believe it's ending so soon. This show should have been a hit since the very beginning. What a refreshing series from Story Lab. Meanwhile, Zeno and his friends had just finished watching the episode, too. The only reason Zeno agreed was that he knew his downfall was coming soon. He was looking forward to it, and throughout the episode, he kept checking his phone to see if Minseek had released the bad news he was pertaining to. On the other hand, Doha, Minji, and Eli couldn't believe their eyes. Eli, who usually had his head stuck in a book, had placed it down the moment Zeno arrived at the scene. He was compelled to watch his friend on the small screen of Minji's laptop. "You're really good," he muttered, glancing at Zeno, who appeared lost in his thoughts. Doha looked at Zeno with wide eyes, wondering if the same person whom he cooked for regularly was the same one on the screen. Was that why he stayed in his room for the past couple of days? So that he could seem more pitiful, he wondered. With that thought, his admiration for Zeno increased even more. Minji, on the other hand, was a mess. She wasn't one who could hide her emotions well, so the tears streamed down her face with her friend's realistic acting. As soon as the screen turned black, they all turned to the distracted Zeno. Minji was the first to speak, nudging Zeno's shoulder so hard that he nearly fell off of the outdoor bed. His eyes widened as he looked at his friends. "What?" he asked, scratching the back of his neck. "What was that?" Minji exclaimed, still with tears brimming in her eyes. Eli sighed and handed her a handkerchief. "Seriously, it wasn't even that sad," Eli muttered. However, he heard another sniff by his side, and he saw Doha tearing up while fanning his eyes to dry the tears that threatened to fall from them. "Yeah," Zeno shrugged. "It wasn't that sad. He was going to get canceled very soon, so it would be a happy moment." It already surpassed 200,000 views the moment the premiere ended. Doha said out of amazement. "That's in 12 minutes, by the way. It seems everyone is looking forward to the series." Eli nodded. "My classmates have already picked it up, too." "Congrats." "Zeno," he muttered. "You should be proud." Zeno shook his head. "There's nothing to be proud of," he said. "This is an ordinary achievement in this line of work." Eli clicked his tongue and turned to the side, picking up his book and going back to reading. Meanwhile, Doha and Minji continued to convince him that this was a great feat and that they should celebrate. Zeno shook his head and held out his hand. "I appreciate the thought, but the hype will end soon." Doha and Minji turned to each other and began to think if what Eli had said was right. Did Zeno actually dislike this job? Just then, the alarm rang, and Zeno stood from the outdoor bed. "It's time for bed," he said. Then, he left them to go to his unit, not realizing the frenzy that his series had just created. "Well, I guess he's back to normal," Doha sighed. Minji and Eli nodded, feeling slightly disappointed. Seeing Zeno down wasn't something they enjoyed. However, they thought he could show his emotions during times like this. They wished Zeno could rely on them more. Jay Slick clicked his tongue as he looked at the numbers that Stars in My Ordinary Sky had achieved. Aside from that, Zeno Han had already reached more than 200,000 followers in the span of a week, which was enormous growth for someone who had only been in the industry for 1.5 months. His potential was overflowing. If only he had signed with Continuous Dominance, then it would have been perfect. However, he had to go and sign with those dreamy guys instead. He sighed and shook his head. "You chose wrong, Zeno Han." With that, he began scrolling through the information that Minseek and his manager had gathered and couldn't help but smirk. It was difficult gathering dirt on him, especially from his past. It seemed he was truly just an ordinary citizen. However, Minseek had shown him some footage that would undoubtedly get Zeno kicked out of the entertainment industry. Dreamy had once again landed on a mine. He wondered if he should pity those guys. The last thing he heard about them was that they were struggling to pay rent. "Whatever," Jay Slick muttered. Tomorrow, everything was going to change. The drama's engagement was at an all-time high, so Zeno was also under the spotlight. Jay Slick clicked his tongue. "It's a waste to get rid of such huge potential right away, but this is me having mercy on you." It was much better to dim the flame while it was still starting. Zeno was bound to get eaten by the entertainment industry anyway. As Jay Slick looked into his background, he didn't have anything special about him. He came from a low-middle-class family, had average grades, little to no connections, and an unimpressive work background. Aside from the last two productions he had participated in, Zeno's character wasn't one to be remembered. Goodbye, Zeno Han. Enjoy your last day on Earth. Chapter 100, The Dreamland's Jinx. "Sir, this is the best response we've had since the company was established," Moby said, bursting into the office with a wide smile as he monitored the numbers of stars in my ordinary sky. Lenny and Sarang, who had just gone back from another singing gig, were also excited. The people in the event we were performing with were also watching Zeno's drama on their phones, Sarang proudly said. One of them even cried and had to get their makeup redone. Bobby stood from his seat and placed his fist over his heart while gazing at the distance. It seems justice prevailed for this drama. Quality won over popularity, he exclaimed. Lenny nodded in agreement. Zeno is such a great actor. I think he's better than some of the A-listers in the industry. Sarang also stood from the couch with a determined expression. At this point, things are. And no, the others exclaimed in unison. Sarang turned to them with wide eyes. What? She asked. Did I do something wrong? Whatever you're thinking about, don't say it, Lenny warned with narrowed eyes. Why not? I was just going to say that this might be our chance to. Moby ran over to her, knocking over a plastic vase, then covered her mouth. Sarang was even more startled. Miss Sarang, he started off. You joined us at the latest, so I understand. But in Dreamy, we never get ahead of ourselves. We never say that this might be the time we can finally. You almost said it, Bobby exclaimed, cutting him off. Moby let out an exaggerated breath, his legs shaking, when he realized what he had just done. Meanwhile, Sarang was still confused. Why is it relevant? It's just words. Isn't it great to acknowledge that our company is actually doing? Sarang, Lenny exclaimed so loud that even those from the massage parlor heard her. Sarang was rendered silent. Meanwhile, Lenny let out a deep breath to compose herself. You don't want to say those words. Trust me, she softly said, holding onto her hands. I had to learn it the hard way. Jace was cast in a project 2 years ago, and I said that it was a sign our company is going to SUC. Lenny caught herself before she could finish her sentence. Anyway, she continued. It's a jinx. The moment I said those words, the director died the next day, and the contract had a hidden clause that made Jace the co-signer for his apartment lease. Until this moment, Jace is still paying for it. Bobby and Moby nodded in agreement. Moby said something similar, too. Then, a few days later, his wife left him. They didn't even get to have their honeymoon before they divorced. Imagine the amount of money Moby had to spend, Bobby added. Sarang wondered what that had to do with the company, but she still nodded. If they appeared this serious, then it must be true. All right, I'm sorry, she apologized. I was just happy for Zeno's project. Don't be sorry, Bobby smiled. We all are. We are making sure that everything goes smoothly and that nothing could ruin his career. Zeno has a clean background, so I'm not worried. Lenny and Sarang nodded. It seems that he's different from us, too, Sarang smiled. I really am looking forward to seeing him grow. Just then, Jace burst through the door with a pineapple tonghalu, some of the sugar already clinging to his chin. His phone was in his hand, and there were traces of tears down his cheeks. He had just finished watching the latest episode of Stars in My Ordinary Sky, and he had to admit his rival did a great job. As expected from Zeno, he was truly worthy of being called his rival. This is insane, he said, plopping on the couch as he internalized what he had just watched. The high schoolers in the Tonghalu shop were talking about Zeno's drama, he boasted. The others smiled proudly. At this rate, it's going to surpass Stars Among Us. Just as long as none of the cast members, especially Zeno, gets into a scandal, then we're all good. Finally, he sighed. More opportunities for us. More success for the company. We can finally pay rent, and things are looking up for us. Their smiles quickly vanished after Jace announced all the forbidden words. They watched him with agape mouths, in disbelief at what they just heard. Moby fell to the ground out of nauseousness, causing Jace to look up. What? Jace asked, raising one eyebrow. However, after asking, he quickly realized what he had just done. He gasped so loudly that all the air had been sucked out of his lungs. It seemed like everything had turned to slow motion as simultaneous calls rang from Bobby's work phone and personal phone. The others turned to the table, where his phones lay. Just then, the real-time web page about celebrities that Moby had curated on their second-hand smart TV lit up and showed some brand new information. Displayed in bold letters, along with a handsome picture of Zeno, were the words, Rising actor Zeno Han's out-of-the-ordinary actions exposed, drug scandal, exploitation, and on-set misconduct. They covered their mouths in shock, and Sarang felt that they weren't joking about the jinx. However, how could it come this quickly? Jace fell to his knees and began pleading under his breath. I didn't mean it. Seriously, I didn't mean it. Bobby went and answered the phone, only to be bombarded by various media outlets about their company's response on the matter. Bobby, still processing the situation, panicked and answered, I don't know. Then, he turned off the call, feeling breathless even though he hadn't done anything tedious. Just then, the real-time news refreshed again, and somehow, it was even worse than before. Moby woke up at that moment, looking straight at the television. When he read the newest headline, he fell to the ground once more. Exclusive, Zeno Han's agency breaks silence. We don't know amid explosive scandal allegations. Chapter 101, Good Person. Just then, the door to their small room opened, and Zeno arrived. Their gazes instantly went to him, and they all wanted one thing, an explanation. Zeno, Bobby exclaimed with wide eyes, holding onto his shoulders. What happened? Zeno appeared unusually calm for someone whose career had just been placed in jeopardy. His co-actors couldn't believe it. Meanwhile, Jace felt like he had played a part in his scandal, just because he insinuated their company might succeed soon. He forgot about their jinx and how it shouldn't be said out loud. Answer me, please, Bobby said, on the verge of losing hope. Zeno pursed his lips and shrugged. I have no clue yet, he said. Let's read it together, shall we? He asked. His last statement should have been nonchalant, but his excitement cracked through just a bit. It was true he hadn't seen the true allegations. However, it seemed to be well curated as his meter had already decreased by 10%. I read something about drugs, Sarung absent-mindedly said. Were you involved in drug trafficking? Zeno's eyebrows raised in surprise. Well, that was news for him. Did Zeno Han get involved in this kind of thing in the past? Let's see, he muttered. With that, Moby stood from the ground and went to the TV, clicking on the most popular news at the moment, which was by Pop Flop. These guys, Jace muttered. They're always up to no good. Why are people still trusting them? Finally, their article was shown on the big screen, and they read it silently. Zeno Han rose to prominence through his memorable performance in Broken Chains of Justice, where his portrayal of a drunk yet emotionally charged character captivated audiences. His recognition further skyrocketed when a live broadcast unexpectedly revealed him performing a complex, life-saving medical procedure during a hazardous filming situation. More recently, his latest You Watch series, Stars in My Ordinary Sky, has become the most talked-about short series of the month, surpassing competitors in both quality and engagement. With this success, Zeno has gained 200,000 new followers, solidifying his place as a rising star. However, as he ascends to new heights, controversy has emerged. Alleged drug distribution. Bobby gasped out loud, his life flashing before his eyes when he saw there was some footage accompanying the allegation. Footage has surfaced showing Zeno handing a package containing unidentified green substances to an individual who was supposedly known to be a past recreational drug user. While some speculate that it may be harmless herbs, others argue that this footage suggests possible involvement in illicit activities. The nature of the exchange remains unclear, and the implications have raised serious concerns among the public. Zeno found it quite funny. This was when he gave out some basil to that guy near their apartment complex. It was a blurry CCTV footage, but that factor added to its questionability. He read the next allegation. Unexplained hospital transaction. In another incident, Zeno was seen leaving a hospital room with a sum of money. A witness reported hearing him say, "Don't tell anyone about this," prompting speculation about the purpose of the funds. Jace turned to him with wide eyes as Moby played the accompanying footage. It was a short clip, but there, it was found that Zeno was holding onto an envelope of some sort and saying the exact same words. This time, Zeno shook his head. He was the one who gave Kwong and his family the money. But then again, he did say those words. What a great choice of words. And last but not least, the allegation regarding his bad behavior on set. Reports of on-set misconduct. Former co-stars Min-Sik Lee and Rex, who worked alongside Zeno in Code Black, have come forward with allegations of unprofessional behavior on set. Both actors have described him as condescending and difficult to work with, stating that his demeanor created a tense working environment. These claims have cast a shadow over his reputation and raised questions about his conduct behind the scenes. And, of course, there was the cherry on top. Agency's response. In response to these allegations, Zeno Han's agency has issued a brief statement. We don't know. The lack of a clear stance has only intensified speculation, with some interpreting it as a strategic move to distance themselves from the controversy. Others see it as an indication that the agency is still gathering information before making an official statement. As the situation unfolds, the entertainment industry and fans alike are awaiting further clarification. Will Zeno Han address these allegations directly? Will additional evidence surface? Zeno wanted to give Minseek and his agency a standing ovation. They had brought out some of the most damning allegations to a rookie actor. It was nearly impossible to come out of a bullying, drug, and bad attitude scandal. But he had all three. At that moment, Zeno felt something prick in his heart. His meter had decreased another 5%, and it seemed he was rapidly losing followers. Then, he felt his eyes warming up, but it wasn't because of sadness. Was this what humans called tears of joy? Just then, he felt Jace hold onto his collar, snapping him out of his thoughts. His eyes were red like he was the one who got into a scandal himself. Is this true? Are all of these true? He exclaimed. Zeno pursed his lips. What do you think? He asked, bouncing the question back. With all of the evidence presented, do you believe it? Zeno was expecting him to agree. Humans were quite gullible, after all, and these people were some of the densest people he had met on Earth throughout his lives. Jace's expression turned serious, and he sighed, letting go of Zeno's collar. I don't, he muttered, surprising Zeno. The others began nodding in agreement. Jace then looked into Zeno's eyes with so much sincerity that Zeno felt something strange. It may not have been long since I knew you, but I don't think you're capable of doing such things. You're a good person, Zeno. So please, tell us you didn't do any of those. Chapter 102, Scandal Season. Jace appeared really sincere when he said that. If he could channel such emotions when he was acting, then he would make a pretty decent actor. Zeno was about to admit to the allegations. However, as he looked at the others, he began feeling strange once again. It appeared like they truly wanted him to say that he didn't do anything wrong. He reflected for a few moments, still looking at their pitiful faces, before sighing. I didn't, he finally said, making the others sigh in relief. But, he quickly added, capturing their attention, I don't think we should go through such great heights to debunk the rumors. Bobby nearly tripped as he walked toward Zeno. What? What do you mean? Why wouldn't we? You've gotten so far. Your short series is doing really well. And most of all, your career had just started, Bobby exclaimed. How can we give up? Zeno pursed his lips. He had thought about this the entire night, sacrificing his sleep once more. He didn't have many scenes during the rest of the episodes after, so he rejected his character. Eugen could definitely edit him out, and he didn't even have to appear for the very last episode. He was sure the latter episodes would garner 500,000 views each, too, which would accomplish his ongoing penalty quest. One thing about these rumors was that no matter how bad they were, people were still curious. So, the views were going to increase even more. He didn't want to impact it too negatively when Young and the crew had worked so hard on it. The evidence is already there, Zeno reasoned. It isn't the most credible, and it's taken out of context, but people will believe just a sliver of evidence over nothing. Aside from that, we are battling another company for this. One who will make sure that they won't lose, he continued. They all frowned. Who? Moby asked. Continuous Dominance, he answered. Bobby and Moby turned to each other with deep frowns, and then a knowing look passed through their faces. They aren't as successful as Moonrise, but they still have more money than us. That's the one thing we lack right now, money and connections. In this industry, it's hard to make a name for yourself when you don't have those. I'm afraid we don't have any choice but to accept what they throw our way because we risk losing more if we fight more, he seriously said, trying to look as pitiful as ever. As much as Bobby wanted to argue, he knew that Zeno was right. No matter how hard they fought, if they didn't have the resources to get the media on their side or to have someone thoroughly investigate everything, then it would be futile. A losing game. So, we're just not going to do anything? Jace asked, sounding defeated already. Zeno nodded. Just then, Bobby sniffed, running his fingers through his hair. I told you. We would protect you as our artist, but here we are. We can't even defend you from such baseless rumors. Don't feel bad for me, Zeno said with a small smile. I'm okay. I'm going to be all right. The moment his career plummets under the ground, he can regress his meter back to the mediocre one. Those words, however, sounded heartbreaking for the others. They realized just how hopeless their company was, that a natural star like Zeno could even be dimmed in their presence. No, Bobby refused. I can't go down with a fight. You have worked so hard to get to this point. I will protect you until the end. Zeno sighed. Why did he have to meet so many righteous people in this life? Then he placed his hand over Bobby's shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze. Bobby, you have done more than enough, Zeno said, giving him words of encouragement. You shouldn't do so much for me. Your daughter's piano recital is coming up, right? He asked, remembering what Ambi had mentioned during their photo shoot. Focus on that and not on me. After this all dies down, you can continue on with your lives without worrying about my well-being. As he said those words, they couldn't help but feel that Zeno was phenomenal. He was a humble, selfless person who didn't want to trouble those around him. Rival, Jace said, walking over to him with solemn eyes. Who will be my rival if you're gone? Zeno internally clicked his tongue. They weren't rivals in the first place. Let's just say you've won, huh? He said, patting his shoulder. Good luck on your journey, each of you. He looked them in the eyes one by one. He was quite thankful that they were the ones he worked with. He wouldn't have changed a thing. Well, maybe he would have. I'm sincerely rooting for all of you. The small house smelled of garlic and fresh basil, filling the air with warmth despite the cold night. The dinner table was set simply, bowls of steaming rice, stir-fried greens, and a plate of pork and basil. Two children, a boy and a girl, sat cross-legged on the floor, their eager eyes locked onto the food. Across from them, their mother wiped her hands on her apron, waiting for someone to come in. Just then, the door creaked open, and a man stepped inside. He was thin, with his work clothes covered in dust. He had deep lines on his face from exhaustion, but his expression instantly brightened when he saw his small family waiting for him. You're home? The woman asked, turning to him with a small smile. He sighed, dropping his bag onto the floor. Yeah. What's for dinner? Pork and basil, she answered, lifting the plate proudly. The herbs you got from that handsome man are doing pretty well. The kids love it, and I've been selling some to the neighbors, so I was able to buy meat. The man's lips twitched into a smile. He stepped closer, looking at the food before glancing at her. I love it too, he said quietly. I've been clean since then. The woman nodded with a proud glint in her eyes. She reached out, squeezing his wrist before handing him a bowl. He sat down, exhaling and letting the warmth of home settle into his bones. Just then, the television crackled, showing the evening news. A serious-looking anchor appeared on the screen. In showbiz news, the anchor announced, an anonymous user had sent in CCTV footage of rising actor Zeno Han and his alleged recreation drug distribution. Police say that investigation is still ongoing and cannot confirm. Papa, it's you. The little girl gasped, her chopsticks falling onto the table. The man turned, his eyes snapping to the screen. There, staring back at him, was his own face. That is me, he muttered. Then, his eyes traced the name beneath the image. Zeno Han. And then it all clicked. Chapter 103. You can't deny it. You let them take your blood? Minji exclaimed. Zeno nodded. They had a warrant. Having beef with the police is never a good thing, you know? Zeno knew firsthand how that felt. Zeno, Minji sighed, shaking her head. You're not that kind of person. You rarely went out of the house when we were younger. Drugs? Taking money from sick people? You didn't even want to smoke cigarettes when we went to that retreat once. Dohan nodded in agreement. Is your company doing something? They're going to deny it, Zeno said. That won't be enough, though, Eli muttered. Have you tried contacting those people you interacted with? Zeno shook his head. He couldn't even remember the herb man's face, and Kwang's wife must be in the hospital, ready to give birth or probably on the verge of labor. Eli ran his fingers through his hair. So that's it, huh? You're not even going to do anything. I will lay low for a month and then find a new job, Zeno answered. Doha and Minji cast their heads to the ground. Meanwhile, Eli appeared annoyed more than ever. It seemed like Zeno wasn't affected by all of these. Just then, much to everyone's surprise, Eli held onto Zeno's collar. Eli, Doha exclaimed, attempting to pull him away from Zeno. But Zeno held out his hand and gestured for Doha to step back. It didn't seem like Eli would do anything to hurt him. Zeno could tell from the look in his eyes. Seriously, how long are you going to keep this up? Eli exclaimed. It's inevitable, Zeno argued. Eli bit his lip. Do you even hear yourself, Zeno? You've always been like this, just letting things happen to you. Since we were kids, you never fought for anything for yourself. Zeno's eyebrows raised in surprise. This human has been like this since he was young? Remember when they accused you of cheating on that exam? You knew you didn't, we knew you didn't, but you just let it go. You didn't defend yourself. You just let people believe whatever they wanted, Eli continued. Zeno pursed his lips. And your second girlfriend, she was obviously cheating on you. Everyone knew, and you just acted like it didn't matter. Zeno allowed him to vent his feelings. It also provided him some information about his current host. Eli laughed bitterly, shaking his head in disbelief. You're so freaking lucky. Do you even realize that? Some people would kill for the chances you've had, and you just throw them away like they're nothing. And here we are, trying our fucking hardest, but not getting near to what you've achieved in a month, he muttered, but Zeno still heard him. Zeno knew that his success wouldn't take away from others' success. However, Eli must be frustrated that Zeno wasn't doing anything to capitalize on his fame or to try and defend his name. But then again, how could he when it was against his mission? Are you making a fool of us? Of yourself? What do you even want, Zeno? Zeno still didn't answer, causing Eli to curse under his breath. Then, he let go of Zeno's collar and stormed toward his unit, slamming it shut. Minji sighed and turned to Zeno. Eli is just having a hard time. I think he doesn't have enough money for his tuition this semester. Doha pursed his lips, but didn't say anything. It didn't take long for Zeno to know that they were disappointed in him, too. However, Eli's anger had undoubtedly triumphed over everything. We should all rest, Minji muttered. Doha nodded and went to his unit, not bothering to greet Zeno a good night like he always did. Minji merely smiled at him before going to her unit, too. As he watched his friends walk away from him, Zeno scratched the back of his neck. He had gotten what he wanted. Notable meter, 20%. However, why did it feel like he still lost something? He sighed and walked back to his unit, where Maxie was looking at him with a disappointed expression. Did you hear us talking? Zeno asked. Maxie let out a deep breath and looked away. Zeno clicked his tongue and picked up the old dog. You would understand if I want to become ordinary, right? If that happens, then you'll get your real owner back. This life isn't mine, to begin with. I'm just fulfilling your owner's greatest desire, he explained. For some reason, Maxie's eyes appeared sad, but she quickly jumped out of Zeno's hands before he could confirm it. With that, Zeno fell to his bed, staring up at the ceiling. He placed his hand over his heart and felt that slight ache once again. I'm homesick, he muttered. Yeah, that's it. It will end soon. But, as he closed his eyes, he began to wonder, is Avalis really his home? Zeno's largest fan base had decreased by more than half the moment he was involved in a scandal. Risa didn't know what to make of it. She had seen celebrities come and go in her long career. However, she couldn't help but think that Zeno wasn't that type of person. She sighed and decided to stay in his fan base for now. She watched the latest episode of Stars in My Ordinary Sky, and it seemed they still kept Zeno in. However, it was kept to a minimum. The views were still the same, even higher this time around. However, the comments were a different story. It was filled with hateful comments regarding Zeno. She quickly went to the group chat for the page admins. Fortunately, all 5 of them had stayed. Zeno escape. What are we going to do? His company has refuted all of the rumors, but they don't have any solid evidence. Zeno is silent, too. Xenosapiens, should we shut this down? Xenoholic. No, I don't think that's a good idea. Let's wait for now. Risa had finally found something she enjoyed rather than modeling and acting, and she wasn't ready to let it go for now. Just then, while she was lost in thoughts, their group chat was bombarded with numerous messages. Zenor sends link. Zenor, I found this. I think this was the guy that Zeno saved during Code Black. It doesn't have many views, but we can share it. Xenosapiens. I found this on Tik too. He's the guy in the video where Zeno was accused of distributing drugs. Rena quickly clicked on the videos and watched them with an agape mouth. This is amazing. Chapter 104, Fandom Power. Cheers, Ollie exclaimed, tilting his glass toward Jay Slick. The evidence you have against Zeno is solid. Jay Slick smirked, looking around the premolar room. It's nothing. Ollie chuckled and drank some of the expensive whiskey. Is it your first time here? First time, Jay Slick said. It's difficult getting a reservation. That's right, Ollie affirmed. Gene, our CEO, is acquainted with the owner, so we come to this room nearly every weekend. Oh, that's nice, Jay Slick said. Then, he glanced at Minseek, showing off a proud smile and giving him a thumbs up for making such connections. Minseek beamed before going back to smoking with Rex. They continued drinking and discussing Zeno's downfall, satisfied with the outcomes of their actions. However, what they didn't know was that Zeno's fanbase was working overtime to clear his name. And it all started with 2 videos. The first one was from a woman sitting on a couch and holding a newborn baby. Next to her was a man with a tracheostomy tube, smiling at the camera. The setting was warm and homey. Hello, everyone. I know there are a lot of things being said about Zeno Han right now, but we can't stay silent anymore. My name is Mara Yoon, and this is my husband, Kwang Yoon. She looked at the man beside her and squeezed his hand. You might not recognize him, but my husband used to work in the entertainment industry. He worked as a sound man for multiple dramas and films, the latest one being Code Black. During filming, there was a terrible accident. My husband was injured, and the situation was life-threatening. However, a person had saved him. That person was Zeno Han. He stepped in and risked himself to save my husband's life. Kwang nodded in agreement. After that, he visited us firsthand at a public hospital on Jeju Island. He was the only cast member who came to the hospital to check on us. Despite his lack of words, he's a very warm person. And at that moment, he did something unbelievable. He had transferred us some money, one that he shouldn't even have to give. And he told me. Her voice cracked as she repeated Zeno's words. Use this for your pregnancy. Please don't tell anyone about this. She wiped her eyes and then smiled, cradling the baby in her arms. Well, Zeno, I had the baby. A beautiful, healthy baby boy. Kwang is recovering well, too. Rin misses you as well, she smiled. I know you told us not to tell anyone about this incident, but we can't stay silent when you're being misunderstood. Mara looked directly into the camera. The footage people are talking about? That was us. That was the moment he told us not to tell anyone about what he had done for us. He never wanted recognition. But we have to speak up now. Because people need to know what kind of person Zeno Han really is. It was a genuine video, one that couldn't be debunked. To add to that, another video was released, this time addressing the drug accusations that Zeno was under fire for. This time, it was posted on TikTok and only had a few views. A thin man sat in a modest living room, his hands resting on his knees. He looked slightly nervous but determined. A potted basil plant sat on the table next to him. Then, he cleared his throat before speaking. Hi. I don't really want to be involved in all of this, but I have to clear something. He started off. My name doesn't matter, but I was the one in that video with Zeno Han. And yeah, I'll be honest. I used to be addicted to marijuana. I struggled with it for years, and it messed up my life. But I've been clean for months now, working hard for my family. He glanced at the basil plant and chuckled softly. As for what Zeno gave me, it was basil. Yeah, he just handed me some out of nowhere. It was the most random thing. I guess he thought I'd like it. He gestured toward the plant with a small smile. Well, my wife started growing it, and now she sells it to our neighbors. My kids love it. They say it makes our food taste better. He picked up a document from the table and held it up to the camera. I even got tested again, just in case people start throwing accusations around. He set the paper down and leaned forward slightly. Zeno Han lives near us. He doesn't cause trouble. He's just a quiet guy who sometimes does weirdly nice things, like giving people basil. That's all there is to it. He sighed and rubbed his temples before looking at the camera one last time. I just want to be left out of this. But I had to say something because people are twisting things. Zeno isn't who they're making him out to be. The truth comes out. Who the heck would sabotage Zeno? Zeno is truly a good person. How could they twist his kind acts? As soon as those 2 videos were shared by the admins, the opinions of the remaining members of the fanbase poured all of their support. However, even then, it didn't reach the amount of audience that they desired. Zenor, should we send it to Dreamy? Xena Sapiens. I already did, but I highly doubt it would reach the desired audience. They don't even have 5,000 followers. Zeno Escape. TSK. If only we had someone with more influence who could share these videos. Zeno's name would get cleared right away. Risa bit her lip as she read their messages. Is it time? She muttered. Then, she sighed. A determined expression replaced her hesitant one. For the longest time, she didn't make her own Sigmoid account because she didn't want to deal with hate comments regarding her name. However, for Zeno, she was willing to do it. She called her manager, and they accomplished it right away. The company shared her new account, and it was filled with excited comments. Finally, Queen Risa has a Sigmoid account. We've been waiting for so long. Not even an hour after she made her account, she had already garnered 500,000 followers. As expected from one of the goddesses of the generation. I wonder what her first post is going to be. I hope she blesses us with her visuals. Contrary to their expectations, though, Risa's first post was out of the ordinary. Hi, this is Risa, and I would like to clarify some things about Zeno Han, a person I worked with during Code Black. Chapter 105, The Pain Trial. Zeno decided to sleep in for today. For some reason, he couldn't sleep well yesterday after his argument with Eli. In the end, he had slept past 2 a.m. The last thing he monitored was his meter, which had gone down to 15%. It was surreal how such baseless rumors could ruin someone's career. If he was a human who actually wanted to be famous in the industry, he would be devastated. Fortunately, Minseek and his company had chosen the right person to mess with. Just then, his door burst open, revealing Doha in his classic workout gear. He still had sweat dripping down the sides of his face and running down his body, staining his teal leggings with the droplets. He was out of breath, like he had run from the old gym where he taught it into their apartment. Zeno rubbed the sleep away from his eyes. What? He asked. You? Zeno sat up from the bed. Was he truly canceled now? Just then, Doha ran to where he was, encasing his friend in a warm hug. Zeno was startled. He felt Doha's sweat on his skin, and he wanted to push him away. However, Doha was probably the strongest person he had met in this life. He didn't budge at all. Zeno, he started off. You're truly a good person. Huh? Zeno asked. However, when he realized he still hadn't checked his latest stats, dread filled his stomach. Fuck. In Saliva, Ollie, Jay Slick, Minseek, and the others had partied until the morning. How could they not after bringing down Zeno Han's career? Jay Slick was the first to wake up, rubbing the boogers from his eyes. The room smelled atrocious after everything that had happened yesterday night, making him curse. However, he wouldn't trade the experience for anything in the world. It was one of the best nights of his life, and it made him even greedier to get into the elite circle. Then, he checked his phone, where he had received quite the notifications, even more than he was usually used to. He clicked his tongue and read the one on top. It was from Minseek's manager, and it was a series of text messages that already made his head hurt just by looking at them. His vision was still blurry from the lack of sleep and yesterday's shenanigans, but everything cleared when he finally comprehended what Minseek's manager had sent. Zeno Han is innocent, he exclaimed. His loud statement managed to wake the others inside the room. Minseek, who still appeared out of it, looked at his CO with wide eyes. What happened? He asked. Jay Slick's phone fell to the ground, hitting the corner of the glass table, causing the screen to break. Minseek's eyes widened, and he quickly kneeled to retrieve the phone like a beggar. Then, he began reading his manager's text messages. His face paled, making Ollie even more curious. He grabbed the phone from Minseek and read the latest news, too. He choked on air, and he found himself stumbling back before hitting the wall. This can't be, he muttered. Zeno Han was an ordinary guy. Zeno Han didn't have any connections. But why the heck are so many stars coming to his aid? Meanwhile, in their small apartment unit, Zeno felt like he had swallowed a whole tank of acid. Can you believe it? Doha exclaimed, walking back and forth in front of Zeno, adding to the former's dizziness. Risa Park was the first to post something. She said you're a good person and that she found some statements online. Those statements are from the people you've helped, he excitedly said. I didn't know you were close with Risa. I'm not, Zeno whispered. After that, the video blew up, and it's all over Sigmoid. You trended at the 5th spot this morning when I had just finished my beginner Zumba class. Those were truly touching videos, he said, patting Zeno's shoulder. You're one of the reasons why a family is complete and why an addict had stopped taking drugs. I'm not, Zeno whispered once more. He just gave them money and basil. How the heck did he change their lives? After that, Ian Co came to your aid and said that you're one of the most talented actors he has met, and it would be a waste if your career went downhill for untrue rumors, he continued. Not that guy, too. And of course, Selena also posted on her group's account that she admires your acting skill very much and that you saved her life. It garnered a lot of support from her fandom. Who else? Zeno said, slowly losing energy. Maxie went up to him and laid on his lap, teasing him. However, he didn't even have it in him to gently push her away. There's Chaiwon PD, Manshik PD, Jisoo. Oh, and the cast and staff of Stars in My Ordinary Sky. Jaehyun said you were a decent guy. Shelley did a live stream for her followers, telling them that you were the most respectful out of everyone. Sammy posted something on Tik regarding some of the touching moments with you on set. Oh, and that birdie guy said he admires you. Jordy, he exclaimed, unable to hide his surprise. That kid who hated him? How could he betray Zeno like this? He thought he was a real hater. Yes, Doha nodded. I investigated it before I came here, and it seems that everything has been debunked. Rex and Minseek are being criticized along with Stars Among Us. They think it's a ploy to bring your series down because it had surpassed theirs. Zeno let out one chuckle, a singular laugh, and it was out of disbelief. Just then, the door burst open, revealing Minji, who appeared like she ran to their unit. 2. Doha's eyebrows raised. Minji, what are you doing here? Don't you have work? I heard about what happened, and it's my lunch break, she said, catching her breath. Then, a wide smile appeared on her lips. Zeno, she exclaimed, running toward him and giving him a hug, too. Minji snuggled closer to him, genuinely proud of her friend. I knew it, she muttered. You wouldn't do any of those. I'm so glad you're so loved by everyone that people with huge influence decided to help you. Then, she broke away from the hug and looked into Zeno's eyes. At this point, your stardom is inevitable. It felt like a punch to his solar plexus. It is your destiny. Now a kick. Something you cannot escape from. A stab. New meter unlocked. Fame meter, 0%. Minus 100% away from your end goal. Strayed too far from goal. New penalty system. The pain trial. Chapter 106. Penalty overload. Zeno Han proven innocent. Gains 1 million followers within 24 hours. Pop Flop deletes false allegations against Zeno Han. He was the one who gave us money. Locals reveal Zeno Han's acts of kindness. Zeno Han helped a man become clean. False accusations finally exposed. After being wrongfully accused, Zeno Han cleared of all allegations. Bobby and Moby stared at the old TV mounted on the wall and couldn't help but feel emotional. We did it, Bobby said, placing his hand over his mouth. We beat our jinx. Moby nodded, looking up at the ceiling to stop his tears from falling down his cheeks. He patted his chest twice and pointed up to the sky. The heavens are with us on this one. Zeno must be happy, Bobby chuckled. What a lucky young man. He had debunked such rumors in less than 2 days. The two continued to relish in their celebration when, suddenly, Moby brought up something that Bobby had unfortunately forgotten. Wait, sir. Aren't you supposed to buy your kid a keyboard instrument today? New penalty system. The pain trial. Zeno stared at his system. The words, pain, trial, click to confirm, flashed in red. Doha had started cooking while Minji went back to work. Maxie had gone with Doha, so Zeno was left all alone to internalize everything that had changed within his system. He had strayed too far from his goal that there already was a new method of accomplishing penalty quests. He sighed and shook his head. With that, he clicked on the confirm button. Instantly, a sharp, blinding pain shot through his skull. It wasn't a normal headache. It felt like hot needles stabbing into his temples, burrowing into his brain with each passing second. His vision blurred, a piercing ring echoed in his ears, and his knees buckled. His hands clenched into fists as the pain spread like fire, crawling down his spine. His heartbeat pounded in his skull, and it felt like Thor's hammer had cracked into the bone. Sweat dripped down his face. He gasped for breath. Was this a minute? 10 seconds? A lifetime? Trial had ended. The pain vanished. Zeno collapsed onto the floor, panting, his body trembling from the aftershocks. His system went back to normal, explaining what had happened. Endless penalty quests. Once a penalty quest is issued, completing it immediately triggers another quest. This cycle continues until the ultimate mission is achieved. Penalty quests. 1. Attend a variety show. 2. Come into good terms with Eli. Deadline, 1 week. Failure leads to pain trial. If a penalty quest is not completed within the given time, System automatically activates the pain trial as punishment. Penalty item system shall remain. Plus 1 penalty item for every 10% increase. Unopened penalty items, 6. Bring it back, he muttered, referring to his old penalty system. That was the worst pain he had felt in his entire life. And Zeno knew pain, more than the average human or alien. He went to the mirror to check if the pain trial had done any physical damage. However, what met him was a more surprising sight. Plus 2 pretty potion. Increased attractiveness by 20%. Instant results. Plus 2 stamina booster. Drink when you're out of stamina. Worth a full night of sleep. Plus 1 halo effect. Casts a white shine above the host's head. Activates instantly during moments of genuine happiness. Plus 1 silver tongue. Improved speech, diction, and persuasion skills by 10%. Zeno closed his eyes and let out a deep breath. He was hoping that he would wake up from the nightmare. However, he quickly came to terms with the fact that this was the reality he was in. He was back to square one, and the stakes had become higher. He was practically a weapon with how many items he had. And now, he had an endless stream of quests that he had to finish until the end of his mission. Zeno wasn't convinced that a 10-year rest would be enough compensation if he accomplished this mission. A 100-year-long rest was the only plausible answer. He sighed and ran his fingers through his hair, grabbing his phone to check his Sigmoid account. He had garnered 1 million followers after losing 100,000 the other day. His finger hovered above the delete account button, but before he could do that, he felt another pain trial coming through. He clicked his tongue. So, it seemed that the pain also appeared if he tried to reverse his past penalty quests. With that, he exited out of Sigmoid and went to his messaging app. His label mates were spamming their group chat with celebratory banners, and it seemed he had been bombarded with multiple offers to go on different shows and other acting projects. He sat back down. If there was a time to lose hope, then it would be now. In his past lives, achieving something had always been quite easy for him. Now that he has to achieve nothing, he was having such a difficult time. The only question that rang in his mind was, what am I going to do? Oh, Zeno! Doha exclaimed, opening his door once more. He stopped in his tracks and stared at Zeno, narrowing his eyes because he felt that something had changed with his friend. Since when were you this handsome? He asked. Zeno lifted his head and pursed his lips. The effects had already started. Anyway, Doha clapped. I made your favorite dishes so we can celebrate your freedom from the rumors. Come, he said, holding onto Zeno's arms and dragging him out of his room. He made him sit on the table and placed the dishes he prepared one by one in front of Zeno. It was then that Zeno realized he hadn't eaten anything since the morning. His stomach growled in response, causing Doha to chuckle. Then, Doha sat in front of Zeno as the latter tried the food he meticulously prepared. How is it? Doha asked. I tried recreating your mom's version of seaweed soup. It tastes delicious, Zeno muttered. He was telling the truth. The soup sent a warmth through Zeno's body that he couldn't feel when he ate back in Avalis. Eat a lot then, Doha happily said. I made a lot, so we can eat it until the evening. Zeno nodded and ate quietly. However, Doha kept watching him, so he momentarily stopped. What? He asked with one eyebrow raised. Doha shook his head, the smile still on his lips. You've worked hard, he said. I just want you to know that everything you have now is what you truly deserve. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Chapter 107. Dare to Dream. In the wide office of an esteemed CEO stood Jean, the owner of Story Lab. So, I heard you have been bringing in useless shrimps inside the premolar room. Jean froze, a shiver running down his spine. He chuckled nervously. It isn't like that, he said. I only take important people there. That's not what I heard, the man said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. You know that I have eyes everywhere inside saliva. Jean cast his gaze to the ground. Then, the man stood from his seat, inserting both hands into his pockets. The only reason I let you inside that bar is because we're related, he continued, not even bothering to look at Jean. Jean didn't dare look up to the imposing man. If it weren't for that, you wouldn't even be able to go in. You have broken our promise. Jean lifted his head, feeling fear run through his veins. This doesn't mean what I'm thinking, right? It's your last warning, uncle, he smirked. The next time you do this, I'll make sure you're unable to step inside saliva ever again. The atmosphere inside Minji's apartment was celebratory. Doha and Minji had been talking nonstop about the frenzy that Zeno had caused. Do you have any new projects? She asked. What are you going to choose next? Doha chimed. I bet you're going to get offered bigger roles now, she continued. But he probably still has to audition for some, Doha added. It doesn't matter, Minji exclaimed. Zeno is one of the best actors I've ever watched. I believe he can reach even greater heights with his skills. She turned to Zeno and then tilted her head to the side, suddenly feeling strange. Did you change something with your diet? Or are you drinking any supplements? Zeno's brows furrowed as he shook his head. No, why? Minji shook her head and turned to the side. Nothing, she muttered. You're glowing, that's all. Glowing? Zeno looked at his skin and found that, indeed, his skin was still glowing. The two pretty potions were in their potent state, so he must look ridiculous at the moment. Just then, the moment was broken. When Eli stood from his seat, the chair scraping on the floor. I'm done, he muttered. Thanks for the meal. With that, he washed his plate and went out of the unit, leaving the three in a heavy mood. They didn't speak for a while before Doha broke the silence. He's still in a bad mood, he muttered. Is it because of me? Zeno asked. Minji pursed her lips. Probably, she answered. Don't worry, though. He'll come around soon. Just talk to him when his head cools down. Okay, Zeno said. I'll talk to him now. Doha's and Minji's eyes widened. I don't think that's a good idea. He's still in the acute phase of his tantrum. Zeno shrugged. The sooner I talk to him, the better. With that, he went out of the unit before the two could stop him. Doha shook his head in disbelief. Even I don't mess with Eli when he's mad. Minji nodded in agreement. However, there was another thing she couldn't forget. Zeno's really handsome, isn't he? Zeno was about to knock at Eli's door when he suddenly heard his voice not too far away. I told you not to worry about it, Eli said in a frustrated tone. Zeno stopped in his tracks, leaning against the wall to wait for Eli's conversation to end. Eli clicked his tongue. Dad, since when did you worry about me this excessively? He asked with a bitter laugh. Zeno pursed his lips. It seemed he had a problem aside from what the two of them had. Of course, Zeno knew that family was also a great source of problems. Eli was. Probably no exception to that. I haven't been able to pay my school fees for the first semester aside from the down payment, and we're about to have our midterms for the second semester. The accounting office had forbidden me to participate unless I am able to pay for the entire balance. Zeno's eyebrows raised in surprise. And now, he also had a financial problem. I told you to stop investing in such gimmicky things. It's high risk, high return. We won't get rich like that, he sighed. So just focus on living well, okay? Are you still able to eat? There was a long silence before Eli hummed. Don't worry about it. I'll just take a break and come back. Zeno frowned. Was Eli planning on stopping medical school? It seemed he was very passionate about it. However, becoming a doctor wasn't an easy feat, especially if you didn't have any money. Zeno was able to pull it off before, but not everybody was built like him. His thoughts were interrupted when Eli spoke again. You're going to take a loan? It's 17 million won. Zeno placed his hand over his heart. Goodness, medical school was already worth that much for 2 semesters? No wonder there was a doctor crisis in their country. Even his pay from Stars and My Ordinary Sky wouldn't be able to cover it. Their contract from Storylab had a fixed payment system rather than a pay-per-view one, so no matter how successful the show was, the company would get the extra revenue. He was paid 15 million won for his role, which wasn't bad for a rookie actor. However, that still had to be shared with the company, and since Zeno believed he didn't need the money back then, he decided to give them a 50-50 cut. That budget must have been used for their overdue rent already. You won't be able to pay it, Eli muttered. Don't take out a loan. You have too many debts anyway. His family's financial problems seemed to be very deep. I couldn't maintain the scholarship because I'm working. Eli exhaled, but it came out shaky. Zeno peeked through the wall and saw that Eli's eyes were red, probably from holding back his tears. Don't say sorry, he muttered. If I can't continue, then that's that, he continued with a small, bitter chuckle. Who cares if it's my dream? I shouldn't have dreamed in the first place. Then, a soft, final, bye. I'll talk to you soon. Eli sighed and shook his head, hitting his shoulder when he felt himself getting too emotional. He arrived in front of his unit and frowned when he felt a gust of wind. Was someone here? Then, he shrugged and entered his unit, preparing to look for a full-time job. Meanwhile, Zeno hid behind Minji's unit, trying to comprehend the situation. An opportunity had opened up to make up with Eli. It seemed he didn't plan on telling them this, but Zeno already knew about it. He was going to pay for Eli's tuition fee. However, he still had to think of some quick way to make money. He entered Minji's unit, and there, he found the two of them talking about something interesting. "I'm going to film tomorrow," Doha said. Minji gasped. "Are you pursuing acting like Zeno now?" Doha shook his head. "No. I was cast as a tone-deaf singer in Sing or Sink. It's back with a new season, and we have to film tomorrow." Zeno stopped in his tracks. Sing or Sink. Chapter 108. Sing or Sink. Things are going great. Moby started off during their meeting with Zeno. Each episode of Stars in My Ordinary Sky had reached 1 million views, and the episode that had you as a thumbnail had reached 3 million views. "Your pay should have been increased, but I doubt Storylab would do that," he muttered. Anyway, Minseek and Rex are facing scrutiny, and their statements have bit them in the ass. Their past cast members are revealing their dirt like crazy, and I doubt they could go back to acting in decent projects. Zeno absent-mindedly nodded. It was what they deserved for being part of the scum of the earth. "Oh, another good news is that we were able to pay 3 months' worth of rent," Moby added with a wide smile. "The landlady is very pleased." "How many more months do we still lack?" Zeno asked. 1 year and 7 months, Bobby chimed. Zeno pursed his lips. No wonder their landlady was always cranky. How could they stay in this place without paying the rent for years? "Anyway, we already have project prospects for you," he continued, placing the scripts on the table. Zeno looked at the stack, only momentarily before asking another question. "How about variety shows?" he asked. Bobby and Moby turned to each other in surprise. "You're interested in joining variety shows now? I thought you would be against it." "It depends on the variety show," Zeno said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. "What are my choices for now?" "There's extreme camping," Bobby started off. Zeno quickly shook his head. That show was made for celebrities to go into the wild for a few days and survive on nothing but a few supplies. He definitely didn't want to leave the comfort of his own home. "All right," Moby muttered. "There's also deranged." "What is that?" Zeno asked. "It's a you-watch show where you eat spicy things and answer questions," Moby explained. Zeno once again shook his head. Eating spicy food had always been his weakness. He may look perfect from the outside, but he still has some flaws. "Another one is apple or not. You are placed in a room, and you guess what is made out of apples with your mouth," Bobby explained. Zeno pursed his lips. Why would someone even make such a variety show? He sighed and leaned his elbows against his knees. "What about Sing or Sink?" he suggested. Bobby and Moby turned to each other. They knew of Sing or Sink, of course. It was one of the most popular variety shows of the century. In fact, it was so successful that other countries had created a franchise of it already. In the show, one artist, usually a very popular one, takes on the ultimate challenge, finding the true vocalist among 6 mysterious contestants. Some are gifted singers, while others can't hold a note to save their lives. Through multiple rounds, the artist must analyze, observe, and trust their instincts as they eliminate a contestant or a set of contestants per round. With every elimination, the truth is revealed. Was it a real singer or a tone-deaf faker? The final decision has high stakes. If the last remaining contestant is tone-deaf, they walk away with 10 million won. But if the artist successfully picks a talented singer, they must choose between a cash prize or the chance to release a digital single together. Zeno had thoroughly researched it yesterday. He had seen a few episodes during his past life, and it seemed like a pretty fun show. Moreover, with this show, he could tick off 2 penalty quests with 1 stone, attending a variety show and making up with Eli. "They're coming back with a new season, right?" Zeno asked, placing his fingers under his chin. Moby slowly nodded. "Yes, I have heard. However, I believe they will start filming tomorrow. I don't think you can get into the production of the first episode. Maybe the next one." Zeno shook his head. "I want to be in the first episode," he stubbornly said. He might not have enough time to fulfill his quests if this was to be delayed. Zeno definitely did not want to undergo the pain trial once more. Moby scratched the back of his head. Meanwhile, Zeno used his sparkling eyes to an advantage. "You know that I don't ask for much from the company, right?" he started off, looking into his eyes. At that moment, Moby felt his heart stop. Zeno's eyes looked like diamonds. He couldn't look away as Zeno continued to speak. I even decided on a 50-50 arrangement for all of my projects because I want the best for dreamy entertainment. Now, I really want to participate in Sing or Sink. I believe it wouldn't be too difficult because a lot of variety shows want me to attend their shows. Don't they? They do, Bobby muttered while nodding. They're practically fighting over you. Sing or Sink is a popular show, and with the new season, I could garner more fans. Hopefully not. Bobby was already convinced. However, Moby still questioned whether he could do it. I will truly do my best on the show if I am chosen to participate in it, Zeno said as sincerely as possible. His pretty potion and sparkling eyes booster were definitely being used to his advantage as Moby let out a deep breath. All right, he said. I will do it. I will get you on that set tomorrow. Zeno didn't think it would be this easy. However, he was thankful to Moby for heeding his request. I'm going to make some calls then, Moby said, standing from his seat and walking just a few meters away. Zeno sighed in relief, leaning against the couch. That would be enough for now. It seems you're quite enthusiastic about this, Bobby chimed, capturing Zeno's attention. You could say that, he answered. Then, you can sing well, right? A small smirk appeared on Zeno's lips. There it was, his agenda number 3. If he was to be shown as tone-deaf, wouldn't some of his fans get turned off? Nope. Chapter 109, Chronic Stress. The crew of Sing or Sink were all on edge because of the preparations for tomorrow's episode. The contestants were busy preparing their stages while the staff decided on the last-minute changes they had to implement. Due to the popularity of the past seasons, the crew was under huge pressure to make the show successful after not airing for 2 whole years. However, there was an unexpected mishap on the day before their filming. Rex, the popular influencer who also had some talent in singing, was supposed to be on the first episode of the show. However, after his mix-up with Zeno Han, his career had gone downhill. Although he hasn't committed a grave offense, they wondered if he should be kept in the show. Because of that, the entire crew had a meeting but still couldn't come up with a sound decision. They didn't think they could find another reputable artist who could replace Rex on such short notice. This number has been calling us non-stop since this morning, a young man shyly said to his scary senior. He had plucked up the courage to go inside the meeting room since the caller showed no signs of stopping. What? Dahi, the recently promoted head producer of the show, snapped at the young man. Her dyed blonde hair had become greasy from not washing it for the past 3 days out of busyness. Her dark circles had also darkened immensely, and it seemed even her eyebrows were falling out from stress. She was an assistant producer of the show for the past 4 seasons, and recently, her senior had retired. Inevitably, she had to take on the role. He scratched the back of his neck and handed her the phone. This guy has been calling us nonstop, saying he was from Dreamy Entertainment. Dahi frowned. Dreamy Entertainment? The other crew members began discussing. Dreamy? Where have I heard that name before? It's familiar. It's on the tip of my tongue, but I can't seem to remember. Dahi sighed and looked around the room. Discuss among yourselves for a moment. Monitor the public's response to Rex's latest videos. They nodded while Dahi grabbed the phone from the young man. She stood from her seat and went outside of the conference room to answer the call. Hello, a quite foolish-sounding voice said over the phone. Yes, who is this? She asked. Who is this? He said back, causing Dahi to sigh and massage the bridge of her nose. This is Dahi speaking, she muttered through gritted teeth. Everything got on her nerves lately, and she already wanted to take a break despite the season not even starting. Oh, finally, he explained. I've been waiting for you to answer the phone since earlier. What is it that you need, sir? She snapped. We have an important meeting. This is Moby from Dreamy Entertainment, he tactlessly said with a cheery voice. One of our artists is very interested in joining your show. I was wondering if you have a spot for him. Dahi frowned. Of course, she wasn't a stranger to such calls. Their show was very in demand, and small companies wanted their artists to join for more exposure. However, Dahi didn't want such a thing to happen. That was why she carefully picked out the contestants. She just didn't expect that Rex would get into a scandal just a few days before their actual filming. Still, Rex was better than an unknown small artist. We're not interested, she said, about to turn off the call. However, this man seemed the most desperate out of all she had interacted with. Please, he exclaimed, sounding like he was on the verge of tears. Our artist is a very good man. He's very popular, too. He's been offered so many variety shows, but he doesn't want to appear on them and has chosen your show. He's someone who spawns only once in a blue moon, and I can proudly say that he will make your show into a great one. This is also going to be his first appearance on a variety show, so it will bring in more hype. Dahi clicked her tongue. If it was his first ever appearance in a variety show, then Dahi could already guess that he was a rookie with no name. She shook her head. Sir, she started off. I had heard such explanations from before. Zeno Han. Moby exclaimed, causing Dahi to pause. It didn't take her long to recognize that name, Zeno Han. He was one of the most talked about names in the entertainment industry at the moment because of his breakout roles as an extra. His scandal, which was supposed to bring down his reputation, became the reason why his career was currently skyrocketing. I'm sorry, she muttered. Did you just say? Zeno Han. Yes. Moby exclaimed. He's one of our artists, and he's the one interested in joining your show. I know you must be in the final preparations at the moment. However, our artist is a very efficient man. He can adjust without any problem. Just provide him the opportunity, and he will reach great heights with it. Dahi didn't speak for a moment. She went inside the conference hall and merely said his name. Zeno Han, she said, causing the conference room to become silent. Then, some burst into whispers while others squealed. Oh, it would be great to have Zeno Han as a replacement, don't you think? Zeno Han. I quite like that guy after seeing the video of the sound man and the recovering addict. He seems like a good guy. Would it be impossible to recruit him? Dahi swallowed and covered the phone speakers with her hand. Is Zeno Han from Dreamy Entertainment? She asked. Ah, one of the staff said. That's why the company sounds familiar. It was a controversial topic back then. Zeno joining an unknown company. I know it now. It was Dreamy Entertainment. Dahi's breath got caught in the back of his throat. She felt like all the stress that had accumulated in her body just melted away. For some reason, her dark circles instantly became brighter, and the grease and dandruff in her hair appeared more like glitter with sheen. With that, she placed the phone next to her ear once again. Let's do it, she said. Moby hummed. I thought something had happened because I suddenly heard so many voices. What was that, ma'am? Zeno Han. Dahi said in a loud voice, capturing the attention of everyone in the room. He will be in our show tomorrow. Chapter 110, Shining Bright. Is Zeno Han really coming today? Some excitedly asked. That's what Dahi PD said. How is his stage, though? One asked. It hasn't been revealed. But his company said he was a bad singer. Somehow, that disappointed some of them. From Dahi's statement, it seemed he wanted to come out on the show. Most of the time, artists, especially actors who wanted to become more popular, came to the show to flaunt their good singing skills. So, why would Zeno Han come to the show when he didn't have any talent for singing? Still, they were excited to see him in real life. It was true that this was his first time on a variety show, so everybody was curious about him. One by one, the contestants started arriving. They went to the shared makeup room to get dolled up. I'm supposedly going to do Zeno Han's makeup, Nikki, a young makeup artist with a popular YouWatch channel, said, chatting with the makeup artist next to her. Lucky, she sighed. I'm going to be doing the makeup of Captain Korea over there, she said, pointing at the buff man getting dressed in a 90s-style workout gear. Damn, Nikki muttered. He's jacked. Tell me about it, the other said. But seriously, Zeno Han? I've never worked with him. Don't you think he'll be more handsome in real life? I doubt it, Nikki said. Most actors look better on screen than they do in real life. We don't really see their blemishes through the screen. Just then, a commotion was heard right outside of the makeup room. The contestants, who had all arrived, turned toward the entrance to see what it was all about. They heard some of the statements from the staff. It's really him. He's taller than I had imagined. He's shining. His eyes are sparkling. What the heck? The camera doesn't do him any justice. Zeno arrived at the makeup room, capturing everybody's attention. The moment he stepped inside, it seemed like everything had become brighter. Zeno arrived with Moby, who was orienting him about the place. This is where artists usually get their makeup done. If you want to get something retouched during breaks, then just come here. Zeno nodded, not minding the stares he was getting from the staff and contestants alike. Just then, Doha had just finished getting dressed when he noticed who had joined them. Zeno exclaimed. Zeno turned to him with a nod. Doha, he answered. Some of the contestants, whom Doha had gotten close with after all the rehearsals they had done, stuck close to him. You're close with Zeno Han? Doha couldn't respond to them because he was still surprised. You're in this show as a replacement for Rex. Doha exclaimed. Zeno nodded once more. Yeah, I'm glad a familiar face is here. Doha blinked his eyes awake in case he was dreaming. Then, he went closer to Zeno and gently pinched his side. You know you can't sing at all, right? He asked. Yeah, Zeno said. Doha pursed his lips. It's to the point that you scared off Maxie once, and she went missing for 3 days. Since that day, you haven't sung at all. Zeno's eyebrows raised in surprise. Was he that bad? I know, he just said. So what are you doing here? Doha asked. You should be on another set now. Don't worry about me, Zeno said, patting his shoulder. I've got it all figured out. Good luck with your performance instead. With that, he walked to the makeup chair, where Nikki was waiting with an agape mouth. Thank you for your service. Zeno bowed before closing his eyes. He was used to getting his makeup done because of his past modeling career, and he knew how hard these artists worked. Nikki pursed her lips and grabbed a brush. Can I remove your makeup? She asked. Zeno opened his eyes and raised both eyebrows. I'm not wearing any. Nikki was perplexed. So your skin is naturally like that. Zeno, without blinking, nodded. At that moment, Nikki had swallowed her past statement. Zeno Han didn't have any blemishes at all. Rows upon rows of seats were quickly filling up, and excited murmurs filled the air. It was the 7th season of Sing or Sink, and the show had never been grander. The massive LED screen at the front flashed the show's logo, and cameras were already rolling, capturing the excitement of the crowd. At the front of the studio, Dahi stood with a clipboard in hand, her headset slightly askew as she rattled off last-minute cues to the staff. Her nerves were at an all-time high. It was her first time as head producer, and everything needed to go smoothly. She scanned the set one last time, nodding at the camera operators and floor managers. Meanwhile, Minji adjusted her coat as she settled into her seat in the audience. She had taken a leave from work just to be here, excited to support Doha, who had only told her about his gig 2 nights ago. As she glanced around, she realized she was surrounded by a sea of fans holding Rex banners. Minji frowned. Was the cast leaked already? She thought. However, she also couldn't help but think that casting Rex was a bizarre idea, especially since his name was still under fire. She leaned in slightly, eavesdropping on the excited conversation of the girls next to her. I swear, he gave us a hint, one girl said, clutching her banner tightly. He posted, see you on a big stage, my lovelies, and then deleted it. It has to be this show, another chimed in. He's never done a singing variety before, and he wouldn't just say something like that for nothing. Wanting to be friendly, she turned to them with a polite smile. Are you guys really sure Rex is here? She asked, making small talk. She was someone who got excited quickly, and she wanted someone to talk to throughout the filming. However, the girls didn't acknowledge her, only exchanging glances before turning back to their conversation. Minji blinked, her attempt at small talk completely ignored. Okay then. Before she could dwell on it, the lights dimmed, and a booming voice announced, Welcome to Sing or Sink, Season 7. Cheers erupted as the spotlight illuminated the grand stage. The panelists, the show's special guest judges, began to walk out one by one. Each name was met with a wave of applause, and the excitement in the room only grew. First was Risa Park, the model-turned-actress who was proclaimed to be one of the goddesses of the generation. She waved at the audience with a dazzling smile. Right behind her was Ian Seo, the dazzling A-list actor who shocked everyone with his presence. The two were there to promote their upcoming movie Code Black. Ian Seo is here? This is a star-studded panelist. Then, the third panelist stepped onto the stage. Give it up for the one and only Hyunwoo Kim. The room erupted into even louder cheers. Hyunwoo was a legend in the industry, known for producing some of the biggest hits in Korean music history. After that, 6 other panelists came out of the stage, but their names were not nearly as big as the ones introduced first. As the panelists took their seats, the camera zoomed in on them, capturing their reactions. Risa nudged Ian playfully. Any clue who's going to be here today? Ian shook his head. No idea. Chapter 111, Speedo Sensei. As the panelists settled down, Dahi gave a signal to those backstage to prepare their special artist of the night. Minji was on the edge of her seat. She didn't watch the show religiously, but she loved watching the clips on YouWatch during her free time. Being in the studio brought her great excitement, even when her seatmates weren't the greatest comrades. The lights dimmed, and the crowd buzzed for a moment before the studio was engulfed in silence. The moment the music kicked in, the stage was also bathed in gold and blue. Now, Dahi said through her intercom. Hyunwoo, deemed as the leader of today's panel, grinned as he held onto the microphone. Welcome back to Sing or Sink. We're here for another season of jaw-dropping performances, shocking reveals, and, of course, plenty of laughs. The audience cheered as confetti was released into the air. The other panelists nodded along, and after a while, Hyunwoo raised his hand, signaling for a special moment. This season, we wanted to start things off fresh, so what better way than to bring back someone this show helped make famous? Minji tilted her head to the side. Is it the person she was thinking about? The most famous contestant to ever come out of the show? Everyone, welcome back, Philip Huang. Minji cheered out loud as the semi-attractive man in his mid-30s walked out to the open area. I love his songs, Minji muttered to herself. She wanted to discuss with the girls next to her, but they were already doomed scrolling through their phones. Philip Huang, once a security guard for an entertainment label, had spent years watching artists from the sidelines, dreaming of a career he thought would never come. That was until Season 4 of Sing or Sink, where his singing talent had blown everyone away. Now, in Season 7, he was back, not as a hopeful contestant, but as a star. He waved at the crowd, already feeling emotional to see the studio that made him into who he was today. His dark brown hair styled up neatly, and although he wasn't the most handsome, his talent made up for it. Hyunwoo gestured toward him, grinning. Philip, how does it feel to be back? Philip chuckled. It's surreal. I used to be the nervous guy standing up there, trying not to mess up the lip-syncing stages. Now I get to sit here and judge others for it. The panel laughed, and the season was officially off to an exciting start. Now Hyunwoo continued. It's time to introduce the contestants for today. This season is different. The contestants are going to appear one by one, each with a code name that represents them. For the first round, Philip will judge them based on looks alone. With that, he will eliminate one contestant out of the 6. Let's bring the hopefuls out, he exclaimed, and the crowd clapped once again. The contestants were all under the stage, all waiting for their platforms to get raised. Amidst the dark, however, there was one person who stood out among the rest. From the dark, someone whispered, How is he glowing? Is he glow in the dark? Doha, who was right beside that particular contestant, merely chuckled. Zeno has had a massive glow-up these days, he realized. It must be because they saw each other every day, so it wasn't too obvious. However, as soon as he got his makeup done, Doha saw Zeno in a different, much brighter light. Zeno, standing at the farthest end, muttered under his breath, cursing his penalty items. His so-called pretty potion was still too potent because it hadn't even been a week. Before he could dwell on his misfortunes, however, the first contestant had already been lifted up the stage. The first contestant was lifted up, and the spotlight revealed a foreign girl with glasses and neat bangs, dressed in a sharp, professional blazer, over a sparkly, sequin dress. Philip raised a brow. She looks like she's about to teach an English lesson and hit the club right after, she commented. The panelists chuckled. Ian and Risa, who were merely there for subtle promotion, found themselves more immersed than ever. They were excited to watch the performances. Just then, an announcer's voiceover blared through the speakers. By day, she's an English teacher, but by night, let's just say she knows how to party. Give it up for double life. She waved, adjusting her glasses like a proper teacher, then spun, revealing a dangerously high slit in her dress. Next, the second contestant was lifted up with an expensive bag hanging from one arm and a reusable tote bag filled with what looked like discarded designer items in the other. Risa squinted. Wait, hold on. Are those luxury shoes or... Philip leans forward. Isn't that the latest edition from that brand? The voiceover was back. Why choose? The best finds are in unexpected places. Our luxury expert with a love for dumpster diving. Meet Bougie Diver. Then, the third contestant was lifted up the stage before a spotlight shined on him. The camera zoomed in, and the crowd collectively gasped before screaming in horror. Even the staff members covered their eyes. Oh my goodness, why? Philip bursts out laughing. Speedos over leggings, huh? Doha proudly flexed his outfit, spinning to show off the questionable fashion choice. Ladies and gentlemen, your Zumba instructor and aspiring gym owner. Please welcome Speedo Sensei. The crowd, finally recovering, erupted into applause. Minji was undoubtedly the loudest among them, even giving him a standing ovation. That earned her weird looks from the other audience members. However, she only screamed louder. "Wa go Speedo-sensei." The fourth contestant appeared confidently. He was tall, elegant, and dressed in a silky shirt that was suspiciously unbuttoned just one button too low. He makes people feel beautiful. He doesn't discriminate. He is the CEO of a local lingerie brand. Everyone put your hands together for Lace King. The next contestant was a woman who appeared with a neon pink suit and futuristic glasses, scrolling through a holographic screen from a smart ring. An AI builder who longs for human interactions. Let's give it up for RoboGuru. Finally, the last contestant was slowly lifted up. The girls beside Minji suddenly came alive, clutching their banners close to their chests and preparing themselves to scream at the top of their lungs. "This must be Rex," one muttered. "He has to be Rex. If this isn't Rex, I am going to protest." The last contestant was finally lifted up, but the spotlight didn't shine as quickly as that of the other contestants, making the audience anticipate his identity even more. Philip, the panelists, and each audience member squinted their eyes to get a better look. Even Dahi, who had been busy all morning and wasn't able to see Zeno Han in the flesh, was excited to see him. Finally, the lights finally hit his face, and the audience was rendered speechless. Ian's and Risa's eyes widened. Minji gasped in surprise. The staff and audience members began to squeal. Zeno. Chapter 112. First round. That's Zeno Han. I only ever read about him. I've never seen any of his dramas, but maybe I should. That's what he looks like in real life. The girls beside Minji couldn't hide their disappointment. However, his visuals somehow didn't make them curse. Minji, on the other hand, couldn't close her mouth in shock. Zeno, she stammered. What was he doing here? Ian and Risa, too, turned to each other with raised eyebrows. Then, a small smile appeared on Ian's face. He didn't expect to see his new friend in this show. Now, he wanted to pay attention even more. Meanwhile, it took everything in Risa not to scream right then and there. This was the first time she had seen Zeno since she had made a Sigmoid account just dedicated to him, and her dopamine levels had gone through the roof. Although the spotlight was shining down on the other contestants, the people couldn't take their eyes away from Zeno. He really stood out among the rest. Even the contestant next to him, RoboGuru, glanced at him for a moment and felt her breath get caught in the back of her throat. Now, she regretted choosing the fifth slot. She'd look like a piece of gum next to him. Our last contestant for today, a man who's not so special. Give a hand for just an ordinary guy. The voiceover introduced, and the audience clapped, still in a daze. Philip stared at Zeno and shook his head. Contestant number 6 is such a handsome guy. He started off. Wouldn't it be a cheat if he was also good at singing? Zeno froze. It had only started, but the tides were already working against his favor. The other panelists began to agree. Yes, I see that, one said. Usually, attractive people at that level aren't great singers or dancers. It's the universe's way of balancing things out. Hyunwoo then turned to Ian. Can you vouch for that? He asked. Do you know how to sing, Ian? Ian pursed his lips before shaking his head, earning hums from the panelists. So, we're going to eliminate him right away? Philip placed his hand under his chin. No matter how much he tried to look at the other contestants, his gaze kept going back to Zeno. Maybe that was a sign to eliminate him in the first round. Risa, sensing a crisis, knew she needed to do something. That logic is flawed, she loudly said, capturing everybody's attention. If that was the case, then idols would cease to exist. But a lot of idols these days can't sing well, Hyunwoo truthfully said. A lot of them rely on the backtracks and their good looks to get to where they are. It's not as cutthroat in the vocal department. He had uttered the harsh truth, but the audience couldn't deny it. Since it was said by Hyunwoo, a highly respected music producer, it was well received. If it was said by anybody else, then it could have led to backlash. However, they knew there was some truth to his words. Risa, however, couldn't let it go. She was unaware of Zeno's talents aside from acting, but she didn't want him to get eliminated so early in the game. She was sure the production crew didn't want that, too. Who else would light up the studio? But wouldn't it be nice to see him lip sync in the second round? She asked. The other panelists began to tease her. Maybe you just want to watch more of him. Risa chuckled, taking it lightly. You caught me. The audience laughed along with her, most of them agreeing with her sentiment. Some of the men, however, wanted Zeno to get eliminated right away because their girlfriends' gazes were rooted on him. Philip was amused by Reese's statement. I see where Reese is coming from, he said. Somehow, as he looked more at Zeno, he could feel the melancholy from him, one that he couldn't feel from the rest of the contestants. I do want to see more of him. Because of that, Philip started off, I have made my decision. I will be eliminating Robo-Guru. The fifth contestant froze in her spot. They didn't even talk about her all this time, and suddenly, she was getting eliminated? What is the reason for that? Hyunwoo asked. I just felt it, Philip smiled. I can imagine her singing like an AI for some reason. Are you locking in your answer? Hyunwoo asked. Philip nodded. Let's watch her solo stage. Hyunwoo smiled. All right, our star has made his decision. Robo-Guru, please stand center stage. The moment a contestant was eliminated, they will have the truth. Stage, which will reveal if they were talented or tone deaf. It was the most nerve-wracking moment of the show, and usually the one that went viral. Robo-Guru appeared center stage, now dressed in a traditional hanbok. Omo, is she a traditional singer? I think he made a wrong choice. The music started, and the suspense was killing them. Philip wanted to stay with his decision, but the moment she placed the microphone over her lips, he felt he made the wrong one. Butterfly, butterfly, dance and soar. Ride the flower-scented breeze to the sky. And Philip made the wrong decision, indeed. The crowd gasped in amazement and disappointment at the same time. Unlike Robo-Guru's modern job, her voice sounded like it came from the olden times. It was soft like a lullaby. After her stage, she waved goodbye and was brought backstage. And just like that, the first round was finished. Zeno sighed in relief as soon as the first round was over. He was almost in jeopardy there. The 10 million won just flashed right before his eyes. However, the next round was also something he dreaded, the lip-sync round. It's time for the second round, Hyunwoo started off. This one is guaranteed to mess with your soul. The audience chuckled, sensing chaos ahead. This is the lip-sync showdown, he announced. Our contestants will take turns lip-syncing to the same song. First, they'll channel their inner superstar by syncing to a talented singer's voice. A soft ooh rippled through the crowd. But here's the catch, Hyunwoo smirked, pausing for effect. Right after, they'll have to lip-sync to a singer who is, well, tone-deaf. The audience erupted into laughter. That's right. They are switching between heavenly vocals and questionable choices. The star's mission is to figure out which voice suits them more. Hyunwoo clapped his hands. At the end of this round, 2 contestants will be eliminated. So if you think you can fake your way through this, good luck. Chapter 113, Lip Sync Showdown. Can we go home? One of the girls next to Minji asked. Minji turned to them and frowned. Aren't you curious about the rest of the contestants? She kindly asked. As she sat with them and listened to their silent conversations, she realized they were only teenagers. She was an angsty teenager once, too, and she believed that if they stayed until the end, they would inevitably enjoy the show. One of them clicked her tongue but stayed in her seat. Minji smiled and focused her attention back on her friends. Finally, the song started, and the production crew was pretty worried for one person. Zeno was only sent the song and his parts yesterday afternoon after everything had been settled. He didn't even get to practice with the rest of the cast. Dahi watched the scene, biting her lip in nervousness. Double Life started first, moving her lips to the song, a hit R&B slow song composed by none other than Hyunwoo Kim. The camera focused on him, capturing his surprised expression. He didn't expect one of the songs he produced to be used here, especially not the one that spoke of his life story. The song was entitled Blindsided, and it was about Hyunwoo's first and last marriage and how his wife cheated on him multiple times, but he turned a blind eye to it so he could keep their relationship. In the end, though, he was the one who suffered the most. The song held a lot of sadness and underlying anger. Double Life gave justice to the first line with her fierce expression. It may have been over the top, but it still brought great laughs to the panelists and audience. You walk in like the past doesn't exist. Same perfume, same red lips. Double Life's lips trembled like they were that of a real singer, making them confused even with just one line. Next was Bougie Diver, who placed down his luxury items as he sang the next line. But I smell his hands on your skin. I know where you've been. Yes, I know. He even mouthed the whisper ad-lib, his eyes unusually sad and brows exaggeratedly furrowed. Philip clicked his tongue and tilted his head to the side. "This is tough," he muttered. "But I keep my mouth shut, keep my heart still. Let you lay beside me like you didn't just come from his arms. Guess I'm the fool now." Speedo-sensei mouthed the words like he, himself, was the one being cheated on. In reality, though, Doha had never been in a relationship, so the lip-syncing appeared quite aggressive. Blindsided, "Oh, I let you in. Knew the truth but played pretend." You whisper, "Baby, it's only you." I nod my head like that ain't a lie too. Lace King was up next, and compared to everybody else, he utilized his body quite a lot. He gyrated and thrust into the air, making the audience shriek in horror. Minji leaned against her seat and slightly obscured her eyes with her hands. However, as the next person sang, she brought them down once more. In fact, she wanted to multiply her eyes so she could watch the scene from different angles. The voice, which was that of a talented male artist, felt like it belonged to Zeno as he mouthed the next lines. "Tell me, does he touch you like I do? Does he hold you when you fall apart, too? Or am I just the safe place you run back to? No more, no more, no more." He found herself sighing in relief. She didn't have to worry about anything. Zeno integrated into the group really well, like he was there from the very first day of their practice. Risa pursed her lips and pinched her thigh. Maybe it was because Zeno was an actor, but the delivery of his lines was different compared to the rest. The laughter seized the moment the camera focused on him. Instead of a lip-syncing showdown, it felt like a script reading. However, it was quite unrealistic. Who would cheat on someone with such a face? Before they could dwell on his emotional delivery, however, the next segment brought back the laughter. It was time for them to lip-sync to the tone-deaf voice. "Your touch is colder than it was before. But I pull you closer. I need it more." Double Life passionately sang, and that sent the studio into fits of laughter. Philip covered his mouth in amusement. "What is this?" he exclaimed. The tone-deaf lip-syncing was a new section, a first out of all the seasons, so it was quite unexpected. "A little love, a little lie. Both cut me just the same tonight. It's even harder to decipher who's good and who's not." Ian chuckled along with Risa. "This is so fun. So I keep my mouth shut, keep my hands tied. Let you hold me like you're justified." Minji laughed out loud as she watched Doha sing cheesily on the screen. Knowing her friend, this wasn't too far from reality. Doha couldn't sing at all. All of his talents had gone to dancing. However, if there was someone who was worse than Doha, then Minji could only think of one person. And that person was on the stage with him. Blindsided, "Yeah, I'm wide awake. But I keep dreaming anyway." Lace King didn't sing so passionately for the tone-deaf part, so the audience thought he suited the talented voice much better. "I think he's a good singer," Hyunwoo muttered. Ian clicked his tongue. "It's still so hard to tell." Zeno, who wanted to get this over with, looked into the camera once more. Blindsided, I turn away. Know that you won't stay, but I always let you crawl back home. And this night, too, I sleep alone. With that, the song ended, but it was left on an ambiguous note. Zeno's part didn't bring laughter, but merely confusion. The audience began discussing right away, while Philip had a conflicted look on his face. Why does he suit the tone-deaf voice so well, too? All songs and scripts will be written originally. Chapter 114, Act and Reveal. For this round, Speedo-sensei and Lace King stood out to me, Hyunwoo commented. It seemed that the two of them are good singers. I only agree with Speedo-sensei, Philip said. Lace King didn't sing as passionately for the tone-deaf voice, and that was why it looked off for him. Minji pursed her lips to suppress a chuckle. Doha was doing way too good at this. He was fooling everyone with his lip-syncing. Risa, whose eyes were still stuck on Zeno, couldn't decide whether he was truly talented or not. In fact, he had done so well in both parts that he suited both of them. Zeno's really talented, isn't he? Ian whispered to Risa. Coming from you? Risa asked. Still, she agreed. However, she knew that Ian was also a man of plenty of talents. Despite only being in his mid-20s, he had already established himself in the industry. He's more talented than I am, Ian admitted, surprising Risa. He even made a tone-deaf singer look handsome. Risa chuckled and shook her head. Meanwhile, Zeno looked around the studio. There was still a lot of audience members looking at him. He even saw a couple already fighting because the girl was staring at Zeno too much. Zeno could feel the boyfriend's hateful gaze, probably wanting for him to get eliminated right away. However, Zeno couldn't do that. He needed the money so he could pay for Eli's tuition and make up to him. Fortunately, it seemed he wasn't their topic for this round. Philip, once again, felt that Zeno's character was someone he needed to keep until the end. Why? Because, somehow, Philip felt that Zeno and him were alike. The two of them longed for stardom. It also seemed that Philip's instincts weren't very good. The two tone-deaf singers are. Philip started off. The spotlights dimmed, and the audience waited for his decision with bated breaths. Lace King and Bougie Diver, he exclaimed. Zeno sighed in relief when his code name wasn't called. Doha, too, felt overjoyed. With that, Lace King and Bougie Diver got ready for their performances. Meanwhile, the remaining contestants were called backstage while the two of them performed. As soon as they arrived, the staff couldn't help but look at Zeno once again. They still couldn't believe he was the same person they saw in the trending dramas of the month. The camera truly didn't give him justice. He looked 100 times better in real life. At that moment, Double Life took the time to get to know him. Just an ordinary guy, huh? She started off, pertaining to his code name. Zeno nodded. Doha chuckled, joining in on their conversation. Zeno is just a really humble person. He doesn't like flaunting about his talents, but he really has so many. Zeno shook his head this time. Doha seemed to have an angel tongue. Most of the time, his statements were proven true. Zeno already had 2 talents, and he was contented with it. I see, Double Life muttered. I just want to tell you this. I am getting that prize money, she smirked. I will buy a new car so I can flaunt it in my school and bar. The two of you better not get in my way, she snapped before leaving the two of them behind. Doha's brows furrowed. Is she stupid? It's not like we're the ones picking who will stay. Ignore her, Zeno said. It's normal to encounter humans of such breed in shows like this. All of us need the money. I'm assuming that's why you joined this show too. Doha's neck became red, and he rubbed the back of it. You could say that, he muttered. Their conversation came to a halt when Lace King began singing. Like Robo Guru, he was also a talented singer. The audience held its breath as his deep, resounding voice echoed in the studio. That's 2 times in a row, Minji muttered, glancing at Philip Huang, who still appeared confident despite making 2 wrong choices. However, as soon as Bougie Diver was also revealed as a talented singer, his bravado cracked, and he pursed his lips in nervousness. Bougie Diver sang an R&B song this time, similar to that during the lip-sync showdown. As his stage finished, the panelists began discussing what went down. This is bad, Hyunwoo chuckled. We already eliminated 3 talented singers, he said. Ian nodded. Are there any talented singers left in the bunch? He asked. Hyunwoo shrugged. That is something we do not know about. Only the staff know the number of good and bad singers in the bunch. There might be 3, 4, or 5. Let's hope it's the latter then, Risa said. However, she didn't really mind who will win. In the end, all she wanted was to witness Zeno for a longer time. However, the staff members were already panicking. I can't believe this is happening, Dahi muttered, looking down at her script and staring at the names of the remaining contestants. Beside their names were the truth about their singing ability. She lifted her head before pursing her lips. The surprise is going to be ruined, she cryptically muttered. The contestants made their way back to the stage, and it was now time to introduce the mechanics of the last round before the final decision. This round is called Act and Reveal. Hyunwoo started off. Zeno and the rest of the contestants were perplexed. This wasn't part of their orientation. They were only supposed to introduce themselves into the microphone with their real voices and call it a day. However, why was the word act within its title? We are nearing the end, and from this moment on, there's nowhere left to hide. We will finally hear your real voices. Philip and the audience listened intently, familiarizing themselves with another new segment of the show. But you won't be singing, Hyunwoo continued. Instead, you'll be acting. Each of you will receive an impromptu scene, and you must perform it on the spot. It will be flashed on the LED screen before you, he said, gesturing to the one next to Dahi. Now you may ask, why acting? Well, it is because singing isn't just about hitting the right notes. It's about storytelling, emotion, and control. A great singer knows how to express feelings not just through their voice, but through their entire presence. This round will test that ability. He paused for a while before continuing. For the first time, The audience and the judges will hear your actual voices, even if you're not singing. Whether you've been lip-syncing or truly singing all along, this is your moment to prove yourself. Two of you will be eliminated based on your performance, so give it everything you've got. Hyunwoo glanced at the cue cards in his hand, then back at the contestants. Let's begin. Chapter 115, Ridiculous Scenarios. Zeno cursed inside his mind. He was trying to act less, but even in a singing competition, he was compelled to do so. It seemed that acting had already embedded its part in his life. Philip, what is your strategy in choosing the winner for this round? Hyunwoo asked. Philip hummed, glancing at the three contestants. His confidence plummeted greatly after the second round, and there was a high possibility that he wouldn't pick a talented singer to perform with. Of course, it would make for a hilarious show, but at the same time, sing or sink meant a lot to him as an artist. It was the very reason why he became the artist he was now. Most of all, this was the first episode. He wanted to set a great start for the show. Since this is a new segment, he started off, I would follow the criteria of the game exactly. To choose the person who can convey the emotions of the dialogues, similar to what they can do for a song. The audience murmured, thinking about Zeno's advantage for the challenge. But don't you think it's unfair? One of the panelists asked. Zeno has a clear advantage for this round. Aside from that, emotions do not equate with good singing skills. Philip hummed, trying to see the other side of the picture. Meanwhile, Zeno internally cursed the panelist who said such words. He was getting so close to the prize money. But there's still a clear relationship between the two of them, Risa chimed in. Zeno snapped his gaze toward her. All throughout the competition, she had been his saving grace. It seemed she was a pretty good person. Although acting and singing are different, showing emotions is one part that sets apart a good singer from another, she continued. You might think that Zeno has an advantage to this, but as far as I know, Zeno is not experienced with impromptu acting. A bell rang in Zeno's mind. Now that was true. Aside from the cold reading he had for Code Black, he had no experience with impromptu acting. And even back then, he was adamant about not using any emotions at all. Yes, Ian exclaimed, joining Risa. Zeno has only been acting for a little over a month, and that's basically a beginner. Hyunwoo hummed, glancing at Zeno. He had heard of his name before, but had never looked him up. Being so busy with music, he also doesn't have enough time to watch series and movies. So, he had no clue what kind of skills Zeno had. However, if Ian and Risa vouched for him, then he must be good. The other audience members, who also weren't updated with the entertainment industry, were the same. Is he really good? How good could he be? So, he's only been acting for more than a month, huh? Well, it seems there are varying opinions going around. Hyunwoo chuckled, finding the situation amusing. I'm excited to see the contestants act then. This seems to be a very fun challenge. Dahi smiled proudly at Hyunwoo's comment. However, at the same time, she couldn't help but feel anxious about the results of the last round. Maybe I should have added one more talented singer into the mix, she muttered to herself. The other staff members also glanced at her, wondering what they should do. Let's start with Double Life, Hyunwoo exclaimed. Double Life stepped forward. Hyunwoo glanced at his cue card before looking up at the contestant. In your scene, you are a wealthy woman who is offering your son's girlfriend $2 million to leave him. The audience chuckled at the unreal scenario. However, it was one they wanted to experience once in their lifetime. Double Life nodded once. Begin. Zeno watched her intently. There was a part of him that was curious how a normal human would pull it off. She straightened her posture and lifted her chin slightly. She stepped forward and read the dialogue on the small screen. $2 million, she said in a shrill voice, causing those near her to cover their ears. Philip, too, frowned. Her voice was already unpleasant when speaking, so he could guess that she wasn't going to be good at singing. That's more than enough for someone like you. I assume you know what to do with it, she continued, crossing her arms in front of her chest. Zeno found that her attitude was right, but her delivery was lacking. My son is young. He confuses love with permanence, but we both know that love fades. Security, on the other hand, lasts. This isn't personal. I'm actually being quite generous. Many in your position wouldn't hesitate to take this deal. So be smart. Take it and walk away. End scene, Hyunwoo concluded. As soon as she was done, Risa and Ian began discussing the flaws of her performance. The depth of her emotion wasn't controlled, Ian said. It was in the same high tone all throughout. Philip couldn't help but chuckle. This feels like an acting audition all of a sudden. I'll take your comments into mind when making my decision. Let's head to the next person, Speedo-sensei, Hyunwoo continued. Aside from dancing and cooking, he truly didn't have any talents. However, he was a happy person, so the fact he got this far was still something to be thankful for. All right, you and your friend are both flat out broke, but your friend still has the audacity to ask you for money. You want to help, but you have nothing to give. Zeno couldn't help but smirk. The coincidence was jarring. It was exactly the situation they were in now. Doha nodded and began with his monologue. You want money? From me? His voice raised too high in the end that it made the audience chuckle. He clutched his chest dramatically, staggering backward. Brother, I don't even have money for myself, he wailed. I just checked my bank account. There are more commas than numbers. He yanked out his imaginary wallet, flipped it open, then tilted it upside down. He even blew into it like dust might fall out. You see this? This is air. I am running on nothing but will and wishes. The audience burst into laughter as he frantically searched his pockets again. We are in the same boat, and that boat is sinking. You ask me for money, but I should be asking you. End scene. Hyunwoo exclaimed amidst his chuckles. Risa wiped the tears from her eyes. Surprisingly, it wasn't great acting, but I found it fun to watch. I couldn't look away. Me too, Philip muttered. I quite like this guy. Doha smiled and bowed. At the audience, Zeno knew that Doha was going to be his greatest rival. His friend had the talent to entertain. However, even then, he didn't want to lose to his friend. In the end, Zeno was the only one who knew about Eli's financial problem. It's finally his turn. The audience began to murmur. Minji straightened her back, feeling excited. Even the girls next to her focused their attention on the front as Zeno stepped forward. As he walked closer, his features became more evident. Risa bit her lip to prevent her lips from spreading too wide. For the last contestant, just an ordinary guy, this is your scenario. You're a father who doesn't have enough money to feed both himself and his child, so you tell them you're not hungry. Try to show a father's unconditional love. Chapter 116, A Father's Love. The young man hasn't slept all night. He worked late into the evening at the construction site, then woke at dawn to study. A scholarship kept him afloat, but it wasn't enough. Not when he had to be a father. 2.1. His son was only 4, but he already started to notice things. The young man couldn't help it. He wanted to show a good example, but his eyes were often red in the morning from lack of sleep. His hands trembled when he tied his shoes from exhaustion, and he had become skinnier. That day, they passed by a new restaurant in the neighborhood, a fried chicken place. The golden scent of crispy batter lingered in the air, wafting through their nostrils. The boy's small legs slowed, just for a second, before he kept walking. His father stopped. Do you want to eat there? He asked. The boy shook his head quickly, but his father crouched in front of him, brushing a hand over his soft hair. He smiled, appearing tired but knowing. Let's go, he said. You want to eat it? The small boy hesitated. His father didn't even have to ask. He always knew. They stepped inside, warm light welcoming them. His father ordered one plate. Just one as it was all he could afford. And when it arrived golden and steaming, his father pushed the plate toward him. Eat, he said. The boy picked up a piece, small fingers gripping the crispy skin. He glanced up. His father wasn't eating. Instead, he was just watching him with a soft, weary smile. Are you ready? Hyunwoo asked, making Zeno snap out of his daze. He pursed his lips and nodded, focusing his gaze on the small screen. What was it with this particular mission that made him remember the memories of his past? This very scenario was something he had already experienced and one he wouldn't wish on the families living on Earth. The first line appeared, and they waited for Zeno's delivery. Eat up, sweetheart. Don't worry about me. He started off with a warm smile. The camera zoomed in on him, and the studio became silent. Minji was enamored right from the very start. In fact, even with the first line, it felt like the entire audience had been captured. I'm not hungry. I ate. Before I got home, he continued, leaning back a bit to stimulate the chair of a restaurant. He was all alone, with no props and no person to act with. However, at that moment, it felt like he had all of those accompanying him. I can see it, Hyunwoo muttered to himself. He could see the faint outline of the restaurant and the little kid's voice. Zeno watched as his child took a bite, his smile never fading. but his fingers tapped quietly against the table. It was a small, almost unnoticeable movement. Slow down. No one's going to take it from you. He laughed shortly, followed by silence. His eyes went downward just for a second, and at that moment, his desire to eat showed. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he quickly looked away. It wasn't noticed by the general audience, but for the actors and the panelists, it was an amazing detail. Ian felt himself admiring him even more. He could act such a way, too, Ian muttered, leaning his elbows against his knees. Zeno continued in a light tone. You know, when I was your age, we didn't always have this. Some nights, we just drank water and went to bed. But look at you now, eating so well. That makes me so happy, son. He reached out, pretending to brush a strand of hair back, his touch lingering just a little too long. That's all that matters. As long as you're full, I'm full too. He paused, blinking a few times, before his smile returned. Come on, finish it. You need to grow big and strong. I'll be okay. His shoulders rose slightly, just enough to show he was taking a deep breath. Then, after a long silence, he whispered, I'll always be okay as long as you are. As soon as it was over, Zeno snapped out of the character, but the audience was still immersed in his act. Philip Huang, who didn't know a lot about acting, felt moved by Zeno's performance. Dahi, too, momentarily found herself breaking out of her job as a head producer to just enjoy his performance. I can't believe we got to see that for free, she muttered to herself. Meanwhile, Minji was in awe of his performance. She had only ever watched him through the screen, but seeing it in real life was breathtaking. The girls next to her had slowly placed down their Rex banners, suddenly forgetting about him. Zeno bowed and went back to his spot, causing Hyunwoo to snap out of his thoughts. Well, it seems that the last contestant is lying, he started off. Zeno's eyebrows raised in surprise. Whenever he acted, he felt he was in another dimension. He didn't think of it as acting, but as a reenactment of something that had happened to him before. He's not an ordinary guy at all, Hyunwoo chuckled. He should really stick to acting. He's great at it. Even strangers who were unaware of his talent recognized it right away. Zeno felt a lightness in his heart that he hadn't felt before. Risa couldn't help it this time. She squeaked like a mouse from the excitement of watching Zeno's live acting. Ian glanced at her, but didn't question her action because, in reality, he felt quite the same. He was currently on a rest from acting, but watching Zeno made him want to act as soon as possible. However, this is where the first argument comes in. Hyunwoo continued, capturing everybody's attention once more. In my years of being in the industry, it is truly hard to see someone who could be talented in so many aspects. Of course, it is not impossible. However, it is very rare. Idols are good at dancing and singing because they train for it for years. Actors who are good singers are even rarer. We call them cheat characters, and they only appear probably once in 10 years. Contestant number 6, I believe, is not a cheat character. At least, not yet. For this, I shall go for Speedo-sensei. His speaking voice is the most singer-like of them all. Risa clicked her tongue. She was in a crisis. She still wanted to see Zeno survive until the end of the show. She was about to interrupt once more, but Philip had already spoken. I have made my decision. Flashback. Chapter 117, Cherry Club. Zeno could feel Philip staring at him. He didn't shy away from the star's gaze. He looked straight at him, too, repeating over and over again in his head, 10 million won. Philip's eyebrows raised, and he found himself looking away, unable to take Zeno's gaze. He cleared his throat and placed the microphone before his lips. Then, he looked at the three again, the panelists and audience. Couldn't guess who he was going to choose. Philip, on the other hand, had already made his decision the moment he saw everyone act. The first eliminated contestant is. The lights focused on the three contestants, and the drum roll was heard throughout the studio. Minji placed her hands together, silently wishing for her friends to stay in the end. Double life, Philip exclaimed. She sighed in relief. However, she wasn't alone. At that moment, she glanced at the girls next to her and found their gazes focused on Zeno. A small smile appeared on her lips. It seemed they weren't interested in only Rex now. Risa and Ian, too, smiled at each other, relieved that Zeno was still in the running for the very last stage. Double Life, Hyunwoo started off. It was clear that Double Life was upset about the turn of events. She cursed under her breath as she glanced at Zeno and Doha. It's time for your truth stage. Hyunwoo exclaimed, and she had no choice but to comply. She went center stage while Do-ha and Zeno waited. As the music started and she began to sing, the crowd sighed in relief when it was revealed she was a tone-deaf singer. "There's still a chance," Philip said as soon as her performance ended. The other panelists nodded, and with that, the two finalists were summoned to the center. And then, there were two. Hyunwoo smirked. The first episode had gone so quickly, and now, we have our last two contestants of the night. Do-ha and Zeno stood center stage, the spotlights turning to them once more. Before Philip announces his decision, can we ask what he feels about these two contestants? Hyunwoo asked. Philip nodded and stood from his seat. First of all, it's truly an honor to be able to guest here as a star. It was definitely not an easy run, but I'm confident with my choice. While the two of them appear very talented, this person had just shown so much emotion, and I'm not talking about the acting portion. It is just him as a person. Zeno glanced at Do-ha for a second, seeing the wide smile on his face. However, Zeno could see how his lips trembled. This person emanates the emotions I'm looking for, and I know we will be able to make a stage I could be proud of. Zeno sighed. It seemed that coming this far was the best he could do. Emanating emotions? Do-ha was practically vibrating with them. He clicked his tongue. Well, losing to Do-ha was something he could tolerate more than anything. At that moment, he was already thinking of alternatives to get 10 million won as quickly as possible. Should he accept another acting project? Or go back to the farm? That person is. But an acting project in the peak of his popularity would just make things worse. And going back to the farm after his fame had increased would only bring chaos to the farmers' peaceful lives. Just an ordinary guy? There it was. He has been eliminated. Zeno glanced at Do-ha and found that his smile didn't waver. Congratulations, he said, making Zeno pause. Just an ordinary guy. Please stand next to Philip. You will be performing the special stage after Speedo-sensei finishes his. Zeno froze in his spot. He actually won? Risa jumped in shock, and Ian joined her right after, giving her a high five. Most of the audience, with the exception of the jealous boyfriends, were also excited. Philip even smiled widely at him. Meanwhile, Zeno found it quite strange. No matter what, he had already won the 10 million won, but the reason behind his win was ridiculous. He emanated emotions? Before he could dwell on it, however, Do-ha had already taken the stage. Then, the lights turned to neon pink and dark blue before the bass-heavy intro of Vixen's Cherry Club thumped through the speakers. The crowd clapped to the beat as Speedo-sensei strutted onto the stage. He was still in full 90s workout gear, but this time, he had a headband that bore the word singer in bold letters. The beat dropped, and Do-ha began dancing. The crowd gasped as they watched him on the stage. His steps were razor-sharp. He incorporated squats, lunges, and even a jumping jack sequence, turning the K-pop choreography into the most exhilarating workout routine the audience had ever seen. When he hit the iconic girl group move, the booty pop followed by a sassy finger wave, the crowd lost it. Zeno couldn't help but smirk as he watched his friend. This was the first time he saw Do-ha in his element, and he seemed to enjoy it. A lot. The night is a bowl of ripe cherries. We pluck it bare, juice on our lips. Sticky hands, sugar-dusted hair. No pits, no seeds, just the pulp of it. The yes, yes, yes of it. Risa laughed out loud when it was revealed that Do-ha was a tone-deaf singer. However, even then, it didn't take away the enjoyment of his performance. The crowd moved along with him, enjoying his energy. It's quite good that he got eliminated because we wouldn't have seen this stage if he stayed until the end, Hyunwoo said as soon as his performance was finished. Do-ha stood straight as they gave their comments. That was the best, Risa exclaimed. It was one of the worst singing I have ever heard in my life, but I wouldn't change a thing. Minji gave him a standing ovation. However, there was an underlying nervousness in her heart. She knew what was coming next. Risa's definition of worst singing might change if she listened to the next contestant. Because as much as Zeno was average, and now, even proficient with many skills, singing was a different story. His singing could scare even the most notorious criminals away. Thank you, Speedo-sensei, Hyunwoo said as Do-ha was exited through the stage. And now, he continued, looking around the room and noting the excited yet anxious expressions of the audience. We have the final stage, the performance with Philip Huang, and just an ordinary guy. Chapter 118, Break the Emotion. Dahi momentarily went backstage during Speedo Sensei's performance. The staff was in chaos as the final stage was inevitably getting near. "What are we going to do?" one asked. Dahi bit her lip and sighed. She closed her eyes and began massaging the bridge of her nose. "I don't think we should go through with the surprise," another muttered. "If the last stage was with a talented singer, we wouldn't have any problem." Dahi finally opened her eyes, and the staff turned to her with inquiry. This was the worst part of the job, bearing the biggest decision. In the end, Dahi sighed. "Let's proceed," she said. "We aren't going to change anything." Meanwhile, Philip and Zeno were already getting ready on stage. Zeno stood a few meters away from Philip, his expression not giving anything away. Philip chuckled. "You're a good singer, aren't you?" he asked. Zeno turned to him before focusing his gaze back on the front. He was advised not to talk to the star until the stage was finished, so he just followed expressions. Philip found it amusing, though, throwing his head back. With that, he patted Zeno's shoulder. "I remember when I was a contestant that I was really nervous and couldn't even talk." "You don't have to be nervous, all right," he winked. Zeno pursed his lips and nodded. "Nervous, my ass." He wasn't nervous at all. He had already secured the 10 million won. If there was someone nervous between the two of them, then it was definitely Philip. Zeno could see how his hands trembled just a bit. "You worked together, didn't you?" Hyunwoo suddenly asked, turning to Risa and Ian. "You really have no clue about his singing talent?" "No," Risa said, shaking her head. She was very excited to find out, though. Hyunwoo shrugged, focusing his gaze back on the two of them. Standing next to each other, Philip appeared quite ordinary. Instead of him being the star, it seemed that it was Zeno instead. Hyunwoo cleared his throat and placed the microphone before his lips. "Everyone, we have come down to the last stage of the night," he started off. "This time, instead of the truth stage, we are going to reveal the last contestant's voice through the collaboration stage, the only place where they could sing with the most esteemed musicians of the century." The intense music was back, increasing the tension within the studio. Most of the audience discussed their guesses, but there was not a standard answer. "I think he's a good singer," one of the girls next to Minji said. "He's too handsome to be a good singer," another chimed. Meanwhile, Minji pursed her lips. She hasn't said anything after Doha's stage. That was how nervous she was for her friend. Finally, the music started, and Zeno's face remained the same. Hyunwoo stared at him and clicked his tongue. "You're not a good singer, I bet," he whispered. He felt that the amount of good singers and bad singers was equal this time. Philip Huang's biggest song, From Afar, was played through the speakers, and it created an emotional atmosphere for everyone. It was the first song he released independently after appearing on the show, and it spoke of his story as a security guard at an entertainment company. Just then, the screen lit up behind them, showing a compilation of photos and videos along with emotional text embedded within them. Zeno, Philip, and everybody else turned to the screen. Philip gasped, turning to the cameras. "What is this?" he muttered. Zeno glanced at him. It seemed he didn't know of such events. A guard whose dream he couldn't protect. The screen faded in from black, revealing a grainy CCTV clip. A man in a security uniform stood by a backstage door, his eyes following the idols as they passed. The clip then cut to a series of photos taken by Philip when he was on duty. For years, he stood at the edge of the lights, never stepping in. He was always there, but no one saw him. A shot of him in the rain, holding an umbrella over a trainee rushing to a van. But dreams, even from afar, never die. The screen faded to black, and at that moment, the studio was already a mess. "Crap," Zeno muttered. They were going the emotional route. He glanced at the panelists and saw that most of them had glassy eyes. However, as he glanced at the staff and saw the blonde-haired head producer, he saw the panic in her eyes. It seemed they expected Philip Huang to pick a talented singer. Why else would they come up with such a nice surprise? A star back in the show that made him who he was, showing a stage that everyone could enjoy. It was perfect. Unfortunately for them, the world wasn't perfect. He shrugged, preparing himself. He had only learned the song yesterday night, and it was pretty good. The lyrics were written well, and it wasn't too hard to sing. He couldn't practice well, though. His walls were paper thin, and his neighbors would undoubtedly hear him. It didn't matter. He had to break the emotional moment. Finally, it was time for Philip to sing. However, before he could get a word out, a pair stood from the audience and began singing the first lines. I used to stand behind the velvet rope, watching the lights and hearing their voices soar. Philip's eyes widened as he gazed at the sudden intruder. Then, another pair stood among the crowd, sweeping the floors of dreams I could never hold, guarding the gates, but never the door. Zeno pursed his lips. They were making this worse than it already was. These people were Philip Huang's fellow contestants back in the 4th season. A middle-aged man spoke to the microphone as the song continued in the background. From the moment we practiced with you, we knew you had great potential. Philip Huang, we're happy to see your success. This is why you should never give up. With that, the song led up to the pre-chorus, with Philip already having tears in his eyes. Minji was sweating buckets. She could already see the disaster to be created once Zeno started singing. This is bad, she muttered. They sang of love, of pain, of flying. I hummed along, and my chest kept sighing. No one saw, no one knew, but I wanted my voice to be heard, too. Then, a small pause before the cameras focused on Zeno. It was time to reveal the truth, and everyone, including their mothers and their dead grandparents, was hoping for Zeno to become a talented singer. The crowd held its breath. Sorry, Zeno merely thought, but he didn't quite mean it. With that, Zeno placed the microphone over his lips and prepared to sing the chorus. Chapter 119, Hidden Item. You actually made it to the very last round, Eli said as he looked at the screen. The tension had eased within their friend group, but Eli still didn't treat Zeno the same. He also hadn't told them about his financial issues. A few days after the first episode was filmed, it was quickly aired on a Saturday primetime slot. The show already had quite a lot of hype due to its popularity over the years. However, seeing Zeno in the teaser also increased the public's anticipation. Currently, a lot of people were curious about him due to his acting ability and handsome looks. The camera still doesn't do you justice, Minji muttered to herself. Meanwhile, Eli was focused on the screen, dreading what was to come. It showed the emotional VCR about Philip Huang's life, causing Eli to freeze. Crap, he muttered. They're going the emotional route when the final contestant sounds like a dying dinosaur. Minji and Doha glanced at each other with pursed lips. Meanwhile, Zeno kept silent, his eyes trained on his lap. Meanwhile, those online began to share their sentiments. Philip Huang deserves the fame so much. We made the right person famous. Even his past fellow contestants are rooting for him. It's going to be a disaster if Zeno turns out to be a bad singer. There are certain circumstances where the emotionality of something should be kept. Yes, him being a bad singer would equate to laughing at a funeral. It may happen, but it shouldn't. Philip sang his lines, and it sounded effortless, as usual. Meanwhile, Zeno wasn't giving anything away. Zeno sighed and remembered that very moment. He placed the microphone over his lips and prepared to sing. He knew he was a bad singer. He tried to sing once in the shower during his first week, and since then, he hasn't tried at all. Here it comes. Let him be tone deaf, please. My partner is falling in love with him, and I'm afraid I would, too. It's most likely that he isn't a good singer. The first episode usually has the toughest set of contestants. I believe all of the good singers have been eliminated already. I thought so, too, but I was there on that very day. Zeno finally uttered the first words. Now the stage is mine, the mic is warm. The echoes call my name. For years, I stood in the shadows. But tonight, I'm in the game. No more watching, no more waiting. This time, I'll give my all. There was silence for a few seconds before the crowd erupted into cheers. His voice, although it was not as professional sounding as that of Philip and some of the other contestants, had an angelic quality that they gravitated towards. Philip smiled so widely that the corner of his lips might rip. He was shocked, and most of the audience were, too. He can sing, too? This is truly a cheat. How can he have this voice with that kind of face? The world is so freaking unfair. I have the face of a monkfish and the voice of a cicada. The deities had given all the talents to this guy. Doha and Minji were undoubtedly shocked out of their minds. Zeno, the man they knew their whole lives as a bad singer, could sing this well? Ian, too, was focused on the performance, while Risa felt like she could die at that very moment out of happiness. However, no matter how shocked the others were, the one most shocked was no other than Zeno. Fortunately, it was Philip who sang the next line, allowing him some time to decipher what was going on. I wiped the tears from someone's dream, held the doors when they fell apart. But no one asked if I had one too. If there was music in my heart. Then, Zeno saw a glowing green text on his system, and it was then that he realized he made another grave mistake. Angel voice activated. He bit his lip in frustration. This was the booster he had acquired when he cursed the Ascendants. It didn't have a description, but he assumed it was only reserved for speaking. However, no. He was stuck with the voice of an angel, and he sang the next line just like it. I know I may not shine like them, but I have something real. A life of silence, dreams unsaid, and now they're mine to feel. He and the rest of the staff were also flabbergasted. His agency had disclaimed that he wasn't a talented singer, but they were absolutely lying. He would have been upset if it was under any other circumstance. But this one worked in her favor. Finally, a smile lit up her face, and she swayed along with the audience as they sang together. He couldn't help but fall for the rising actor's charm. Who knew that he had such a healing voice? Again, it wasn't perfect, but it had something that made them want to continue listening forever. Now the stage is mine, the mic is warm, and I'll sing till morning comes. For all the nights I stood so far. For all the songs left unsung. No more watching, no more waiting. This time, I'll give my all. Philip and Zeno turned to each other, singing the last chorus together. Philip couldn't be prouder of his choice, and he regretted even doubting himself for a second. Zeno was truly talented. Another talent, really? Zeno exclaimed. He didn't even do anything to cultivate it. The lyrics, too, spoke of the scenario he was currently facing. The stage was his. The outro was supposed to be sung by the two of them together once more. However, Philip wanted Zeno to take the limelight, so he stepped back and allowed the young actor to sing the last part on his own. And if this is the only night, if this is my one last call, then let me sing, let me shine, let me give it all. Chapter 120, Not All Can Dream. Zeno can actually sing. Our numbers are increasing each day. Now, we're at 200,000. He also has 1.2 million followers. Now, we need another project. Zeno must be picking his new drama or movie now. Since when did you learn how to sing like that? Eli couldn't help but ask as the episode ended. Doha and Minji also turned to him with curious eyes. It seemed he was reawakened because Zeno never had such a voice. Fame meter, 6%. Talents. Acting, A. Modeling, B. Singing, B. Penalty quests. 1. Attend a variety show, accomplished. 2. Come to good terms with Eli. It just happened. Zeno sighed, leaning against the couch. You're really good, Minji said. Take it as a compliment, Zeno, Doha said, patting his back. Minji is great at singing. Zeno hummed, glancing at the girl with red cheeks. So, tell us, Doha said, turning to Zeno with wide eyes. Did you choose the digital record with Philip Huang? That would be epic. Minji nodded excitedly. Zeno shook his head. No, I chose the money. What? The two of them exclaimed. You passed up on the chance? Minji asked. Zeno nodded with a small smile. Philip reacted the same. It seemed he also wanted to record a song with Zeno. However, Zeno still chose the money. Nothing was going to stray him far from his goal. Meanwhile, Eli stood from the couch. Well, I have to get ready for work now. Minji frowned, glancing at Eli. You haven't been reading much for the past few days. Zeno glanced at Eli, and his face showed his disappointment just for a moment. Meanwhile, Doha added to Minji's observation. And you're taking way too many shifts at the convenience store, he continued. Are you still able to rest and study? Isn't your midterms coming up? Eli pursed his lips and ran his fingers through his hair. It's all right, he said. I'm not going to take the midterms. Minji frowned. Why? Has it been canceled? Lucky, Doha chimed. I wish that happened all the time. Eli smirked a bit. Then he shook his head. I wish that happened too. But no, I'm taking a break from school. Zeno raised his head to observe Eli fully. It seemed he was finally going to reveal it. As expected, the other two didn't take it lightly. They immediately stood from the couch and gazed at Eli with wide eyes. Zeno stayed seated as he watched their conversation pan out. You're taking a break? Minji exclaimed. But why? It was going so well. Doha nodded. You are probably one of the most hard-working students I know. It would be a waste to stop now. Zeno couldn't argue with Doha's statement. Despite Eli not being a genius like him, he was still the smartest out of his other friends. It seemed that being a doctor was his dream, so he worked hard toward it. However, that alone wasn't enough to keep a dream. The world was cruel. It doesn't give you what you want, no matter how hard you try. And when you think everything is going well, reality will slap you in the face, saying that it wouldn't be that easy. Eli, Minji sighed, sounding serious. Tell us what's really happening. Eli clicked his tongue. It's just that. I need to stop studying medicine. Did your dad not give you any money for your tuition again? It's not that. Eli quickly denied. I'm not smart enough for the scholarship. I'm not rich enough to pay for the full tuition. I'm still in my first year, but I already have these sorts of problems. It's better to cut it off right now. We can help, Minji said, but Eli was insistent. I don't need it, he said. I'm fine like this. Don't make it into such a big deal. But it is a big deal, Doha exclaimed. You've wanted to become a doctor since we were young. That's your dream. And your dream is to become a gym owner. Minji's dream is to become a composer, and Zeno wants to become ordinary, Eli deadpanned, rendering the three of them silent. In fact, it felt like they were silenced instead. Eli, Minji whispered, causing his expression to soften. Then, he let out a deep breath. All right, I'm sorry, Eli said. I'm just saying, it's hard for us to reach our dreams at this level. Besides, there's nothing I can do. I have to pay 17 million won by tomorrow if I want to take the exams on Monday. I can't do that, and I'm not taking a loan for it. Just let it go, he whispered. And let's not talk about it again. Doha and Minji didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, Zeno finally stood from the couch. What school are you studying in again? Zeno asked. Eli frowned at his sudden question. Why university? He answered, confused. Oh-ho, Zeno exclaimed. That's a good school. The tuition is expensive. Yeah, but Eli got in, Doha muttered. It would be a waste if he didn't take it. Eli clicked his tongue. Anyway, like I said, let's not talk about it anymore. But you're still going to school, right? Zeno asked, knowing that Eli still went to his university despite dismissing the topic. Eli frowned. I'm just finishing up on the last days. I won't take the midterm exam. I see, Zeno said. But isn't that counterproductive? Why would you attend the classes when you've already made up your mind that you're not going to continue at all? Eli sighed. What do you know? Zeno crossed his arms in front of his chest. It seems to me that you want to continue studying. I don't, Eli quickly said. I'll get over it soon, so don't worry. I'm heading out now, he said, leaving no room for argument. With that, he left Doha's unit and went to his own. Meanwhile, Zeno was already searching for the university's address on his phone. He hummed. It's not far from here. The deadline is